Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
Monsters with long tails and red glowing eyes stand on the rocks. The guy realizes that they are surrounded by a pack of monsters. He and the girl stand on the ground, and monsters surround them from the rocks. The young man assumes that they are about to die. The dark-haired man clenches his teeth and, firmly looking forward, hugs the pink-haired girl with one hand, and with the other he thrusts the sword into the ground. He decides that this will not happen. The blue monsters open their mouths and rush forward. The guy looks forward in fear and realizes that he cannot die. Many monsters run or jump towards the guys. The young man raises his sword and thinks that he must survive. There is a sign on the stone wall that says this is Jongbei City Prison. A young man in a green jacket and gray hair sits at a table and holds a telephone receiver to his ear. At the same table, through the glass, sits a man in an orange shirt. The guy tells his dad that he is already 18 and an adult. Green-eyed calmly looks forward and reports that dad once said that he would reveal the truth to him when he grows up. The main character is interested in what is the reason that the animals defeated Donghe. The young man exclaims that he must return his father's good name. A man sits with shackles on his hands. Monsters sit on buildings, on the streets, and some fly in the sky. There is fire in the city, and the sky is filled with clouds from which flashes of lightning emerge. 8 years ago, the city of Donghe was shaken by an invasion of beasts. It became the worst disaster in the history of China. A guy, whose cape flutters in the wind, stands, and animals fly in front of him and above him. Only the young man's father, Zuo Hui, survived. People are standing near a building on which a picture of 2 people is broadcast, one of whom is handcuffed. The voice announces that the investigation has shown that Zuo Hui left Tong just before the invasion of the beasts, and unauthorized absence is a serious crime. The voice adds that the man has betrayed his homeland and will be sentenced to death with a 10-year deferment, taking into account his past many years of merit. The main character understands that the shameful stigma of being the son of a traitor to the motherland has left a mark on his 8 years of life. Next to the school, there is a man in a suit and glasses who exclaims that their school refuses to teach traitor cheese. The guy was kicked out of school. At the interview, they laughed when a dissatisfied girl with a bob and an apron wondered what would happen to the business if they hired the young man, because no one would want to come to them. Even when donating blood, the masked doctor explains that they will have to bear the responsibility of taking blood from the son of a traitor to their homeland. Now, the black-haired man is holding the phone near his ear. The belief that he could clear his father's name served as his support. Zuo Hui begins to speak and calls his son. The man looks at Zuo Fan, holding the phone in his hand, and notes that there is no need to bring up the past. The protagonist's gaze becomes alarmed when he hears his father's words that a sentence is a sentence, and he has already admitted guilt. Zuo Hui asks his son to leave and advises him to leave Jongbei and change his name and identity. The man says that then his life will become a little easier. Zuo Fan trembles and looks at his father with concern when he tells his son that he needs to pretend that he doesn't have a father like him, because the burden of being labeled the son of a traitor to the motherland is very heavy. Suddenly, the main character slams his hand on the table and exclaims that this is a lie. The guy frowns and shouts into the phone that Zuo Hui is not that kind of person. 2 prison workers look askance at Zuo Fan, and one of them notes that the young man has left. He walks with his head down when suddenly he hears a voice calling him the son of a traitor. The employee shows the number 3 with his fingers and declares that if the guy wants to see his father again, he will pay exorbitant prices. The main character looks at them with alarm and, asking again, notes that it is about 10,000. He asks why the price jumped so much. One worker, folding his arms on his chest, looks contentedly at his smiling colleague, who spreads his arms, saying that this is an order from above. The man explains that the fact that he can, in principle, visit his father is a huge concession from the law. The policeman exclaims that Zuo Fan's dad still betrayed his homeland. He is silent and remembers how, when he was little, he stood next to his dad, opposite the board with his awards. The main character wonders how a man who risked his life for his country and received many merits could be accused of treason. The young man clenches his fist angrily and firmly decides that he will definitely reveal the truth. He walks along a city street, past high-rise buildings. The guy's face is worried, because he understands that now he will have to spend 9,000 on visits every month. Zuo Fan raises his hand, above which a blue light is visible, and understands that all these years some money could have been obtained by working and risking his life as a mercenary of the reserve team of the Meteorite fighters. The main character looks at his bracelet, on which there is information that his intelligence is 11 units, his health and strength are 8, and his agility is 16. For an ordinary citizen with full health, all indicators would be at 1, but for an official Meteorite fighter they would be at least 10. However, Zuofan's only intelligence and agility have exceeded the required level, speed and reaction are increasing little by little, and health and strength have remained unchanged for 6 months. The guy thinks that in order to wash away the accusations from his father, he needs to continue meeting with him because he still hasn't told him a lot of things. The young man looks ahead seriously and realizes that working in a mercenary union, minus money for living, brings in 3,000. The main character wonders what to do because 3 times more is needed. He grabs the pendant around his neck with his hand. With warmth and sadness, the guy looks at the blue pendant, realizing that this is the only valuable thing he has. Zuofan holds a pendant in the form of a dragon and a beautiful blue stone with 2 fingers. The young man thinks that this is a gift from his mother for his birthday, and she said that it was made from a fragment of a star that fell at night, so it is very valuable. The main character frowns and looks firmly forward, clutching a pendant in his hand. He wonders whether to sell it. Zuofan slaps himself, realizing that he has bad thoughts. The guy decides that there is only one option left, to find a high-class mission in the Union. People are walking in a room with blue walls, a counter and large windows. This is the Mercenary Union Hall of Jongbei City. Some say the crappy puppy has arrived again. The main character moves forward, and people look contemptuously after him. They say that 3 years after awakening, the young man is still the weakest in the reserve squad. Some people assume that Zuofan will not move in his entire life. Someone notes that this is punishment for betrayal. The guy irritably realizes that they are making a lot of noise. There is a sign near the door that says this is the manager's office. A bald man in a suit and glasses looks forward in surprise as his name is called. The smiling protagonist looks into the office and asks Uncle Pan to see if he has an E-class task suitable for him. He angrily slaps the young man on the head and shouts that he has asked many times to call him Uncle Gao. He assumes that Zuofan does not value his place in the alliance. Uncle Gao lights a cigar and asks again, noting that with his current levels, going to the shelter of such doors is suicide. The man blows out smoke, holding a cigar in his hand, and looks forward. He explains that even to go to the F-class lair, you need to be an official meteorite fighter who is able to stand up for himself. Uncle Gao explains that all this time the young man was cannon fodder in F-class campaigns, and he was very lucky to survive until today. The man says that Zuofan is a reserve fighter, and if he sends him to the E-class building, it will be bad. He looks at Uncle Gao with alarm and notes that he has no choice. The manager sighs heavily and is silent for a while. Then, a paper appears in his hand, and Uncle Gao informs him that he has a task with a reward. The man explains that someone is willing to pay a lot of money for a scout to join the squad, and they will need to clear out the E-class refuge. The manager notes that the matter is dangerous. The main character takes the piece of paper in his hands and looks there in confusion. He sees an inscription saying that the reward is 20,000. The young man shouts this number in surprise. The guy throws himself at Uncle Gao's feet and, with a smile on his face, declares that he loves him. He leaves and, covering one eye, tells Zuofan to be smart because the squad is not easy. The main character, who now has a red bump on his head, happily agrees. There is a poster hanging on the white mall. The young man puts the equipment on his hand. Then, he takes the bow in his hand. And on the chest, as always, you can see the pendant. Zuofan understands that the mission will involve fighters from the meteorite category from beginners to stronger. Having gathered himself and taken a quiver of arrows, the main character stands and thinks that all he needs to do is perform the role of a scout well, and substantial money will end up in his pocket. The young man goes forward and sees a group of people, realizing that this time strong fighters have gathered. As he approaches, he notices a girl with pink hair tied in a ponytail. There he turns around and wonders if he is the scout that Uncle Gao recommended. All the fighters look at Zuofan, and the girl goes to him, informing him that she is Mu Yingyu, the squad leader on this mission. The main character looks at her in surprise, his mouth open. The guy concludes that, judging by the equipment, this girl is a meteorite fighter of the middle category. Mu Yingyu steps forward. She holds in her hand a sword with a yellow stone. The amazed Zuofan is surprised that she has the weapon Meteor, the core of the beast. The pink-haired girl looks at the young man with her green eyes. He reflects that if his memory serves him well, then only middle-category fighters can use such equipment. The silhouettes of monsters are visible against the background of a beautiful sky. Blue balls glow in their bodies. They say that among more than 1,000 monsters, only one can harbor the core of a beast. Its price is beyond any assumption. On a shiny gold background are a shield, an axe, a staff, and a sword with stones. The meteorite equipment is a precious weapon that is created from the monster's beast core, and it can greatly increase a fighter's strength gain. The main character sees the approaching silhouette of a girl. The characteristics of a fighter of the average category must be at least 40 units in each characteristic. Zuofan is surprised to conclude that he and she seem to be almost the same age. The young man looks at her in amazement. Mu Yingyu's expression is calm. Geniuses are called everyone who has reached the level of the average category before the age of 20. The main character reflects that the difference between them is critically large, and he has no idea how much time he will have to spend to become the same. The guys look at the guy who appears, who says that Uncle Gao recommended him. Zuo-fan extends his hand to the girl and introduces himself. The young man hopes that she will not pay attention to his father's surname, Zuo, otherwise there will be problems. Mu Yingyu extends his hand in response. Suddenly, a pink-haired guy in green clothes approaches the main character and hastily shakes his hand. Smiling, he says that he is very, very glad to meet you. The guy narrows his eyes and wonders if the Union sent him to them as cannon fodder. He looks sternly at the pink-haired man and replays his words in his head. The young man's hand begins to tremble irritably, but he continues to smile. Zuo-fan looks down with displeasure, and drops of sweat flow down his face because he understands that he is shaking his hand painfully. The guys look at their colleague, and a voice is heard asking Muyi to stop. This is an elderly man with white hair and a mustache, wearing a light suit and a black shirt with a blue tie. He notes that harassing a reserve fighter is undignified. Muyi lets go of the guy's hand and shrugs, saying that he was joking. The pink-haired one asks the main character not to take it to heart, calling him brother. Zuo-fan's gaze becomes angry and irritated. He is informed that this is his contract, which he needs to read and sign if there are no questions. The main character looks in surprise at the piece of paper that is quickly flying towards him. The corner of the sheet approaches the eye of the young man, who waves his hand. With a tense and dissatisfied expression on his face, he catches the document. Everyone looks at him carefully, realizing that the guy has a good reaction. He is vigilant and fit to be a scout. Zuo-fan touches the paper and concludes that the Meteorite recruits are capable of this. He looks in confusion at the piece of paper that is becoming soft. Beginners can temporarily make an item extremely hard by infusing their power into it. Mu Yingyu leans one hand on his sword and notes that the young man has the makings of a scout, and Uncle Gao was right. The girl turns around and asks Uncle Mu what he will say. The older blonde man replies that according to the rules, reserve fighters cannot join the hunting mission in the E-Class Sanctuary, and it is worth looking at this part of the agreement, and if there are no objections, then sign it. The main character looks up at the people and realizes that there are 6 people here. Mu Yingyu and Uncle Mu are talking while others are standing nearby. Zuo-fan realizes that they are mostly novice fighters, but they are equipped in the best possible way. He also notices a sword with a yellow stone and a shield with a red stone. The young man is surprised that there are also 2 of the middle category in the meteorite equipment. The guy happily looks at the inscription with information that the reward is 20 and decides that with such a team, dealing with the E-Class lair will be a piece of cake. With a wide smile on his face, he signs the document. Uncle Mu shouts to check the equipment. The sky turns a beautiful purple color and the 6 guys move forward. Zuo-fan decides that this time he will join the strong and earn money without stress. An older blonde man walking ahead exclaims that they are moving out. The guys are approaching the entrance to the lair of E-Class monsters. Monsters crawl through the streets, over cracked buildings and fly through the sky. After the world was shaken by huge changes, monsters began to dominate deserted places that turned into forbidden zones. Machine guns are fired at the huge snake, however, this does not harm it, but only raises dust. Firearms had little impact on mutants, some of them were even capable of absorbing the energy of projectiles and poisonous gas, continuing to mutate further. A blue-haired guy with a book and a staff, a man in a hood and with a sword on his shoulder, as well as a guy with short hair who holds a shield in one hand and an axe in the other, are standing next to each other. However, weapons made from monsters can injure and even kill animals. Because of this, melee weapons are widely popular, and materials from high-level monsters cost incredible amounts of money, becoming a symbol of luxury and strength among high-class fighters. A sound comes from an abandoned, partially destroyed street. This is the E-Class Monster Sanctuary in the nearby city of Huancheng. The sounds of monsters can be heard from an abandoned underground parking lot and other places. Here was the busy center of Huancheng, but now it is a dangerous area where monsters live. The main character presses himself against the wall and looks out a little, noticing the silhouette of a monster. His gaze is stern when he realizes that these creatures are making strange sounds by the river. Scary E-level blue monsters, fish lizards, are walking around the building, and someone is eating a corpse. These are mutated amphibians with very thick scales that cannot be pierced by anything, and their fangs can gnaw through a metal sheet. Suddenly, one of the monsters turns its face, noticing something. Zuo-fan takes the beam in his hands and aims at the fish lizard. He fires an arrow that flies towards the monster. The tip comes right up to his eye. The fish lizard quickly closes his eye. The arrow hits the monster's eyelid and flies back. The stunned protagonist concludes that she simply jumped away. The angry monster looks at the young man and opens his mouth with sharp teeth, growling. The rest of the fish lizards join him and rush at the main character. He takes off and quickly runs away, realizing that he managed to lure them out, but there is a nuance. Zuofan looks back at the monsters. His face becomes angry and agitated as he exclaims that the speed of E-tier monsters is much higher than what is given in the data. The main character runs into the room and the monsters rush after him. The young man clenches his teeth and looks to the side, thinking that the fish lizard's entire body is covered with scales that cannot be broken through, and its teeth are so sharp that they can bite through a metal sheet. Zuofan turns his head to see the monsters behind him. He realizes that they have webbed feet, like an amphibian, that add adsorption properties. The fish lizard opens its mouth and extends its long tongue forward. The guy understands that the movements are fast, and if he did not know who these monsters were and had not studied the area, then he, a reserve fighter, would have had zero chance of surviving. Zuofan looks at the large tongue that splits at the end that appears near him. The fish lizard hits the surface with its tongue several meters away. The main character realizes that all monsters have a weak point. He jumps back and runs past the shelves, thinking that all he has to do is find the right moment to hit it. The monster uses its tongue to cut one of the shelves, and a guy appears in its field of vision. Zuofan decides that he needs to act now. The young man aims at the fish lizard with 3 arrows at once. The monster still holds its tongue extended to a great distance. The main character thinks that, according to data, the fish lizard's weak points are the eyes and something else. 3 arrows pierce the tongue, which is the second weak point. A smile appears on Zuofan's worried face as he realizes that he is in trouble. The young man concludes that even someone like him, knowing about the monster's weakness, is capable of defeating the E-level. The fish lizard looks displeased at the arrows in his tongue. They begin to crawl out of the tongue. Then, they completely fall out of there. The shocked guy looks at this, realizing that the monster squeezed the arrows back. The enraged monster flies at the main character when he is surprised that ordinary weapons are useless, even if you hit the weak spot exactly. Zuofan quickly takes off. Gritting his teeth, the guy looks back tensely and reflects on the fact that it turns out that this is the strength of an E-level monster, and he is so fast that he barely has time to react. The main character wonders whether he will be killed. The young man sees a passage and decides to run towards the exit when a fish lizard flies towards him. The guy rushes forward, and everything behind him is destroyed. Zuofan thinks that this time he is very lucky, because a little more and he would have died. The main character jumps through the passage and runs forward, concluding that ordinary arrows are only suitable for luring out, and if he had tips made from an E-level monster, then he would go hunting for low-level animals alone. The young man runs away and wonders whether it's worth spending all the money on them. Zuofan runs to the next passage while the monsters chase him. The guy runs to the fighters and exclaims that the fish lizard is here. Uncle Mu frowns and tells the fighters to go into battle. The monster breaks the wall to get through. He runs past the guys, rushing after the main character. Muhanu holds a shield with one hand, which he puts out in front of him, and with the other hand he holds a sword at the ready. The man is 35 years old, his category is average, and he is a meteorite fighter. Mu Yingyu clutches his sword in his hand. The girl swings her sword and strikes the monster. She is an 18-year-old mid-category meteorite fighter. Mu Yingyu flies past the monster, striking it, and blood oozes out of the fish lizard. The rest of the guys also fight and are meteorite fighters of the initial category. Zuofan smiles as he watches this and thinks that they cleared out the E-class's hideout, but nothing less was expected from such a squad. He is glad that his work this time was easier than ever. With a calm face, the pink-haired one strikes again. Leaving the corpse cut in half behind her, she goes to the guys. Mu Yi exclaims that he is as good as always. The monster lies on the floor, and a pool of blood spreads under it. Suddenly, he stands up and the front of his body moves forward. The guys look at this warily and the pink-haired guy shouts that he is counterattacking. The main character opens his mouth in surprise, and Muji, standing nearby, fearfully puts his sword forward and says that it is dangerous. He tells everyone to duck. With a smile on his face, the guy pushes Zuofan, thinking that it is time for him to do his job as cannon fodder. A shocked young man stands in front of the monster's open mouth. The guy's foot slides across the surface. He falls back and his bow flies off. The tense young man clenches his teeth and launches an arrow. The main character gets right into the fish lizard's eye. Mu Yingyu flies past the monster and strikes with his sword. The monster's blood flies through the air. Zuofan stands up and tries to catch his breath. His pendant becomes brighter and information appears on the table that the first kill of an E-level monster activated the launch of the system and adaptation to the owner. The guy looks forward in confusion and wonders what that sound is. The young man assumes that he is hallucinating. The main character sits by the pillar with his head down, and Mu Yingyu tells Muji to go inspect the remains and see if anyone has the core of the beast. He puts his hands forward and asks again, noting that this is not his job. The girl looks at him with a stern look, and the alarmed young man is silent. The guys make a fire indoors. The pink-haired girl hands over some item to Zuofan, explaining that this is a new type of food for troops that quickly restores strength. Mu Yingyu asks him to eat. A slight smile appears on the girl's face, and she notes that the guy made an excellent intelligence officer. He looks away and thanks her. The main character concludes that she is not as indifferent as she seemed. Dissatisfied, Muji sits by the pillar and wipes his face with his hand. The guy smiles caustically and tells Zuofan that for a reserve fighter, he is good at taking out monsters. The pink-haired man notes that he is sorry that due to his body constitution, it will be difficult for him to reach the level of the average category in this life. Muji states that if the main character plans to make money as a mercenary, then he will have to team up with others and be their whipping boy. Mu Yingyu turns a dissatisfied look at him and asks him to stop chatting. He laughs and admits that he is to blame because he accidentally said what he thought. Mu Hanwoo smiles and puts his hand forward, saying that Zuofan should not take his words to heart because Muji likes to make fun of others. The main character squeezes out a smile and thinks that the guy seems harmless, and this guy probably took revenge for what happened during the battle. A bright full moon is visible in the sky. Mu Yingyu's feet walk on the hard ground. With a calm expression on his face, the main character tells her that she can sleep and he will stand on his guard because he is of no use in battle anyway. The girl looks at him in surprise and explains that she is only fulfilling the terms of the agreement, according to which two people must stand guard. The pink-haired girl turns her head and looks somewhere, while Zuofan assumes that Mu Yingyu is from Jinhai and not Jiangbei because she has an accent. The young man is interested in why she came to carry out this task. Jinhai is located in the north. It was there that monsters first began to run rampant in China, and it is there that the lairs of all kinds of classes are located. Mu Yingyu, without turning his head, explains that this is the test that her family undergoes upon reaching adulthood. The girl asks about the main character, and notes that with his level it is dangerous to be in a place of such a class. He looks forward thoughtfully and is about to answer why he is here. Suddenly, the guys hear a noise and turn around warily, and a crack forms under their feet. Their looks become dumbfounded. The guys fall down, and pieces of earth fly with them. Zuofan shouts and stretches his hand forward. A man in dark shoes stands on a cliff near a hole that has formed. Only the silhouette of this man is visible, watching the guys fall. They find themselves on a railway with sounds coming from the tunnel. The main character in blue glasses sighs and wipes his face with his hand. The guy looks at a pile of lying stones and wonders why they were so unlucky that the iron track suddenly collapsed while they were standing above it. Mu Yingyu approaches the young man. Looking at him seriously, the girl asks if he finished the inspection and if the collapse happened on its own. Surprised, Zuofan puts his hand to the huge stone and confirms what was said, explaining that it is probably the soil. The main character understands that there are at least 20 meters there. The guys look at each other, and the guy says that if they don't get out, they'll have to look for another way out. Mu Yingyu wonders if the young man knows where he is. He, with a slight smile, raises his index finger and remembers the diagram. Zuofan replies that he knows exactly one thing, because he was perfectly prepared for the task. That's what it means. A scout, cannon fodder, has taken over. He points his finger into the distance and explains that they will go that way and will come out very soon if there are no obstacles. There is a red location icon on the diagram. The guy walks forward, followed by the wary Mu Yingyu. The main character says that it is getting brighter, which means the road is right. The young man looks at the pink-haired girl through his glasses. He understands that a mid-category fighter has night vision as good as day vision, and even a night vision device cannot compare with him. Mu Yingyu looks ahead carefully. Suddenly, she stops. The girl looks to the side and takes out a sword, and Zuofan, taking off his glasses, wonders what's wrong. Her gaze hardens when Mu Yingyu reports that there are some rustling sounds and more than one E-level monster. The shocked young man looks at her and asks why he doesn't hear anything. The guy's expression becomes even more surprised when the pink-haired girl replies that it's not surprising because her sword told her. The girl is holding onto the sword, and the stone on it is shining yellow. The main character wonders if this is the feeling of the sword. The guy deftly swings his sword. A meteorite fighter with sword sense is able to quickly master any type of meteorite-bladed weapon and can even rely on it to detect monsters. This kind of skill is also called a high-class skill. A red light can be seen in the distance, and Mu Yingyu fully draws his sword and exclaims that the monsters are advancing. Their glowing red eyes can be seen in the darkness. Enraged fish lizards rush towards the guys. They jump forward, growling, and the pink-haired one notes that there are a lot of them. The girl carefully looks somewhere and tells Zuofan to step back. With a deft swing of his sword, Mu Yingyu cuts the fish lizard. Taking the blade in his hand, the main character runs forward with words that he will help. She angrily shouts at him to step back, because he will only get in the way. The guy looks confused and alarmed. Mu Yingyu holds his sword as golden light appears around him. Bloodthirsty monsters rush towards the girl. The pink-haired girl swings her sword and deftly destroys monsters, and her eyes glow white. The main character watches this in surprise and, realizing that this is enormous power, wonders whether this is Mu Yingyu's real power. The young man suggests that usually E-level monsters are equal in strength to mid-category fighters. Zuo-fan waves a pointer at the board, on which it is written that an F-tier monster is equal to a primary category fighter. An E-tier monster is equal to a middle category fighter, a D-tier monster is equal to a top category fighter, and a C-tier monster is equal to a first-tier general. All this works in one-on-one combat. Carefully watching the battle, the guy realizes that there is now more than one enemy, which means that her strength is comparable to the level of a fighter of the highest category. Mu Yingyu quickly runs forward, swinging his sword. She delivers a furious blow that sends the monster's head flying back. The main character looks at this with displeasure and asks if this is happening again. He clenches his teeth, looking at the head of the fish lizard, which clings to his hand with its teeth. The evil Zuo-fan stabs him and screams for him to die. Breathing heavily, the guy clutches a bloody blade in his hand. With his other hand he leans on the wall and realizes that monsters of this level are too strong for him. The young man's eyes light up blue, and information appears on the table that another E-level monster has been killed. The system's adaptation speed has been increased. He wonders in surprise what is happening and whether he hears this voice again. A cloud of dust is visible in front of Zuo-fan and he decides that it doesn't matter because first he needs to deal with what the eyes see. Remnants of blood roll down the patterned sword. Leaving behind the corpses of the fish lizards, Mu Yinyu approaches the main character and offers to go to the exit because she managed. The guy looks to the side in alarm and swallows his saliva. The guys approach the exit, however, it is completely blocked with stones. The main character points his finger there in fear and wonders what's going on. He notes that it is as if they were locked from the outside. A sword appears near his neck. The worried young man asks Mu Yingyu what she is doing. The girl, who looks scary, says that she should ask him. Drops of blood fly through the air. Near the neck of the troubled young man is a sword blade. Mu Yingyu looks into the eyes of the main character, who asks a question about how he should understand this. Zuo-fan frowns and furiously suggests that she decided to take it out on him because they couldn't get out. She looks at him calmly and is silent. The guy's gaze is also firm. The pink-haired girl closes her eyes and returns the sword to its sheath, saying that she was just checking it because these coincidences are too implausible. The main character, looking alarmed, reaches forward and suggests that someone deliberately caused the collapse and it was not an accident. Mu Yingyu abruptly turns around and leaves, explaining that what is happening concerns only her. The girl apologizes for getting Zuo-fan involved. He is silent and looks ahead. The young man wonders whether there is a power struggle going on in the Meteorite family. Serious people with weapons stand ready. Since the appearance of fighters in Meteorite, there have been families from which a huge percentage of the Union's members came, and such families were nicknamed Meteorite families. Their iron law repeats the words of the inhuman dogma that the strongest survive and death awaits the weak. If one of the family wants to distinguish himself, he will have to complete her task of hunting monsters in the head, as well as stand against his relative competitor. Mu Yingyu goes forward and asks his partner if there are other exits that no one knows about. Zuo-fan closes his eyes and frowns a little, saying that he will think about it. The young man imagines himself on a map of the city. Suddenly, the main character opens his eyes and exclaims that he remembered one. The guy runs forward and, breathing heavily, reports that they were just passing him. The pink-haired girl runs forward, and a little further Zuo-fan rushes forward, who explains that although the exit was blocked, there were a couple of cracks there. The main character says that he made inquiries about him, and there is an underground passage there, and through it they will definitely be able to get out. A slight smile appears on Mu Yingyu's face. She looks at the guy friendly and thanks him, noting that she is very lucky to be on the same team with him. The young man breathes heavily and admits that, since this is the case, he should say what he should have said a long time ago. She looks forward a little anxiously and hesitantly asks to speak. Drops of sweat roll down Zuo-fan's face and he asks if they can run slower because he is out of breath. She awkwardly agrees. She stands with her arms folded across her chest, and the main character sits on the ground a couple of meters away. The pink-haired girl calmly looks at the young man, who frowns and tries to catch his breath. He states that the air here is very stuffy, so he doesn't have enough stamina for a long time. Mu Yingyu closes his eyes and replies that he understands. The girl's gaze turns serious when she wonders if he needs the money so much that he, a reserve soldier, took on the E-class mission. Zuo-fan looks down with a frustrated expression on his face and thinks that, of course, he needs money, because otherwise he would not have put himself in danger. The guy touches his pendant and realizes that there are only 2 years left before his father's sentence is carried out, so he must find out the truth. The young man remembers his father as a young man, hugging his wife while watching the sunset. The woman touches the window with her hand and says that if there were no monsters, she would like to go with her husband to the seashore where they first met. He replies that, of course, they will go there. Hugging his wife, he asks to wait until he destroys the monster's lairs, and then she will again be able to admire the beauty of the coast as before. At this time, little Zuo-fan was sitting on a chair. That year his mother left this world. They say she died during a small monster attack while trying to save someone. Then the main character was too young to understand how the world works and only saw her name, Junlan, on the list of those killed in battle. The guy squeezes the pendant in his hand and wonders whether his father, who lost his love because of the monsters, could have escaped during their attack. Zuo-fan frowns and decides that there must be another hidden reason. Mo Yingyu looks at the silent young man. There is regret in her eyes when the girl apologizes because she shouldn't have asked such a personal question. The main character tilts his head forward. He stands up, resting his hands on his knees. The young man reports that he seems to have rested a little so he can move on. Sounds are heard from the underground parking lot, and stones fly from there, landing on the street. The guys climb over the stones and say that they finally got out. Zuo-fan tries to catch his breath, and Mu Yingyu looks away in shock. A lot of arrows are flying at the guys. The pink-haired girl pushes the guy, and together they fly to the side. The guys fall to the surface, and the girl covers the main character. The arrows fly and stick into the ground. Mu Yingyu hugs the young man with his eyes closed and suddenly screams. He anxiously asks what happened. He looks in shock at the arrow that hit the pink-haired girl's shoulder. Blood from the wound flows down her white clothes. Mo Yingyu exclaims that the arrow is poisoned. Zuo-fan clenches his teeth and tries to get the arrow, asking the girl to be patient because she needs to get the poisoned object to neutralize the poison. The young man takes out an arrow, and because of this, drops of blood fly off. The guy pulls Mu Yingyu over, explaining that she needs to lie down. The pink-haired girl sits with her back resting on a stone, and the main character smiles and says that he has an antidote with him and she should take it. She breathes heavily and looks away upset. She says she never thought he would betray her. 2 pairs of feet step onto the cliff. This is Mu Hanhu, with the rest of the guys standing behind him. The man laughs and tells his niece that she is not close to him. He admits that he is amazed that the volley of arrows was nothing to her. It is not for nothing that Mu is considered the most brilliant of the current generation. Zuo-fan frowns and looks at the team with displeasure, concluding that this cleansing mission was originally designed as a trap for Mu Yingyu. The young man concludes that they are the Meteoric family. The pink-haired girl begins to stand up and says that her father saved Uncle Hanu's family and even married her third aunt to him. Mu Yingyu wonders why the man betrayed them. He replies that people die in pursuit of wealth. He asks whether it is possible not to betray when this world is full of profit. Uncle Hanu holds the button device in his hand and raises his thumb to press. He reports that there is enough talk and notes that they all perfectly understand how strong Mu Yingyu is, and it is for this reason that they cannot allow her to stall for time. The man's finger reaches down and presses the button. The team standing at the top watches as a huge bright explosion occurs below where the guys are. Uncle Hanu says goodbye to his niece. He turns and, looking to the side, asks Muji if all the monsters that were at the river nearby are already dead. The pink-haired one smiles and asks not to worry because none of them survived and guarantees it. People look at the huge explosion and laugh. Uncle Hanu speculates that they will say that the son of a traitor to the motherland attacked their brilliant relative. He wonders how anyone could not believe it. The monsters in the river look at the explosion. Blood drips onto the ground. Zuo-fan moves forward with the wounded girl's hand on his shoulder. The guy looks tired and worried as he notes that they made it back at the last moment, avoiding the explosion. The guys are standing by the stones and fish lizards are approaching them. They were here again. Mu Yingyu wonders if the young man can smell it. The frightened girl points her hand forward and exclaims that a bait drug for a fish lizard was mixed into the poison of that arrow. The main character clenches his teeth and turns an alarmed look at her with the words that those scoundrels have thoroughly thought out the plan to kill her. The pink-haired girl frowns and explains that they didn't just want to kill her. Zuo-fan's gaze becomes shocked when he hears that they also wanted to shift the blame for what they had done onto him. The guys stand still, and the young man thinks that if he dies here with Mu Yingyu, he will become a scapegoat and the wrath of the Mu family will fall on his father. The guy realizes that then that reprieve until execution will most likely be cancelled. He grits his teeth and firmly looks forward, deciding that he must survive. The fish lizard opens its mouth and sticks out its long tongue. He reaches out to the frightened guys. Mu Yingyu throws a punch that cuts the monster's tongue, and the protagonist closes his eyes and tells her to dodge. She turns to the young man and says that he can still fight. Zuo-fan closes his eyes and suggests thinking about whether there is another way out. Furrowing his brows, he presents the diagram. Not far from them there is another point. The girl cuts open another fish lizard when the guy shouts that there is a place to get out. Mu Yingyu replies that he should go then. They run forward, and the pink-haired girl simultaneously fights with monsters, a huge number of which are rushing after the guys. The main character explains that he examined it earlier and the passage there is closed. The guy looks at Mu Yingyu and notes that, however, there are many cracks and the bottom needs to be examined. He reports that it may be possible to clear the stone blockage. The pink-haired girl runs next to Zuo-fan and wonders how far it is from there. He replies that the distance is equal to 3 forks. His gaze becomes intense when the guy realizes that Mu Yingyu's hand is darkening from toxemia, and if she continues to fight, the antidote will not help. The young man is indignant that he is of no use. The guys are approaching the rubble. In front of them is an exit covered with stones, however, a gap can be seen there. The joyful protagonist waves his hand and exclaims that it is the wind. He tells Mu Yingyu that they will be able to get out and they will escape from here. The girl's gaze becomes alarmed. She explains to the young man that it will be extremely difficult to escape. He also turns his head and becomes less optimistic. Fish lizards are running after the guys over the rocks and along the road. The pink-haired girl turns to the monsters and puts her sword forward. Mu Yingyu says that he will detain the fish lizards and he should try to hide. Zuo-fan stands behind and clenches his fists, hearing the pink-haired girl say that only she is to blame for what is happening, and the poison in her body is attracting the fish lizards. The girl says that she can't leave. Mu Yingyu's gaze becomes firm and, frowning, she asks the main character to stop hesitating, because if one of them survives, then it will be great. Swinging her sword, the pink-haired girl runs forward and cuts the monsters. The young man stands and clenches his teeth nervously. The guys run away in different directions. The guy approaches a closed exit and decides that first he needs to clear the way. He carefully pushes away the stones and thinks that after this he will need to look for a way to leave with the girl. His expression is tense as Zuo-fan tells himself to be faster. Stones fly into the street. The main character holds onto the stones and looks at the resulting hole. He says that this is great and there is a passage. The young man looks at the installed stretch threads and notes that the trap is also set. With his hands on his hips, the guy looks at the work done. The main character glances at Mu Yingyu and shouts at her to quickly go there. She turns to the young man. She quickly runs towards him. Closing his eyes, Mu Yingyu flies under the trap. The monsters that are chasing her crash into sharp threads. They are sandwiched between 2 walls and can barely hold out under the pressure. The girl quickly runs forward with her head down. Zuo-fan jumps into the passage and calls out to Mu Yingyu, exclaiming that he needs to be faster because the stones are about to collapse. The main character rests his hands on his knees. The guy breathes heavily and smiles, noting that they did it. The guys stand nearby and try to catch their breath. A smile appears on Mu Yingyu's face as she thanks the young man. Suddenly, her gaze falls on the signaling sword. The guys look around anxiously. A large number of fish lizards appear in front of them. Zuo-fan's face shows horror. The girl's sword falls to the ground. Mu Yingyu's eyes close. She falls to the ground and with the last of her strength tells the main character to run. He looks fearfully at the lying girl and calls her. His hand reaches for his sword as he wonders where he should run. The guy takes the pink-haired one with his other hand. The main character holds a sword and rests it on the ground, looking intensely forward. The young man thinks that, in fact, he has not yet had the opportunity to fight E-level monsters one-on-one. The monsters look at the guys with their bloodthirsty eyes. Zuo-fan furiously calls out to the fish lizards, thinking that even if he dies, he will drag at least one with him. The monster, opening its mouth, flies at the guy, putting its paw with sharp claws forward. The guy swings his sword and cuts the fish lizard. However, the monster's head opens its mouth and sticks out its long tongue. The tongue slams right into the chest of the surprised Zuo-fan. The young man squints and frowns, mentally apologizing to his father. The tongue pierces the guy right through, and horror is visible on the protagonist's face. He falls to the ground, realizing that he will not be able to return and clear his father's name. The protagonist's pendant rises above his chest and glows golden. Zuo-fan reflects that he doesn't want to die at all, and wishes he were a little stronger. Information appears that, according to the final count, he killed 3 fish lizards, and the accumulation of energy is completed. The space around the guy clears and purple squares are visible when the table says that the God of War system is activated. The main character lies with his eyes closed. He flies in space and flips over. The table lights up red and it says that the owner is arriving in the carriage and emergency assistance is needed. Zuo-fan wonders if he will die, and if so, why can he see such things? His face is bruised and a green light emanates from the young man. Information appears that the God of War system has activated all the previously accumulated energy. 100 attribute points will be reimbursed to the owner one time, and the owner's condition has been determined. The system will carry out the distribution. Indicators of his characteristics appear, and now his intelligence is 41, his health and strength are 28, and his agility is 46. The main character's eyes open slightly. The information on the table indicates that the primary attribute distribution is complete and asks the owner to check his status. He rises sharply and, breathing heavily, holds his chest. Zuo-fan wonders what happened. He looks down in shock and assumes that it was a dying hallucination. The young man remembers the fatal blow of the fish lizard. The main character looks at himself and tries to understand why nothing hurts him. The guy looks in amazement at the hole in the jacket, where only a small trace of the wound is visible. Zuo-fan realizes that she has been taking too long. The young man looks forward in surprise and wonders what is going on here. He sees many fish lizards looking at Mu Yingyu. Suddenly, the monster turns towards the main character. He rises and takes the sword in his hand. Opening his mouth in amazement, he watches the fish lizards approaching him. The monsters attack, however, the guy turns over, dodging the blow. Zuo-fan concludes that he was able to evade so easily. He has a puzzled look on his face as he furrows his brows and wonders since when did he become so dexterous. The young man lands and realizes that not only this characteristic is developed. With a smile on his face, the guy looks at the sword, around which blue rays curl. The main character thinks that the sword seems to flow with inexhaustible power. A description of the sword appears on the table, which is a meteor weapon. Its class is ordinary and its weight is 20 kilograms. The sword is made of rare metal inlaid with a high-grade E-class beast core, and when used, it increases the strength attribute by 45 points. Zuo-fan concluded that Mu Yingyu's sword had a high-quality E-class beast core inlaid into it. Now the young man understands how she managed to cut through the fish lizards with such ease. With a satisfied expression on his face, Zuo-fan brandishes the sword and assumes that he will be able to fully master it and realize its full potential. And yet the guy wonders what happened. Monsters approach him, sticking out their long tongues. The main character decides to think about it after he understands what the eyes see. The young man jumps, dodging the tongues. Zuo-fan swings his weapon and, gritting his teeth, decides to cut his way out of there. The guy launches the blade forward, which pierces the tongues. With a determined smile, he pulls the thread. The blade passes through the tongues, and the monster's drool flies off to the sides. Two monsters fly to the side due to this action. The main character pushes off with his foot and jumps, swinging his sword. Zuo-fan deftly cuts off both heads with one swing of his weapon. The guy lands with his hand on the ground. He smiles and looks contentedly at the blade. The young man assumes that with his current strength, he is the best of the best among the fighters of the initial category, and with the buff from the sword, it will not be difficult to cut even an E-level fish lizard. The guy looks in surprise at the table that appears in front of him. A gambling smile appears on his face and, frowning, he looks at the fish lizards. Information appears on the table that the owner is in battle, so he should focus on his opponents. He agrees and thinks that he will focus on killing these guys. Near Zuo-fan there are bloodthirsty monsters with open mouths. They wave their paws, wanting to attack. The guy holds a blade in one hand and a sword in the other. The young man asks not to think that he only knows how to run away. The main character runs at his opponents, and they rush towards him. Zuo-fan swings his weapon, cutting the monsters. He grits his teeth and looks at the monsters that bite his hands. The angry guy strikes with his sword and cuts the monsters. There is ferocity in his gaze. The main character runs forward, waving his weapon, and admires the fact that he is fighting monsters face to face. The young man jumps and fights, realizing that he will no longer have to hide behind the team's backs. Zuo-fan wonders if he can finally take his destiny into his own hands. He plunges the sword into the ground. The guy sits down on one knee and breathes heavily. Looking forward, there are many corpses of fish lizards lying around him. The young man is happy that he has succeeded. In fact, he has power. Suddenly, his gaze becomes surprised. A table appears in front of Zuo-fan on which the indicators of its characteristics are written. And there is also information that there are points available for distribution, and their number is 21. The guy reaches his hand forward and turns his wary gaze to the side, deciding to stop. The main character sees Mu Yingyu lying unconscious. Light leaks from a crack in the stone wall. The young man thinks that he will settle more important matters first. He is near the lying girl and realizes that the sound of the tunnel collapse forced many fish lizards to flee to the surface, and now it is much safer underground. Zuo-fan wraps his hands, tightening the bandage with his teeth. The guy thinks that the corpses of monsters lie near the exit, so their relatives will not come here yet. The young man decides that the most important thing is to deal with the poison in Mu Yingyu's body. He realizes that luring monsters in poison is a big problem for them. The pink-haired girl lies on the ground unconscious. The guy, with an embarrassed expression on his face, approaches her. The main character covers his mouth and swallows saliva. Zuo-fan unbuttons her shirt and apologizes for the humiliation, explaining that she will have to endure it in order for them to get out of here alive together. Something is happening on the street. There is a blue solution in the test tube, and fish lizards are running nearby. The bait drug for fish lizards is a liquid with a specific odor that can cause insanity in a fish lizard. On the table, near the sink, there are several test tubes with liquids of different colors nearby. After the meteorite fell that night, a lot of things in the world changed, and not only the fauna, but also the flora. Various reagents can be made from mutated plants, and monster bait drugs are one of them. Mu Yingyu sits leaning against the wall. and the main character, who is nearby, notes that they can easily deal with the wounds, but the smell of the bait does not go away, so they are still in danger. A wound is visible under the girl's collarbone. The young man suggests that all that remains is to use the smell of another reagent to kill this one. Zuo-fan covers his nose and looks disdainfully at the test tube with yellow liquid. He apologizes to the pink-haired girl. A container with a liquid of this color is placed against the background of an image of a skunk. This medicine with a strange smell is made from the excrement of a skunk monster. Most monsters, having smelled it, will prefer to avoid the source of the stench. It is responsible for the fact that Zuo-fan has managed to stay alive all these years. There are some items of Mu Yingyu's clothes on the floor. The girl herself is also lying on the ground with bandaged arms and legs. The main character rests his hands on his hips and, exhaling heavily, reports that he is finished with the bandage, and this is an exhausting task. The tired young man sits down on the ground and says that he has treated the wounds. The smell of the bait has been eliminated, so now they are safe for a while. The guy presents the diagram, understanding where they are. Zuo-fan argues that because of the bait, the fish lizards changed their location. The main character leans on the stone wall and says that Mu Hanhu is still outside, and they are literally squeezed in a vice from all sides. He narrows his eyes a little and looks down, deciding that before he thinks about escaping, he should find out what happened to him. The young man touches with his fingers the place where the wound was. Zuo-fan's expression notices that the meteorite fragment pendant is missing. The guy suggests that he became the system of the god of war. He stares in amazement at the table in front of him. The table contains information that Zuo-fan's condition is slightly wounded. His level is a meteorite fighter of the initial category. Indicators of its characteristics are also written there. Looking at the table with the scale and photograph, the young man understands that activating the system of the god of war in one fell swoop significantly increased his attributes and, in addition, healed his wounds quite well. Reading this information, the main character scratches his chin and asks if he is already a fighter of the initial category. The guy looks away and remembers how he fought with Mu Yingyu's sword. He reasons that meteorite equipment can only be used by mid-level fighters. Therefore, Zuo-fan wonders how he did it then. The main character waves a pointer at the board, where it is written that health is restoration and adaptation to the environment, strength is physical strength and attack power, agility is speed and quick reaction, and intelligence is the capabilities of the brain. The young man thinks that intelligence has always been a big mystery. The guy assumes that he could use the meteorite equipment because his intelligence score was 40 points. Information appears on the table that the owner has 21 more unallocated attribute points. There appears a request that he distribute them as soon as possible in order to increase his combat power. Zuo-fan looks ahead puzzled and thinks about the unallocated points. The young man seriously looks at the table and, gesturing with his hand, asks to tell him how to use the system of the god of war. However, nothing happens and silence follows. The main character frowns and looks ahead worriedly. Suddenly, he grabs the table with one hand and points at it with the other. The guy exclaims that she is an irresponsible system and asks her to tell her how to distribute points. Zuo-fan's gaze becomes calmer. The indicators on the table change, and the main character notes that the window has changed. The young man suggests that indicators can be changed with the power of thought. The number 21 appears near the table, and next to it there is a plus and a minus. The guy says that he understands, and in fact it needs to be done mentally. Zuo-fan adds 2 points to his strength, now it is 30. The main character takes a sword in his hand and decides to first try out the effect of 2 points pumped into strength. He quickly and deftly swings his weapon, joyfully realizing that it has become easier. The young man cannot believe that this is a result of just 2 points. The guy smiles and, looking forward, concludes that this is the system of the god of war. Looking at the figures on the table, he is surprised by the change. Now, intelligence is 41, health is 37, strength is 40, and agility is 46. Below it says that the distribution of attributes is completed. A bloodthirsty fish lizard is crawling along the ground. The monster smells something and looks happier. The fish lizard quickly runs forward, following the smell that comes from the dead rat on which the paper lies. Zuo-fan, who is sitting high on a rock, watches the monster and realizes that he has been fooled. The young man launches his blade forward and decides that he needs to act now. The weapon crashes into the stone, and pieces of it fly off to the sides. The surprised fish lizard turns around, noticing this. While the monster is looking around, the main character approaches him from behind, waving his sword. Zuo-fan quickly pierces the monster with the weapon so that the end of the sword comes out through the fish lizard's mouth. The monster falls to the ground, and the guy exclaims that it was very simple. With a smile on his face, the young man looks down at the corpse. The main character notes that before, even with the sharp sword meteor, he would hardly have been able to kill an E-level fish lizard. The guy clasps his fingers and looks at her with satisfaction. Zuo-fan concludes that this is a feeling of superiority. Information appears on the table that he killed the fish lizard, and 3 attribute points were received. The guy opens his eyes wide in surprise and asks whether he was really given that many points for just one fish lizard. The young man's appearance becomes more serious when he thinks about what will happen to his strength if he kills everyone there. The main character mentally counts and says that there are at least 50 more underground. The shocked Zuo-fan puts his hands to his cheeks and exclaims that 50 points is the level of a top category fighter. The guy closes his eyes contentedly and scratches his chin. He grins and decides that first he needs to overcome at least the middle one. The young man looks at his stats and realizes that now he only has health below 40. Having added points, he thinks that this is the average category. The table says that he is now a mid-category fighter and his health is 40. Looking closely at the sword, Zuo-fan reasons that it only added 3 points to its health, but it has moved to a new level and overall its strength has just increased by about 50%. The young man clutches the blade tightly in his hand and thinks that the highest category and the first step of a general still lie ahead. With his other hand he grips the sword and swings it, deciding that once he is strong enough, no one will be able to stop him from saving his father. Lowering his head a little, he puts his arms out to the sides and decides that the hunt is being declared open. Zuo-fan is walking along the railway, and behind him lie the corpses of monsters. The young man says that all the materials that can be extracted from one fish lizard will cost 5,000 yuan. There are monsters with severed heads and limbs lying on the railway track. With a calm expression on his face, the guy walks forward, looking around. The main character notes that it's a pity that he won't be able to carry more, and he will only take a couple of fangs and scales, which will be useful in healing. I grin. Zuo-fan puts his hand with the sword to his chin. The guy goes forward and scratches the wall with his sword. From this action, from the weapon, a golden light emanates. The young man looks forward, and fish lizards approach him. The monsters run forward, sticking out their long tongues. The main character smiles and exclaims that they quickly came together. He concludes that the fish lizard's hearing is many times better than its vision. The monsters stick out their tongues and point them towards Zuo-fan. He moves quickly, dodging in this way. He runs towards the monsters, holding his weapon at the ready. The young man runs between the fish lizards. The guy quickly turns around and strikes. Thus, the main character cuts off their heads. Zuo-fan's gaze becomes firm and calm. He looks at the corpses and breathes heavily. With a joyful expression on his face, the young man tilts his head and announces that he will begin the gutting. Old transport can be seen on the railway. The main character notes that in almost one day he killed 16 or 17 fish lizards. Poking around with a blade in the monster's body, the young man says that at first he attacked from an ambush, but now he can easily deal with 2 at a time. Zuo-fan realizes that the meteor sword has equated his strength to a very outstanding level within the middle category. The table says that the owner killed 2 fish lizards and received 2 attribute points. The number of points free for distribution is 8. Initially, the young man assumed that for killing 50 fish lizards he would receive 150 points. Information appears that the main character is slightly wounded and his characteristics are also indicated, and that he is a meteorite fighter of the average category. The guy frowns and looks dissatisfied at the table, thinking that after being promoted to the average category, they began to give 1 point for each lizard. Zuo-fan notes that he was very naive. The main character tightens the knot in the bandage and assumes that he was given a contractor because his level was lower than that of the enemy. The young man walks along the railway track and realizes that for now it will not be possible to move to the highest category. But with the existing strength, getting out of here with Mu Yingyu will not be difficult. He leaves the railway and walks along the usual one, thinking that they can easily get out provided that no stronger monsters appear. The guy takes the next step and steps into the water. Zuo-fan stands behind a rock and peeks out from behind it, noticing something. The young man's gaze becomes dumbfounded when he realizes who it is. The main character sees a monster crawling out of the river, looking like a red crocodile with 2 heads. The guy concludes that this is a mutant. A red monster with bloodthirsty eyes, sharp teeth and claws crawls forward, past bones and skulls. This is a 2-headed monster, an E-level mutant. Zuo-fan's expression becomes worried. Mutated monsters are a symbiosis of 2 types of monsters, and their combat power is much higher, which makes them many times more dangerous. Other monsters are approaching this place. The monster gator turns its heads and sticks out its tongues. They are drawn to the newly arrived fish lizards. The tongue pierces right through the blue monsters. He wraps his arms around them and pulls them towards him. The monster begins to greedily eat its prey. Fear is visible on the protagonist's face when he realizes that the mutant instantly killed 3 fish lizards, and this level corresponds to the highest category of fighters. The young man decides that he has no chance of winning. The guy quickly turns around and goes back, thinking that he will retreat for now and later think about what to do. Zuo-fan comes to the pink-haired one and notes that the smell of bait has almost disappeared from her. With an upset expression on his face, the main character pours the blue liquid onto a rag. He wonders how she will be able to repel her enemies without the strength because her wounds are too bad. In one hand, the young man squeezes a rag and touches Mu Yingyu with the words that the only exit is blocked by a two-headed monster, and he is also very close to leaving his E-level lair. Zuofan moves his shirt a little to treat the wound and reasons that if they go looking for another way out, they risk bumping into Mu Hanhu. The young man wonders what to do. Suddenly, Mu Yingyu opens his eyes and looks at the main character with displeasure. The guy, who looks worried, asks if she will believe it if he says he cleaned the wound. She quickly brings the blade closer to the neck of the frightened Zuofan and exclaims that she will believe. The main character raises his hands and shouts in alarm that Mu Yingyu heard his reasoning. There are sounds of fighting and dust rises a little around. The pink-haired girl sits on a stone and the young man sits on the ground with his head down. The girl is interested in how he killed the fish lizards, saved her and brought her here. Mu Yingyu holds the bread in his hand and frowns, suggesting that Zuofan was hiding his real strength. The guy, who has bumps on his head and abrasions on his face, decides that she doesn't need to know about the God of War system just yet. The young man raises his head and admits that his father is a former military commander, Zuo Hui. She looks at him dumbfounded and asks if he is the same Zuo Hui associated with the fall of Tong. Mu Yingyu's gaze becomes attentive and thoughtful when the girl realizes that if Zuofan attracted everyone's attention, he would be in danger, so hiding his powers is the right decision. The pink-haired woman puts her hand to her chest and, looking with regret at the main character, apologizes because he found himself in such a situation due to strife in her family. The guy frowns a little and his gaze becomes serious. The young man says that now it is important for them to figure out how to defeat the two-headed monster and get out of here. He notes that Mu Yingyu needs to quickly return home and settle the problem in the family. Zuofan tightly grips the fabric of his pants and exclaims that he too needs to get out alive to clear his father's name. Chewing food, the pink-haired girl looks at the guy in surprise and asks about the two-headed monster. The mutant is in the same place and sniffs. The guys come to the river and, hiding behind a stone, look out from behind it. Mu Yingyu's gaze becomes astonished as she realizes that this mutant poses a much greater danger than the usual E-level monster. The monster gator opens both mouths with long tongues. The fish lizard has very sensitive hearing, which helps to remain vigilant to a possible threat, and the alligator's head is needed for attack. The fish lizard's long tongue is used for long-range attacks, and the alligator's bite force allows it to not even metal. This mutant is covered with hard scales. His skin is as thick as armor and virtually impenetrable. The sharpness of the meteor sword will not be enough to wound him. In addition, while the fish lizard has a weakness, the monster gator does not. Mu Yingyu takes his sword in his hand and explains that in order to pierce his skin, you need to be able to fully realize the potential of the meteor sword. The meteor weapon is activated, and the sword begins to emit light. It emits blue light and flashes. In the fight against monsters, people rely more on the meteor weapon, the strongest side of which lies in the inlaid core of the beast, which hides enormous power. The blade of the sword passes over the monster, cutting it. The sharpness of this weapon is enough to cut the skin of an E-tier monster. The guys sit on the ground opposite each other, and the pink-haired one notes that the two-headed monster is a mutated monster, so he doesn't care about this joke. Between the guys lies the skin of a monster, which Mu Yingyu cut with her sword. The girl adds that the monster has secondary changes that increase its armor by at least 50%. Zuofan thinks that it was not easy to get fish lizard skin and regrets his money. The pink-haired girl looks forward firmly, holding a weapon in both hands. Mu Yingyu reports that the monsterator has no obvious weak points, and the most effective way to kill it is to cut off both heads. The girl says that for this you need to release the true power of the meteor sword. The main character, with a tear sparkling in his eye, squeezes out a smile and agrees. And he is already thinking about money and about the fact that he tried. Mu Yingyu looks at the alarmed young man in surprise and wonders what it is. The girl assumes that he has questions. The main character scratches his chin and wonders where she got this dagger from. Mu Yingyu blushes with shame when the guy points out that he didn't notice the weapon when he treated her wounds. A cloud of dust appears on the ground. The pink-haired girl stands up abruptly and points her finger at him with displeasure. The girl is indignant that they are in a very dangerous situation, and Zuofan thinks about such things. She states that if a guy wants to defeat a monster gator, he must learn to use a sword. The expression on the protagonist's face becomes more serious and he hesitantly agrees. Mu Yingyu takes a stack of folded fish lizard skin and advises you to look carefully, because now it will show the real power of the sword. The guy directs an alarmed and attentive glance at the girl. She kneels in front of the leather and holds the sword in her hand, thinking that the leather, folded several times, has become stronger, but she can cut it. Mu Yingyu runs his sword across the skin, and it is cut with a bang. Now the pink-haired girl sits in front of the cut pieces. Zuo-fan watches this in surprise and cannot believe that she did it so easily, with barely any force. The pink-haired girl, with sweat on her face, smiles and exclaims that this is power. Mu Yingyu explains that the user of the sword must make the core of the beast respond, and then the tip will begin to flicker and the blade will become sharper. The pink-haired woman clutches the sword in her hand and notes that, unfortunately, such an extreme burst of power cannot be used forever and the core breaks down after a few uses. The main character does not take his eyes off the weapon and says that he now understands why they do not experiment with the sword but save it for a critical moment. Mu Yingyu, with a serious and dissatisfied expression on his face, points his finger at the frightened young man. Pink Hair states that she is seriously injured and will not be able to withstand the backlash caused by the sword when it flashes power, so Zuo-fan will have to learn how to activate the sword. She opens her mouth, about to add something. Mu Yingyu closes his eyes and shows the number 3 with his fingers. With a demanding look, the girl informs him that she gives him 3 days for everything. A fish lizard appears in front of the main character. The guy's expression becomes frightened. He jumps and deftly strikes, cutting monsters. The pink-haired girl stands in the distance and, folding her arms on her chest, watches the battle. The girl thinks that in order for the core of the beast and the weapon to respond, you need to spend a long time in battles with monsters, gradually coming to understand it. With a tense and focused look, Zuo-fan deftly strikes with his sword, slicing through his opponents. Mu Yingyu understands that a gifted fighter can handle it in 6 months, but for the vast majority, life is not enough. The main character fights monsters and screams furiously. The pink-haired girl mentally tells him that he is different from others because he is so young and already a fighter of the middle category. The girl understands that he is an unprecedented gem. Mu Yingyu decides that he will probably succeed. The guy cuts the next monster with a deft swing of his sword. Drops of blood roll down the blade. The young man breathes heavily and looks at the weapon in surprise. Zuo-fan notes that only half a day has passed and he is already exhausted. The main character remembers that Mu Yingyu said that the continuous fight against monsters will help him easily achieve a response. However, he feels absolutely nothing. She sneezes, frowns and wonders who remembers her with a bad word. The girl looks at the young man who is standing in front of the corpses of the monsters. The pink-haired girl understands that after half a day of tireless battles with fish lizards, he is not even close to a response. Zuo-fan turns his back to Mu Yingyu, who reflects that this is normal because another genius would have needed at least half a month, and even it took her 2 days with her innate sword sense. The girl realizes that they only have 3 days, otherwise Mu Hanhu will take part in the inheritance ceremony of the Mu family, and the consequences will be sad. The pink-haired girl also understands that they can also touch the protagonist's father. The young man looks at the sword he holds in front of him, and Mu Yingyu apologizes to the guy because at the moment she can only rely on him. He looks in surprise at the table that appears. It shows a sword and says that the weapon is not activated. The table asks whether the owner wishes to spend 10 attribute points to activate the meteor sword. Zuo-fan opens his eyes wide in surprise and deduces that with 10 attribute points, he can achieve the sword's response. The young man admires this and asks why she didn't tell her before. The table says that the conditions for activating the E-class meteor weapon are that the owner must be of the average category and have at least 10 points free for distribution. The main character understands that he will have to spend all the points he earned in half a day. Information appears near the image of the sword indicating that activation is taking place. The young man looks seriously at the sword, from which golden flashes emanate. The table says that the meteorite sword is activated and the activation property is a sharp blade. Zuo-fan realizes that the sword has responded. He makes one swing with his sword, easily cutting through the fish lizard. With a joyful smile on his face, the guy exclaims that the sword is very sharp. Fish lizards cut like tofu. Mu Yingyu watches this in shock and covers his mouth with his hand, admiring what he accomplished in just half a day. The girl understands that this is a terrifying talent. She raises her eyebrows and opens her mouth in surprise. Then her expression becomes downcast. The main character falls to the ground and trembles, begging for help. Mu Yingyu approaches him with his hands on his hips. The pink-haired girl explains that in addition to bonuses, the core greatly overloads the user. She frowns and, holding a test tube with red liquid in her hand, looks displeased at the young man. The girl says he doesn't even know the basics and is trying to look cool. Mu Yingyu sighs heavily and a blush appears on her face as she mentally thanks the slightly stupid Zuo-fan. The monster lies in the same place and sniffles. The monster's eyes glow red. The enraged protagonist flies at him, swings his sword and shouts at the monster to go to hell. The young man flies at the monster, swinging his sword. The power that comes from despair is always dazzling. The monster screams, and pieces of stones fly through the air. It opens its mouth and stretches its long tongue forward. However, the calm guy dodges him. Zuo-fan is in a fighting stance and is happy that he is closer to the attack radius. His gaze rushes to the head of the fish lizard, and the young man decides that he needs to cut off this head because then the monster gator will weaken by half. The mutant swings his thick tail. The main character tries to strike with a sword. Blood oozes from the tense guy's mouth and he realizes that the monster is fast. Using its tail, the monster throws the enemy into the wall. Mu Yingyu leans on the stone with one hand and holds the blade with the other. The worried girl calls Zuo-fan. The young man is not visible because of the rising dust. He is indignant because he was inattentive and did not expect the monster gator's tail to be so powerful. The main character clutches the sword in his hand and realizes that the mutant did not even leave him a chance to activate the response. The guy stands on one knee and looks forward in fear, about to talk about the monster's power. The red monster crawls forward as the young man assumes that his strength is akin to D level. The monster opens both its mouths and growls. It moves forward, breaking the ground beneath it. Zuo-fan quickly jumps, dodges, and lands on the ground, noting that the monster's jaw has terrifying power. He thinks about what would happen if the monster bit him. The fish lizard head opens its mouth and sticks out its long tongue. He rushes it forward, however, the main character jumps, dodging. The young man lands on the ground, resting his hand on the floor. The mutant hits the ground with his tail and it breaks. Zuo-fan's gaze becomes fearful and wary. The monster hits the main character with its tongue, who closes his eyes and clenches his teeth. Thus, the monster throws the young man back. The guy hides behind the formation and realizes what an E-level mutant is. Zuo-fan thinks that he can't figure out the weak point of this monster. It seemed to him that with the system of the God of War, with strength at the level of a mid-category fighter, with mastery of the response, the mutant could be defeated. The young man decides that he thinks too much of himself. With a frightened look, Mu Yingyu calls the main character and tells him to retreat because now he cannot cope with the monster. He frowns and, turning his head, shouts that her wounds have not yet healed, so she should hide. The mutant moves forward, and its fish lizard head sticks out its tongue. Mutant monsters have strengths and weaknesses, which mainly depend on the characteristics of the mutation. Its tail has a medium range, the alligator's head has a short range, and the fish lizard's head has a long range. The monster gator can attack in a small, medium, and large radius, and has impenetrable skin, which allows it to both attack and defend. As a boss, he was not far removed from D-tier monsters. Zuo-fan realizes that in order to kill him, it is necessary to master E-class fencing techniques or have innate skills such as Mu Yingyu's sword sense. The young man's eyebrows are furrowed and his gaze is furious and intense. The guy thinks that he can't just retreat because if he doesn't get out of here with the pink-haired girl within 3 days, he will be considered a murderer and his father will most likely be subject to a forced death sentence. The main character firmly decides that he must return. 12 years ago, Zuo Hui stands in front of the monument, holding his little son's hand. A portrait of a smiling woman is located on a slightly cracked monument. When a wave of monsters hit Donghe, Zuo-fan's mother helped people evacuate, but she herself went missing. The little protagonist squeezes the pendant with one hand and wipes away his tears with the other. In a trembling voice, he asks why they say that mom is dead, because her body was not found. The boy exclaims that his mother is not dead. Zuo Hui, wearing a cap, lowers his head and asks his wife to be calm because he will take care of their son. The man looks at her photo and declares that he will destroy all the monsters on Earth to avenge her. The monster approaches the place where the guy is hiding. He takes off and quickly runs away when the mutant breaks the ground. Zuo-fan slides along the ground, resting his hand on the floor, and turns towards the monster. The young man understands that something is definitely being hushed up in his father's case. Fixing an angry gaze on the monster, he wipes his face with his hand. The main character puts forward a sword that emits blue light. The guy angrily shouts that he will get out of here, get to the bottom of the truth, and clear his father's name. He declares that for this he is ready to risk his life without regret. Information appears on the table that the owner has discovered the will to fight against the risk of life, and the innate skill of perception is activated. He reads the inscription in amazement and is amazed that he has such an innate skill. Then, information appears there that, thanks to the perception of the first stage, the owner is able to sense all changes within a radius of 10 meters. Zuo-fan begins to see everything transparently and analyze space like an X-ray. An approaching monster appears behind the shocked guy. The main character understands that this is what is behind him. He quickly turns to look at the bloodthirsty monster and reflects that he can see at 360 degrees, and it seems that the mutant has begun to move more slowly. Zuo-fan quickly swings his sword, which has blue flashes coming from it, and decides that this is his chance to attack. The young man strikes and cuts off both heads of the monster. They fly to the sides, opening their mouths. The guy also cuts the tail, which scatters into pieces. The protagonist's gaze becomes calm and firm. Mu Yingyu, stunned, watches this with her eyes wide open and her hands covering her mouth. Zuofan stands opposite her and holds a sword with one hand and wipes his face with the other. At the guy's feet lies the corpse of a monsterator. The young man calmly tells the pink-haired girl that it's time to go. Information appears on the table that the owner killed an E-level mutant, and 3 attribute points were received. He reads this carefully and in surprise. The main character notices that he received 3 points and concludes that he defeated a monster of a level higher than his own. Suddenly, 2 red inscriptions appear on the table indicating that a mutated E-level beast core has been discovered. On the ground lies the corpse of a mutant, part of whose skin has been removed. The monster-gator's limbs are severed, as are its tail and heads. Zuofan moves forward along the destroyed bridge, holding Mu Yingyu on his back. He looks concentrated, and a blush appears on the girl's face, and she notes that the exit from the lair is close. The guys jump off a sand slide. The terribly embarrassed pink-haired girl screams because she is leaning against the boy's back. He looks forward nervously, and a blush appears on his cheeks. A satisfied guy thinks about this feeling. The embarrassed guys move forward further, and Mu Yingyu hits the guy's head with his fist. The girl awkwardly looks away and thanks the main character, explaining that without him she would have died there. Zuofan, bleeding from his nose, turns around and says that there is no need for gratitude because he already saved her. The guy adds that they risked their lives together, so constant gratitude seems to distance them. She looks pitifully to the side and presses her head into her shoulders, wondering why the young man still addresses her on a first-name basis. The main character replies that he can approach her on your own. Mu Yingyu closes his eyes contentedly and smiles. Zuofan has the same joyful and carefree expression. Suddenly, his appearance becomes wary and frightened. The guy quickly jumps back as many arrows hit the ground. 2 men in suits and Mugi approach the guys, who asks who it is here. On a low formation there are 2 more men in the same clothes. The pink-haired man holds a gun in his hand and, smiling, notes that the fact that Mu Yingyu and the whipping boy ran away is a surprise. The guy exclaims that he called a couple of people to their rescue. The main character frowns and says that these people reek of meanness. Muji's cunning gaze turns to the guys when he argues that Mu Yingyu is not in vain considered the first genius of the Mu family, since she was able to break through the pack of animals to the outside with serious wounds. The pink-haired one explains that Uncle Han who understands her abilities very well, which is why he ordered him to bring the team and block the exit. Mu Yingyu looks at her brother sternly and declares that when she returns home, she will settle scores with them all. He puts his hands out to the sides and notes that the girl is very naive. Mu Yi asks her to look around and asks if she really thinks she can come back alive. The pink-haired one exclaims that in truth, he has been eyeing her for a long time. The men in suits standing behind smile because Mu Yi asks the girl if she wants to let his comrades have fun with her before she dies. The young man's expression becomes contemptuous and, pointing his hand forward, he shouts at the people to attack. Muji says that whoever kills Zuofan first will be the first after him to have fun with Mu Yingyu. The men are holding weapons in their hands and are about to run to attack. The one holding the axe exclaims that this sounds interesting and asks his friend to get out of the way because the main character is his. The second man, holding a sword in his hand, states that they will see who is faster. Zuofan's eyes glow purple. A smile appears on the young man's face as he clutches the sword in his hand and tells Muji that he still doesn't understand who is the rat and who is the cat. The main character strikes, slitting one of the men's throats. The shocked pink-haired Mu family member stands ready and wonders how Zuofan did this in an instant. The black-haired man's stern gaze turns to Mu Yi, and he invites the guy to settle scores for past affairs. The main character takes Mu Yingyu off his back and lowers him to the ground. The young man asks her to wait here a little while he quickly deals with the enemy. She briefly agrees, embarrassed. Pink hair and the rest of the men look at Zuofan in alarm and surprise. One of them asks how this is possible, because Mu Lai and Mu Kai were fighters of the initial category. The second man wonders if the guy's strength should be at the level of a reserve fighter. Muji thinks about the fact that he used the meteor sword, and his intelligence attribute corresponds to the level of a mid-category fighter. The people's faces become enraged, and with a frown, Muji exclaims that it's all about the sword, and he shouldn't get too close and shoot them. The guy assumes that the tiny rat has rebelled. He stands and looks calmly in front of him, head down. An inscription appears on the table indicating that the perception skill is activated. Zuofan doesn't move, but arrows fly at him. The guy makes several swings with his sword and deftly cuts all the arrows. The blue light turns into a spiral and flies towards the men. The impact cuts the necks of screaming people. The blows also land on the men standing in formation. Muji looks ahead with contempt and alarm. The main character approaches him and, smiling, informs him that now it is his turn. He opens his eyes wide with fear, and sweat flows down the guy's face. Zuofan puts his hand on the shoulder of a guy who is thinking about how he doesn't want to die. Gritting his teeth and warily looking ahead, the pink-haired one runs away with the thought that he needs to get away. The black-haired man calmly looks at him and notes that he runs fast. Black flashes appear near Muji, whose face shows horror. The main character says that running fast will not help the young man. A black beam passes through the hand of the pink-haired man, whose eyes are closed, and cuts off his hand. Muji stops and looks up in pain, dumbfounded, while Zuo-fan approaches him. The Mu family member's eyes show fear and hatred when he is about to say something. Suddenly, Muji falls to his knees and bows before his opponent, apologizing to him, begging for mercy and promising that he will give whatever he wants. He smirks and tells the pink-haired one to swear on his life, and then maybe he will let him go. Muji clenches his teeth and looks at the arrow stuck in the ground, realizing that there is still a chance. Suddenly, the guy grabs her and screams for the cannon fodder to die. Muji launches it, however, the main character strikes, cutting the arrow. The pink-haired man falls to the ground dead. The sky on this day is clear and clouds are floating across it. Zuo-fan puts the embarrassed girl on his back again and, smiling, notes that they have finally gotten out. She agrees and reports that a rescue team from her family is about to arrive. A large yellow car is approaching the guys, kicking up dust underneath it. A man in light clothes gets out of the transport, with men in suits standing around him, and greets the lady. An older man with blue hair, a mustache and a small beard, wearing a beige suit is Muan, the majordomo of the House of Mu. He exclaims that it is very good that she returned safely. She looks at the main character and gives him a piece of paper explaining that this is her contact information. Mu Yingyu asks him not to forget to look for her when he is in Jinhai. The young man replies that the girl has no doubt, because as soon as she gets there, she will definitely deal cruelly with that dog. Muan watches this conversation in surprise. Mu Yingyu is interested in what he called a dog. Zuo-fan laughs in response. The majordomo, whose expression is serious, frowns and assumes that the lady gave the boy her sword. Mu Yingyu gets into the car and, looking out of the window, shouts to his friend, who waves his hand, not to forget to look for her. Muan, sitting behind the wheel, turns to the pink-haired girl and looks at her sternly. The man exclaims that this boy is the son of a traitor to the motherland, and he is not worth it. Mu Yingyu looks down awkwardly, a blush visible on her cheeks. The girl is interested in what Muan is talking about. She exclaims that they are just teammates and risk their lives together. The majordomo looks down, puzzled and upset, realizing that the lady is simple-minded and the boy fooled her. Muan mentally asks not to blame him for the subsequent discourtesy. A blonde man in a white suit stands near the lying corpses. Muhan, who cries and, looking doomedly at his dead nephew, notes in a trembling voice that he is late. The man in the suit standing behind hears information in his earpiece that Muan took Mu Yingyu and Zuo-fan, and they were probably the ones who killed Mr. G. Muhan, who sits down on the ground, takes the pink-haired man in his arms and, raising his head, angrily exclaims that he will never forgive the guys who killed him. An airplane flies over the Jiangbei prison building. The full moon is shining in the sky, and a vehicle lands on the roof of a building. The door opens and the man's foot steps onto the extended step. This is a strong man in a blue and white suit, with a cap on his head and blue hair. Behind him is a girl in a suit of the same color with blue hair tied in a ponytail and glasses on her nose. The man looks to the side and asks if Jiangbei prison is here. They assume that the criminals here are treated well. On both sides of the people who came out are men in uniform who salute. The same man who asks the commander to allow him to report is standing in front of the guests. He reports that their prison places a strong emphasis on individual rights and criminals must be treated appropriately. The blue-haired man frowns and, with a furious look, wonders whether there are equally good conditions in the traitor's cage. He replies that the conditions in the cell of the traitor Zuo Hui are the worst in the entire prison. The protagonist's father sits on the bed in his cell. Suddenly, he hears ringing sounds. The man looks to the side and hears a voice that tells him that they have not seen each other for a long time. Zuo Hui's gaze becomes shocked and frightened. The man asks if it is him. The broadly smiling commander and his partner enter the cell. The man asks this evening to allow him, an old acquaintance, to take Zuo Hui to a better place. The taxi quickly drives up to the prison gates. The driver tells the guy that they have arrived. He happily thanks him. Zuo-fan holds a sword in his hand and approaches the entrance, thinking that today his father will definitely tell him the whole truth. The protagonist is quite aware that he now has the power to help him get the charges dropped. He raises his head up and peers thoughtfully. His expression becomes surprised as the guy wonders what it is. A huge strange device flies over the city, emitting blue light. This is China's air prison, which houses the most notorious criminals. This prison is equipped with different elements. Not a single criminal came out of it alive. Zuo-fan opens his eyes wide at this as a bead of sweat rolls down his face. The main character asks the question of why there is an air prison here. Suddenly, a not very pleasant thought comes into his head. The young man takes off and quickly runs to the entrance, calling his father. There are people in uniform and with weapons standing in 2 rows on the roof of the prison. Between them, the commander and the girl are approaching the plane, followed by Zuo Hui in orange suit. Zuo-fan quickly runs up the stairs, going up. The guy in the cap and other people are running after him. He shouts to stop. Suddenly, the door opens and the silhouette of the main character is visible there. The young man, calling for his father, appears on the roof of the prison and everyone looks at him. Zuo Hui's expression becomes shocked. The commander and the girl, in amazement and dissatisfaction, direct their stern glances at the guy who has appeared. He angrily pushes away all the workers and shouts to get out. The blue-haired man begins to smile and assumes that this is Zuo Hui's worthless son. Laughing, the man exclaims that this is amusing. The convicted man does not answer. Zuo Fan quickly runs past the workers, striking them and rushing towards his father. The main character realizes that not a single criminal has ever come out of an air prison alive, so his father cannot be allowed to end up there. The guy quickly runs forward, holding a weapon in his hand, and firmly decides that he will find out the truth and drop the charges. The young man looks to the side, noticing something there. His eyes widen in horror because Zuo Fan understands that the speed is very high and he will not have time to reflect. An inscription appears on the table indicating that perception is activated. A girl with glasses appears in front of the main character, whose hand he manages to intercept. She looks attentively at the young man and cannot believe that he blocked her shout-out. Suddenly, the girl's hand breaks away. Looking sternly at the guy, she takes a fighting stance with her hands out in front of her. The girl exclaims to him to step back. Zuo Fan, burning with hatred, shouts to leave and explains that he only wants to say goodbye to his father. She angrily strikes, however, the young man dodges. The girl attacks again, but the tense protagonist, who realizes that she is strong, defends himself by holding a weapon in front of him. The blue-haired girl looks at him carefully and is indignant that Zuo Fan blocked him again, and this time it was definitely not by chance. The girl quickly continues to strike, and the young man defends himself, thinking that this woman is frightening because her strength and speed are much superior to him. The guy wonders if it is possible that she is a fighter of the highest category. The main character frowns, realizing that if he did not have the skill of perception, he would not have predicted her movements. The stunned commander puts his hand on Zuo Hui's shoulder and asks if this guy is really his son. The man notes that they are both very good at hiding their real skills. The convict watches this in astonishment and mentally asks his son how he did it. The guy's fight continues, and the girl raises her hand. Wary Zuo Fan holds his bruised hands in front of him and thinks that this won't work, and he needs to activate the sword's response. The blue-haired girl quickly runs towards him. The young man swings his sword and exclaims that if she values her hands, then she should retreat immediately. A fierce battle takes place on the roof of the prison building. The commander and the convict watch this, however, a huge cloud of dust appears in front of them. The blue-haired girl puts her hands forward, dressed in blue gloves with orange stones. Her focused opponent holds his sword out in front of him. The guy squeezes it in his hand. The stone on the sword splits into fragments that fly in the air nearby. The commander claps his hands and remarks that it is very good to have such power at such a young age, and it is a shame that Zuo Fan is the son of a traitor. The man declares that, taking into account the efforts, he will give them a minute to say goodbye. The air prison floats in the air. The main character approaches his father. A wide smile appears on his face when he assumes that his son has become strong. The man exclaims that the guy is already quite an adult. He bites his lip and looks at his father with great regret. Tears flow from Zuo Fan's upset eyes. The man's expression turns serious as he reveals that he can finally tell. Zuo Hui reports that he did not betray his homeland. He puts his hand on his son's shoulder and tells him to go to the Jining City military base, and the evidence is in a safe in the restricted area. Zuo Hui is about to tell him the password. The main character looks clearly ahead in fear. The helicopter flies under the air prison. Zuo Fan watches the prison fly away. It's a clear day in Zhongbei. Sounds are coming from the apartment of the white and yellow house. There, the main character is sleeping in the bed, and the alarm clock standing next to him, which shows 8 in the morning, rings and tries to wake him up. Zuo Fan frowns and is not going to open his eyes, exclaiming displeasedly that it is noisy. The angry guy turns over on his side, with his back to the alarm clock. Looking furious, he stands up and punches the alarm clock as hard as he can, shattering it. The young man repeats that he is noisy and wonders if he can at least get some decent sleep. Suddenly, the main character's face becomes confused. Zuo Fan kneels on the bed and holds the remains of the alarm clock in his hands. The guy cries and apologizes to the alarm clock, explaining that he only reached medium category strength a couple of days ago and has not yet learned to control it, so he can't be blamed. The door to the bathroom, where there is a glass with a toothbrush and toothpaste next to the sink, is open. The young man comes to the window and stretches, standing in front of it. The table states that Zuo Fan is in excellent condition. He is a meteorite fighter of the middle category. His intelligence is 41, his strength is 45, his health is 40, and his agility is 50. The number of points available for distribution is 3. The main character rests his hands on his hips and looks to the side, puzzled, wondering why he set the alarm clock yesterday. The guy turns around and looks in surprise at the phone lying on the bed. The gadget's screen shows that someone is calling him. Zuofan picks up the phone, but immediately removes the speaker ear in irritation. This happens because Uncle Gao angrily wonders where he is and exclaims that the things are already packed, so he needs to go there and get them. The young man quickly puts on his jacket and, smiling, says that he is already leaving and will be there soon. Having collected himself, the guy slams the door and runs forward, holding the phone in front of him. Zuofan tells the man to take his time, and if he is hungry, to order his favorite cola for fat couch potatoes at his expense. From a multi-story building comes a question about what the young man called him. The manager states that the main character may not even think that he will receive the things he asked for because he has already thrown them into the trash. He asks to stop and admits that he was wrong, sarcastically calling Uncle Gao wise, valiant, beautiful, and stern. Zuofan stands in the manager's office in front of his desk, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. The young man apologizes for being late, explaining that he had to help the aliens cross the road, so she was delayed. Uncle Gao notes that this is an unusual excuse. The man drinks cola from a straw and, frowning, reflects on the fact that he has not seen the guy for a couple of days, and suddenly from a reserve fighter he became a middle category fighter. The manager suggests that the main character was hiding his strength. Uncle Gao decides that everyone has secrets, and now Zuofan looks a lot like his father. He smiles and says that, as expected, the man cannot be fooled. Lowering his head, the manager puts a large yellow bag on the table and says that these are the guy's things. Uncle Gao explains that here are all the documents that will be useful to get to Jinning. The man hands the young man a card with a symbol and an inscription stating that he is an elementary category fighter. The manager asks to take this certificate of a fighter of the primary category, and adds that according to the rules, the main character will be able to apply for certification in the secondary category only after 3 months. Uncle Gao closes his eyes and, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, says that Jinning is not a small city like Jiangbei. Their military base is strictly guarded, so getting there will not be easy. The manager advises not to lose vigilance and says that he cannot help anymore. Zuofan smiles and warmly thanks Uncle Gao for taking care of him all these years. A satisfied smile appears on the mustachioed man's face. He stands with his back to the guy and asks him not to delude himself, because the protagonist's father helped him in his youth, so he paid Zuofan the same. The guy quickly bows and promises that as soon as he finishes his business, he will immediately return to visit Uncle Gao. With a joyful expression on his face, turning his head slightly towards the manager, he exclaims that he's off. The man looks into the distance and indulges in memories of little Zuofan, who asked for a task to earn money. Uncle Gao also remembers him as a teenager, showing him his new equipment. The manager remembers how the wounded young man held one hand on his shoulder with the other and said that it was just a scratch and he would not die there. The guy stated that he made a great contribution to the mission and is already an experienced intelligence officer. Uncle Gao's head is filled with thoughts of the main character who addressed him. The man mentally tells him to definitely come back. Zuofan walks past tall glass buildings. He holds a piece of paper in his hands and, looking at it contentedly, notes that Uncle Gao even booked a ticket and departure is in 5 days. The guy notes that this leaves him enough time to prepare. The young man decides to go to the trading center and transfuse the sword with 2 Monster Gator cores. The protagonist's expression becomes serious and he frowns, thinking that the Jinning military base is full of high-class masters, and with his current strength, he can't handle them so easily, so he needs to become stronger as soon as possible. Zuofan understands that in addition to refining the sword, it is worth honing mid-class techniques. The guy moves forward and turns his head, noticing something. At this time, he thinks that there are many caves with monsters in Jinning, and it would be just the right time to take a quest and hunt E-class beasts to get attribute points. The young man looks at the screen of his phone, which shows that Lai Wai is calling him from Jiangbei City. The main character picks up and puts the phone to his ear. Smiling, he wonders why Lai Wai remembered him so suddenly. Then, the guy falls silent, hearing the answer. The young man asks where Zuofan has been all this time and states that he called many times. He asks if there is free time and suggests meeting in the evening. Lai Wai reports that only he, the main character, and their friend Lu Jia will be there. With a happy expression on his face, Zuofan agrees and says that they will see each other at their place. The guy says that he will treat them since he just earned money. Lai Wai is an ordinary person. The guy has blonde hair and eyes, and his thin body is wearing a red sweater and jeans. The main character smiles and closes his eyes, walking forward. He decides to go to the shopping center since it's still early. The young man approaches the green train. Having sat down, he puts his bag next to him and looks out the window. Lai Wai is his only friend left after the incident with his father. The little blonde stood in front of the main character, clenching his fists, and angrily shouted not to hurt the boy. A joyful Lai Wai held a plate of food in front of his friend and explained what you had secretly grabbed, and it was very tasty. The blonde also held the keys in his hand and said that he would rent an apartment for Zuo Fan in his name since he has an unusual position. The black-haired man's gaze becomes stern when he realizes that he has to leave in 5 days. The young man gets out of the car and moves forward when he hears a voice asking passengers to leave the car at the Jiangbei Trade Center station. People are walking near the glass building, the center of trade. The main character's gaze darts down when 2 men in gear walk past him. The guy looks forward and thinks that these are 2 fighters of the initial categories. Zuo Fan concludes that perception can also determine the strength of the enemy, and this is a very useful skill. The young man remembers the blue-haired girl with glasses and reflects that when he encountered her, he could not know the limits of her capabilities. The main character assumes that the reason is that his level was lower. The guy looks at those 2 fighters, next to whom there are beautiful women. In today's society, the status of a fighter is increasingly valued, and recent data shows that they are more often than others chosen as life partners. A gathering of scary monsters is approaching the city. This happens because if the chosen one is a fighter, then during an attack by monsters you can feel safe. Zuo Fan approaches the entrance to the shopping center. Upon entering, he notices many people, some of whom are walking around the room, others are sitting, and some are already leaving. The young man realizes that there are many people in the center and decides to first sell the materials collected from the fish lizards. Meanwhile, sunlight leaks into the guy's apartment. There are various items on display, for example, light armor, the price of which is 77,777,777. Nearby is fire armor, the price of which is 7 million. Also in the wall there are cells in which the cores of animals are located. The Yellowstone, an E-level beast core, is worth 3,500,000. And the price of the red stone, the core of an F-tier beast, is 1,600,000. Near the entrance to the room there is a sign that says that this is a workshop. Sounds are coming from there. Zuo Fan looks at the core cells and thinks that an E-tier core costs a couple of million, which means a Monsterator core will cost 10 million or more. The main character realizes that, however, there is no demand, and if he could sell his core, he would become a rich man. With a frustrated expression on his face, the guy turns around and realizes that he will spend the money on a transfusion instead. The young man takes out a card from a device that resembles an ATM. The screen says that the exchange has been completed and the fish lizard materials have been sold, and the total amount is 200,000 yuan. Zuo Fan reads this and regrets that he didn't bring more because then he would have earned 1 million. And a few meters away from him, opposite the man, there is a girl who asks if she can help him. The main character decides that he now has money for a good dinner with the guys. Noticing the girl, he turns around. This is Lu Jia, a beginner category fighter. She is dressed in a blue suit with a red bow, the girl's eyes are blue, and her brown hair is cut into a bob. Lu Jia explains that to get to the restroom, you need to go straight, then left, then right, and then left 3 more times. Zuo Fan's expression becomes shocked when he realizes that Lu Jia is a beginner category fighter. He remembers how she put her hand on Lai Wai's shoulder as he introduced them. The girl smiled and closed her eyes, saying that she was Lu Jia, and Lai Wai often talked about the main character, now they will be familiar. Zuo Fan reflects that he later learned that she accepted a job offer at the trading center, but he did not know that she was a meteorite fighter. The black-haired man closes his eyes and, with a slight smile, lowers his head. He suggests that Lu Jia knew about his situation and did not tell him so as not to upset him. The girl puts the phone to her ear and says that she will come over now. The main character quickly turns around and decides that he will say hello when they meet for dinner. A voice comes from the reception area of the foundry shop, apologizing to the young man. A smiling girl in a suit, her hair in a bun, stands in front of Zuo Fan. She explains that Jiangbei is a third-line city, and its best foundry is in the middle category. The girl says that in the case of a guy, a specialist of the highest category will be needed, so he should go to a bigger city. He looks at the weapon with regret and replies that he understands. The guy realizes that he will have to look into the center of Jinning. He leaves, and the worker bows and wishes a good journey. Her expression becomes dissatisfied and disdainful when the girl says that the newcomer came to ask for a weapon with an E-level core to be transfused and is an arrogant type. Another worker, a short-haired man, is interested in where the young man got such a valuable thing. Behind them, a few meters away, there is another girl. The worker replies that she is sure that he is just an errand boy because she saw his documents and he just passed the entry-level test. She notes that even an F-level monster would kill such a monster, and an E-level monster is not even worth talking about. The girl standing behind puts her fingers to her chin and asks if it is necessary to transfuse a weapon with an E-level beast core. Both workers turn to look at her and greet their mentor with alarm. The worker, who had previously refused the main character, runs to him and asks him to wait. He turns around and, with a joyful expression on his face, assumes that a foundry worker of the highest category has come to them from another city. The door to the reception room closes. There, Zuofan is sitting at the table, and the girl in the red cloak says that she heard that he needs to transfuse his weapon. The guy looks at her incredulously and is surprised that the girl is very young. This is a 20-year-old brunette, Junai, who is dressed in brown pants, a beige turtleneck, a red coat, and round red glasses hanging around her neck. The main character assumes that the foundry worker is so important that he sent an assistant to talk to him. Junai looks at him seriously and extends his hand, wondering if he has finally decided. The girl asks to let her evaluate the core. He closes his eyes and, frowning with displeasure, asks whether it is rude of the foundry worker not to be here in person since he wants to get down to business. Junai's face shows confusion. The girl is silent and looks at the young man in confusion. She looks away and shows him the card. Zuofan's expression becomes awkward and anxious when he sees the inscription on the card stating that she is a top-grade foundry worker. Stuttering, the young man nervously apologizes, thinking that the newcomers here are already 30, or even 40 years old, and she is already a foundry worker of the highest category, although she looks like his age. The brunette takes off her cloak a little and wonders if he will let her evaluate the core. Junai explains that if it turns out to be without flaws, then she will only ask to pay the cost of the raw materials and the transfusion itself will be free. The main character turns to the bag and, opening it, realizes that transfusion of the E-class weapon would cost 100,000 if you do not take into account the addition of the core. The guy concludes that the offer is very profitable. Zuofan opens the box with a beautiful core and places it on the table. It shows an image of a monstrosity. Junai's expression becomes astonished, and she exclaims that this is indeed E-level and it has been preserved perfectly. The brunette smiles and looks at the stone hanging above her hand. The girl argues that there is colossal energy hidden in him, because the monster died in a fierce battle and he was not killed on the sly or poisoned. Junai closes the box and calmly looks at the black-haired man, who is surprised that she understood so much from the core. The main character assumes that a foundry worker of the highest category is capable of this. The brunette puts the box on the table and says that she is more than satisfied with the state of the core and she will get to work. The girl's eyes sparkle red and she asks if she can ask the owner of the core to talk to her personally. Junai frowns and Zuofan awkwardly scratches the back of his head. The girl demandingly folds her arms over her chest. She calmly looks at the young man and asks if he agrees. He looks down and says that he's not lying, the mutant died at his hands. An awkward silence falls in the office. Suddenly, Junai starts laughing while holding her stomach. The girl asks again and assumes that the guy takes her for stupid. The brunette slams her hand on the table and says that she is not in the mood to tolerate his nonsense, so the owner should come. The protagonist's expression turns serious as he repeats that it was the truth. He adds that Junai is also young, but is already a top-category foundry worker, and therefore he does not see anything strange in the fact that he was able to kill an E-level monster. The girl's gaze becomes stern. She approaches the door, opening it, and tells him to follow her. Junai notes that he hopes that the young man's stubbornness will not leave him. In the foundry, the furnace is burning, there is various equipment, and two men are working on weapons. With the advent of the meteorite equipment, foundry began to flourish, and the status of the masters of this craft grew more and more. A red-hot sword lies on the anvil, and it is struck with a hammer. Then, the resulting mixture is poured into the mold. However, not everyone can be called a casting mentor, only those masters who are capable of making meteorite equipment. The mixture is poured into the mold and sizzles. Junai explains that if there are enough materials, then recasting the sword will be very simple. The hot mixture, which has taken shape, is compressed with tongs. Junai holds the weapon with tongs with one hand and swings the hammer with the other. The girl adds that when it is necessary to insert the core of an E-level beast, then this is a completely different conversation. The surprised protagonist watches her actions and understands that nothing less was expected from a foundry worker of the highest category, and the sword blade is almost ready. Breathing heavily, Junai holds the weapon with one hand and takes off his glasses with the other. She reports that the blade is ready, and the next stage will be the most important. Smiling, the girl turns to Zuofan, who waves his hand. Junai states that now is the time for the owner of the E-tier beast core to do his part. He asks not to worry because he can handle it. On the stone surface lies a sword that glows with blue light. The moment the core of the beast and the weapon merge, all the frantic energy contained in them will burst out. It will take a strong fighter who can immediately suppress it, and if it turns out to be the one who defeated the monster itself, then success is guaranteed. The guys stand in front of the sword, and Junai says that the energy contained in this mutated beast core is even stronger than that in the D-level core. She reports that if Zuofan cannot pacify her, she risks death. The brunette invites the young man to finish this performance and call his parents. The black-haired man closes his eyes and, with a slight smile, replies that he understands everything and asks to continue. Junai seriously looks at the core that shines above her hand and thinks that this boy is obstinate, and mentally asks him not to regret it later. The girl points the yellow cannonball towards the sword. It locks onto the weapon, randomly flashing gold. The guys stand opposite, watching the yellow light coming from the sword. A scream is heard, which indicates that the energy of the core has been released. The weapon is wrapped around a red light, which shoots upward and transforms into a monsterator. The frightened Junai furrows her eyebrows and shouts at the calm protagonist to suppress her immediately. The girl explains that you need to concentrate your willpower and physical strength, then imagine a fight scene with a monster. Zuofan looks up sternly and extends his hand forward. A bright yellow light appears around the mutant. The silhouette shrinks and turns into a light skein. The main character points his hand forward and the red light dissipates. The sword hits the stone surface, and the satisfied young man reports that it is ready. Junai, looking confused, picks up the phone and is surprised that the guy did it so quickly. She deduces that he was indeed the one who killed the monster. The yellow core on the sword emits a bright light, and the weapon itself glows blue. Only a true killer can make the remaining monster's soul and the core feel fear to instantly subdue it. With another person, no matter how strong, the remainder of the soul would continue to violently resist. With his hands in his pockets, Junai looks at Zuofan, who examines the sword and touches it. The girl reflects that the guy's strength far exceeds the level of the initial category indicated in the document. She wonders if it is possible to reach the average category when he is not even 18 years old, although he is even stronger. Suddenly, the surprised protagonist turns his head as he hears a question about whether his name is Zuofan. Junai bows and, closing her eyes, apologizes for her manners, because she should not have doubted his strength based on his age. The young man awkwardly scratches the back of his head and replies that everything is fine, because at first he also did not believe in the fair-haired girl's skill. Smiling, he points to the sword and suggests that the transfusion has already been completed. She gestures with her hand and confirms what was said. The main character looks with interest at the glowing sword and realizes that he senses two mysterious forces emanating from it. Zuofan suggests that in addition to becoming stronger, the blade itself has become much lighter. Information appears on the table that the transfusion of the meteorite sword is activated. Its weight is 25 kilograms. It says that the feature is to increase the owner's strength and agility by 40 points, the additional property is sharpness, and the new property is E-class trample. The surprised young man reads the information and is surprised that two properties were simultaneously strengthened. Zuofan is happy that the sword has become much stronger after the transfusion and realizes that he can't wait to try it out. Junai turns to the guy and asks to call her older sister since they now know each other and she is older than him. He frowns with displeasure and mentally disagrees, because he is only one category weaker. The girl closes her eyes, smiles and puts her index finger up with the words that if he agrees, he will receive a 30% discount on the conversion of all meteorite equipment. He smiles joyfully, forgetting what he thought before, and calls Junai little sister. The fair-haired girl puts her hands on her hips and laughs, exclaiming that she has a good brother. Junai thinks that the guy is talented, and no one knows what he will become in the future. She realizes that if Zuofan gives her various rare valuable cores to practice, she will soon become a casting guru. Junai waves his hand and something flies towards the main character. The girl reports that this is a normal reason to call her sister. The guy has a VIP card in his hand. Explains that since she is a master of the highest category, she has 3 black VIP cards and 1 will go to him. Junai adds that with her help, he will be given favorable benefits in all trade centers of the country. The girl leaves and, turning around, waves her hand. She says that they are saying goodbye since she still has things to do. Zuofan looks contentedly at the card and thinks that it's not in vain that he got an older sister, because the VIP card provides all sorts of privileges. The young man holds a sword in his hand and looks at it, thinking that this is just in time, because he needs to test the sword and the local testing area is popular, so there are many people who want to go there. The main character realizes that he won't have to stand in line with the card. The guy exclaims that the sword is probably hungry for battle. There are a lot of people walking around the entrance to the weapons testing site. There is a sign above the brown doors that says so. With the advent of the meteorite warriors, ranged trainers also appeared. People call them meteorite trainers. People of different body types stand in the gym. The trainer's job is to train the meteorite warriors. The salary here is high, so the place is tasty. To become such a trainer, you need to become a strong meteorite warrior and also own a weapon of at least F rank. A man in a white shirt holds a spear with a red stone in his hands and stands behind a guy in a green jacket. He says that every day he fights with warriors who have F-rank weapons with a bad core, and it is very boring. The guy in the green jacket asks him not to make himself a hero, and assumes that his spear will break from the first blow of an E-rank weapon. A yellow core sparkles on the blue weapon. The guy notes that if they actually meet someone with an E-rank weapon, they will let the best trainer, Brother Tang, fight him. A strong man in a black t-shirt and dark green pants sits on a chair and puts on gloves, and next to him stands an axe. A man approaches him and tells him that a client has arrived with a black card, so only he can accept him. Tan looks at the piece of paper on which it is written about training the E-rank meteor weapon with a mutant monster core. The man is very surprised by this. He grins and, frowning a little, exclaims that this is very interesting. The entrance to the hall is fenced off with black and yellow tape. People walking around ask why entry is limited. Someone replies that they heard that some strong man came there to test weapons. The main character stands in the middle of an empty hall and realizes that the black card is very convenient. Zuofan clutches the sword in his hand and, looking at it contentedly, reflects that, although remade, this is still the core of an E-rank monster, but due to the fact that it belonged to a mutant monster, it is not inferior to the D rank. The guy thinks about who his coach should be. Suddenly, he turns around and realizes that it is the advanced warrior Meteoric. Tang approaches the main character with an axe in his hand and a smiling Junai. The man looks closely at Zuofan and is surprised that he is so young and already owns the core of a mutated monster. Tang goes forward and says that the sword is good, but it is of no use if he cannot use it to its fullest. The man asks not to cry when he beats the black-haired man. He looks at the young man seriously and explains that he is the trainer and advanced warrior Meteor, Jia Tang. He says that if he is ready, he can begin. The guys move a few meters away from each other and stand. The main character frowns and, looking sternly at the trainer, realizes that he is quite famous in Jiangbei City because 3 years ago there was a wave of monsters, and he killed more than 100 E-rank monsters when he was a mid-category meteor warrior. The guy remembers the blue-haired girl and realizes that Jia Tan's aura is no weaker than hers. The young man thinks that there is a big gap between him and the advanced warrior Meteor, but the remade sword overcomes it. Information appears on the table that Zuofan is an average fighter, his intelligence is 41 points, his strength is 42, his agility is 50, and his health is 45. He also has 3 points available for distribution. The main character pulls out his sword and decides that he wants to check. The table also says that the reforged sword Meteorite weighs 25 kilograms. The attributes are a bonus to the user's stats, 40 strength and agility. An additional attribute is increased reaction. A new attribute is E-rank penetration. Zuofan clutches the weapon in his hand, and from the cores emit yellow flashes. 40 units are added to the indicators of agility and strength. The young man wonders how big the difference is between him and an advanced warrior. Seriously looking in front of him, the guy jumps and realizes that Jia Tang is using a heavy two-handed axe, which means strength. Increased, decreased agility. The main character concludes that he must be superior to many advanced warriors, since his agility is now 90, and he has an advantage. Zuofan swings his sword and puts it forward. Jia Tang maintains a calm expression, however, he is surprised that the young man acts so quickly. The trainer spins his axe in his hand. In this way he defends himself from the guy's attacks. He looks at the man with displeasure and thinks that he is using the axe with one hand, spinning it and creating a whirlwind due to lack of speed. An inscription appears on the table indicating that the overthrow has been activated. The main character rushes to Jia Tang and decides that this is his chance because the coach made a mistake. The man looks at the young man who is approaching him and exclaims that this is very naive. Jia Tang raises the hand in which he holds the axe up and puts the other one forward and creates a fiery whirlwind. His young opponent leaps away, flipping, and lands. With a dissatisfied face, the guy is in a fighting stance, thinking that the trainer is so strong that he could barely withstand one blow. Zuofan suggests that the axe increases Jia Tang's strength so much. The young man's gaze becomes alarmed when he realizes that if it weren't for his 40 additional speed points, he would already be flying away from here. Junai stands above and watches the battle, realizing that Jia Tang was a genius recruited by the mercenary headquarters. The girl wonders if younger brother Fan can defeat him, decides that her guesses are correct. The trainer smiles and points his axe forward, informing his opponent that this is a weapons testing area, not a sparring zone, so you need to give it your all. Jia Tang advises him to use all the power of the sword, otherwise he will not receive bonuses. The axe core trainers begin to emit golden light and flashes. The flame curls and fills the space around. The main character looks at the man and is surprised at such a radius. He assumes that only long-range weapons have this and that this is such an attribute. Zuofan clutches his sword in his hand, which emits blue light, and decides that against such a fighter he needs all the power of the sword. The weapon emits even more blue light, and the young man's appearance is stern. The guy, with an indifferent expression on his face, rushes forward. The guy's powers collide, representing orange and blue light. The main character clenches his teeth from tension and realizes that the trainer's attacks are too heavy and he won't be able to withstand it. A message appears on the table stating that the newly acquired attribute, E-rank penetration, has been activated. Between the guy's attacks, a bright flash is visible. Jia Tang turns his gaze to the side as he notices that he was injured in the shoulder by the guy's blow. A fiery whirlwind rises up and lifts stones, throwing them to the sides. Zuo Fan quickly steps back and stops with his hand on the ground. The trainer stands with his legs spread wide as the floor around him is destroyed. Jia Tang looks at his hand in amazement and wonders why he used his E-rank combat skill. The man also thinks about this sword. The door to the weapons testing site slams shut and a man comes out. Someone shouts to look, because it's already open. Someone notes that Jia Tang is out. A nervous man in a dark suit and brown hair approaches him and tells him that they saw the entire fight through a monitor. He is silent and looks forward seriously. The brunette states that this guy was just lucky that he was able to block his attack thanks to the meteor sword with the core of an E-rank mutant monster. He is surprised at such a valuable weapon for the novice warrior. Jia Tang's gaze is stern and displeased when there is a cry calling the guy an uneducated suck-up. The coach moves forward, but the man in the suit remains standing awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Jia Tang thinks that the weapon is good in itself, but in order to reveal its strength and properties, the owner must be appropriate, and besides, this is the core of an E-rank mutant monster. The coach is surprised at such great strength at this age. Suddenly, Jia Tang turns around, noticing something. The main character and Junai leave the hall together. The coach approaches the joyful guys and clarifies the name Zuo Fan. The man stands in front of the black-haired man and, gesturing with his hand, apologizes for accidentally using his combat skill. Jia Tang asks if he is injured and explains that if the guy is injured, he will pay all the medical bills. He smiles and scratches the back of his head in confusion. The main character replies that he is fine and also tells the trainer that he is very strong, so his arm hurts a little from blocking his blow, but overall everything is fine. The young man did not expect Jia Tang to be so friendly, because he originally looked quite menacing. The coach smiles and notes that he is pleased to hear, and also asks not to hesitate to contact if you have any questions. The man leaves, leaving him with Junai, and explains that the reason he is leaving is because he has a couple of things to do. Jia Tang turns to the main character and reports that his sword is extremely powerful, but his wielding skills are crude. The trainer advises him to train his E-rank skills to master the sword. Zuo Fan watches the man leave and thanks him for his advice. Junai smiles and asks if the guy would like dinner. She also wonders if he came up with a name for the sword. The girl explains that he can register it with the employee and leave it as a mark of his stay here. The young man raises the weapon and, looking at it joyfully, notes that an outstanding sword needs an equally outstanding name. He states that the sword will be called Bonebreaker. There is a sign on the wall that says this is a seating area. Jia Tang is there, looking at his shoulder wound and realizing it was close. The man thinks that if Zuo Fan used the skill, he would lose his arm. The coach frowns and examines the wound with alarm. He assumes that the sword has 2 bonus characteristics, there is a second attribute, and decides that he is becoming jealous. The main character walks around the room and looks around, realizing that the standards in Jiangbei are low. The young man realizes that he has been walking here for quite a long time, but he has not found a single E-rank skill, especially for a sword. He decides that he will have to wait until he leaves for Jinning. Zuo Fan looks to the side where he notices a group of people. The guy thinks that it's almost time, and Lu Jie and Lai Wai should have come up. The worried people are chatting, and one of them asks how much this F-rank core costs. He adds that he will return the market price. The main character hears and his gaze is filled with horror when he remembers this voice. People crowd around 2 guys standing opposite 3 more. One person from a group of 3 guys asks if he thinks that they are beggars and don't have the money to buy an F-rank core. The guy states that they are meteorite warriors and they have a lot of money. This is a young man with red hair wearing a white and beige t-shirt. Standing next to him is a guy with bandaged hands, green hair and a light blue suit. Behind these guys is a much taller guy with his arms folded across his chest. He has a bandana tied around his head and is wearing gray pants, a brown t-shirt and a blue jacket. The young man with red hair says that this woman stole not a simple F-rank core from his brother, but it was obtained from a mutant monster. Opposite them are a blonde man, Lai Wai, and a girl with a bob, Lu Jia. The brunette frowns, and her wounded friend exclaims with displeasure that they are scammers, because just now the core was ordinary. A guy with green hair approaches the guys and states that the 3 of them risked their lives and got this core, and came here to make weapons from it. He points his finger at Lu Jia and shouts that she stole the core during the evaluation. Green-haired assumes that this is how Jiangbei treats visitors, and the cores are stolen. The expression on the brunette's face is dissatisfied, and she begins to shout that this is nonsense, because she has never seen his core. A tall guy with a bandana on his head puts his hands on the shoulder of one and the other friend. He reports that they do not want to spoil the center's reputation. The guy offers to let them examine the girl's body. If they don't find anything, they will apologize and leave. Lu Jia, who looks nervous, clenches his palms into fists and puts them out in front of him, and the guys approach and stretch their hands towards him. They say they're just going to look at the body and they're not going to tear off an arm or a leg. The enraged Lai Wai covers her friend with herself and forbids these scoundrels to lay a finger on her. The red-haired man grins and, raising his fist, exclaims that Lai Wai overestimates himself. He throws a punch and a red light appears around his hand. However, something blocks the path of his fist. The guy nervously looks up and asks what's going on. The main character appears in front of the blonde, who grabs his fist, stopping him. He notes that the redhead is overestimating himself. Zuo-fan throws the young man back so that he flips over and his face grimaces. The red-haired man falls to the ground with a crash as his frightened friends call out to him. The guy with green hair shouts that this worm injured his brother and wonders where he came from. Lu Jia and Lai Wai look at each other in surprise and realize that it is Little Fan. He looks sternly at the company of three guys and asks the question of how they, pigs, dare to mock his friends. The protagonist invites them to show their strength to him since they say they killed an F-rank monster with their powers. They look at him angrily and stretch their hands. The green-haired man shouts to regret that he dared to hurt his brother. A tall young man with a bandana declares that he will knock out all of Zuo-fan's teeth. The guys fly at him, raising their fists. The black-haired man realizes that these are two people who have just become aspiring meteorite warriors. He puts his hand forward and it emits a blue light, knocking the guys back. Everyone flies off and hits their backs against each other. People watch them fall to the floor and begin to leave. The green-haired man throws his friend's hand over his shoulder and shouts that the Jiangbei shopping center is mocking and deceiving its customers because they stole the core from them and even beat them. The young man realizes that he couldn't even see his attack and assumes that he is an advanced meteorite warrior. He decides that at such a young age this is impossible. Suddenly, the boys' faces become stunned and frightened as they hear a scream that orders them to shut up. This is Coach Tang, with many men in suits walking behind him. He approaches the main character and his friends. People are talking about how this is the head coach of the Meteorite Martial Arts Mall, Brother Tang. They wonder if such a petty quarrel really brought him here. Some also speculate that Jia Tang was sent to the guild headquarters after they became interested in him. The man approaches Zuo-fan and smiles, wondering what happened and if he can help. A company of three guys looks at this in confusion and surprise. While the green-haired man is begging for mercy, a fist smashes into his face. A tall young man in a bandana admits that they were wrong, but they hit him too. Jia Tang looks at the tablet, where the list of violations of the Jiangbei Meteor Warriors is located. And in front of the coach there is a fight in which men in suits beat up the guys. Jia Tang wonders if the three meteorite warriors dared to harass the employees of their center. In this tab on the tablet, photographs of these guys appear, and the coach notes that with one more offense they will receive prison gruel for the next 2 years. The man frowns, clenches his teeth and, pointing his gadget at the guys, says that they will let him enjoy one more round of beating before calling the police. Men in suits beat them with their feet, with different types of weapons, someone even swings a chair. They exclaim that this is wonderful. Jia Tang approaches the company of the protagonist and apologizes to Zuo-fan because they should not have allowed this to happen, and he replies that everything is fine. Lai Wai raises one eyebrow and thoughtfully scratches his chin, and Lu Jia opens his eyes wide in surprise and points his finger at his black-haired friend, asking if it's really him, because even a genius like Jia Tang treats him with respect. The blonde notes that he doesn't feel Zuo-fan in him either and assumes that it is his twin brother. The guys get into the red car, and the coach standing next to him waves his hand and tells the main character not to get lost. The car drives away, and Jia Tang looks after it and thinks that he did not think that he would meet such a genius as Zuo-fan before he left Jiangbei. The man decides that when he arrives at the headquarters of the Warriors Guild, he will definitely give a recommendation about him. There are plates with delicious food on the table. Lai Wai and Lu Jia are sitting in a restaurant opposite their friend. The blonde smiles and offers the main character a drink. They clink glasses and the contents spill a little. Lai Wai notes that they were lucky that the black-haired man was there, because otherwise Lu Jia would have gotten into trouble. Regret appears on the young man's face as he is about to say something to the blonde. The guy is thinking about how to explain his power and say that he hid it. He is afraid that this will ruin the relationship. Zuo-fan watches his friend drink alcohol and realizes that he also cannot tell about the God of War system. A little drunk, Lai Wai waves his hand and smiles, informing Zuo-fan that there is no need to explain anything. The blonde says that all these years it has been hard for the main character. A small, warm smile appears on his face as he thanks his friend for trusting him so much. The guys are sitting at the table and having a hearty conversation when Lai Wai tells his friend to call him Big Brother. He laughs, and the guys drink to their health. The blonde man and his girlfriend are leaving in a red car, and the main character is standing nearby and waving at them. Lai Wai asks him to come visit when he is free, and Lu Jia wishes him a successful journey. The main character watches the trail of the leaving car and mentally says goodbye to the guys. He moves in the opposite direction, securing the sword to his back. Near Jinning City there are high mountains with trees, the Ghost Rain Mountains. Birds fly over the sunlit mountains. All the monster lairs in Jinning are located inside the Ghost Rain Mountain. Ghost Rain Mountain contains the densest cluster in South China. There are some formations there and tanks are driving nearby. This place is the Ghost Rain military base. The guy stands on the roof of the building and looks ahead. Peering at what the binoculars show, he is surprised by something. The young man sees a military man who directs his gaze directly at him. Suddenly, Zuo-fan takes off and runs away. The main character walks down the street and thinks that, as expected from one of the most powerful military bases in the south, even a simple guard almost noticed him from such a great distance. He realizes that with his current strength, he shouldn't even think about getting in there because he'll be arrested before he even gets to the gate. With his hood over his head and his hands in his pockets, he looks around sternly, realizing that this is also a forbidden area, and compares it to draining the ocean with a bucket. An ordinary car is driving along the road, tanks are moving nearby. Jinning is much larger than Jiangbei, however, their main difference is not in size. From the game of Ghost Rain, where there are extremely many monsters, Jinning has become the most powerful city in the south. There is a high-rise building on the street. The Jinning mercenary staff is located in the center. Along the building there are people standing a few meters from each other, and those near the entrance are holding weapons in their hands. The strength of the guards outside the building is equal to the strength of the Meteorite warriors from the reserve. Silhouettes of people looking eerily somewhere can be seen behind a man in a suit whose face is hidden. On each floor of the building there is a squad consisting of novice warriors, and the captain of these squads are meteor warriors of the average category. Elite units are led by advanced warriors. They are stationed in important departments of the Jinning Mercenary Guild. Some departments are guarded even by people of the warlord level. Zuo-fan, like other people, move towards the entrance. He thinks that Jinning's forces are more than 10 times greater than Jiangbei's. The guy touches the card to the screen and realizes that the strength of one Jinning guild is enough to easily suppress the average wave of monsters. The young man enters a room where there are tables and a bar counter. The bartender is a girl with turquoise hair tied in a pigtail. The main character approaches her and calls out to Ryujai. She turns around and, smiling, joyfully exclaims that Zuo-fan has come. Ryujai's age is 23 and she is a mid-category meteor warrior. Looking at the guy, she pours a drink into a glass. The girl asks how he is doing and whether he has found a team to raid the monster's lair. Ryujai asks not to worry because he has just arrived in Jinning and will also receive a hunting task. She smiles and winks, pushing her glass towards the main character. The girl reports that a couple of units will be returning soon, which she knows, so she can recommend him. Zuo-fan takes the container with the drink and thanks his friend. He closes his eyes and drinks, thinking that with his strength he can easily find the team. However, his goal is to get to the Ghost Rain military base because he is here only for reconnaissance information. A young man sits at the bar, and people walk around the bar. The young man realizes that he has been here for more than 10 days, but has not learned anything useful. Suddenly, the speaker begins to vibrate and a voice is heard saying that there is an important announcement. All people, including the main character, turn around at this sound. The voice says that the military is inviting mercenaries and the Meteorite families to a joint operation. All visitors stare at the blue screen. There appears information about the Jinning joint operation, Ghost Rain. Zuo-fan understands that the reward is amazing, from hundreds of thousands to millions in cash, also skills from F to E ranks. The guy's expression becomes surprised when he thinks about the fact that the top 10 members of the operation will get the chance to work at the Ghost Rain base as a security consultant, as well as enter and exit the Ghost Rain mountain base. The silhouette of a man with a weapon is located on a green background with an army icon. The next silhouette of a man is located on a purple background with the sign of a mercenary association. 3 silhouettes are visible on a yellow background with the Meteor family icon. Monsters crawl through the mountains and trees, their eyes glowing red. After the night of Meteorite, the number of mutations in the world continued to grow, and with it the number of monsters. If there is no good management, there may be a wave due to the density of monsters in the Jinning lairs. In order to quickly suppress a bunch of monsters, the Army, Association, and Meteorite families regularly do a general hunt. All the people read the information on the screen, and someone exclaims that the reward this time is much more generous than in the past. He adds that the top 10 will be able to become security consultants at the Ghost Rain base. Someone is wondering if consultants can learn any D-rank combat skills at the base. Another person notes that in all the top 10s last time, advanced warriors became the best, but he was only average, so there's no point in even dreaming. The main character stands among other people, listening to them. Zuo-fan comes to the conclusion that one can freely enter and exit the restricted area of the base if one becomes a security consultant. The young man decides that this means that there will be opportunities to make contact with the safe he is looking for. A gambling smile appears on the guy's face and he thinks about the top 10. From the orange speaker that hangs on the green wall, a voice is heard telling the guild members who will participate to go up to the second floor to register. People approach the counters behind which the workers stand. The main character also stands in line and looks at the piece of paper in front of him. He is surprised that they will have to sign a contract for life and death. The guy realizes that this was to be expected, because this is a major operation and therefore it cannot be done without casualties. Ryujai stands near the wall, pointing his hand towards the hall, and next to her stands a short boy with orange hair. The boy is chewing something, and the girl's expression becomes dissatisfied because she concludes that Zuo-fan is involved in the operation. Ryujai notes that he is only a beginner category warrior and it is too dangerous. She smiles and fixes her gaze on the boy next to him, asking Pu-pan if he will be able to protect the main character when the operation begins. He turns around and exclaims that he doesn't want to. He is the son of the president of the Mercenary Association, Pu-hao, and the boy is 15 years old. Pu-pan is a mid-category warrior and his talent is innate divine power. He continues to chew his food and, frowning, asks why he should protect the guy. Pu-pan points out that if it were a girl, he would have done it. Ryujai smiles as he looks at the main character, and the redhead's expression is dumbfounded. Pu-pan asks if she cares about this handsome guy and asks her not to say that she is in love with him. The boy states that she said she would date him when he grew up. Red calls her a liar for going back on his words. She turns around, puts her finger to her chin and, smiling, replies that she does not renege on her words. Ryujai explains that Zuo-fan is very similar to her little brother who lives in her hometown. She wonders how he compares to Pu-pan. The girl promises that if he helps, she will force her sister to become his girlfriend when she comes to Jinning. Ryujai exclaims that her little sister is even more beautiful than her, and they are also the same age. Red smiles and happily replies that they have agreed. Pu-pan declares that he allows her to be interested in the main character, and also asks her not to forget to introduce him to her sister. She strokes the satisfied boy's head and agrees. Ryujai thinks that of course she lied and is the only child in the family. In the military subway of the Golden Ghost, people are standing near the train. It has an intimidating appearance and there are machine guns at the top. Zuo-fan is located there and, looking out the window, thinks that this is the subway that goes to the Mountain of Ghostly Rain. The main character realizes that the protection is many times better than usual. Purple flashes are coming from the walls in the subway. After the night of the meteorite, all intercity transport systems were destroyed, and within a few years only the railway was restored. Now all metro train tickets cost exorbitant amounts of money, and ordinary people cannot afford this. The corpses of monsters can be seen behind the sparkling wall. The reason why the ticket price is so high lies in the danger of the desert outside the cities. On the mountain under which the train travels there is a monster with sharp claws on its paws. The wilderness between Jinning and Ghost Rain Mountain is even 100 times more dangerous. Machine guns located on top of the train rush towards the monster. This is a creature whose body resembles that of a wolf, its ears are large, and wings grow from its back. The monster, standing on two legs, looks down with its glowing red eyes. This is a D-rank monster, an eagle-eyed fox. The creature winces and looks attentively at the train. It takes off and flies away. The main character looks out the window, his expression alarmed. Zuo-fan is surprised by the D-rank monster and suggests that it is too dangerous. The guy decides that it is not surprising that the operation requires all three powers. The train, with light visible in the windows, begins to slow down. A voice is heard announcing that the ghostly rain is arriving at the camp and you need to prepare to exit the carriages. People come out and line up in 3 rows. In the first place in the front row is a guy in a purple suit with lilac hair. This is Lai Hongwu, a member of the Lai family of Jinning City, and his age is 24 years old. He is an advanced warrior. In the first seat of the second row is Pu-pan, chewing food on a stick. A voice shouts to everyone to get ready. A man is watching what is happening from the window. This is a man in a green suit with blonde hair, Wei Chenchen, who is the head instructor of the Ghost Rain military base. The blonde turns his head slightly towards the older man and the man sitting behind him. Wei Chenchen tells President Pu and Chief Lai that the two of them have excellent heirs, and these two will definitely be among the top 10. A man in a gray suit, sitting on the sofa, smokes a cigar and notes that his son still lacks a lot. He says that on the other hand, in a few years, Lai Hongwu will become a warlord, and the best meteorite family will pass into Lai's hands. This person is Pu-hao, the president of the Mercenary Association. An old man in gray clothes and with very thick white eyebrows leans on a cane. It is Lai Zhang of Jinning, the patriarch of the Lai family, who says that this Lai Hongwu is missing something, and the son of President Pu-hao is a genius who has defied the heavens. Lai Zhang argues that the boy is only 15 years old, but he is already a warrior of the average category. The older man remarks that he also has innate divine power and is the envy of all men. Wei Chenchen looks into the distance and thinks that these are two foxes. In the forest, someone quickly rushes past the trees. This is the main character holding a sword in his hand. The main area of this operation is the outer area of the mountain. It consists of many monster layers that are mixed together. The strongest monsters here have reached D rank. If you kill an F rank monster, you can get 1 point, for an E rank monster you get 10 points, and for killing a D rank monster you can get that many points. Zuofan's gaze becomes attentive and stern when he thinks that he has 3 days, and in past operations, the best of the top 10 scored more than 500. The guy decides that if he wants to get into the top 10, he needs to score at least 600 points. The young man quickly runs towards the area where the constructions are located. He walks past dilapidated buildings and wonders why it is so quiet. The main character is surprised that there are not a single monster along the road. Suddenly, the guy's expression becomes concentrated and scared because he hears something. Zuofan strikes with fury, shattering the nearby ground. The young man curls his lips and looks ahead warily. Large spiders with sharp legs and green glowing eyes crawl out from behind the buildings. The guy assumes that these are stone spiders. They slide to the ground and approach the main character. Stone spiders are F-rank monsters common to the outer area of Ghost Rain Mountain. Zuofan is in a fighting stance, looking at the spiders that crawl out of the entrance to the room, as well as from the windows. Their webs and fangs are poisonous. The worst thing is that they live in packs. There can be 100 or even 1,000 in one nest. The young man leans his body forward, holding his sword at the ready, and assumes that this is an abandoned city, a lair of stone spiders. He grins and swings his weapon, deciding that he can get a lot of stats since this is a nest of F-tier monsters. One spider approaches the guy. They all rise, and towards this a blue spiral is formed. The main character quickly approaches the spider and deftly strikes. The young man destroys other spiders, and now their corpses lie on the ground without some body parts. Pools of green blood form under the spiders. Zuofan smiles and, looking at the victims, clenches one hand into a fist and holds a sword in the other. The guy understands that with his current strength, dealing with F-rank monsters is extremely easy. In this area there are buildings and a water tower, next to which there are dead spiders. Spiders have herd and territorial instincts, and as soon as they gather, they will begin to capture all organisms within the radius of their zone, which means that no other monsters will be found here. Zuofan sits down on one knee and examines the spider's corpse, thinking that this is the reason why he didn't encounter any monsters on the way there. The young man frowns and looks forward with displeasure, realizing that this spoils his original plan. The guy wanted to focus on killing E-rank monsters, which give a lot of operation points and stat points. And also the materials of E-rank monsters are very important, because by selling them, the main character will get rich. Zuofan reads the information on the table. It says his intelligence is 41, agility is 50, strength is 42, and health is 45. The main character also has 9 points available for distribution. The young man is indignant that he was given almost no points for killing a bunch of monsters. The guy looks forward, and many more spiders crawl out of the windows of the building. Zuofan smirks and, holding the sword in front of him, says that he is using everything to practice the maneuvering technique he recently learned. The black-haired man takes off, kicking up dust beneath him. The youth emits green light and moves from one place to another using an F-rank maneuvering technique. He quickly swings his sword and cuts the spiders. The guy realizes that it's too easy for him. A smile appears on the protagonist's face when he thinks that, despite the fact that the technique is only an initial rank, the spiders could not even touch him. Zuofan moves forward and looks around at the buildings. A table appears in front of the young man, to which he reaches out his hand. There he reads information that his skill is perception skill, his combat skill is willow steps. The guy looks forward thoughtfully, his hand in front of him. He thinks that willow steps are the best F-rank maneuvering technique in Jiangmei, but this skill is extremely difficult to develop. The young man realizes that he has been training for more than 10 days, but has barely reached the initial rank. The main character waves a pointer at the board, on which it is written that the development of combat skills can be divided into 4 stages: initial, mastered, mastered, perfect. Zuofan goes further and reflects that the joint operation only lasts 3 days, so there is no time to waste. The guy decides that he must quickly clear out the spider nest and go hunting for E-rank monsters. Some sounds are coming from the forest. People run ahead and note that they cannot keep up. Poo Pan hides behind a tree and looks in the direction where silhouettes of people can be seen. A scream is heard that tells him that he cannot be allowed to leave. Suddenly, drops of blood fall from the tree. A red-haired young man sits on a tree branch and breathes heavily, putting his hand to his chest. There is a wound on Poo Pan's knee from which a large amount of blood flows. The boy jumps to the ground and wonders who went against him. Dissatisfied, Poo Pan raises one leg and clenches his teeth in displeasure, reasoning that someone would set such a precise trap, so he is clearly very familiar with him with his habits. Red asks this man to just wait, because once he gets out, he won't leave. Poo Pan stands near a tree and looks at the area with buildings and a water tower. The young man asks where he is. The redhead walks forward, approaching the buildings. Suddenly, Poo Pan looks away, noticing something. The boy quickly turns around at the spiders crawling towards him and exclaims in shock that this is a nest of stone spiders. The redhead's facial expression is frightened and alarmed when he remembers that he also has a wounded leg. Poo Pan thinks about how he won't be able to fight hundreds of spiders at once, and if he also gets a couple of bites with poison, then he'll be finished. The redhead turns his head, closes his eyes and shields himself from his opponents with his hands. He shouts that he doesn't want to die because he hasn't tried all the Chinese delicacies yet. Suddenly, someone rushes from the side, cutting the spiders. A blue flash rushes forward, destroying all the spiders. Poo Pan lowers his hands and looks at all this with a confused smile. The main character turns his head a little at the young man and, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, is interested in what the child is doing during the operation and how he even received the approval of the military. The redhead looks closely at Zuo Fan and realizes that this is the handsome guy that Ryu Jai asked to look after. The guys enter a room in which Poo Pan sits down, leaning his back against the wall, and the black-haired one squats and puts his backpack on the floor. Red looks out the window excitedly and assumes that this guy has killed off all the spiders. Poo Pan can't believe that he is a beginner category fighter. The main character approaches the young man and says that his injury is not that serious, but he will not be able to continue the operation, so he should sit here and wait for the rescue team. Zuo Fan explains that he needs to go. The redhead's expression becomes dissatisfied and contemptuous when he asks about who the guy called a stupid fatty. Poo Pan says his name and assumes that he is scared. The black-haired man, with a surprised expression on his face, asks again and says that he has no idea who the boy is. The redhead closes one eye and furrows his brows, remembering that Ryu Jai said that this handsome guy has only been here for a month, and he probably hasn't heard of his great fame and status yet. Poo Pan decides that when his wounds heal, he will show the main character how strong he is. Zuo Fan is still standing opposite the sitting boy, who is thinking that now people are hunting him with the aim of killing him. If they find him now, then his father will not even see his ashes. Poo Pan realizes that he must force the black-haired man to protect him until his wounds heal. A smug smile appears on the redhead's face and he says that the maneuvering technique he showed earlier, Willow Steps, is garbage. He adds that this is a low-level skill and is also difficult to level up. Poo Pan reveals that he has an E-rank maneuvering technique, Willow Flower Flash, which is a very useful skill that is easy to develop. Red is interested in whether the main character needs this skill. He raises one eyebrow and, looking at the boy in disbelief, asks if this is true. He smiles and asks about this technique. Poo Pan extends his hand and confirms what was said, offering to make a deal. Red explains that he will protect him for 3 days of this operation, and as a reward he will give him flashes of willow flowers. Suddenly, Zuo Fan starts laughing and asks if the fat guy is bragging about his E-rank technique. He furrows his angry eyebrows and pushes his head forward, asking what he means by the word boast. Poo Pan states that he is the famous genius Jai and his father is Poo Hao. The boy yells at him to stop calling him fat because he's just a little fat. The main character folds his arms across his chest and, raising one eyebrow, wonders if this is really so. The guy remembers that, if his memory does not lie, then Poo Hao is the president of the Mercenary Association. The redhead's expression becomes serious and dissatisfied as he exclaims that of course it is, because who else would call him their father? Poo Pan explains that his dad is indeed Poo Hao. The young man also reports that while they are talking, those who tried to kill him are looking for them. The redhead raises his hand and a triangular blue chart appears from the bracelet. Poo Pan says that he can give him flashes of willow flowers first, and when the operation is over, give him even more. He wonders if the black-haired man will believe that. The main character raises his hand with the bracelet and looks at the boy with a smile on his face, realizing that this is very straightforward. The table in front of Zuo Fan says that the battle skill, E-rank Willow Flower Flash, has not been learned. The guy thinks that all he needs to do is get the formula, and the God of War system will display the combat skill itself. The black-haired man realizes that the rank of such skills is quite simple to assess. Poo Pan sits with his arms folded across his chest and smiles widely. The boy decides that this handsome man is probably in shock, because the E-rank maneuvering technique costs at least $1 million, but for him it is no more expensive than water. Zuo Fan smiles and, gesturing with his hand, explains that he agrees, and as soon as he clears the lair of the stone spiders, he will take the redhead deeper into the Ghost Rain Mountain, because it is much safer there. The main character extends his hand and says his name and that he is pleased to meet you. He returns the gesture, shaking the guy's hand. Poo Pan says that this is mutual, and the thought is spinning in his head that he has known his name for a long time. Suddenly, the glass window in the building breaks. Two plastic sticks with blades at the ends fly out from there. Zuofan calmly swings his sword and blade, trying to defend himself while the redhead runs away. The black-haired man raises his head, about to ask something. The blades of the weapon drag along the floor, cutting it. People in black and red outfits enter the room. The one in front wonders if young Master Pupan really thinks he can escape them with his injured leg. He looks out from behind a large box and says that they are the worms who ambushed him and chased him all the way here. The leader of their company asks whether it is easier to come to terms with his death. Because of Pupan, the main character must also die. The redhead holds a shield in his hand and turns his head to Zuofan, who looks at him sternly. Pupan explains that these are the three who tried to kill him. The boy says that he will hold them back, and the black-haired one needs to find a way to escape. The redhead calmly looks forward, holding a shield with a red stone in one hand and an axe in the other. Pupan says that, in truth, Ryujai asked him to look after Zuofan during this operation, but in the end everything turned out the other way around, and he is in danger. The boy apologizes and asks to tell everything to his father when he is saved, because he will take revenge. The main character looks away with displeasure and realizes that Ryujai asked the fat man for this. The leader of the trio raises his weapon and asks if he thinks he can escape. The man suggests that Pupan just die with this guy here. Red looks at them with contempt and wonders if they really think that he doesn't recognize them just because of their disguises. Pupan notes that he can smell the acrid smell of the Lai family's slaves from a mile away. The men in gear look at the boy in confusion and ask how he found out. The protagonist's gaze becomes dumbfounded when he thinks that the Lai family from Jinning sounds familiar. There is awareness and regret in the guy's eyes when he remembers something. People, including Lai Zhang, knelt before the protagonist's father and told Commander Zuo Hui that all of them, members of the Lai family, survived only because of him and would follow him for the rest of their lives. An old man with thick eyebrows looked at little Zuofan and said that, as expected from Zuo Hui's son, he was a very special child and would become the elite of their country. Lai Zhang told him that if he ever needed anything, he could always contact him. In court, this elderly man pointed at Zuo Hui, who was standing in handcuffs, and shouted that this was the criminal who betrayed the motherland and caused the fall of Donghai. A satisfied Lai Zhang stands near the screen. Then a photograph of Zuo Hui was broadcast there, and it was announced that, based on the results of the investigation, Zuo Hui left the city after a wave of monsters, and this was a betrayal of the homeland. The main character raises his head and looks ahead, wondering if the head of the Lai family is Lai Zhang. Pupan clenches his teeth and, looking forward angrily, confirms what he said, saying that it is that bald eccentric. The space around the black-haired man begins to burn with fire when he realizes that this is the old scoundrel who framed his father. The red-haired boy swings at his opponents and shouts to Zuofan to run now. The Lai family's slaves rush at him, and their long weapons hit the boy's shield. One of the trio approaches the main character from behind. Raising his weapon, he exclaims that the guy was unlucky enough to attack Pupan and should die. Zuofan turns around, an evil smile appearing on his face. A yellow light flashes in front of the man's face. When the light shoots straight at him, it injures the slave so much that a large amount of blood flies through the air. The man flies away screaming. The black-haired one quickly moves to other slaves and attacks them in the same way. The redhead looks at this dumbfounded and wonders how the young man did this. The trio turns their gaze to the main character, holding their weapons at the ready. The leader of their company asks who this strong guy is. He casts a contemptuous glance at them from under his brows and reflects that they are not weak at all, because each of them is a mid-category meteorite fighter and also uses F-rank weapons, so they should not be underestimated. Looking closely at the men, Zuofan understands that it is not so difficult to kill them, but it will take a little time. He realizes that if they engage in a fierce battle, their allies may arrive. The main character decides to finish everything quickly. The main character's attentive gaze rushes forward when the perception skill is activated. He analyzes the space around him. The young man realizes that Pupan and all the slaves of the Lai family are average fighters. Zuofan moves towards his opponents, leaving a green trail behind him using willow steps. The guy realizes that the one who strikes first will win. A fighter in equipment standing in the middle holds a sword at the ready, and those who stand on the sides are waving their weapons. One advises to be careful, because the guy is good and has almost reached the top of the rank, and the second one notes that he is very fast. The man with the sword swings, leaving a red mark, and says that they need to attack together and kill this scoundrel. The fighters swing their long axes. However, the main character maintains a calm expression and swings his sword. The main warrior approaches Zuofan, attacking him. The man quickly strikes, but he manages to jump away. Pupan watches what is happening and wonders why this handsome guy is so strong. The boy realizes that there was no point in Ryujai asking him to protect the guy, because he is perhaps even stronger than Pupan himself. The black-haired one lands next to the boy, who looks at this with his mouth open in surprise. Zuofan's gaze becomes intense because he understands that if this continues, they will end up in a dead end. The guy puts out his sword, from which golden flashes emanate forward. He decides that he needs to use all the Bone Breaker's powers and end the fight. One of the trio points an arrow at the main character. The second notes that the young man is still too inexperienced and is interested in whether he really thinks that they will allow the monster's core to be activated. The leader of the company, holding a bow, adds that he reminds him that the black-haired man was brave not long ago and offers him a second round. The men of the trio swing their long weapons and also launch many arrows at Zuofan. One of them says to face fate and die with the fat man. Pupan holds a shield in front of him, and blue rays flash around him. The main character frowns, realizing that the willow steps are not fast enough to protect himself and the fat man. The guy cuts the flying arrows, however, one passes through his shoulder, causing damage. He makes a couple more swings with his sword and lands, resting his hand on the ground. Red looks forward displeasedly and, gritting his teeth from tension, thinks that if it weren't for the leg injury, then none of them would have found themselves in such a situation. Zuofan stands on one knee and looks ahead sternly. He understands that the teamwork of this trio is impeccable, because long-range and short-range attacks cancel each other out as if one person. The guy realizes that it is impossible to fully avoid them. The main character maintains a calm expression on his face, but his head is filled with thoughts that all this is terrible and at this rate they will die. The young man decides that he must somehow help and disrupt their joint work by any means. Pupan looks in amazement at the black-haired man, who asks if the fat man can move. A smile appears on the redhead's face and he confirms what was said. The boy runs forward and addresses the Lee family's slaves, wondering if they have come to kill him. Pupan says to come if they can. He quickly runs to the side, hiding behind large boxes. The soldiers rush after him and shout that they must not let him escape. Zuofan appears next to the surprised man and remarks that this is wonderful. The guy throws a punch at the fighter, who screams that he doesn't want it. The remaining two turn around and call number 2. Suddenly, a sword passes through the protagonist's chest. He lands, kicking up dust underneath him. Furrowing his brows, he looks ahead tensely, noting that he almost ruined everything. The young man realizes that there are only 2 left, but the wound has not gone away. The table says that 1 stat point has been gained, and the number of unallocated stat points is 10. The leader of the trio rushes forward, swinging his sword, exclaiming that he will pay for killing his brother. And another fighter swung a long weapon with a blade and shouted at Zuofan to die. He clenches his teeth, and Pupan, standing behind him, puts his hands forward and shouts that killing one is already good. Red tells the main character to leave and not think about him. Suddenly, the guy's expression becomes conscious and surprised. The table displays information that a total of 10 stat points have been received and the system has detected the owner's poor condition. There is a question about whether to use 10 points to learn the E-rank combat skill, Shimmering Willow Flowers. The leader of the trio swings his sword, but the black-haired one lowers his body, dodging. He grits his teeth and exclaims, confirming the action. An inscription appears on the table indicating that this skill has been learned. Zuofan thinks that he didn't know that glasses could be used in this way. His gaze becomes attentive and glows green. The guy's leg is wrapped in green rings and he realizes that he has a feeling that his legs have become much lighter. There is courage on the young man's face and a slight smile appears when he decides to look at the power of the skill. Everything around is illuminated with green light and smoke, and the fighters are surprised to notice this phenomenon, that is, the initial skill of flickering willow flowers. One of them reaches forward and asks what is happening. Red also watches in shock what is happening, thinking about the essence of the skill. The main character jumps and, having struck, chops off the arm of the man in the outfit. He desperately reaches forward with his remaining hand and asks his boss to help. The leader of the trio swings his sword, leaving a red mark behind it. Zuofan looks forward, understanding what the fighter behind is doing. The guy thinks about what he sees in every movement while his perception is activated. The young man turns his head, looking back, and realizes that he lacked the skills to react earlier. But now for them, the slaves of the Lai family, the only end is death. The boss of these guys strikes with fury. He is nervous and swears about the situation. The entire floor of the building breaks into pieces, and the space is filled with blue and green smoke. The glass windows of the building break, flying into pieces. The main one of the trio is in a fighting stance and calls number 3. A black-haired man appears behind him, about to strike, and declares that he and the third number will meet again. Zuofan cuts through the enemy with a cool and stern look. The guy leaves the corpse lying on the floor and moves forward, glad that he was able to master this skill at such a moment, because otherwise they would have had time. The redhead's facial expression is shocked when he realizes that the main character has killed 3 mid-category Meteorite warriors. The young man cannot believe it, because he is of the same rank as them. The black-haired man sits down near one of the corpses, which lies on the destroyed floor, and does something. Pan is also surprised that the guy has already learned the shimmering willow flowers. He decides that he is an incomparable genius. When the main character examines the body, he smiles, realizing that the fighter has good equipment. Pan looks seriously at his savior and notes that he didn't know he was strong. The boy also wonders if Fan has ever thought about taking first place. Red explains that Lai Hongwu Tol claims this place, and Pan's murder is likely connected to him. The black-haired man turns around and asks if he means first place in the operation. Stars are already visible in the dark sky. Somewhere on the Phantom Rain Mountain there is an impact that sends up dust. Scary green monsters that resemble snakes open their mouths with sharp teeth. A huge creature falls to the ground, and from its side, a guy with a sword in his hand walks forward towards the people. It is Lai Hongwu, who furrows his brows and displeasedly suggests that they have lost contact with the people who are pursuing Pan. The pink-haired man standing opposite confirms this and adds that he guarantees that Pan is seriously injured. A smile appears on Lai Hongwu's face and, waving his hand, he notes that he will not be able to get into the top 10 of the operation if he is wounded. The guy is interested in how many points they collected. The guy with yellow hair smiles and says that, including the monsters killed by the two teams, he now has over 300 points. In the forest, near the mountain, a cry is heard who states that he plans to set a record for the operation. Lai Hongwu exclaims that once he receives the prize, he will be recognized as the #1 genius. The main character walks along a path in the forest, holding Pan on his back. Suddenly, the guy stops. The redhead directs his surprised gaze at him and asks a question about what is wrong. He replies that it's too quiet here, and it's strange. Monsters that look like snakes are approaching the guys. This is an E-rank monster, a great python, whose skin is green, eyes are red, and teeth are sharp. The python opens its mouth and sticks out its tongue as the sword runs across its body. It is Fan who calmly cuts down the monster, while the frightened Pan holds onto it tightly with his hands. The black-haired man, with a satisfied smile on his face, looks at the two red circles above his hand. This is grape python bile, which has many medicinal properties and health benefits. It is quite a valuable thing, and the fangs will serve as proof of the murder to get points. The guy's unallocated points are now 4. He runs forward and realizes that killing E-rank monsters has become very easy after studying the shimmering willow flowers. Pan, with a slight smile, looks at the elder and exclaims that he is incredible. The boy adds that at this speed they will definitely take first place. Fan, with a smile on his face, looks up at the redhead, wondering why he and Lai Hongwu want first place so much. He suggests that this is not only because of the first place and there is some kind of special reward. He breaks into a smile and says that, of course, this is so, and a special award is much better than for second place. Pan looks carefully at the black-haired man and asks if he has ever heard of alien artifacts. There is confusion on the protagonist's face when he asks again. The boy smiles and, closing his eyes, says that they were discovered only a couple of years ago, so there is nothing wrong with him not knowing. Silhouettes of scary monsters are visible on a blue background. After the night of the meteorite, animals began to mutate. Monsters began to appear everywhere on Earth and destroy the usual foundations of life for people. Silhouettes of people with weapons are located against the same background. People mutated next, and thus the meteorite warriors appeared. Flowers, trees, and bushes are enveloped in pink light. Plants began to mutate much later. Their mutation rate is also slow. There weren't any other major changes, so people didn't pay attention. Blue luminous rings form near the fruit of the plant. However, 2 years ago, decades after the night of the meteorite impact, something special was discovered in plants. Pan smiles and points his finger upward, and a purple plant can be seen near the boy. Red explains that it is called alien artifacts, with the help of which the strength of the meteorite warriors can be significantly increased. He adds that alien artifacts are extremely rare, and even rarer than mutated monsters. Pan reveals that the prize for first place is a D-rank artifact. The guys move forward, and Fan asks about the increase in strength, and notes that it sounds too good to be true. The main character turns his head a little, frowning, and says that if they want to take first place, they will need at least 1,000 points. The guy wonders where they will find so many monsters, given that there are less than 3 days left. A small smile appears on Pan's face as he replies that it's no problem and they're almost there. The guys go forward, and in front of them they can see the exit from the forest. They stand next to each other and look at the warehouses in front of them, at the foot of which there are monsters. The black-haired man looks carefully in front of him, feeling the powerful smell of blood. Monsters that look like wolves with a red glowing horn on their heads are walking forward. This is the broken blade of the steel wolf. They approach the guys, and Fan realizes that there are at least 100 of them. The guy thinks that he will receive at least 1,000 operation points and hundreds of characteristics. The main character decides that this way he can not only take first place, but also reach an advanced level. Poopan smiles and turns his head to the black-haired man, resting his hands on his hips. Red reveals that this is a secret place found by their association. The boy notes that if they kill all these monsters, they will get first place. Zuofan smiles, looking forward, and takes out his sword, asking if they will start. The redhead smiles and holds a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. Poopan says that he cannot move quickly, but he will act as a human shield. The wolves stand in front of the red-haired boy, and the main character stands on the rock behind. Poopan puts his shield forward in defense. The black-haired one jumps and swings his sword with a calm expression on his face. He kills the monsters, realizing that he has 124 points. The guy makes a few more swings with the weapon and realizes that he has 134 points. Having killed more monsters, he already has 144 points on his account. The wolf stands on a rock and raises its muzzle upward. The guys look up, noticing the monsters on the rock in front of them. Poopan shouts that there are too many of them and suggests they retreat. He moves, raising dust, and asks to wait because he will kill all these puppies in the evening. The sky turns yellow-violet. 3 people stand in front of Lai Hongwu, who is sitting near a tree. They report that the total number of monsters killed by both teams brought him 932 points, and by the end of the operation they will score more than 1,000. Lai Hongwu smiles and, looking at the people, notes that this is a major record. The guy says it was smart to secretly prepare 2 teams for himself to get points. Lai Hongwu smiles and remembers Poopan. The guy admits that he hopes Poopan is not dead and the first place is his. Li Hongwu explains that he really wants to see the redhead's face when he receives the first place prize. 2 guys are standing near a fire, and the corpses of wolves lie around. Poopan is frying food, and the main character is looking for something in the bag, reporting that he has counted, and they have 1,014 points. Zuofan says he's not sure they'll take first place with just over 1,000. Poopan takes a bite of the meat and asks not to worry, because these 1,014 points have already broken the previous record. Red exclaims that they will definitely win. He looks at the boy carefully and reminds him that Lai Hongwu uses other teams to earn points. The black-haired man is interested in whether the glasses will be enough in this case. Poopan closes his eyes, smiles, and holds a stick with meat on it with one hand and raises the finger of the other hand up. Red reasons that even the Lai family would not dare to do something so rash, because if they were caught, the entire family would receive punishment from the military. The boy exclaims that after all, Zuofan is right, and if their enemy uses such insidious tactics, then the points may not be enough. The wary gaze of the main character is directed somewhere. The guy quickly turns around, looking back. There you can see the silhouette of a creature whose eye glows red. The guys continue to sit by the fire. The black-haired man moves a little, still looking back, and wonders what this bad feeling of being watched is. Poopan, with a satisfied expression on his face, hands a stick of meat to Zuofan, saying that the food is ready and ready to eat. The redhead asks the guy to take the leg. The main character takes the stick with both hands and bites the meat, thinking that the outside is crispy and the meat inside is tender. He decides that Poopan's cooking is out of this world. Zuofan watches the redhead eat and is surprised by his appetite, understanding the reason why the boy is so strong. Poopan smiles and waves his index finger, revealing that his ultimate dream is to eat every type of monster on the planet. The boy wonders what the iron wolf of a broken D-rank blade tastes like. The black-haired one diligently chews the meat and realizes that the red-haired one is all about food. Suddenly, both guys turn their heads to the side. A wolf with a white and gold mane and tail approaches them. Red takes the shield, and the main character stands with a sword in his hand and explains that this is an iron wolf of a broken blade. However, he asks why it is so different from the others. Poopan replies that apparently it is a royal wolf that evolved from a normal iron wolf, and it is D-rank. There is a horn on the wolf's forehead. Zuofan notes that his mane is turning golden, then exclaims that it looks like he is evolving again. Poopan shouts that this is the king of D-rank monsters. With a tense expression on his face, the black-haired man turns to the boy and asks again, wondering if Poopan is sure. This wolf walks forward with a bright light flickering behind him. The king of monsters is a monster that has climbed to the top of its rank and is preparing to break through to the next. They are much stronger than other beasts of the same rank. Poopan furrows his eyebrows and exclaims that he is sure because it is worth looking at his incredible aura. The boy says that he cannot be compared with other D-rank monsters. Red adds that although the monster is not as strong as C-rank monsters, which can repel the commander-in-chief of the Meteorite, it is enough to destroy them. The wolf opens its mouth with sharp teeth and begins to growl. Zuofan raises one eyebrow at the monster and says that he will hunt them to the very end of the world, because they destroyed all his children and grandchildren. The wolf rushes at the guys, and Zuofan runs away, holding a disgruntled Poopan on his back. The redhead's meat falls out of his hand and he desperately reaches for it. Dust rises behind the guys, and the main character advises Poopan to forget about meat, because he was the one who jinxed them when he said that he wanted to eat a D-rank monster. The guy exclaims that they are now prey, not this monster. The wolf again jumps towards the guys. Zuofan turns around, looking at him nervously, and notes that the monster is very fast and is at least twice as fast as normal wolves. The guy says that this is bad, because at this speed he will soon catch them. Dust and pieces of earth fall away from under the monster's paws. Opening its mouth, the wolf rushes forward and the guys jump away. The main character approaches the wolf, realizing that he is in trouble. Having struck with a sword, the guy sees only a mark on the fur from the sword and is surprised that it did not wound the wolf. The guy throws a few more punches. He grits his teeth and notes with displeasure that the monster is completely intact, and even his bone breaker couldn't even scratch it. Poopan looks ahead in fear and shouts to beware of the horn. A wolf approaches the guys, swinging its large golden horn. The main character looks at this warily and thinks that at first he wanted to keep the stat points from the wolves and use them wisely, but now he has no choice. A question appears on the table asking if the owner wants to use 10 stat points and increase the level of the Shimmering Willow Blossom skill. Zuofan confirms this and the number of his points available for distribution is now 70. The guy's eyes begin to glow blue, and his skill level in the Shimmering Willow Blossom skill moves from beginner to master. The wolf moves forward, and green smoke flies around. The monster slams into the stone surface, breaking it. A hole forms in the wall and Zuofan realizes that the destructive power of his attacks is amazing. The guy realizes that he cannot withstand even a blow, and if he gets hit, he will die immediately. The frightened Poopan hangs on the black-haired man's back. The main character decides that this is not enough, and he needs to improve his skills once again. Information appears on the table that he has recently increased his skill level, and an increase is not available in the near future. A dissatisfied Zuofan points his finger at the table and, frowning, asks the system why it failed him at such a moment. And Poopan watches this in shock. The speed of the main character changes and increases from 50 to 99. Now he has 21 points available for distribution. The guy decides to invest everything in speed since he can't improve his skill. An inscription appears on the table stating that the agility indicator has reached the limit for Meteorite warriors, and he cannot increase it further. Black-haired suggests that you need to become the commander-in-chief of Meteorite in order to increase your stats. He frowns and looks ahead, deciding that this is enough anyway. The frightened redhead mutters for Zuofan to run. He casts a stern look at the boy and asks again. On the first table, next to the silhouette of a person, there is information that Zuofan is a warrior of the average category. His intelligence is 45, his strength is 45, his agility is 99, and his health is 45. The guy also has 21 points available for distribution. The second table states that his weapon, Bonebreaker, weighs 25 kilograms. It increases the user's strength and speed by 40 points, and the additional attribute is the aura of a sharp sword. It says that the new attribute is penetration. On the third table, information appears that the innate skill, Perception, allows you to see any changes within a radius of 10 meters. There is also information that the maneuvering combat skill, Shimmering Willow Blossoms, greatly increases the user's maneuverability. A wolf approaches the guys, Zuofan holds his sword at the ready, and Poopan looks away in fear. The main character thinks that with his current strength he won't even be able to fight that worm one-on-one, but this will be enough to protect himself. They decide to spar to test it out. The monster jumps forward, however, Zuofan dodges. The main character swings his sword, and the redhead hangs on his neck. His sword begins to emit a bright light. Sharp sword aura activated. The weapon hits the monster's body. A wound forms there, and the black-haired man swings again as E-rank penetration is activated. The guy looks at the wound on the wolf's body and assumes that the second effect of the bone breaker is effective. That area of the body emits green light and the wound heals. Zuofan frowns and clenches his teeth as he looks at this. The wolf hits the main character, and he flies back. The guy looks at the claw wound on his shoulder and thinks that the blow with all his strength left only a small scratch on the wolf, and the royal monsters are frightening. Green smoke floats through the air, and the black-haired man decides that even if he activates the core of the bone breaker, it won't get any easier, so he needs to retreat. A sound is heard throughout this area. The space is filled with green light, and green smoke flies around the trees. Zuofan runs forward and reports that they were supposed to break away. He lowers Poopan, who exclaims that this is a wonderful job, to the ground. The main character looks dumbfounded at the joyful redhead, who is holding wolf meat in his hand and explains that this is to take a break. The black-haired man looks angry and he angrily asks why the boy hasn't thrown it away yet. He assumes that Poopan wants the wolf to catch up with them. He replies that throwing away something so tasty is a sin. Red wonders if they are safe. The guys turn their heads and notice several people near the tree, one of whom shouts that there are 2 wounded here and they are exhausted. The young man in a blue t-shirt with brown hair notes that by looking at their bags, you can tell there's a lot of catch in there. Zuofan casts an unkind glance at Pupan and thinks that they had just escaped from the wolf when they stumbled upon new troubles. The main character suggests that the redhead is a magnet for them. A group of guys standing opposite say that the guys were unlucky to meet them. Zuofan looks at them carefully and realizes that they are 2 intermediate fighters and 3 advanced ones. The guy in the blue t-shirt grins and takes out a dagger with the words that they should give everything they have or not blame them for cruelty. Everyone from the company is in fighting stances, and one asks the boss why they should waste time on these weaklings, because they can just kill them and take their things. The second agrees and adds that the handsome man is wounded and the pig is crippled, so they are annoying just by their appearance. He exclaims that he should just kill them. Zuofan clenches his teeth and, looking at them with displeasure, remembers what they called him. Pupan curls his lips and also remembers the name these guys gave him. All the guys rush towards them, and the boss says to blame himself for his failure. The young men jump on 2 guys, brandishing their weapons. One tells them to stand still, calling them brats, and the second one shouts not to resist, because otherwise it will hurt. However, all fighters fly back and their weapons are destroyed. The boss in a blue t-shirt watches this in shock and asks why this handsome guy is so strong. He looks at him coolly and sternly. Pupan flies from behind the company boss, who swings his sword and screams to die for calling him a fat pig. There is a blow, the sound of which scatters throughout the area. All the guys are on their knees and assume that the young masters will spare them. They exclaim that they were blind and deaf and beg for mercy. Big smiles appear on the faces of the main character and Pupan. Both start beating the guys. Zuofan angrily wonders where he is being sweet, and the red one declares that this pig, as they called him, will now crush their heads. Half-naked guys sit by the trees, looking exhausted. Someone rushes near the trees. This is Zuofan with red on his back. He pushes away from the branch, and Pupan notes that this group is very useless, because in 3 days they only scored 150 points. The boy exclaims that with their help, Zuofan's first place is guaranteed. He looks up at the red-haired man and asks whether it is normal for a group of 2 intermediate-level warriors and 3 advanced ones to score 150 points. He bites the chicken and replies that there is nothing strange in this, because the monsters around the mountain are unevenly distributed, and if you are unlucky, you won't score 100 points in 3 days. The boy adds that some groups take over territories to get points, while others, like this one, go around and kill. Red reveals that there are also secret teams. Various people, whose faces are hidden, stand ready. Such teams collect points from other teams. This is strictly prohibited by the organizers, but for the sake of first place there will be such deceivers. This time it is especially relevant, because the reward is an alien artifact. A guy with gray hair looks around warily, and green smoke flies from above. The main character notices something and looks forward carefully. Zuofan with Pupan on his back comes running to the place and sees the corpses of people and monsters lying on the ground. Red falls to the ground, and the guy wonders if these are the consequences of the battle with monsters. The boy looks warily to the side, and the black-haired man sits down near the body of one of the people and, touching his pockets, notes in surprise that they are completely empty. Pupan furrows his brows and quickly exclaims that it is a trap. A red beam flies towards the redhead, but he is protected by a shield, and a green beam approaches the main character, from which he dodges. Behind the guys you can see 2 guys, the first of whom is dressed in a red jacket, and the second in a green one. A bead of sweat rolls down the worried Pupan's face and assumes that they are the Lai family's snake twins. Identical guys stand in front of the guys, their hair is blonde, their tongues stick out, and they hold blades in their hands. The guy in the green jacket emits green light and assumes that it is young Master Pupan. And the second young man, in a red jacket, emits a red light and explains that they were just sitting and waiting for the little pig to fall into their paws. Zuofan is seriously looking in one direction, and the redhead is turned in the other direction. The guy thinks that these are 2 advanced meteorite wars and assumes that this is the secret team of the Lai family. He realizes that it won't be easy. Suddenly, the young man realizes something. At this moment, a large number of arrows rush towards the black-haired man, whose face shows surprise. They fly from the depths of the forest, breaking through trees. Zuofan jumps back and lands with his hand on the ground. There are archers sitting in the trees, aiming at the guys. The main character looks at his opponents from under his brows and is horrified that there are 2 advanced war assassins and 3 archers. Pupan fearfully points his finger forward and shouts to be careful. The redhead clenches his teeth, frowns, and, looking at people with hatred, concludes that the Lee family has created several teams for the sake of first place. The boy exclaims that they are arrogant non-entities. They don't change their faces at all, but the guy in the green jacket thanks them for the compliment. He jumps up and flies, swinging his weapon, saying that he will show what shame is. The snake twin approaches the main character and tries to strike with a blade, however, He resists. With a tense look, he confronts him with his ball, thinking that this Lai Kai has a lot of power. At this moment, Zuofan notices the second twin running behind. On one side, the black-haired guy is attacked by a guy in a green jacket. On the other, he is attacked by a twin in a red jacket, and arrows shoot at him from above. Perhaps this is a duel to the death. Lai Kai, with a tense expression on his face, tries to harm his opponent. Both twins swing their blades, but the protagonist dodges. Standing next to him is Pupan, who puts up a shield in front of him to defend himself. Many arrows are flying towards the guys. The space around and above the guys begins to glow blue. The twins run towards them from both sides. They swing their blades, however, the weapon of one simply comes into contact with the blade of the other. They look in surprise at the arrows stuck in the ground. At this time, Zuofan is hiding behind a tree, holding the red-haired boy on his back. Gemini frowns and looks ahead with displeasure. The guy in the red sweater exclaims that he was able to evade their attacks while carrying that fat pig. Lai Kai will be told that he was wondering how Pupan, a weakling, was able to escape being killed. The guy in the green sweater notes that he now knows that his old man Pu Hao sent this guy as a bodyguard. At this time, the guys are standing behind a thick tree. The main character reflects that things are not going well, and Lai King and Lai Kai are excellent at combining attacks, and it is already difficult to deal with them alone. The young man realizes that they also have 3 intermediate warriors of the Meteorite Archer. Zuofan realizes that they are at a severe disadvantage. The guy looks forward, and a grin appears on his face as he remembers the Wolf King from the steel fur of the Moonblade. Standing a few meters from the tree is Lai King, who exclaims that the black-haired man is quite strong and asks why he should lose his life protecting Pupan. The guy in the red jacket states that if he gives up the redhead, he swears on the name of the family that he will spare Zuofan. The boy turns his head to the black-haired man and tells him that he can't defeat them, so he'll just have to give him up. Red explains that it was none of his business to begin with, so there is no need to risk his life. He tensely clenches his fists and realizes that, along with others, the Li family also accused his father and they are his sworn enemies. Zuofan wonders why this is not his business. He raises his hand and Pupan looks at him with a smile on his face. The redhead furrows his eyebrows and wonders if the guy is sure this will work. He asks you to trust him. Lai King hears a voice coming from behind a tree. The voice notes that they are already sharpening the glasses in secret during their joint operation. He asks whether such a family is worthy of talking about its reputation. Lai King's gaze is stern as he exclaims that the youth is an ignorant brat. He adds that the main character may die along with this pig. Both twins approach the tree and scream for the boys to die. Zuofan looks tensely to the side, with a redhead sitting on his back. The guy takes off, and the twins hit the empty space, raising dust. The guys jump and the twins approach them. Zuofan exclaims that he is leaving the left side of Pupan. Under the main character's sleeve you can see an arrow, which he aims in one direction, and the red-haired boy puts his shield in the other direction, defending himself from the second twin. Pupan asks not to worry because his specialty is defense. Archers, hooded over their heads, aim at the guys. Lai King continues to try to harm the guys with his blade. His gaze is stern, and a wound appears on his hand. The guy thinks that this weakling's equipment is actually built into the core of an E-rank monster. There is a ball hanging in the air, emitting light. Lai King licks the blood from his wound and notes that the core of an E-rank mutant monster is more valuable than the core of a mid-rank D monster. The red-jacketed twin adds that it is a gift from God and cannot be allowed to escape. A scream is heard that orders the guys to be pursued. Everyone runs forward, jumping on branches. The snake twins furrow their brows, and Lai King wonders why this weakling is so fast. Lai Kai says that if they continue to pursue them, they will most likely not make it in time to count the points of the joint operation, and young Master Hongwu cannot be angered. Lai King clenches his teeth, and there is anger in his gaze. Pupan, who is sitting on the protagonist's back, turns around and reports that he thinks the Lai family has stopped pursuing them. Suddenly, a blue flash appears near Zuofan. Everyone looks at it in amazement and assumes that it is a hidden weapon. A jar of green liquid flies through the air towards the people from the Lai family. It opens and a large amount of green liquid pours out. Lai King covers himself with his hands and shouts that it stinks. His twin brother does the same and asks what that strange smell is. The archer covers his nose with his fingers, and the guy in the red jacket clenches his teeth and shouts to chase the guys because they must crush these weaklings into thousands of pieces. The Li family members run after the boys. The black-haired man is interested in why Pupan ordered him to be abandoned and why these people are so angry. He grins and says that this is the feces of skunk monsters. The redhead smiles and the main character turns to him, with an alarmed expression on his face. The guy asks why they would carry such disgusting things with them. The boy replies that this thing is extremely smelly, but it is amazing at fighting off monsters. Pupan explains that when one explores the wilderness alone, it is extremely useful in times of crisis. A green trail passes through the forest past the trees when a voice is heard admitting that he has won. The guys run along the path between the mountains, followed by members of the Lee family. Lie King smirks and notes that there is only one path in this valley, and now they will not be able to escape. His brother exclaims that this is cool, and Poopan's head along with the mutant monster's main equipment are impressive acquisitions. From the cracks in the mountain a silhouette can be seen, whose eye glows red. Both twins turn around after noticing something and say not to let them escape. The guys stop and look ahead warily. The same wolf, the king of monsters, stands there. The Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King casts his terrifying gaze at them. The twins look at this dumbfounded and Lie King exclaims that this is a D-rank monster king. This guy has led them into a trap. The wolf takes off, destroying the ground beneath it, and flies towards the guys. The positions of the victim's pursuers instantly changed. Pieces fly off the ground and rise there. The twins and archers stand ready, and the bloodthirsty monster runs towards them. The twins, with tense expressions on their faces, thrust their blades forward to defend themselves. Lai Kai looks to the side and exclaims that this is strong. The guy adds that the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King is about to evolve, and it is definitely a D-rank monster king. Frightened archers raise their weapons and aim at the monster. A scream is heard, which tells him to aim for the eyes, because this should be his weak point. The arrows hit the monster and break on it. The wolf's body begins to emit a light purple light. The worried twins look warily at the wolf. Lie King says it's dawn, and this monster king is blocking the only exit, so they can only kill their exit. The guy curses the weaklings and promises that as soon as he gets out, he will make them regret doing this to them. In front, next to each other, are the snake twins. A little further away are three archers. An order is heard to step back and get into formation. The main character and Poopan are lying on a rock nearby and watching what is happening. A slight smile can be seen on their satisfied faces. Zuofan reports that, as expected from an elite hunting team, they formed up very quickly. Red explains that among the advanced warriors, Meteoric, the Lai family's twin snakes are considered experts, and on top of that, they are twins and their teamwork is flawless. The boy says that with 3 advanced archer-type Meteorite warriors, hunting ordinary D-rank monsters should be a piece of cake. The guy's gazes are attentive, and Poopan continues to say that this Moonblade Wolf King has not turned into a C-rank monster, he is invincible compared to other D-rank monsters. The boy notes that this will definitely delay them for a while. The wolf opens its mouth and growls as the black-haired man says that these Lai family dogs deserve it. The monster rushes towards the twins, lowering its head slightly, thus sticking its horn forward. Both brothers grit their teeth in displeasure, and Lai King asks why this scoundrel is so fast. The wolf hits the guys with its horn, emitting golden light. They land, looking at the enemy, and the young man in the red jacket exclaims that this is a very scary push. Growling, the monsters approach the stone, behind which one of the archers is hiding. He quickly gets up and, with a frightened expression on his face, aims an arrow at the wolf. The monster strikes brutally. The wolf raises its head, and blood flows from its open mouth. Leaving a puddle of blood behind him, he approaches the twins. Lai Kai deduces that it is an intelligent monster that knew to first target archers who specialize in long-range attacks. Lai King suggests using this item. He smiles and holds a golden rope in his hands. The monster jumps towards the other archer, who runs away, and the young man in a red jacket is at this time twisting the rope to throw it. With a stern look, he throws the rope towards the monster. It curls around his hind legs. Looking angry and tense, Lai King pulls the rope towards himself. This action causes the wolf to fall to the ground, creating a cloud of dust around him. Zuofan and Poopan watch what is happening, and the boy assumes that it is the rope holding the monster. He notes that these guys really had this thing up their sleeves. The main character looks at the red-haired man a little surprised and asks again. The golden rope twists around the monster. The monster holding rope is made by combining the core of a D-rank monster and its 10 tendons. The forging process is extremely tedious and difficult, which is why it is considered a rare item among D-rank meteorite weapons. By using a rope to restrain the monster, the difficulty of capturing monsters will be greatly reduced. This is the weapon that meteorite warriors use when dealing with high-rank monsters. A wolf, whose hind legs are tied, lies on the ground and growls. The guys decide to take this opportunity and launch their combo attack. The twins stand on opposite sides of the wolf, and a flash similar to a funnel forms near the animal. The faces of the guys watching this become dumbfounded. The black-haired man exclaims that this is a combination attack. He notes that this power is comparable to a D-rank combat technique. It should be enough to penetrate this Wolf King's impenetrable fur. Red shouts that things are bad and suggests that these scoundrels will kill the Wolf King of the Moonblade of Steel Fur. Among the rising dust, the silhouette of a monster can be seen. The wounded wolf gets up and slowly moves forward. The enraged monster puts its horn forward. He pierces the bodies of the 2 twins with it. They fall and blood flows from their mouths. One can hear the question of how this is possible. The remaining 2 archers look at this in surprise, their mouths open. One of them calls Captain Lai Kai, and the second calls Vice Captain Lai King. A blue beam pierces the head of one archer. This is the main character who appeared in front of him. Fu Pan strikes the second archer from behind. Zuo Fan takes off, and the redhead looks on in amazement. The main character approaches the monster, and a purple light comes from his sword. The guy pierces the eye and the rest of the wolf's body with his weapon. The young man moves further away from the bloody monster and notes that with such severe wounds, the Wolf King will not last long. Fu Pan's expression is calm as he says that even if Zuo Fan had not attacked that Moonblade Wolf King, he would not have been able to live long. Red explains that his wolf horn is both his most powerful weapon and his most important body part. The boy reports that he broke up with him, which is no different from suicide. Suddenly, both guys turn their heads to the side, noticing something. These are twins with trembling bodies through which blue rays pass. They fall to the ground again and Lai King says that they are both stinking brats. Lai Kai reveals that if he had known this would happen, he would have used all his strength to kill the young man at the very beginning. The main character casts his unkind glance at the guys and explains what reminded him that he really needs to thank them both, because on the verge of death they left such a wonderful gift. Zuo Fan thanks them for the king of the D-rank monster and the rope holding the monster. He guesses that based on their strength, the guys have material worth over 300 points. Fu Pan rests his hands on his hips and, smiling, asks what Lai Hongwu would think if he knew what they gave him. Red says that in any case, Lai Hongwu is going to take first place in this joint operation. The twins grit their teeth and open their eyes wide, looking wildly ahead. Lai Kai states that they will not let the guys go even when they become ghosts. The twins fall to the ground, and pools of blood form beneath them. The main character realizes that this troublesome duo has finally died. The table shows his performance and says that the number of points available for distribution is 28. The wolf takes off when Zuo Fan thinks that now they will just wait. The wounded monster runs away, and the guys look at it in surprise. They rush after the monster, and the black-haired man shouts to chase it, because this wolf will be worth a decent amount of points, and this rope holding the monster, too. Red, with a displeased expression on his face, agrees and notes that they can't let the monster escape since he still wants to taste the meat of the king of D-rank monsters. The guys run after a wolf whose hind legs are tied. Sounds are coming from behind the rocks. The boys chase the monster, and the main character asks if this cave is the lair of the Wolf King Moonblade. Red exclaims that things are bad and suggests that there is no other D-rank royal monster in the cave. There is only darkness in the cave when Zuo Fan asks to shut up, because he constantly ruins everything. The wolf, bleeding, growls, closing his eyes. The monster flies forward, hitting the rock. Information appears on the table that the main character killed a D-rank royal monster and received 5 stat points. The guys look at the monster in alarm and assume that the Wolf King is dead. The monster lies on the ground and does not move. Fu Pan smiles and sticks out his index finger, saying that they hit the jackpot, and this is a D-rank royal monster. With a smile on his face, Zuo Fan reaches out to the wolf and exclaims that in addition to the materials from his body, they also received a binding rope. The boy runs to him and asks him not to forget to carefully cut out the core from these parts. Fu Pan explains what he wants to give to his father to show his respect. Above the wolf's muzzle are its paws. These materials cost more than $1 million. A mane with golden hairs grows on the monster's body. The Wolf King's fur can sell for millions. It's valuable, but there's no market or demand. There is a golden wolf horn on a blue background. This is a particularly rare wolf horn. It is ideal for making D-rank meteorite weapons. Although not as valuable as a D-rank monster core, it is worth tens of millions. Fu Pan ties the bags, and Zuo Fan looks contentedly at the rope he holds in his hand, or thinks about how he earned 10 million in an instant, as well as a chain that binds him. The young man decides that he is rich. Red tightens the knot on the bag and says that he just counted, and the 2 snake twins have 320 points worth of material. The boy states that if Zuo Fan not only takes first place in this joint competition, but also breaks the previous record. Satisfied guys give each other high fives. They turn their heads to the side, looking deeper into the cave. Black Hair wonders if this is the lair of the Moonblade Wolf King. Red suggests going inside, because they could find some valuable things there. The main character takes him on his back and moves forward. A guy walks through a dark cave. He holds his friend's legs. Suddenly, the guys notice something. In front of them lies a large number of monster corpses, and everything is enveloped in blue liquid. Fu Pan wonders what happened here. The guys watch it all warily. The black-haired man replies that he thinks that the monsters died from civil strife, because judging by the remains of the battle, several years have passed. Red asks if it is possible that when the Phantom Rain mutant mutated and the animals turned into monsters, a conflict broke out. The boy notes that it is a pity that most of the remains were trapped and it will be difficult to exchange them for points. The guys go forward and stand in a blue puddle. Poo Pan notes that although most of the remains have decayed, it can still fetch the body 300 points. The guys look around intently. The walls of the cave are very high. The guys look up and Zuofan says that it looks like the claw marks of the Wolf King's steel fur moon blade, so maybe he was trying to climb up. Red wonders if what's up there caused the monster conflict. He puts his hand in front of him and says that his leg has not yet completely healed, and invites the main character to get up and take a look. He quickly agrees. In one hand he holds a sword, and in the other a rope, which he wound around the weapon. The young man begins to climb up with the help of his sword. He puts the sword back into the wall and exclaims that he's almost there. Zuofan goes upstairs and sees purple plants there. He walks forward, and everything around him glows purple, and such flowers also grow. The black-haired man looks tensely in front of him and assumes that this tree is a mutant. Something is flying around a thick tree with purple leaves. These are monsters, or rather eagle foxes. The main character presses himself against a rock and, peeking out from behind it, realizes that there are so many eagle foxes guarding him, so without a doubt, this tree must be the cause of the monster conflict. The young man suggests that this tree has an alien artifact. He looks at this big plant. Zuofan's face becomes tense as he thinks about how this aura is even more terrifying than that of the Moonblade Steelfur Wolf King. He assumes that this is a monster of the rank of commander. The main character hides behind a stone because he realizes that before he himself becomes a meteorite warrior, the monster on this large mutated tree is not something that can be dealt with. Bushes of purple plants grow around the tree. In the forest there is a site with buildings and machines. This is the entrance to the Ghost Rain camp in the mountains. People are walking around this area as the 72-hour countdown has ended and the joint operation has come to an end. The leaderboard says that Yu Zing is in first place, Tian Jin is in second place, Jin Shi is in third place, and Ling Wai is in fourth place. There are green cars near the small house. There are 3 men in this room. Wai Chenchen looks out the window and reports that first place has reached 526 points. He is interested in whether this joint operation will bring a new record result. The Lai family elder smiles and says that in the past 2 years, the Jinning City Army has produced many promising warriors. The man reveals that the first place will belong to someone from Chief Instructor Wai's military base. The blonde looks at him with a slight smirk and decides that he is an old fox. Among all the people near the entrance, one stands out. This is Jai Zhan, a young man wearing orange clothes and black hair in a ponytail. He is a member of the Jinning City military and his age is 25 years old. This young man is an advanced warrior meteorite. Standing not far from him is Lai Hongwu, who comes from the Lai family of Jinning City. His age is 24 years old, and this guy is also an advanced meteorite warrior. As the main character and Poo Pan enter the court, the 2 guys turn their heads back and one of them exclaims that Jai Zhan and Lai Hongwu are the top contenders for first place, and one of them will definitely have the most points. Zuofan smiles and looks at the boy who is biting the meat on the stick. A voice is heard wondering if they will get more points and set a new record. Near the large screen, a man sits on a chair at a table, and others approach him, lining up in line. There is a device nearby. Poo Pan looks worried and sweat runs down his face as he notes that they were close to not being there on time. The black-haired man stands nearby, looking into the distance, and there is a bag on his shoulder. He quickly confirms this and says that they should thank these Lee brothers for the great gift they left behind. The main character frowns and remembers how they ran, pushing off from the trees, and a golden rope was wound around his hands, and reflects that it is good that he took the rope holding back the monsters and 2 E-rank swords. The young man realizes that they only returned in time because he used them to turn back. In front of the guys, a few meters away, stand Jai Zhan, looking seriously to the side, and Lai Hongwu, who rolls his eyes. The redhead explains that the tough guy with black hair is Jai Zhan, and the other arrogant one is Lai Hongwu. A guy with black hair gathered in a ponytail looks sternly ahead. He is the genius of Jinning City's military. Poo Pan folds his arms and reveals that Jai Zhan practices group attack techniques, which is why he excels at fighting monsters in groups. The boy stands with his arms folded on his chest and reports that this guy is one of the main contenders for first place. The guy with the ponytail walks up to the counter and puts his big bag there. Lai Hongwu looks ahead angrily and clenches his fist when the worried guy standing nearby reports that they haven't heard anything about Lai Kai with Lai King, so something might have happened to them. He exclaims that they are useless fools, and even if something happened, they still need to return these materials. Lai Hongwu states that if Jai Zhan loses because of them, even if they return alive, he will kill them. The leaderboard says that Jai Zhan only has 746 points, and Yu Zing only has 526. People look at the screen and someone exclaims that 746 is a rare high score among all joint operations. Someone says that the joint operation record is 817 points, and this was the only time that someone's score exceeded 800, and Jai Zhan will most likely win this joint operation. Lai Hongwu looks at his black-haired rival with contempt. A voice is heard saying that this is what was expected from Jai Zhan, the genius of the new generation of military men. The Lai family member looks back at him with displeasure and thinks that this guy is not so simple, and he expected nothing less from his greatest rival. Lai Hongwu lowers his head a little and, looking ahead sullenly, realizes that, fortunately, he was well prepared for this operation. The young man realizes that he did not receive points from the team of Lai Kai and Lai King. Lai Hongwu walks up to the counter and, keeping one hand in his pocket, throws his bag directly on the table with the words "count the points" because he is in a hurry to leave. The worker frowns and nervously opens his backpack, agreeing. Now on the leaderboard, Lai Hongwu is in first place with 813 points. People around perk up when they see this inscription. Someone notes in surprise that he is only 4 points away from setting a new record. Some say that this is to be expected from the peerless genius of the Lai family, and he will definitely take first place. A voice is heard suggesting that after today, Lai Hongwu will become the genius of Jining City. He smiles, looking at Jai Jan, apologizes to him, explaining that his performance was wonderful, but he will be the first in this joint operation. The guy with the tail turns around and leaves. The main character looks ahead with furrowed brows and exclaims that he knows Lai Hongwu, and Pu Pan raises his head at him in amazement. Little Zuofan stood near a group of people in which a satisfied Lai Hongwu kicked the boy and shouted that this bunch of scoundrels dared to block his path, so they need to break their legs. He fearfully replied that he was sorry. The guy also remembers the moment when the elder of the Lai family stood in front of Zuo Hui, and Lai Hongwu was next to him. A joyful member of the Lai family stands with their hands on their hips and shouts to those who have not yet turned in their materials to do it quickly because he still needs to go back and take a good bath. A grin appears on the protagonist's face when he recites the number of points that a member of the Lai family has scored. Pu Pan approaches the counter and places a bag there, boldly telling the worker to quickly calculate his materials. They open their mouths and look dumbfounded at the purple skin of the monster. One worker turns to the other and notes that there are a lot of monster materials. The guy can't believe that Pu Pan killed them all alone. Red furrows his brow and strongly suggests that there is something wrong with his monster materials. The boy stands, smiles and looks around contentedly, winking and hearing a voice that exclaims that this is the son of President Pu Hao. Someone doesn't understand how he could forget about this young genius and is interested in how many points he scored. Lai Hongwu frowns and looks at the redhead, surprised that the weakling is okay. The guy can't believe that he didn't receive a response from Lai Kai and Lai King because of him. Pu Pan turns to Lai Hongwu and asks if he is disappointed to see that he is unharmed. He grins arrogantly and is interested in what could cause him to be disappointed in his life and death. Lai Hongwu reports that he doesn't think the redhead has many points since it looks like he's been injured for days. The comboy points his thumb at himself and says that Lai Hongwu won't believe how many points he has. Red approaches the counter and, placing his hand there, wonders if they have finished counting his points yet. The worker asks to wait a minute, because he will finish soon. He frowns and warily looks at the piece of paper he is holding in his hands and reports that he has finished. The man says that young Master Pu Pan has a total of 835 points. Amazed people turn towards the boy and ask again. Some conclude that this means that he has now surpassed Lai Hongwu. Another person exclaims that he wasn't even close and Pu Pan set a new record because the previous record was 817 points. Someone suggests that it seems that the young master is the real genius of Jining City. Pu Pan passes by Lai Hongwu, smiling caustically and placing his hands on his hips, and assumes that he never in his life thought that his score would be higher. A few meters away from the guys stands Jai Jan, who smiles and waves. He assumes that Lai Hongwu got ahead of himself and reveals that he did not expect Pu Pan to be first. The Lai family member frowns and looks at the redhead with hatred and says that he may be the first in this joint operation, but he must be careful. He, with a satisfied expression on his face, waves his hand and says that the guy is simple-minded. Pu Pan says that he can't be first with that score, but his boss will definitely be first. The boy looks at the protagonist, grinning, and notes that he should get out his material and show them who's boss. Zhu Zhan and Lai Hongwu stand at the black-haired man with displeasure, and a member of the Lai family asks who he is and why he looks familiar. A young man in orange clothes asks whether he is from the Mercenary Association. Zuofan places the bag on the counter and thanks the worker. He smiles and, looking at the piece of paper, reports that the calculation is completed, and he has 810 points. Lai Hongwu smiles evilly and raises his hand. He states that this is certainly an impressive result, but it is not enough to be the first. Pu Pan stands next to his black-haired friend. A question is heard about why he is losing patience. Red tells Zuofan to stop hiding this treasure and hurry up and get it out. He raises his hand, and above it hangs a fang emitting blue light. The main character politely asks to check this too. The worker carefully takes the item. Pu Pan exclaims that he better watch this carefully. After all, this is the fang of the D-rank Monster King, Moonblade Steel Fur Wolf King. Red says to check how many points it's worth and not to confuse it with regular D-rank monsters. Lai Hongwu casts a contemptuous glance at the redhead and, gritting his teeth, asks him to stop talking nonsense and asks him if he knows what the king of D-rank monsters means. People on the site perk up, and someone wonders how this is even possible. Someone exclaims that if this is truly a D-rank monster king, then this is a breakthrough, because this creature is comparable to warlord rank monsters. Two workers approach the dual-screen device and one of them tells Poo Pan not to worry as they will seriously appreciate it. A fang hangs above the device, emitting a yellow light, and the screen says that an assessment is in progress. Then, there is information that this is the king of D-rank monsters, the Moonblade Steel Fur Wolf King. The worker says that this is indeed the fang of the Moonblade Steel Fur Wolf King, and judging by the remaining energy, it is definitely a D-rank monster king. Lai Hongwu furrows his eyebrows and, looking anxiously at the screen, asks how this is possible. Zhu Zhan's expression also becomes wary and alarmed as he notes that a terrifying genius like this actually exists. He assumes that this young man is not yet 20. The main character smiles and, gesturing with his hand, notes that the guys are great for confirming this, and asks to tell how many points this fang is worth. The worker raises his hands up in fear and, looking at him worriedly, nervously explains that a D-rank monster has never appeared before, so they don't know how many points to award. He explains that they should report this to their boss and he will make a decision. The fang is located against the background of a growling wolf. This is the tooth of a D-rank monster king. He had never appeared in a joint operation before. Lai Hongwu clenches his fists and looks at the fang with displeasure, thinking about how this could even be possible. The guy wonders how someone at that age can kill the king of D-rank monsters. Lai Hongwu understands that this is strange, and there is no way the main character could kill this monster king. He looks at Zuo Fan in amazement and remembers that this is the material that Lai King and Lai Kai reported 2 days ago. Monster parts are lying on the cloth. A member of the Li family deduces that they killed the snake twins. The guy clenches his teeth, and the veins on his forehead swell. Lai Hongwu is angry that the guys stole his glasses and decides that he will never forgive them, because the first place should have been his. With an angry expression on his face, Lai Hongwu points his finger at the guys and shouts that this guy cheated, because it is impossible to defeat the king of D-rank monsters alone. He states that he wants the military to investigate his case. The people line up in a semicircle as Lai Hongwu orders the crook to be captured first. Zuo Fan smirks and exclaims that it is impressive that he dared to order people to capture him at a military base. A blue ball sparkles in the sky, and people stand opposite the black-haired one. Zuo Fan thinks that at such a close range, he will do his best with the Bone Bite and Vine Flash, and it will be enough to kill the advanced Meteorite warrior, if not at least disable him. He decides that the Li family's debt to his family will be paid first. Lai Hongwu looks at the calm guy, whose gaze is stern. He wonders what is happening and why such a terrifying aura emanates from the main character. He takes his sword out of its sheath. A large blue beam shoots upward, and a huge cloud of dust forms around. People who cover themselves with their hands are thrown back. A steel pillar rises from the ground, breaking it. Everyone, including the main character and Poo Pan, look at this in surprise. Zuo Fan guesses that this is a warlord. Wai Chenshin moves forward, followed by the elder of the Lai family with a cane and Pu Hao with a cigar in his teeth. Someone exclaims that it is the head instructor of the Ghost Rain military base, Wai Chenshin. The men walk forward, and everyone's eyes turn to them. Some say that this is the president of the Jinning Mercenary Association, Pu Hao, as well as the patriarch of the Lai family, Lai Zhong. The blonde man and the elder's expressions are serious, while Pu Hao smiles boldly. These are the three great master warlords. Zuo Fan looks at the three and thinks that the remaining aura on the spear was enough to make him retreat. The guy assumes that this is the strength of a warrior of the rank of warlord. Lai Zhong turns his head and looks carefully at the main character, who realizes that it is that ungrateful worm and calls him. Sweat flows down the Lai family elder's face as he doesn't want to hear about this child. People with shields stand in a semicircle around the guys who are about to attack. A voice is heard saying that fighting over personal grievances is prohibited at the Phantom Rain military base, and the military has the right to shoot anyone who dares to do so. Lai Hongwu quickly turns to Wai Chenshin and states that this guy was cheating, because such a person cannot kill a D-rank monster king. He exclaims that he wants the military to investigate the matter. He grins sternly and agrees that ordinary people can't kill the king of D-rank monsters, so it does require investigation. Pu Pang's face takes on a worried look and he doesn't understand why Wai Chenshin is helping Lai Hongwu when usually the head instructor and the Lai family backstab each other. The young member of the Lai family grins caustically, and the patriarch looks at the young man with satisfaction. Lai Hongwu thinks that he has many witnesses, and while the military is investigating their case, he will be able to prove that they are cheaters. Wai Chenshin points out the number 2 with his fingers and says that the Ghost Rain military base has always supported justice, and if they are going to investigate, then they need to check everyone. The man exclaims to let him see who dared to cheat during this joint operation. The main character smiles and replies that he has no objections and will agree to the investigation. Pu Pan agrees and asks the head instructor to study everyone carefully. Lai Hongwu frowns and clenches his teeth, realizing that the man might find out about the two teams, especially since this guy killed Lai King and Lai Kai. Wei Chenchen looks at the patriarch in surprise, who notes that Lai Hongwu was a bit arrogant due to his young age and is upset that he lost and was therefore rude. Lai Zhang reveals that he believes there is no need for an investigation and asks President Pu Hao's opinion. He takes a cigar out of his mouth and, turning his head, replies that this place belongs to the Phantom Rain military base, and he does not interfere with other people's territory. Pu Hao says that he will agree with any decision of Chief Instructor Wei Chenchen. He goes forward saying that if this is what they both say, then he will decide. The head instructor states that he will set the standard today since there is no D-rank Monster King challenger. A man stands next to the main character and, with a grin, exclaims that the D-rank Monster King material will be worth 500 points. On the table, Zuo Fan's name appears in first place, and his points number is 1,310. Some people are surprised to suggest that this is a new record for a joint operation. Everyone looks at each other in shock and looks at the table. One person states that he fears that no one will ever be able to surpass this result. Someone speculates that Zuo Fan is a new member of the Jinning Mercenary Guild and they have just acquired another hero. Wei Chenchen puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and says that killing the King of Monsters is impressive, and the guy has a great future. He smiles and raises his index finger, saying that he was only able to do this with the help of tricks, and with his strength, he cannot yet directly meet the King of D-rank monsters. The blonde extends his hand and asks the young man if he is interested to enlist in the military. Wei Chenchen explains that the Phantom Rain military base needs talented people like Zuo Fan. The man says that if he enlists in the army, he will guarantee the young man the rank of colonel and will allow him to join an elite military program. Everyone looks at him in surprise. Someone suggests that he heard incorrectly, because it seems that the chief instructor personally invited him and is ready to award him the rank of colonel. Someone points out that this elite military program is really an impressive part, because there are only 100 places per year in China and they are the real seeds of a warlord. Wei Chenchen looks to the side at the approaching Pu Hao, who smirks and deduces that the head instructor is poaching a member of his mercenary association right before his eyes. The man raises his hand, in which he holds a cigarette between two fingers, and says that the young man is a genius and he does not take his eyes off him during training. Pu Hao asks Wei Chenchen not to think about stealing it from the mercenary association. The main character looks at Lai Zhang and remembers his father. The Lai family patriarch approaches the others and congratulates President Pu Hao for the mercenary guild acquiring another genius. Lai Zhang says that to apologize for his son's behavior and to celebrate the end of the joint operation, the Lai family will hold a celebration in 3 days. The elder notes that he hopes everyone can participate. Lai Hongwu and Lai Zhang, who announces his departure, move to the side. The guy looks at the patriarch with displeasure and exclaims that these two brats killed Lai Kai and Lai King by stealing the glasses that should have belonged to him. Lai Hongwu states that he should have been the first, and they can't spare these guys, especially Zuo Fan. Lai Zhang gives his son a disdainful and angry look and tells him to shut up because he is useless and they had to send 3 teams to kill Pu Pan during the operation. The old man looks askance at the main character and thinks that it seems that this is the illegitimate son of that man. Lai Zhang thought that little kid had already died. He decides that he will not allow the young man to return since he came to Jinning City. Pu Pan and Zhaizhan are standing near Zuo Fan. Red advises not to pay attention to the scoundrels from the Lai family, and suggests going to the Phantom Rain military base to receive rewards. The guy with the tail agrees and says to take his rewards first, because the reward for first place, an alien artifact, is extremely rare. Zhaizhan notes that the protagonist will feel much more relieved when he has this thing in his hands. He grins, looks ahead, and realizes that he will finally be able to get to the Phantom Rain military base. He wonders if he can get the safe in the restricted area of the base that his father talked about. At the Phantom Rain military base there are green buildings and vehicles of the same color. A tank drives along the road nearby, kicking up dust underneath. It contains the main character, his 2 friends and other people. Zuo Fan looks sternly to the side, and the redhead is sleeping on the seat next to him. Black-haired realizes that this place is an important point for the Ministry of War because the local military base is one of the strongest in southern China. The young man thinks that after watching her for half a month, he realized that her defensive power was 10 times higher than he thought. The main character looks down, and horror is visible on his face. He realizes that he had previously hoped to sneak here, but that would have been a grave mistake. The guy is glad that he didn't get around to it. The guys get out of the transport when they hear a scream that announces that they have arrived. The guys enter the room and see a line of people there. Zuo-fan asks if all these people came for rewards. He is approached by Zhu Jian, who, with a smile on his face, explains that awards for participation will be given to everyone who is among the top 100, and only 10 will be rewarded in a particularly generous way. A man in a green uniform approaches the guys when Poo-pan turns to his friend and exclaims that the participants will not leave at a loss, because in addition to points, they will keep with them the resources that they will sell. A man in a green uniform stands in front of them and, with his arms outstretched, informs them that the top 10 participants need to go there and instructor Y Chen will personally reward them. He stands at the window while the worker bows and reports that they have arrived. The chief instructor says they can come in. The three guys enter and greet Y Chen, who turns to them. The blonde man points somewhere with his hand, and behind him stands a man with a tray on which something lies. The instructor informs them that these are their rewards for the task. A worker with a tray approaches the guys as Y Chen explains that inside are the security advisor's IDs and receipts. The main character opens the box and takes out a green card. Looking at her, he wonders whether he will be allowed into the restricted area with this ID. He looks in surprise at the joyful Poo-pan, who triumphantly raises one hand up and squeezes the check in the other. The boy shouts that he was given 3 million, and now he is rich and he also has pocket money. Zhu Jian looks at the check with a slight smile and notes that he was given 2 million, which is exactly what he needs to get the meteorite weapon. Meanwhile, Poo-pan is still happily dancing and laughing. Both guys look at Zuo-fan's check with interest, wanting to know the amount they gave him. The black-haired ones open their mouths in amazement, and the red-haired one looks simply dumbfounded. The boy exclaims that the amount is 8 million. The main character thoughtfully says that this is a lot. Zhu Jian notes that in the last task they gave 5 million for first place. Y Chen smiles and explains that it is quite reasonable to get a raise for breaking the record and defeating a D-rank monster king. The man tells Zuo-fan that if he decides to work for the Ministry of War, he can increase the amount to 10 million and add other rewards. Poo-pan casts a displeased glance at the instructor and thinks that he is not wasting a minute and is digging under their mercenary alliance. The boy realizes that he needs to be careful so that Y Chen does not fool and lure the main character, because otherwise his father will definitely kill Poo-pan. The black-haired man smiles and thanks the instructor, explaining that he feels good in the mercenary union. The redhead smiles and, raising his index finger, asks Y Chen not to forget about the main additional reward, the alien artifact, and not even think about not giving it away. The blonde closes his eyes and, with a relieved expression on his face, holds out the box, asking why Poo-pan is so petty. The instructor informs you that this main reward is located there. Zuo-fan takes the box and thanks the instructor. The guy opens the box from which the light comes and wonders if it is an alien artifact. In the box, on a red pad, lies a glowing orange ball. Bright rays spread throughout the room. Y Chen smiles and frowns, saying that the artifact was discovered in a mutated plant 2 years ago, and this is very rare. The man says that each treasure has its own effect, and according to the ministry's plan, Zuo-fan must take the pill and then observe the changes. Standing nearby are 2 girls who are doctors. One of them holds a first aid kit in her hand. The instructor explains that if anything happens, he will be provided with emergency medical care. The main character nervously looks at the ball and assumes that this treasure is toxic. Y Chen maintains a calm expression on his face and replies that it is difficult to say, because it was found not so long ago, so you can't immediately tell whether there is poison in it. A doctor in a pink shirt, white coat, brown hair pulled back into a ponytail, adjusts his glasses. She reports that they tested it and it is harmless to human health. The girl notes that, however, the same alien artifact can affect different people differently. The doctor says they came mainly to collect data. Alarmed, Zuo-fan holds the ball in his hand and concludes that they intimidated him and now want him to take a dangerous pill. The guy silently puts it in his mouth. He calmly looks forward and holds his stomach, thinking that he doesn't feel anything. The joyful redhead waves his hands and asks how it tastes. The boy is interested in whether it is sweet or salty, and whether it looks like candy or meat. His mouth is drooling, and Y Chen doesn't understand what he's talking about because it's a precious thing, and Poo-pan is only interested in the taste. He awkwardly scratches the back of his head and, looking to the side, explains that he has already tried this, but only once or twice, and it was a low-level F class. Redhead reports that he has not only never tried the expensive D class, but has never even seen it. Zuo-fan looks at the instructor and says that he swallowed the pill and couldn't taste it. Information appears on the table that it has been discovered that the owner has accepted a D-class alien artifact, and the system has activated the transformation to 100% benefit. The main character looks at the table in surprise and wonders what it means to convert to 100% benefit. The table says that the transformation of the D-class alien artifact is complete, and the owner has received plus 20 points in strength and plus 10% in recovery. Now the guy has 65 power points, and passive is plus 10% for recovery. The young man happily realizes that he has gained 20 points of strength at once, and assumes that the recovery is the speed at which his body copes with various buffs. Zuofan straightens his shoulders and looks forward, smiling. The guy realizes that he has advanced in level with just one treasure, and this is a valuable thing. The doctor looks at the screen and asks why the alien artifact added 20 points to strength, because this is too much. The girl explains that they found 5 similar treasures, 4 of which were accepted by other people and received a maximum of 13 points in strength. The guys look in surprise at the main character, who thinks that such an increase saved a lot of time on hard training. Against the background of blue silhouettes, it is written that these are intelligence, strength, health and agility. Meteorite fighters, after reaching the highest category, need to constantly kill monsters and work hard on combat techniques in order to advance further in the level. The alien artifact quickly increases strength, which is the dream of all fighters. The artifact is especially valuable for those who have nothing left to reach a new level. The main character looks at the doctor and instructor and wonders if they are talking about 10% recovery because they didn't notice, or if this is a feature of getting the maximum benefit from the pill. Wei Chenchen smiles and, looking to the side, offers to go to the forbidden area, and their Zuofan will be able to choose an ability as a reward. He smiles happily and decides that this is great. People are walking around the green building. There are people with weapons standing near the entrance, guarding it. Wei Chenchen and 3 guys enter there. They move forward, behind the chief instructor. The main character looks somewhere warily, and Pupan waves his head in surprise, looking around the room. Zuofan suggests that the restricted area is divided into parts that are numbered in order. The guy remembers that his father said that the safe was in the depths. The young man thinks about the moment when his father put his hand on his shoulder, conveying secret information. The black-haired man understands that he called the number 9963. The numbers 72-3 are written above the door. The guys enter this room behind the instructor, following him. At this time, a sound is heard and then a voice informs you that authentication has been completed. There are various devices in the room, and between the 2 parts of one of them the space glows blue. They come there and stand next to each other. Wei Chenchen stands opposite the guys and tells Pupan and Jijian that they entered the top 10, so they can also choose a D rank ability, but from the 3 provided. The man is interested in whether the guys know about this rule. Red smiles and exclaims that it's over, and we need to hurry up. The military is aiming their gun somewhere. Since the War Ministry is an organ of the State Military Commissariat, many rare combat abilities are stored here. Even the ones they offer now are D rank best. The guys stand at the counter on which the images appear. Wei Chenchen explains that they give them the choice of sword technique, fencing technique, or movement training. Pupan raises his hand and looks at the bracelet, from which blue light emanates. The boy is surprised that there is a fencing technique and a breakwater here. He notes that she is one of the top at D tier and will go well with his natural superhuman strength. Jijian, with a slight smile, looks at his bracelet and says that he would not refuse the sword technique. Wei Chenchen waves his hand at the main character, who has a surprised expression on his face and notes that he not only took first place but also set a new record. The man reveals that as a reward, they have decided to let him view the entire list of available D rank abilities. He says to choose what you like. The stunned guys look at the instructor and, raising their hands with bracelets, ask whether it was possible to do this. They think that now their techniques don't seem so valuable. Many signs appear on the device. Zuofan looks at this anxiously as a bead of sweat rolls down his face. He is surprised at such a large selection. The guy thinks that equipment of this class is extremely expensive on the stock exchange, and each price tag exceeds several tens of millions. The main character authoritatively raises his hand and confidently, with a slight smile, looks forward. He suggests that the Wind Axe Crusher is Yitang's E-class technique, and the Wind Axe Mountain is an improved version of it. The black-haired man realizes that the Northern Flame Fist, combined with the gloves, can easily penetrate the armor of D-rank monsters. The young man thinks that there are a lot of abilities, but he needs to choose only one. He looks thoughtfully at the screen. One of the tables says that the Sparkling Shadow Sword is a rare D-rank ability, and after completing its mastery, the sword will become so fast that it will not cast a shadow. Zuofan decides that this is it, because if he had this ability on a mission, he would have fought the Wolf King of the Moonblade Steelwool on equal terms. The guy smiles excitedly and understands that he has to take it. The main character points his finger at the table and states that he wants to take this ability from sword techniques. Wei Chenchen notes that the guy chose the Sparkling Shadow Sword. Pupan smiles, and Jijian looks to the side, saying that this ability is considered the best D rank ability and is almost equal in strength to C rank. The guy notes that it is extremely difficult to learn, and many have failed, so you need to think twice. Red grins and says that Zuo-fan is not like the others. The main character raises his hand and exclaims that he chooses her. He understands that thanks to the God of War system, he will be able to use attribute points to level up his abilities, so he won't have to think about the difficulties of learning. The young man brings his hand with the bracelet closer to the device. At this time, the head instructor reveals that Sparkling Shadow Sword is a rare ability that is in the sole possession of the Ministry of War, so Zuo-fan is prohibited from transferring it to anyone else. Zhaijian puts his hand to his forehead as if to salute when Wei Chenchen tells him to lead the guys back. He quickly agrees. The head instructor looks at the guys leaving and thinks about Zuo-fan. The guys walk down the corridor, following Zhaijian. The main character points his thumb back and asks the guy with the tail where the forbidden zone is and whether he can go there, becoming a security advisor. Zhaijian turns his head back a little and explains that even so, he will still need to apply, and in order to go to a room numbered higher than 80 he will need to reach the general level. The guy grins and puts his hand to his mouth, saying that there is also a training ground there, and if you rise to the level of a general, they can apply to train there. Pu Pan smiles and notes that only the Ministry of War has a training ground of this level. The boy says that he will definitely get there. The main character looks in front of him in surprise, concluding that, having received the level of a general, he will be able to get there. The young man happily realizes that this is the way out. The sun reflects on the green building of the Jinning Mercenary Union. Inside, people sit at tables and raise one hand up, clenching it into a fist. On the stage are the main character, Pu Pan, and a man who reports that their union showed itself excellently on the last task. This is Pu Hao, who smiles, holding a cigar in his teeth, and looking to the side. The man tells his son that he is proud of him and notes that Zuo-fan did a good job too. The president hands the piece of paper to the black-haired man and asks him to take it. He explains that this is a bonus of 12 million from their union, the same as in the war ministry. With a satisfied expression on his face, the main character takes it and thanks the chairman. The guy laughs and exclaims that he is very kind. The young man thinks that Pu Hao is a very willful person, because he gave as much as 12 million. The redhead looks at his father with displeasure and pushes him with his elbow. Pu Pan says that he has brought the meat of the Wolf King and offers to go try it. The boy tells Zuo-fan to come for dinner too. They wave to the running guy, who agrees, explaining that he'll stop by the training ground first. The young man thinks that he wants to study the Sparkling Shadow Sword first. Ryujai enters the room with a box in his hands, while the black-haired man runs away. The girl calls him and notes that he came without saying anything and ran away. Ryujai looks away as a blush appears on her cheeks. The girl realizes that she cared about him. The following happens in a tall building. Pu Pan and another person are sitting at the same table, and at another table with a laptop is Pu Hao. The association president, with an angry expression, slams his fist on the table and insults the Lai family. The man asks how they dared to attack his son. The boy makes an upset face and exclaims that if it weren't for Zuo-fan, he wouldn't be here anymore. Pu Pan notes that his father must restore his reputation. He frowns and looks sternly in front of him. He replies that, of course, he will not spare this bald old man. In the middle of the site stands the main character with a sword in his hand. He thinks that there are 33 points to distribute, and if he invests them in intelligence, health, and strength, then there will be 2 points left until the highest category. The table contains information that Zuo-fan is a fighter of the average category. His intelligence and health are 45, his strength is 65, and his speed is 99. The youth's weapon is Bonebreaker, and his passive ability is plus 10% recovery. Abilities are low-grade Perception, medium E-grade Flickering Willow Flowers, D-grade Sparkling Shadow Sword, not activated. There are also 33 points available for distribution. The main character looks at the sword in surprise and decides that it would be better to invest points in learning the ability, because this way he will become much stronger and will easily earn more points. He reads information about abilities. A question appears as to whether the owner wishes to spend 20 points to activate the Sparkling Shadow Sword. Zuo-fan, with a worried expression on his face and raised hand, looks at the table and realizes that it will require 20 points to activate and 80 points to fully study it. The young man is indignant that this is not a system, but some kind of robber. The guy presses his finger on the table. The message that the entry-level D-class Sparkling Shadow Sword is not activated changes to information that the entry-level Sparkling Shadow Sword is activated. The blue chart says that this is a D-rank sword skill that slightly increases the speed and strength of the sword, masking the sound of cutting through the air, and also has a 5% chance of delivering a double lightning strike. The black-haired man holds his sword raised with one hand, from which blue light emanates. He holds his other hand under the weapon and wonders if he can already use the Sparkling Shadow Sword. Behind the guy, on the training ground, a man is working out, hitting a red bag. The main character decides to see what the skill can do. With a concentrated expression on his face and pursed lips, he swings his sword. Zuo-fan watches the sword's movements with interest, eyes wide open, and realizes that the power of the bone breaker has increased by 20% and he only used the basic level of this skill for this. The black-haired man grins and swings his weapon again, thinking that the sound of the sword's carving has also decreased greatly and this will be useful in the fight against the enemy. Activating a double lightning strike, the guy strikes, cutting the black and red pair. Scratches and horizontal holes appear on it. The main character realizes that after 20 hits the double lightning strike worked, and the probability of this skill is indeed only 5%. The young man stops and, looking at the wounded bag, thinks that if it is activated during a real fight, it will significantly increase his chances of winning. Zuo-fan understands that, as expected from a D-rank sword skill, he is only mastering the basic level and his strength has already increased by 30%. He realizes that if he comes face to face with the Moonblade Steel Fur Wolf King, he will be able to fight back. The scale near the photo of the main character is filled with yellow to the middle. Then the color changes to green and fills almost the entire scale. The guy is happy that his health is restored so quickly and assumes that this is due to the effect of accelerating regeneration plus 10%. He realizes that if so, then his endurance in battle has also increased. Zuo-fan walks towards the exit of the training hall, and his head is filled with thoughts that he has completed his inspection and the time has come for his rewards for the joint operation, because the collected monster materials should be well worth it. The black-haired man opens the door and sees a dissatisfied Ryujai holding her hands on her chest, and Poopan, who is chewing meat on a stick, next to her. The young man is interested in what she is doing here. The redhead smiles and puts out his thumb, index and middle fingers, and Ryujai frowns and declares that after returning the main character disappeared without a trace and did not even come to say hello. He closes his eyes, awkwardly scratches the back of his head and, smiling, asks how this can be because he only planned to meet Ryujai and even prepared a gift. The girl smiles and her facial expression becomes sweet and friendly. She wonders what gift he has for her. The sight of Poopan, with the remains of food on his lips, is dissatisfied. His brows furrowed as the boy wonders how he could have had enough time to buy gifts, since after arriving at the Mercenary Association building, he immediately headed to the training arena. Concerned, Zuo-fan puts forward his hand, on which lies a yellow stone, and explains that in the Phantom Rain Mountains, he was thinking about what gift to give her, and after some effort, he was finally able to find it. The young man remembers how such stones lay on the ground near the mountain when he descended from it. He mentally thanks God for picking up this thing. The protagonist tells Ryujai that he thought she would like it, so he took the stone. She takes the item and, holding it at chest level, joyfully exclaims that it is wonderful and thanks Zuo-fan, noting that she really appreciates the gift. Poopan watches as the embarrassed girl and black-haired man smile at each other. The boy is indignant that Ryujai was so happy because of the stupid stone. Red decides that, as expected from his older brother Zuo-fan, he is amazing and he should learn from him. Poopan takes a notepad and is about to write something down. He walks near the main character, whose hand is grabbed by Ryujai. She invites the black-haired one to go, and he asks where and assumes that they are going to eat. She replies that he will find out when they arrive at the place. In the city of Jining, Wuwai district, there are high-rise modern houses as well as other buildings. This is the safest residential area in Jining City. Near the two-story building there are tables with umbrellas and palm trees. This area is located in the center of the city and can withstand the outbreak of a wave of monsters. Zuo-fan follows the girl and the boy and turns his head to the side and asks if this area is Wuwai. The guy reports that he heard that this is the safest area of the city. He notes that his fame seems well deserved. Smiling, the redhead looks at him and replies that this goes without saying, because besides the three headquarters, the Wuwai district is the safest. Poopan adds that there are many people who have taken countless ways to get in, but 70% of the houses here are provided to experienced members of their mercenary association. Zuo-fan looks to the side at some building. He realizes that there is also an exclusive training arena for meteorite warriors there, and the service there is good. The young man decides that this area is really cool. The main character is confident that prices here are the highest in the entire city of Jining. There is a yellow sphere above the buildings. After the night of the meteorite fall, residential areas with defense capabilities became the most sought-after areas because after all, there is nothing more expensive than life. The guy examines everything with a surprised and alarmed expression on his face. He realizes that, based on the current housing market, even houses located in the city center can cost up to 200,000 per square meter. Zuo-fan understands that the prices of houses in the Wuwai area are many times higher, and even houses just over 100 square meters will cost tens of millions. The guy smiles lightly, pursing his lips, and thinks that with the money he has now, it won't be enough for him to buy even half of a house with an area of 100 square meters. The main character looks to the side at a walking girl in a coat, with her hair in a ponytail and wearing glasses. The young man's gaze becomes serious and a little secretive. He stops and looks at the girl leaving, thinking that this person looks suspiciously familiar, and the guy thinks that he has seen her before. The sky is already turning yellow-pink. The guys approach a large, beautiful house with green bushes growing near it. They are approached by a man holding a folder under his arm, wearing a black suit, who greets Pupan's young master, Ryujai, and recognizes Mr. Zuofan. The man notes that he is a very talented young man and says that these are his property documents. He politely asks to look at them. The stunned protagonist points his finger at the building and assumes that this is his home. Ryujai smiles, gesturing with his hand, saying that he can live here for free. The girl explains that if the black-haired man decides to stay in Jinning City after becoming a warlord, then this house will be given to him. Ryujai reveals that it is natural for geniuses like Zuofan to receive such advantages in the Mercenary Association, and if he joined the army, the treatment would be the same. The guy looks at the house in surprise, for example, at its entrance, windows, and balcony. He then points out that this is crazy. The guy can't believe that something good is really happening to him. This is a large house with 3 floors and amenities. The main character reflects that most likely the total area of this mansion is 400 square meters, and based on this, the property will cost more than 200 million. Pupan smiles widely and, closing his eyes, asks Zuofan's opinion. The boy wonders if it meets his standards. He looks at them embarrassedly and, with a soft and warm expression on his face, thanks the guys. The red-haired man looks dumbfounded at Ryujai, who is straightening her hair in a braid, and tells the black-haired one that since everything is settled now, he needs to go buy some clothes because in 2 days he will need to attend the Lai family's holiday. The girl reports that as the person who took first place during the joint operation, they cannot allow him to embarrass the Mercenary Association. The young men stand still and look at her in surprise. Zuofan asks if he should go shopping with a woman, and Pupan exclaims that this is the end because Ryujai is a shopping maniac. A girl stands near a shopping center with her hand on her side, and the tired guys are holding bags in their hands, bent over and breathing heavily. Ryujai shouts to hurry up. In the Lai family's beautiful home, light comes from the windows. There is an orange circle with the family sign on the door. A beautiful expensive car drives up to the house. The main character and Pupan come out from there. Zuofan, wearing a beautiful sparkling purple suit, boldly looks at the house and assumes that this is the headquarters of the Lai family. It marks the type of construction. A long expensive chandelier hangs on the ceiling. People in classic, neat clothes walk around the hall. The men are dressed in suits and the women in beautiful dresses. A dissatisfied Pupan and a calm protagonist with Ryujai enter the room. The main character exclaims that it is very lively here. He notices that the Lee family spared no expense because this party is huge. The girl turns her head and, looking at him, replies that there is nothing grand about this, because if Lai Hongwu had taken first place during the operation, it would have been more luxurious. Pupan says that the Lai family always spends money generously. Lai Zhong looks ahead slyly, with Lai Hongwu and other people standing behind him. 5 years ago, the Lai family from Jinning City was not so strong, and they spent a huge amount of money on recruiting people and buying weapons, which continued their path to power. The black-haired man's expression is displeased when he realizes that this is a tempting amount of money and assumes that it is Lai Zhong's reward for accusing his father during his court-martial. Zuofan thinks that when Dad was convicted, there were many questionable details. He's annoyed that he was too young and there were so many things he wouldn't be able to access. Lai Hongwu, standing at the top, stretches his head forward, looks displeasedly into the hall and asks in surprise whether the main character also came there. The guy clenches his teeth and, with an angry look, slams his fist hard on the surface. Du Hongwu exclaims that if it weren't for Zuofan, he would have been first. A calm man with a strong body and black short hair, dressed in a red shirt and a black vest, clenches his fist. He asks if this guy killed Lai King and Lai Kai. He clenches his teeth and, with an angry expression on his face, replies that when the points were calculated, he saw the materials with his own eyes, so no one but him can be the killer. The man in the red shirt looks down coolly and exclaims that he raised twins, so he wants this Zuofan to die. He watches from above and notes that fair fighting is not prohibited at Meteorite warrior parties. The guy standing next to Zhujian points his finger at the main character and wonders if this young man defeated him and took first place in the joint operation. The guy notes that he doesn't look that strong. One young man with brown hair puts his hand on Zhujian's shoulder and says that he heard that Zuofan is only a mid-category meteorite warrior and asks how he managed to set a new record. He notes that there is something suspicious about this. The second young man, with black hair, elbows Zhu Zhan and says that Guy has teamed up with Pu Pan, and for his son, the president most likely pulled the strings. Zhu Zhan's expression turns worried as the brunette exclaims that he can only say that brother is unlucky. Zhu Zhan's expression turns serious as he looks to the side. Feet in black shoes step on the floor. This is a man in a red shirt who is approaching the guys. The main character and his friends look at him in surprise and assume that it is Lai Rong. Zuo Fan's gaze is wary as he wonders who he is, because the man's aura is very powerful. Pu Pan looks at his friend seriously and tells him that he should beware of Lai Rong because he raised the twins of the Lai family. He looks forward, and on a red background there is a bear with glowing red eyes. This is the Lai family's grizzly bear, Lai Rong, one of the strongest warriors of the Lai family's Meteoric. The man walks forward and inquires whether the young man is Zuo Fan. The tall Lai Rong smiles as he stands in front of the protagonist and says that he heard that he not only took first place in the joint operation, but also set a new record. A man suggests sparring to liven up the party. Zhu Zhan looks at this dumbfounded. The winner grins and asks about sparring. Pu Pan rests his hand on his side and, frowning, tells his friend not to fall for this trick because Lai Rong is one of the strongest warriors of the Meteorite Lai family, and he is very strong. The guys are approached by Lai Hongwu, who puts one hand to the side and suggests that Zuo Fan, as a genius who set a new record and took first place in a joint operation, is afraid to take on the challenge. He also suggests that the young man is not worthy of this honor because he used other means to achieve it. He smiles and replies that he was just thinking about how not to accidentally kill them during the battle. The young man says that the Lai family is very powerful and he cannot afford to offend them. Lai Hongwu also smirks and asks what the Lai family will lose if Zuo Fan is really so powerful that Lai Rong deserves to die. People perk up and fix their gaze on the guys. Someone notes that this will be an interesting sight. Lai Rong scratches his neck and tells him that he will take care of him. Both guys are standing on the platform opposite each other a few meters away, and a little further away there are people who are going to watch the battle. The main character looks at the enemy and realizes that he has a very powerful aura, and Lai Rong's strength is much higher than Lai Kai and Lai King. The man quickly takes off. Zuo Fan looks at him carefully and wonders if he is attacking. Lai Rong holds a weapon in both hands and jumps, swinging. A strong blow occurs, from which the earth is destroyed. The main character jumps back and, looking ahead, realizes that this blow is stronger than he expected. The guy thinks that this man is very fast. Lai Rong runs forward, holding a shield in one hand and a spiked weapon in the other. With a calm expression on his face, he swings his arms and uses the E-rank combat skill Hurricane Double Strike. The guys fight, the blows of the Li family member leave a red light, and the movement of the main character leaves a golden light. Zuo Fan lands, looking ahead intently. Li Rang smirks and notes that the young man was able to withstand his Hurricane Double Strike, which is not bad. The man says that this is it, and now he will be serious. People, including Ryu Jai and the red-haired boy, watch this in alarm. Someone says that Lai Rong is terrible, and if the strength he just showed hit him, he would definitely die. Someone reports that in Jining City, Lai Rong is part of the strongest group of Meteorite warriors, and of course, he was able to master the E-rank combat skill, Hurricane Double Strike. Ryu Jai brings his hands to his mouth and shouts to Zuo Fan that exchanging a few blows is enough, because if he cannot win, then he can admit defeat, and that will be okay. Lai Hongwu grins caustically and tells the main character not to admit defeat so quickly, because he took first place in the joint operation. The guy explains that if he gives up so quickly, the Mercenary Association will lose face. Pu Pan looks at him angrily and mentally curses. Zuo Fan straightens his tie and thinks that Lai Rong is stronger than he expected, but with his current abilities, defeating him will not be difficult. The young man decides that his victory must be unconditional and quick, so he must do everything possible. The table says that the number of points available for distribution is 13, and the maneuverable technique, the Blooming Willow Flash, is already known at the E-rank level. The guy takes off, moving forward. Zuo Fan attacks while Lai Rang defends with a shield. Double Lightning Strike and Penetration is activated, and Blooming Vine Flash and Shadow Blade Flash are also used. The main character's attack emits green rays that hit the enemy's shield. The man falls back and, with a frightened expression on his face, reaches forward with his hand. Lai Rong screams and asks the Patriarch to save him. Drops of blood appear in the air. The man falls to the floor, sliding along it. Lai Rong lies down, and his eyes are now completely white. Emitting green light, Zuo Fan moves away from the corpse, holding a sword in his hand. The table says that he killed the Advanced Warrior Meteorite and received 3 stat points. The main character grins and, looking to the side, apologizes for not being able to restrain himself. Everyone looks at him dumbfounded. Someone asks if he killed the terrifying Lai Rong in a matter of seconds. Someone shouts that the blow was very fast. Ryu Jai covers his mouth with his hand and is surprised that Zuo Fan is so strong. Pooh Pan's expression is also very astonished as he notes the blow the young man used just now. Zhaijian opens his mouth in surprise and realizes that this is the Shadow Blade Flash Combat skill that Zuo Fan received just 3 days ago. Red grits his teeth and decides to forget about the flash of the Shadow Blade. The boy can't believe that he was able to master such a D-rank sword skill so quickly. Zhujian, with a worried expression on his face, frowns and reflects that the main character mastered the Shadow Blade Flash in just 3 days, and this is an incredible talent, so it is not surprising that the head instructor praised him so much. Lai Hongwu looks forward from under his brows and clenches his teeth. He cannot believe that Lai Rong is dead because he believes that this is impossible. Lai Hongwu wonders how this guy can be so strong. People perk up and look at each other. A scream is heard, which suggests that Zuo Fan dared to kill a member of the Lai family and asks if he wants to die. Lai Zhang enters the room wearing a yellow suit. He looks at the black-haired man with contempt when Lai Hongwu, standing nearby, exclaims that this guy killed Lai Rong during a sparring session and they can't let him go. The patriarch, looking insane, flies towards the protagonist and declares that anyone who kills a member of his family must die. The irritated young man puts his sword in front of him. One can hear the question of whether he is shameless if he preys on the weak. The man puts out his fist and confronts Lai Zhang. Due to this impact, dust rises and people cover themselves with their hands. The men fly at each other as the ground beneath them collapses. Zuo Fan jumps back and watches this, thinking that this is a terrifying power and a completely different level than the Meteor Warrior. The young man assumes that this is the strength of the military leader. The man in the suit raises his fist, and the patriarch covers himself with his hands. This is Pu Hao, who smiles and says that accidents are inevitable in sparring, especially since Lai Rong was the initiator. The president suggests that the Lai family cannot afford to lose. Lai Zhang looks at him and realizes that it is Pu Hao. The patriarch remembers the young man's father, Zuo Hui, and realizes that the main character turned out to be much stronger than he expected. Lai Zhang thinks that he cannot allow this troublemaker to continue to cultivate even if there is trouble with the mercenary association. The old man decides that he must kill Zuo Fan now. He frowns and turns his head when he notices Wei Chenchen. Li Zhang realizes that another troublesome guy has arrived. The patriarch turns around and declares that Zuo Fan is a scoundrel, and from now on the Lai family will not let him go. He stretches his hands and thanks President Pu Hao for saving him. The man puts his hand on his shoulder and, smiling, wonders what these thanks are for. The president exclaims that the black-haired man killed Lai Rong in one move, which is impressive. Pu Hao notes that he underestimated him. He adds that from now on you shouldn't call him president, but you can just call him Uncle Hao. They stand opposite each other, and the young man agrees, and the president laughs and notes that this is great. The guys standing near Zhujian open their mouths in surprise. The young man with the tail suggests that now they understand whether the right strings were pulled during the joint operation or not. Zhujian smirks and thinks that Zuo Fan is a terrifying genius. He is glad that such a strong guy exists, because now he has more motivation to become a military leader. Ryu Jai and 2 guys leave the house and follow the man to the car. The main character looks back at the Li family's home, glaring at it with a stern look. Clenching his fists, the young man realizes that with his current strength there is no way to resist the Lai family, so he needs to become stronger in the near future. The car drives away, and the girl with blue hair walks to the side. In a dark room, Lai Zhang stands facing the window and his back to Lai Hongwu. The patriarch says that Lai Rong, one of the elite who could become a military leader, simply died, also at the hands of this guy. Lai Hongwu frowns and shouts that Zuo Fan stole his first place and killed Lai Rong, so he is the enemy of the Lai family. The guy states that they must kill the main character. Suddenly, his facial expression changes and becomes surprised and alarmed. Lai Zhang turns around and slaps his son hard. Lai Hongwu looks at him pitifully, holding his cheek, and is about to say something. The patriarch frowns and, looking at the young man with contempt, declares that the family made so much effort to help him during the joint operation, but he still could not take first place. The man exclaims that all these years he has used so many resources to train Lai Hongwu, and still he won't even be able to defeat Zuo Fan. Lai Zhang calls the guy a useless thing. He assumes that Lai Hongwu still wants to be submissive to the Zuo family as he was in the past. He remembers the little main character and him now. He deduces that Zuo Fan is that scoundrel from the Zuo family. Lai Hongwu is surprised that this little fool is not dead yet. The patriarch glares at the young man and says that the Lai family has been preparing in Jining City for many years, and now that the plan is almost complete, they have no room for error. Lai Zhang adds that this little worm is a disaster, and since he is in the city, he must be eliminated at any cost. Lai Hongwu bows and quickly agrees. He asks that this be given to him, and promises that Zuo Fan will not live long. That girl with blue hair is hiding behind a tree, standing on a thick branch. This is the assistant to the commanders who took Zuo Hui to the air prison. The girl grins and thinks about Lai Zhang. A week later, the main character is on the training ground and brandishes a sword. He hits the bag quickly, cuts and scratches appear on it. The black-haired man stops and thinks that this is still not enough. Information about Zuo-fan appears on the table. His intelligence is 45, his constitution is 45, his weapon is Bonebreaker, his strength is 65, and his speed is 99. He also has a passive combat skill, Regeneration Acceleration plus 10%. It says that the youth has skills such as Basic Perception, E-rank Elementary level Vine Bloom Flash, and Novice level D-rank Shadow Blade Flash. Zuo-fan also has 6 points available for distribution. The main character's face shows the satisfaction as he reads the information. The guy thinks that with his strength he will be able to crush the most advanced Meteorite warriors, but this will not be enough to fight the warlord. He realizes that in order to deal with the Lai family, especially Lai Zhang, his strength must be equal to that of a warlord. Zuo-fan realizes that other than this, he is far from reaching 100 points in intelligence, physique, and strength. The joyful Ryujai approaches the young man and calls him, and the guy's head is filled with thoughts that he needs stat points to improve his combat skills, and he's missing a lot of points. Ryujai raises one hand and says that the president has agreed to add the main character to the hunting team. The girl advises you to come and meet your teammates. Both enter the room, and Pupan, sitting at one of the tables, turns to look at them. He waves his hand and calls the guys, and the others also look at the newcomers. The black-haired man looks at the guys warily and assumes that this is the hunting team he will join. A calm man with white hair and a guy with red hair, holding a mug of beer in his hand, are sitting at the table. This is Ku Feng, Sword Hunter, Advanced Warrior Meteorite. Also looking at Zuo-fan is a guy with blue hair, Gankai, a sword hunter, a scout, an advanced meteorite warrior, and his weapons are a dagger and a crossbow. Zuo-fan looks at them carefully and realizes that they are an advanced warrior and a max-level advanced warrior. The blonde man in black and green clothing is an aspiring military leader. This is Xin Jian, a sword hunter, captain and main attacker, an aspiring warlord, and his weapon is a two-handed sword. The main character looks at them and realizes that this is the best team of the Mercenary Association. Zuo-fan sits down next to Pupan and both guys put their hands on the table. Red reveals that Xin Jian is the captain, and he works alongside Gankai's older brother and Ku Feng's uncle. They clench their fists angrily, and Gankai raises one eyebrow, asking who Pupan calls big brother and whether he is really that old. A disgruntled Ku Feng exclaims that he isn't even 30 and just looks older than his age, so he can't be an uncle. Alarmed, Zuo-fan looks at the guys beating up the redhead and decides that he won't have any trouble getting along with them. The black-haired man looks at Xin Jian, who reveals that President Pu Hao recommended him to become a new member of his team. The man's expression turns stern as he reveals that the team's hunting grounds are where the D-rank monsters are located on Ghost Rain Mountain. He states that this is no place for children like that joint operation, and if he and Pupan can't quickly become qualified members, he will kick them off the team. Zuo-fan looks at the captain a little scared and promises that he will quickly adapt and try not to burden the team. Ku Feng touches the redhead on the cheek and tells the main character not to feel too tense, because the captain only says this because during every hunt, he commits all the kills. Red hair reveals that he and Pupan only need to worry about protecting themselves. The redhead narrows his eyes and replies that Ku Feng is underestimating them, because fighting several D-rank monsters is not that difficult. Everyone looks at Xin Jian in surprise as he stands up and says that now is the time to go to Ghost Rain Mountain. Zuo-fan's expression is serious when he thinks that they are already going hunting, and Captain Xin Jian is undoubtedly a man of action. A dark green car drives through the forest, and the sun beautifully casts a golden light on the trees. Ghost Rain Mountain is much scarier at night than during the day. Yellow light comes from the car headlights. From the transport, one can hear the question of whether driving such a car attracts the attention of monsters, because it is already late. Large vehicles like this armored vehicle are easy to target. Gankai, sitting behind the wheel, smiles and replies that they are waiting for the monsters to gather around them, because searching for traces is a waste of time. The guy exclaims that this is the fighting method of the advanced hunting team. The car begins to stop, kicking up dust under the wheels. Something is flying towards the vehicle. The car door opens and a guy jumps out, shouting that it's here. The main character swings his sword, and something falls to the ground. These are arrows that are now stuck in the ground. Pupan stands in the car and assumes that these are tail fur arrows. A bright red D-rank monster, a hunting fox, sits on a tree. From it emanate golden rings that float through the air. Xin Jian looks at the boy with displeasure and tells him to get out, since this is their first fight as members of their team. The man reveals that hunting foxes are considered weak among D-rank monsters, and if they can kill him, they will be worthy of becoming members of the team. The guys look at the captain warily and assume that this is an entrance test. Red jumps out of the car, and Ku Feng, who is smoking, asks if it is too harsh to force the young men to face a D-rank monster for a test. Gankai smiles lightly and agrees with the red-haired man. He assumes that the captain had no intention of accepting them. He looks out the window and hears the guys reasoning that, after all, these guys are intermediate meteorite warriors. He wonders how their fighting abilities are if they are very talented. Xinjian replies that the hunting fox is considered weak among D-rank monsters, and with their strength, it should be easy. The captain says it would be great if President Pu Hao just asked him to look after Pu Pan. Both newcomers stand with weapons and sternly look at the monster. Xinjian exclaims that they are not a team of nannies, and carrying a double burden while hunting high-rank monsters is too expensive. The fox opens its mouth and growls, its eyes glowing red. The main character and the redhead run forward, and a large number of arrows are rushing at them. Pu Pan frowns and exclaims that they are underestimating them too much because they are just a pathetic house. The boy states that Zuofan doesn't need to do anything because he can handle it alone. He looks at Pu Pan running past him and agrees. The black-haired one says that he will be there and help keep everything under control. The redhead puts up a shield in front of him, into which arrows crash. With a serious expression on his face, he shouts that he is using the heavenly bestowed divine power. A red sphere forms around the boy. His feet leave the ground as Pu Pan jumps. Emitting a red light, it rushes towards the fox. The monster sticks its tail forward and growls. The main character looks sternly in front of him and thinks that although this is just an attack from a D-rank monster, the arrows are fired continuously and are very fast, which makes it impossible to defend against them. The young man realizes that with the Pu Pan fighting method, which relies mainly on brute force, this will be an effective counteraction. The redhead runs towards the angry fox, and the space around him glows red. Zuofan decides that the boy will definitely win by getting close to the monster. Pu Pan throws a punch and the fox flies back. Dust and yellow light emanate from the battle site. Black-haired watches this and realizes that the power of this attack is the same as that of a max-level advanced meteor warrior. He decides that Pu Pan's divine power is amazing. The impact causes the fox to fall to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. The redhead approaches there, brandishing a weapon and shouting not to even think about escaping. He swings his shield, glaring at the monster. The fox falls to the ground from the blow. Pu Pan wonders what Zuofan thinks and suggests that his fighting abilities are quite good. Red says that if he hadn't been wounded during the joint operation, these scoundrels wouldn't be so arrogant. The main character shows his class and, smiling, notes that Pu Pan is now stronger than him. He closes his eyes, smiles and awkwardly scratches the back of his head. The boy laughs and exclaims that things are still just a little worse. Red reveals that earlier he said to leave the monsters to kill them, so he just knocked him out. The black-haired man approaches the fox and swings his sword, striking. He grins, and the table says he has 3 points available for distribution. The team members stand above and watch them, and Kufeng notes that Pu Pan is not bad and is almost on the same level as him. Gankai reveals that he heard about the divine power he was born with, but did not expect it to be so high. The captain frowns and explains that only Pu Pan was fighting right now and they didn't have a chance to see Zuofan's abilities. Gankai grins and asks Xinjian to be confident, because he knows Pu Pan, who is very proud and is not afraid of anything. He wonders why the redhead follows the main character so sincerely if Zuofan is not capable. A voice is heard that suggests that the black-haired one will bring them a huge surprise. The guys are standing near a fox lying on the ground. The main character turns his head, noticing something. With a wary expression on his face, he wonders what it was and assumes that someone is there. 2 green monsters, similar to chameleons, approach the guys. Their eyes are wide open and the monsters stick out their long tongues. These are D-rank iron-horned chameleons. The guys watching what is happening look down in fear. Gankai notes that there were such strong monsters as the iron-horned chameleon. Kufeng exclaims that this is not good and these 2 need to be saved. With a calm expression on his face, the captain jumps and lands deftly. His gaze becomes amazed because the man notices something. Zuofan runs forward, swinging his sword and wanting to attack the monsters. Green light wraps around the chameleon's tongue. The main character clutches his weapon and yellow flashes come from it. The long tongues of the monsters rush forward and the black-haired man waves his sword. He realizes that their weakness is their eyes. The guy thinks that the speed is terrifyingly high and combined with their ability to camouflage and escape, they become a problem if they don't fall the first time. A yellow light emanates from their eyes and the chameleon's tongues become short. The shadow blade flash effect occurs, double lightning strike is activated. The monsters fly back, emitting light. Chameleons fall to the ground and do not move. The young man looks at this calmly, and 6 free points are added to him for distribution. Zuofan is surprised that he got rid of 2D rank monsters so easily. A slight smile appears on the protagonist's face as he realizes that he hasn't felt this way before, even when he killed Lai Rong. It seems to the young man that he has become stronger since he participated in the joint operation. The joyful Poo Pan smiles and runs to the black-haired one with the words that he is amazing, because he killed 2 iron-horned chameleons with 1 blow. Red notes that among D-rank monsters, these are just dust. The guys from the team watch this in shock. Kufeng can't believe that Zuofan is just an intermediate meteorite warrior, because he was able to kill 2 iron-horned chameleons with 1 blow. Gankai reports that the main character has incredible speed, and the difference between his speed and the speed of General Meteorite is not even noticeable. The guy notes that he was able to kill with 1 blow because of his sword skills. The captain, with a stern look on his face, looks ahead and thinks that this guy acts faster than the iron-horned chameleon attacks with his tongue. Xinjian also understands that Zuofan has almost mastered the physical and combat techniques of the Flowering Vine Flash, and it has only been a short time, but he has already learned the D-rank sword skill. The man assumes that this is a reward for a joint operation. When the captain remembers the main character, a smile appears on his face. Xinjian decides that this guy is a genius, and he is truly one of the most brilliant. The captain thinks that it is not surprising that President Pu Hao wanted them to join his team. With a relaxed and satisfied face, he looks up at the 2 guys on his team. Gankai informs the captain that they have found a gem and all that remains is to raise it. The guy says let Zuofan be their team's striker and maybe he can take some pressure off them. The sky is already becoming dark. 2 guys who were undergoing the so-called testing are approaching the car. Xinjian smiles and raises his hand, saying that he would like to apologize for his arrogance. The captain admits that he underestimated the guys with this team test. Xinjian welcomes them to the Sword Hunter team. A man shakes hands with the main character, who asks him to take care of their future. They get into the car and drive away. Gankai holds the steering wheel with one hand and the button he presses with the other. His gaze is angry and stern. Monsters rush forward, their eyes glowing red. They attack the guys, and Poo Pan and Kufeng put their shields forward in defense. Xinjian, with an indifferent expression on his face, strikes with his sword. The table says that 3 more points have been added to the 12 points available for distribution. There appears information that there are now 15 such points. Then, the points available for distribution became 19. Then, it says there are only 22 points. A man is standing on a high formation. This is Captain Xinjian watching, and the main character, Poo Pan and Kufeng are sitting on the floor. There is Gankai on the ground, looking around intently. With a slight smile, Zuofan looks at his sword and thinks that, as expected from the leading team of sword hunters led by a warlord, the progress made in the past 3 days has been enormous. The guy understands that only the materials for hunting monsters that he was given are worth more than $1 million, so the team of advanced meteorite warriors is just a machine for making money. The black-haired man looks carefully at the table, seeing that he has 40 points available for distribution. The young man realizes that his biggest gain is his stat points, because in just 3 days he gained almost 100 stat points. Zuofan understands that he cannot be promoted to an advanced meteorite warrior yet, otherwise he will not be able to quickly gain levels by killing D-rank monsters. The guy decides it's important to keep a low profile, and if he improves too quickly it will attract attention. Xinjian looks at him annoyed and advises him to rest whenever he can. The captain explains that otherwise, when he encounters a group of D-rank monsters or novice warlord monsters, there will be no time to sleep for the whole day. Zuofan's expression becomes a little worried as he asks about D-rank monsters and novice warlord monsters. There is a table. At the first, easiest stage there is the peripheral. This is the area in which the intermediate commands meteorite and below operate. At the second stage there is a yellow zone. This is the area where meteorite's advanced warriors are active. At the third stage there is a red zone. This is an area where warriors and aspiring military leaders form teams. At the last stage there is a black zone, into which entry is prohibited. Xinjian folds his arms and says that they are between the red and yellow areas, and may encounter D-rank monsters at any time, as well as the aspiring warlord monsters. The captain reveals that their target is an aspiring monster warlord. The man says that this type of monster is very expensive, and its material can be sold for hundreds of millions. Zuofan smiles and raises his hand, suggesting that he could just be sold for hundreds of millions. The young man concludes that they can get rich overnight by hunting a couple of aspiring monster warlords. Kufeng, standing behind, smiles and repeats the question. Red Hair replies that the novice monster warlords are terrifying, and if their small team were to encounter them, it would take at least a few days to fight. The guy adds that, moreover, within one area it is difficult to see a second such monster. Xinjian smiles and puts his hand forward and asks Zuofan and Kufeng to help him and do their best to hunt if they encounter the aspiring monster warlord. The man exclaims that he wants to shock the military leaders. The main character sits on the floor and wonders whether the fight with the novice monster warlord can plunge their entire kingdom into shock. Gankai runs forward and, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, tells the captain to prepare for battle, because a large wave of monsters is approaching. Animals with thin forelegs walk along the ground. They look like angry, growling wolves. The monster's teeth are sharp and drool flows from there. These are D-rank monsters, rabid snow mastiffs. He is watching the young man, whom these monsters are running after, from a tower. A voice is heard that notes that Genkai may have some problems for them to solve. A shout is heard that orders them to prepare for battle. Everyone takes up weapons and prepares for battle. Xinjian turns around and, frowning, says to watch the formation, because it will be dangerous if the mad snow mastiffs separate the two of them. The man reports that a difficult battle is coming and orders him to be on guard and give it his all. The captain also says to keep your eyes open in case they mutate. The main character looks away and asks about the mutation. Kufeng's expression is worried. He remembers this monster and explains that rabid snow mastiffs are known for their madness, and also that these monsters usually move in packs, which increases the difficulty. Redhead adds that what's more annoying is that they tend to mutate and are easy to level up, and intense battles can trigger them to mutate. Kufeng reports that over the past 2 years, about half of the C-rank aspiring monster warlords are rabid snow mastiffs. Xinjian turns his head and shouts that he must kill everyone. The captain asks Zuofan and Pupan to keep an eye on each other and be careful. Genkai jumps up and thus climbs onto the formation where the others are. A cry is heard that orders one to prepare for battle. The mastiffs approach the formation and jump there, and Kufeng puts up a large shield in front of him. The guys fight the monsters, striking and throwing them back. Pupan looks anxiously at the approaching mastiffs. The boy puts up a shield in front of him and the blow occurs. The redhead clenches his teeth and, looking tensely in front of him, exclaims that this is a very powerful attack. Pupan suggests that they don't care about their lives at all. An angry mastiff rushes at the boy. Rabid snow mastiffs are different from other monsters. As soon as they see the prey, they become furious. In a state of madness, they are like mad dogs, releasing all their power. With a calm expression on his face, Zuofan swings his sword, cutting through the monsters. And behind him, the redhead is also fighting mastiffs. The black-haired man runs forward and, looking up, thinks that he admits that the attacks of these monsters are scary, but their disadvantages work to the guy's advantage so that the team can cope. The guy realizes that if this was a battle alone, even the military leaders would probably retreat from fatigue. The young man swings his sword and cuts the monsters, from which blood flies off. Tables appear next to it, on which it is written about the addition of points free for distribution. The young man thinks that after defeating the snow mastiffs, he should have enough stat points to improve his combat skill. Genkai frowns and watches the main character fight. He gets closer to the battle and realizes that Zuofan is passionate about the battle, so he can take advantage of this. A ferocious monster flies towards Genkai, and the main character turns around, noticing this. The guy's expression becomes frightened and he asks why he appeared from above. Zuofan watches this calmly. He approaches the mastiff and pierces its body with a sword. Having done this, the black-haired man looks sternly at Genkai, who understands that the young man's reaction was very fast and is glad that he did not act rashly. The main character grins and advises Genkai to stay close to them. The captain watches Zuofan fight a little worriedly and realizes that he has improved again. Xinjian is happy that he allowed him to join the team. There are quick swings of the sword, and this causes the monsters to fall to the ground and lie motionless. The guys continue to fight, and tension and fatigue are already visible on the black-haired man's face. Everything around begins to burn with fire. The monsters raise their faces and howl. Zuofan looks at the fire and wonders what is happening. The worried captain replies that explosive weapons easily cause monsters to mutate. The guys wonder who ambushed them. An evilly grinning Lai Hongwu and people in robes stand in the forest. The guy insults the main character and notes that he made enemies in the Lai family and still dared to leave Jinning City to hunt at Ghost Rain Mountain. Lai Hongwu exclaims that he is literally asking for death. The young man laughs and tells him to just die from the wave of monsters, and not to worry because he will take Zuofan's corpse and feed it to the dogs. The hunting team looks away and Xinjian assumes that it is the Lai family. Pupan exclaims that this scoundrel, Lai Hongwu, is causing a lot of trouble. Not far from the guys lies the corpse of a monster from which yellow smoke emanates. The main character looks forward and notes that the Li family is stabbing them in the back again, which is very mean. The eyes of a lying mastiff light up with a fiery color. He quickly rushes straight towards the guys. Kufeng looks intensely towards the monster. A cry is heard advising you to be careful because the mad snow mastiff has mutated. The main character runs towards the red-haired man and falls to the floor with him. Both guys stand up with one hand on the floor. Kufeng guesses that his attack speed is so high. Zuofan replies that the mastiff is now an aspiring warlord. The monster appears distraught, and a slight purple light emanates from its body. A monster's mutation is like a transition in life. His combat power has been greatly improved. Intense battle, life-threatening injuries, and the addition of explosives accelerated the process. Lai Hongwu watches this and grins, laughs, and says that the mad snow mastiff has mutated, and Zuofan should do so. The guy notes that he was unlucky, and even heaven does not want him to live. Lai Hongwu adds that he will stay here and wait until he kills everyone, and then he will go and take everything. Xin Jian swings his powerful weapon at the monster and shouts to go deal with the other snow mastiffs. The man declares that he can cope with this mutated worm. The captain waves his sword and thinks that he cannot allow this to continue, because once the monster completes the mutation, he will not be able to cope alone. Xin Giant tries to counter the mastiff by throwing punches. In a battle where both sides are of equal rank, the monster usually has the advantage. The captain clenches his teeth from tension and looks away. Ku Feng smirks and looks at the man, noting the strength. Red-haired says that the captain is going to level up. A smile appears on Zuofan's face and he and Pupan suggest that the man is going to become a warlord. Gankai sternly watches what is happening and thinks that the first of them who became a meteorite warrior and the captain is improving very quickly, so they began to call him a genius. Ku Feng has a bold smile on her face. The guy realizes that during a small outbreak of monsters, Xin Jian was injured while protecting his teammate, and the consequences led to his strength stopping at the level of a novice warlord. The captain's eyes glow bright orange, and everything around him is on fire. Over the years, Xin Jian continued to fight powerful monsters because he wanted to rise to the rank of warlord. Now the captain is about to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, a sword pierces Xin Jian's chest and blood comes out of his mouth. It is the grinning Gankai who kills the captain, who turns his head and asks why he did this. The guy jumps back and exclaims that he is very sorry, but there is no other choice because the Li family wants them all to die. Gankai advises them to condemn Zuofan if they want to blame someone because the main character insulted the Li family. A mastiff rushes at Xin Jian, who has a hole in his chest. The captain flies back, and the man's weapon flies after him. Ku Feng approaches the monster and puts up a shield in front of him. He shouts to Pupan to quickly help Xin Jian and provide first aid. Gankai runs to the Lai family company, while a voice is heard calling him heartless because Xin Jian cared about him, but he still betrayed him. He stretches his hands, and Lai Hongwu smiles and says that Gankai is the Lai family's mole in the mercenary association, and he didn't want to reveal his identity like that. Lai Hongwu adds that Zuofan simply had to join their team, and if he wants to condemn someone, then he should blame this scoundrel. The guy waves his hand, and archers stand behind him. Lai Hongwu reports that he will get rid of them all now. The arrows fly in the direction where the guys are. Many arrows glow purple. One of them pierces Ku Feng, who reaches out with his hand somewhere. The guy continues to hold the shield in front of him. He turns to the guys and says to take the captain away because they can't all die here. Pupan turns to them and tells them that he will not go, and they will fight their way out. With the help of a shield, Ku Feng defends himself from the mastiffs running towards him. The red-haired one shouts to shut up, because at such moments a newcomer should listen. He explains that if none of them stays to hold off this rabid snow mastiff and they can't escape. Ku Feng adds that he has always lacked speed, so he will be a burden if he goes with them. The red-haired man smiles and says that if they escape successfully, then they should tell the captain when he wakes up that last time he saved Ku Feng. And now he is returning the favor, and there is no need to feel guilty because now they are even. Monsters rush towards the guy, and a cry is heard which orders him to prepare for a breakthrough. Zuofan, with a stern expression on his face, hits Ku Feng. The main character waves his sword in front of the monster. The table says that he has become an advanced warrior, and now his intelligence and physique are 70, strength and speed are 99. And the number of points available for distribution is 35. Pupan looks at his friend worriedly and is about to say something. He clutches a sword in his hand and says to take the captain and Ku Feng away from here, and he will remain to hold back the monsters. The redhead looks at him for a moment. He then grabs both men and runs away. Growling monsters are approaching the main character. The black-haired man swings his sword and cuts them. He does this with a calm expression on his face, and the mastiffs' heads fly apart. Information about the added points appears on the table. The young man thinks that, fortunately, he saved a lot of statistics points, and now that he has become an advanced warrior, he has increased his strength to 99. Zuofan realizes that he can block the attacks of these mutated monsters. The table says that with his current rank, points cannot be applied to strength. The main character understands that, judging by this conversation, his strength is still far from enough, and a monster of the rank of a novice military leader is terrible. The guy thinks that if he continues to fight, he will have no chance of winning. Zuofan slows down with his hand on the floor as the mastiffs approach them. He realizes that he will be surrounded in a while and wonders if he should break out now. Green smoke can be seen from the formation, and purple arrows fly along the street. The main character runs away, and the mastiff follows him. The young man turns his head a little and assumes that his speed is so high. Zuofan decides that the monster will catch up with him, and there is no other choice. The table says that 10 stat points have been spent, and E-rank Blooming Vine Flash is now a known ability. The black-haired man flies towards the monster, thinking that now he will not be able to catch up. The young man is again happy that he has a habit of saving points. The mastiff opens its mouth and growls. The main character quickly rushes through the forest, and the surprised foxes look to the side. Novice warlord rank monsters, like bosses, have the ability to dominate lower rank ones. Zuofan runs through the forest, and silhouettes of monsters can be seen in the trees. The guy thinks that this will be troublesome, and he needs to quickly find Poo Pan with the others. Lai Hongwu and the people in robes sit in the bushes and watch the black-haired man. The guy says that he is definitely going to die because he is being pursued by a horde of monsters. Lai Hongwu regrets that he cannot torture him personally. He decides to return for the corpse in 2 days, because he is going to cut it open and scatter the ashes. Poo Pan stands on the ground and curses, and men lie around him. The boy sees a wall in front of him and says that it is a dead end. Ku Feng gets up and says that he can hold out a little longer. The red-haired man says Poo Pan is going up the mountain with the captain, and he will be safe there. Bright orange arrows fly at the guys, and the redhead quickly puts his shield in front of him. This is an attack by foxes that sit on tree branches. The boy wonders why there are so many hunting foxes here. He exclaims that if they are distracted, they will become an easy target and they will not be able to escape. Poo Pan puts out an axe and asks to attack these monsters on him. The boy says that he is the son of the Jinning tiger, Poo Hao, and if someone like this runs away, he will not have the face to live after returning. Red frowns and shouts to follow him. Poo Pan puts up a shield in front of him. His expression turns worried and the boy exclaims that he cannot avoid the arrows. In front of Poo Pan, sword swings occur and arrows break. Zuofan runs through the forest, leaving a blue trail. He swings his sword and calmly cuts the mastiffs. Poo Pan and Ku Feng look ahead in surprise. The boy assumes that this is the main character, and the red-haired one is interested in how Zuofan can be so strong. The main character appears in front of the guys. He looks sternly in front of him, and behind the young man's back lie the corpses of mastiffs. There are many hunting foxes sitting on the branches. Information about earning points appears on the table. Blackhair realizes that after becoming an advanced meteorite warrior, killing D-rank monsters only gives him 1 stat point. Zuofan's expression is angry as he realizes that the team is in this situation because of him, so he will not spare Lai Hongwu and the Lai family. Mad snow mastiffs are running through the forest. The main character waves his sword and strikes. The guy kills monsters one by one and realizes that after rising in the rankings, all his characteristics have increased significantly. Zuofan thinks that since he reached the threshold of the speed and strength of an advanced meteorite warrior, dealing with these D-rank monsters is a piece of cake. And even if he fought with that Moonblade Steel Fur Wolf from the past, then it would be easy to defeat him. Poo Pan looks ahead seriously and asks if it is really the black-haired one. Ku Feng notes that this kid's strength is much greater than he imagined. The mastiff runs forward, emitting golden rings of light. Rabid snow mastiffs easily hold grudges. They harbor a deep hatred for those who kill their kind. The viciousness of the aspiring snow mastiff warlord is so great that he will fight to the death. The main character stands in front of the guys and, ordering them to climb up, understands that they cannot face a wave of monsters, and first they need to leave. Zuofan, holding the captain in his hand, climbs up, followed by the others. The guys climb the mountain, and the mastiffs stand below and howl. The black-haired man sits next to the captain and notes that it is good that Captain Ku Feng's wounds are not serious. Poo Pan, sitting next to Ku Feng, is happy that they were cured in time. The main character's expression is alarmed as he realizes that this is all his fault, and he is the one who brought Sin Jian and the red-haired man into this. The young man decides that he will destroy the Li family. Ku Feng turns to Zuofan and asks him not to blame himself, because what happened is not his fault. The guy explains that the Mercenary Association and the Lai family have never been on good terms, and privately there have always been disputes. The young man notes that he simply did not expect Gankai to betray their team. Poo Pan clenches his fists and, burning with anger, asks him not to worry because when they return, they will definitely take revenge. Ku Feng pats the boy on the head and tells the main character that it's all thanks to him. The guy notes that he knows how to hide his strength. Red Hair asks Zuofan to admit that he is the Supreme Advanced Warrior Meteorite. Poo Pan Tol looks at his friend and wonders what this means and if he is really that strong and hides it. He closes his eyes and smiles awkwardly, explaining that Ku Feng is overestimating him because he has not yet reached this level, and there is still a big gap. The young man says that his fighting skills are improving quite quickly because the flash of the flowering vine has reached perfection and the double lightning strike is about to reach the status of innate. They look at the black-haired man in shock. Kufeng says thoughtfully that his fighting skills are improving rapidly. Red notes that not even a month has passed, and the double lightning strike has almost reached the status of innate. Zuo Fan's eyes glow golden, and similar flashes encircle him. In addition to the physical training and weapons of the Meteorite warrior, their power depends on improving their combat skills. For the average Meteorite warrior, combat skills are much more difficult than improving one's physical fitness. Kufeng raises one hand in alarm and scratches the back of his head with the other, saying that there is always someone better. The guy explains that if he can develop one of his E-rank combat skills to perfection, this combined with his defense will render the mutated rabid snow mastiff powerless against him. Pu Pan smiles widely and states that he said that Zuo Fan was strong, but he still thought of him as a beginner. Xin Jian, lying on the ground, emits yellow and red flames. Kufeng smiles and, based on the captain's condition, assumes that he is about to rise to the rank of warlord. Smiles also appear on the faces of the other guys. The main character exclaims that this is great. Red notes that if this happens, then they can take revenge on Lai Hongwu. A blue light emanates from the captain. When a Meteorite warrior gains the rank of warlord, his combat power improves significantly. In any city, military leaders are always first-class warriors. The man strikes and blood flies off the weapon. The team captain waves his great sword. When Xin Jian was young, he was injured while protecting his teammate while fighting monsters. He was told that the effects of the wound had reduced his chances of promotion to the rank of military commander. After that, he created a team of sword hunters and began to hunt at Ghost Rain Mountain all year round. Always fought on the front lines to hone his skills and rise to the rank of warlord. Kufeng smiles as a tear appears in his eye. The guy reports that he thought that the captain lost his chance to advance to a higher rank due to severe injuries, but it turns out that his process of improvement was never interrupted. Red Hair exclaims that this is a blessing in disguise. Kufeng clenches his fist and suggests that Zuo Fan can also rise to warlord. He advises the young man to be sure to work hard. Pu Pan smiles widely and asks if it will be a team with 2 military leaders. The boy exclaims that then their team of sword hunters will become with 3 ranks of warlord. The protagonist's expression becomes serious when he asks Kufeng if one only needs to fight powerful monsters to become a warlord. The guys are standing on the ground, near the captain emitting light. Red-haired answers that this is the most popular and frequently used method, however, it is not the only one. The guys look at Kufeng in surprise, who explains that they need to understand that when people strive to break into the rank of warlord, it is similar to how monsters mutate. The red-haired man calmly looks ahead and explains that after the night of the meteorite, every living organism in the world has mutated, the same applies to people. Kufeng says that when monsters are provoked, the chances of mutation increase, and this is similar to the meteorite warriors seeking to rise in rank through fierce battles. The red-haired man raises his hand, above which blue and violet light can be seen. The guy explains that the world is still changing, and he doesn't know if there are other ways to become a military leader. Zuo Fan looks ahead in surprise and decides that he will see if the God of War system gives him any clues when all his stats reach 99. The young man regrets that he is now an advanced meteorite warrior, because now he cannot enjoy receiving stat points from killing monsters of a higher rank. The sky turns blue and yellow. Eagle-eyed foxes approach the surprised guys. They look at them sternly. The stunned guys stand up and wonder why there are eagle-eyed foxes here, and note that it is very unpleasant. The monsters rush towards the guys, and Zuo Fan realizes that flying-type monsters are much more difficult to deal with. The guys stand ready, holding weapons in their hands. 3 monsters quickly fly towards them, and the main character assumes that they are attacking from 3 sides. The black-haired man looks to the side in alarm and curses. The guys put their shields forward and confront the eagle-eyed foxes. Zuo Fan runs towards them, waving his sword. He looks up and sees monsters circling in the sky. The guy notes that they know to target the wounded first. The main character exclaims that this will not be easy. Kufeng grits his teeth and reveals that flying-type monsters are much faster than others of the same rank and also have a huge field of vision. The guy notes that they are extremely difficult to do business with. Red-haired says that D-rank eagle-eyed foxes will cause even more trouble because these creatures almost never act alone. Pu Pan's expression is tense and focused as he tells Kufeng that it's too spacious here, so they need to find some cave or something to hide in. He frowns and thinks about eagle-eyed foxes. He says that their most unpleasant feature is that they attack in groups somewhere nearby, most likely there are nests. Kufeng reveals that they have already been targeted, so trying to hide could lead to even more danger. Red Hair notes that if they can stay here, they will be safe for a while. The protagonist's gaze is attentive, and Pu Pan agrees with Kufeng because the eagle-eyed foxes are trying to find a loophole to attack them. The boy notes that the hunt for these flying monsters was originally supposed to be carried out by the elite intelligence officer Gan Kai. Red says he doesn't even have a ranged weapon. Zuo Fan looks somewhere anxiously and thinks about ranged weapons. Eagle-eyed foxes fly from 3 sides towards the children. Pu Pan stands back to back with Ku Feng as a sphere forms around them. He hears a voice exclaiming that he is using an iron ladle formation. The red-haired one says that they just need to hold on until the captain wakes up, because with the speed of a warlord, defeating these monsters is very easy. Zuofan holds a sword in his hand, and monsters fly over him. The main character waves his weapon, leaving a yellow light. Two weapons fly forward. They crash into eagle-eyed foxes, and they open their mouths in pain and spit blood. Tu Feng looks at this dumbfounded, and the red-haired boy's expression is joyful. The red-haired man asks what kind of weapon this is, and Pu Pan assumes that's what he's thinking about. Zuofan smiles and clutches the rope in his hand. The guy exclaims that he almost forgot about the loot he received from the Lai family, and this is the perfect opportunity to use it. The two monsters bump into each other as the protagonist pulls on the rope. The guy rushes forward with a stern expression on his face. He jumps towards the third eagle-eyed fox, who opens his eyes wide, looking in fear at his killed relatives. The black-haired man swings his sword and strikes, cutting off the monster's leg. The young man sees him flying into the distance and assumes that the eagle-eyed fox is fast and very cunning. Ku Feng runs forward and shouts that Zuofan must quickly go after the monster, because the eagle-eyed foxes hold a grudge and they are very vengeful monsters. Red Hair tells them that if they let them escape, they will die because the monster's nest should be not far from here. The main character quickly runs through the forest. He asks Pu Pan to take care of the captain and promises that he will return soon. The black-haired man runs along the branches and a wounded monster flies above him. Zuofan looks to the side and thinks that it won't be long before this worm loses enough blood and is forced to land. The young man decides that he will kill him with the help of a tied sickle the moment he touches the ground. The main character runs past purple plants and trees, realizing that this place seems familiar to him. He looks clearly at the monster and realizes that this is his chance. Zuofan raises his hand up and swings his weapon. The guy pierces the monster with a sickle. The young man runs forward and realizes that although he has gone from scout to main striker, the goal has still not been achieved. The main character stands in front of the cave and assumes that this is a nest of eagle-eyed foxes. He hides behind a stone, pressing his back against it, and carefully peeks out from behind it. There are these monsters around the purple big tree. Zuofan realizes that he can now see that this is the cave where the Moonblade Steel Fur Wolf King was. The young man looks at it carefully and thinks that it is not at all surprising that it seemed familiar. The guy does not take his eyes off the large tree, and also wonders what happened to that terrifying aura. He assumes that this warlord-level monster is not here yet. The main character notices a bright green light in the tree and assumes that it is an alien artifact. Looking at this phenomenon, Zuofan decides that this is the case, and it is definitely the light of artificial stone. The guy deduces that this giant tree has undergone a mutation and produced an alien artifact, and for this reason so many monsters have been lured here. A smirk appears on the boy's face as he decides that this object must be at least C rank. Beautiful green light is concentrated in the tree. The main character reflects that if there is a C-rank alien artifact here, then it would be a priceless treasure. The guy realizes that with his current strength, he can at least get close enough to verify this. Brown feathers fly down. One of the eagle-eyed foxes notices this and is surprised. The feathers continue to fall, and the monsters look on in confusion. A yellow beam passes through the foxes' necks, piercing them. This is Zuofan who attacks monsters. He holds onto a tree with one hand and holds a yellow weapon with the other. The guy walks forward through the cave and looks around, deciding to check now. The young man's weapon passes near the tree. He smiles and holds it up, exclaiming that this tied sickle is very useful. Zuofan says that when he returns, he will spend time developing and creating new weapons with it. The young man sits on a tree branch and notes that the tree's crown is almost as big as a small city. The main character wonders what rank it is. The guy holds onto a branch and looks at the green light. He watches in surprise at the green ball that emits this light. This is a bright iridescent green fruit. Zuofan realizes that it is a bright emerald green and wonders if it is a real alien artifact. Information appears on the table that 20 points have been added to strength and 10% to passive recovery rate. The main character smiles evilly and thinks that this D-rank artifact gave him plus 20 points to his strength and 10% to his recovery speed. The guy wonders if this means that with the effect of a C-rank artifact, he could break through to the general level. Thinking about the general's level, Zuofan's appearance becomes stern and ominous. The young man looks at the glowing green light, and someone's silhouette is visible on the branch above. In front of him is a monster with large wings. Black-haired assumes that this is the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes. The monster's eyes are closed, and patterns are visible on its fur. The main character thinks that this is a monster of the rank of general. Zuofan looks at this warily and concludes that this is the king of all eagle-eyed foxes. The guy decides that this is definitely the aura of the rank of a general, and such a frightening monster is guarding an alien artifact. The black-haired man understands that with his current strength he has no chance of winning. He looks worriedly at the silhouette of the monster, from which a dark purple light emanates. Zuo-fan realizes that C rank is much scarier and stronger than the mutated snow mastiff. The young man thinks that even if he uses all the current points, this still may not be enough to fight him. The main character wonders what he should do, and whether he will really have to retreat so easily. An evil monster with red eyes, resembling a hare, runs through the branches. The eagle-eyed fox cuts this hare with his paw with one stroke. The main character watches this in alarm, clinging to a tree, and realizes that with the instincts of a monster of the rank of a general, he should have detected this. But another guard came and killed the intruder. The guy uses the skill of perception, analyzing the space and the monsters there. His facial expression is concentrated, and the young man reflects that there are many eagle-eyed foxes in this place, and even just being in their lair is not so easy. Which means the mission of these monsters is to guard a C-rank alien artifact and wait for him to wake up King of the Eagle-Eyed Foxes. A smile appears on Zuo-fan's face as he realizes that he cannot deal with him, but dealing with these eagle-eyed fox guards is not that difficult. The young man looks thoughtfully at the table, and red eyes are visible from the shadows. The main character reads that the Shadow Blade Flash is at the beginner level, and this D-rank skill increases the speed, strength, and weight of the sword, and the owner also has a 5% chance of activating Double Strike. The black-haired man decides that it's worth increasing his proficiency level, just in case. Information appears that he has 23 points available for distribution. Zuo-fan understands that this upgrade costs quite a lot, and for example, a D-rank skill requires 20 points for each upgrade. The guy raises his hand and thinks about the fact that he can't convert too much now, and he needs to kill one of the eagle-eyed foxes to get back the stat points. Among the thick branches you can see the silhouettes of monsters with red eyes. The blue flash, that is, the main character, flies in a zigzag, killing these foxes. The black-haired man lands with his hand on the ground, and corpses lie not far from him. At this time, Zuo-fan thinks that the flash of a shadow blade with a competent level when launching a sneak attack makes the sound of the sword swing soft. Combined with speed, and in a small area, it can instantly kill 3 to 4 eagle-eyed foxes. The young man decides that he has an advantage in this. He flies past the branches and kills monsters. Information appears on the table that he gets 1 point. It also says that his intelligence is 70, his health is 72, and his strength and speed are 99. And the number of free points for distribution is 40. Reading this, the main character smiles and realizes that he finally has 40 points again, and needs 16 more to pump up his intelligence and health to the limit of 99. His gaze stops at the health indicator. The guy realizes that previously his health was 70 points, and wonders why there are now 2 points more. Then, information appears that health is now 73. The table says that in the light blue phase, provided that enough vitality is absorbed, the constitution points increase by 1 point. Shocked, Zuo-fan opens his mouth and points his finger at the table. He surprisingly suggests that when he stopped at this mutated tree, the indicators rose because of the tree or that artifact. The guy looks at the bright green fruit on the tree and realizes that it makes him wonder what crazy effects he will get when he absorbs a C-rank alien artifact. The black-haired man looks ahead, and the corpses of eagle-eyed foxes lie on the ground. The main character realizes that all these monsters in the area have already been killed. He decides that he must make his move, and then their king will not wake up. The yellow weapon crashes into a branch. The guy does not take his eyes off the artifact and is surprised that this eagle-eyed fox of general rank is in a peaceful sleep and sleeps very soundly. The young man swings his sword and tears off the green fruit, deciding that now is the time. With a confident expression on his face, Zuo-fan looks at the artifact above his hand and thinks that his plan is perfect and he needs to leave this place urgently. The king of eagle-eyed foxes sleeps with his paws folded on a branch. Suddenly, the monster opens its eyes. With his stern red eyes, he looks ahead and wonders who it is and who stole his metamorphosis treasure and even killed his companions. The king decides to kill this named guest. The eyes of the eagle-eyed fox glow with hatred when he realizes that at the moment he cannot leave here because he must hatch this egg. The monster decides that after this he will definitely kill him. Zuo-fan quickly runs forward and notes that now that he has defeated them, if this monster wakes up, it will not be able to catch up with him. The guy stops, holds a green artifact in his hand and, smiling, concludes that it is a C-rank alien artifact. The green ball shows patterns and different shades. The main character realizes that he actually looks not like a fruit, but like a gem. The young man thinks that this constantly changing world can become a treasure. The table glows red and information appears there that this is a C-rank artifact, an amber tree fruit, and the conditions are not met. There is also a request not to consume it by force. The guy's expression becomes dissatisfied and worried when he wonders what the inscription means that the conditions are not met. Zuo-fan suggests that if used this way, its benefits will be significantly reduced or there will be no effect at all. The young man does not understand what the meaning of his efforts is then. He takes off and continues to move forward, deciding that he must first reunite with Pupan and Kufeng. The main character thinks that this time it is important to win, but with his strength he must cope with these mutated snow mastiffs. The black-haired man clenches his teeth and, with an irritable expression on his face, remembers Lai Hongwu. He hopes that he is still on the mountain. The table says that all stat scores are 99, the Blooming Vine Flash skill is at the expert level, and the Shadow Blade Flash skill is at the competent level. The main character is about to be at the peak of the advanced level Meteorite Warrior. The sky takes on a blue-pink hue. Kufeng and Pupan stand on opposite sides of the prone captain, holding shields in their hands. The red-haired man tells the boy to be careful, because it is getting dark and there are many monsters roaming around. He turns his head and notes that Zuofan has not returned yet. Red assumes that something happened to him. With a soft expression on his face, Kufeng replies that hunting flying monsters takes a long time. The guy reports that the main character will be fine and should be back any minute. Suddenly, both turn around, noticing the mastiffs running towards them. The guys' faces become worried and surprised. Pupan wonders how these monsters found them and if they were always this smart. Kufeng explains that intelligence develops along with their rank and this is the worst thing. Enraged monsters run towards the guys. Red frowns and says it's too late to run away. Pupan wonders what they should do. The red-haired man replies that the boy needs to focus on defense and hold his ground until Zuofan returns. Mad snow mastiffs surround the guys and jump on them. Both look tensely in front of them and put up their shields. Kufeng punches the monster. Pupan, who is bitten by the mastiff, also strikes with his axe. The guys are fighting, and a colored flash is visible in space. Kufeng clenches his teeth and, looking to the side, asks if it is Zuofan. The corpses of mastiffs lie on the ground, and the main character stands in front of the guys, putting his sword forward. The black-haired man twists his mouth and, frowning, notes that these are the same monsters that are close to the general's level. The young man exclaims that he kept wondering when they would appear. Zuofan orders the captain to be protected and says that he will take care of the rest himself. Pupan looks at his friend and states that they will help. Kufeng frowns, puts out his hand and explains that everything should be left to the main character. The red-haired man does not understand whether Zuofan has become even stronger in these half a day. He puts his sword forward, and in front of the young man are mastiffs, one of which is larger than the others. Kufeng realizes that the captain had the same aura before the breakthrough. The large mastiff emits glowing purple rings. Pupan exclaims that the monster has terrible energy. He guesses that his wounds have already healed and the mastiff looks much stronger. Kufeng asks if he is going to fight alone. He frowns and, with a slight smile, thinks that the monster's aura is weaker than it was in the watchtower. The young man wonders if the reason is that he has become stronger. Zuofan decides that he can kill this monster. The main character takes off and, rushing forward, realizes that he is about to find out. The guy rushes past the monsters, cutting them. The black-haired man smiles, and his glasses increase. The young men watch this with alarm. Pupan exclaims that he instantly killed many D-rank monsters, and it seems that Zuofan has become even stronger. Red Hair also suggests that the protagonist has been hiding his power all this time. He deftly destroys the mastiffs, cutting them in half. Zuofan is surprised that it is very easy for him to do this, since after reaching the advanced level they seem to be very weak. The guy takes a swing at the large mastiff, deciding to find out what his progress is. With a stern expression, he thrusts his sword forward. The mastiff opens its mouth with sharp teeth and growls, raising its paw up. The monster swings its clawed paw at the young man, emitting blue light. He flies back and wonders what kind of terrifying attack this monster has. Zuofan realizes that this monster's strength exceeds its 99 points. The mastiff, who opens his mouth, approaches the alarmed guy. The monster slams its mouth shut, left without prey, as the main character escapes using the shimmering willow flowers. The black-haired man is surprised to realize that the mastiff is fast. An impact occurs, from which the space is illuminated with violet and blue light, dust rises and pieces of earth fly off. The team members watch this closely, and Pupan wonders if Zuofan has always been this strong. Kufeng asks what is happening and is the black-haired man on par with this monster. The guy cannot understand how he hid such power. The red-haired man clenches his teeth, and his gaze becomes thoughtful. Kufeng realizes that the main character is already at this level at a young age. He thinks that having strength and talent makes a person a target for envy. Zuofan swings his sword and strikes the mastiff. The young man lands and thinks that, as expected, the monster is superior to the advanced warrior Meteorite in everything. He realizes that if he had not upgraded the shimmering willow flowers to perfection and had not partially mastered the flash of the shadow blade, he would not have been able to fight him. The mastiff, blood oozing from his body, growls. The black-haired man's gaze is serious as he realizes that at the moment, the shadow blade's flash can only slightly hurt the monster, but it might be worth upgrading it. Zuofan jumps and swings the yellow rope. She wraps herself around the body of an angry monster. The young man tightens the rope, deciding that he needs to act now, and the mastiff turns its muzzle towards him. Information appears on the table that 20 points have been used, and a D-rank skill sharply increases speed and strength and reduces the recoil of the sword. It also says that there is a 15% chance of activating a double strike when attacking. Violet rays pierce the stunned monster. The mastiff falls, spitting out blood, and Zuofan flies past him, happy that he was able to kill this monster. The mastiff spits out blood, choking on it, and these drops fill the space around. The surprised team members watch this, and Ku Feng exclaims that this guy killed this monster without anyone's help, and that is incredible. The tied-up mastiff falls to the ground, bleeding. The main character sees the rest of the monsters running away. The table says that this is the first kill of a monster close to the rank of general, and 3 points are received. Zuofan realizes that, as he thought, with his current level he is capable of killing such monsters. The young man smiles and raises his hand, thinking that, having mastered the Shimmering Willow Flowers, Advanced Shadow Blade skill and Bonebreaker, he has become much stronger than the other advanced Meteorite warriors. The guys look at the black-haired man, who is thinking about his fighting potential. Zuofan smirks and decides that his fighting potential is greater than anyone below the rank of general. With a happy look, Pupan jumps on the back of the main character and exclaims that he is very strong, because he even killed this mutated monster. He looks pitifully at the joyful boy and asks him to get down. Zuofan suggests that the redhead has forgotten how big he is. He adds that his spine almost crumbled from the boy's jump. He laughs and declares that he will not do this. The main character pulls Pupan's cheek, and the red-haired one, standing not far from them, gestures with his hand and says that thanks to the main character, their team was saved. Ku Feng reports that he was hiding his true power. He assumes that Zuofan is at the same level as the captain before the breakthrough. He turns his head to the smiling Ku Feng and is about to say something. The young man realizes that he was not so strong before, and all this is thanks to the constant acquisition of the necessary stat points. Ku Feng closes his eyes and replies that he understands and he doesn't have to say anything. Red Hair says that the Pan clan's leader was actually hiding this to counter the Lai family's plan. Red smiles and says that he now understands why they were allowed to join this squad. Pupan notes that he recognizes his father, who was able to think things through so far. The black-haired man, with a worried expression on his face, puts his finger to his face and is interested in how the guys guessed it, while he himself thinks about the Lai family's plan. Red is hanging on the guy's neck, and opposite them, on the ground, lies the corpse of a monster. Pupan advises not to pay attention, and suggests first dealing with the big man's corpse. Ku Feng walks forward and exclaims that it is full of treasures. The guys look at this in fascination, and Zuofan is surprised at the amount of expensive materials. Red is happy with the amount of meat and declares that he can't wait to try it. The guys touch the dead monster, dealing with it. Pupan ties the bag, and a satisfied Ku Feng holds a green glowing object in his palm. Red Hair reports that the mastiff's eye is the second most valuable material. He notes that in its overall condition it could sell for a couple of tens of millions if you're lucky. The main character closes his eyes, tears welling up. He regrets that he injured his eye, because this way he lost money. Ku Feng smiles and says that the young man is a miser. He wonders if the reward he already has is not enough for him. The body, head and paws of the monster are covered with fur. The guy says this fur would be worth a couple million, and the claws, bones and fangs are worth more than one. Pupan, with a surprised expression on his face, looks to the side and notices something. The boy takes off and, rushing forward, asks the guys to leave these corpses for him. The sky is already becoming dark. The redhead is dragging a large bag towards the guys sitting on the ground. Pupan asks why they are sitting and asks for help to drag them. Zuofan exclaims that the boy himself said to leave everything to him, and Ku Feng agrees with him. Pupan closes his eyes and, smiling widely, says guess what he found. With a proud look, the boy puts out his hand in front of him, in which lie 2 glowing yellow stones. Red states that these are 2D rank monster cores. The red-haired one and the main character look at this joyfully, and the young man notes that they are very lucky because usually there is only 1 core for 100 monsters, but they found 2. Black-haired and Pupan smiles joyfully. Red reports that they are rich because one of these is worth tens of millions, and by selling all the collected materials, they will collect about 1 billion. He replies that this is great. Ku Feng smiles and says that despite all the events, they have earned a huge amount these days. His expression becomes more serious as he looks at Sin Giant lying on the ground. Ku Feng reports that the captain is still unconscious, so they should stay here for a while and return immediately. Red Hair explains that it is not safe to hide here because this mountain is notorious for accidents. Pupan furiously clenches his teeth and fists and declares that once the captain wakes up and becomes General Meteorite, they will destroy this Lai family. Zuofan also takes on a scary look when he tells the Lai family and Lai Hongwu to just wait and they will regret being born. Men jump on tree branches. These people are dressed in white shirts and black suits with vests. One of them notes that 2 days have passed and the corpses of these scoundrels have not been found, and suggests that the monsters have already eaten them. The second replies that in this case we will have to try, because young Master Lai Hongwu ordered to bring them alive or dead. Gankai seriously looks into the distance and wonders whether the guys are really dead. He mentally apologizes to the captain, explaining that he had no choice. Meanwhile, the team members are walking along the mountain. Zuofan grins and, looking down sternly, suggests that the scoundrels from the Lai family dared to stay here. The guy notes that this is even better and it's time to pay for everything. Kufeng smiles and tells Zuofan to do as he pleases, and he and Pupan will take care of the captain. He looks carefully in front of him and exclaims that it is already autumn, and Mount Yu is especially cold at night. The weapon on the rope flies forward and hits the tree, fixing itself there. The main character is calmly holding onto a rope, part of which is wound around his fist. One of the people from the Lai family, looking annoyed, says that he wants to quickly return to Jining and have a drink. The second exclaims that he agrees with this. At this time, a blue beam flashes behind them. Zuofan swings his sword, striking people. The table says that Shadow Blade Flash has been activated. The young man understands that the 15% chance of a double attack on the first attack is quite high. The black-haired man carefully looks to the side and thinks that the advanced skill flash of a shadow blade eliminates the recoil of unnecessary sounds, which is ideal for a hidden attack and murder. The main character decides that, together with perception, dealing with them is as easy as shelling pears. He attacks and destroys the people of the Lai family. The sword passes through the throat of the frightened guy. One of the family members asks for attention because they were attacked. Someone shouts that this is an attack. Zuofan, looking angry, stands on a thick tree branch. The black-haired man grins and, looking unkindly at the guy, asks him where Lai Hongwu is. At the same time, Zuofan calls the guy trash from the Lai family. People look at the young man, and one of them concludes that it is he, that mid-level scoundrel, Meteoric, and notes that this is very impudent. Someone exclaims that he was able to escape from them and survive, and this young man's head must be brought because young Master Lai Hongwu will generously reward him for this. People clutch weapons in their hands. Gankai looks ahead tensely and realizes that this is bad. He wonders why Zuofan's aura has changed so much since that time. Gankai remembers a black silhouette emitting fiery red light. The guy realizes that the main character looks like a monster close to the rank of a general. The enraged monster burns with fire and growls. This is a very high rank aura. Gankai clenches his teeth, frowns, and does not understand what happened to Zuofan. The guy watches the black-haired man carefully and warily. Gankai's ability is to sense danger much better than other people. That's why he joined the Sword Hunter team as a scout. Frightened, Gankai runs forward and shouts to stop, because the main character is dangerous. He clenches his fists and looks at his cut-up comrades. The guy turns his head to the black-haired man, who says that he didn't think they would meet so quickly. Gankai turns around and runs away, looking back, deciding that he needs to do it now. With a calm expression and a smile, Zuofan rushes after him and wonders where Gankai is rushing. The main character reminds that he is his teammate, and the captain and Kufeng already miss him. The winner's face is tense and beads of sweat roll down as Gankai realizes that Zuofan's speed is abnormal and he has been hiding his strength. The guy also concludes that the guys are fine. The main character swings his sword and offers to check if he can run further. Flashes of light flash near Gankai and the guy shouts that there is no need to force him and he will put his life on the line. Both are brandishing their weapons with serious expressions on their faces. Zuofan swings his sword and cuts his former teammate. Gankai falls to his knees and exclaims that the black-haired man was able to defeat the advanced warrior Meteoric. He suggests that this is the young man's true strength. Gankai also reports that he now understands how they were able to survive. He sits on the ground, resting his hands on it, and the main character stands nearby and advises him to just give up if he doesn't want to suffer. Zuofan reveals that his fate will be decided by the captain and Kufeng. Gankai turns around and, with a kind expression on his face, exclaims that he needs to shut up and not pretend to be a benefactor. The guy declares that the main character has no right to decide this and is interested in why the young man hid his strength. Gankai reports that if he had known, he would have been a spy for the rest of his life. The guy clutches the sword in his hand and exclaims that it's all because of Zuofan. He puts his sword forward and decides that he will first cut off his hands and then Kufeng will sort it out himself. There is hatred in Gankai's eyes. The main character pierces his body with a sword and he is about to say something. Gankai trembles and says that he cannot win, but finally wants to see the team. He notes that dying this way isn't such a bad thing. The guy remembers how he stood opposite Xinjian and thinks that the captain is almost the rank of general and wonders when he will achieve such progress. The team members fight with concentration. In Jining City, the Sword Hunter team is gaining fame. Gankai remembers holding money in his hands with a smile on his face. He realizes that he made a lot of money on the team and those were great days. The guy looks up and says that he wanted to remain a scout for the Sword Hunters forever, but then realized that the squad had become a target for many. Monsters that look like large worms surround people with weapons. Initially, there were 5 people on the team, but during the mission they were surrounded by monsters. 3 guys stand and look at 2 lying down. Gankai explains that although they were able to escape, 2 of their comrades died. He remembers sitting at a table with cards and coins. After that incident, he became addicted to gambling and incurred a huge debt. Gankai awkwardly looks to the side, and in front of him stood a man who handed him a card. The guy says that with nowhere to go, the Lee family found him and hired him as a spy for the Mercenary Association. Gankai lies on the ground near the main character and says that he then realized that everything was set up by them and he fell into a trap. The guy exclaims that he is annoyed that he had no choice. Gankai clenches his teeth in pain and explains that he is not saying this to forgive Zuo-fan. The guy says that he only wants to say that the Lee family is up to something, and asks to protect the Mercenary Association since he has revealed his abilities. Gankai narrows his eyes and, looking up, says that if it is possible, then not to tell his parents when he meets them about this betrayal of his. The guy asks to say that he died during the mission. Gankai's head turns to the side and he falls silent. The black-haired man looks attentively at the young man. From the walkie-talkie, which lies on the ground, a voice is heard that orders a report on the situation and asks if there is any news about these scoundrels. Zuo-fan turns his head towards the sound and assumes that it is the Lai family. He takes off and rushes forward. Opposite Lai Hongwu there are 3 people, one of whom explains that the signal has broken and something probably happened. Suddenly, everyone becomes surprised and looks around. Alarmed, the men assume they are monsters and decide they need to leave. People jump into the car shouting that they need to leave. The main character, sitting on a branch, watches this warily and asks what is happening and why these guys went berserk. The guy assumes that there will soon be an invasion of monsters. There is a yellow glowing egg on a branch of a purple tree. The eagle-eyed fox opens his eyes and glows golden all over. The monster looks forward, sitting in its place. The black-haired man rests on a branch with one hand and clutches a sword with the other. The guy notes that it has stopped, and there is not a single hint of monsters. Zuo-fan says that he is lucky because Mount Yu is very dangerous. The young man looks after the car as it drives away and says that Lai Hongwu had better live until their next meeting. The main character pushes away from the branch and decides that he needs to return to Kufeng and the others. A gray house stands against the background of a dim sky. This is Gankai's house when several days have passed. Someone's hand clenches into a fist and knocks on the door. 2 surprised people come out and ask if the guy is looking for someone. This is an old man with a cane wearing a turquoise jacket, and the woman next to him is wearing a red jacket. These are Gankai's parents. The main character, with a hood over his head, holds a bag in front of him and reports that Gankai died during the mission. Drops of rain fall on the ground. There are high-rise buildings in the city. In one of them, in the equipment room, there is Captain Xin Jian, the space above which glows blue. Kufeng looks out the window, watching the captain. The guy says that the condition is stable, and when the man wakes up, he will be at the initial stage of General Meteorite. 2 more men stand nearby, one of whom curses at Xin Jian, noting that he used such a method to break through, and his efforts over the years were not in vain. It is Pu Hao who grits his teeth angrily and explains that since arriving in Jinning, the Lai family has only used their vile methods to create trouble for them. The second man, with short hair and a scar on his face, raises his hand and asks the president to be calm because all the actions of the Lai family are not illegal. He reports that by declaring war on this family, they will become enemies of all meteorite families, so this is not the best option. Enraged, Pu Hao clenches his fist and is angry that everything needs to be left as it is. The man declares that he, with an iron fist, cannot allow them to do whatever they want. He bows, putting his hand to his chest, and explains to the head that everything has its good sides, and this time they receive many valuable things. He adds that Xin Jian has become General of Meteorite. Kufeng turns his head to the side as he receives a question about whether he is exaggerating what he said earlier about Zuo-fan. Pu Hao is interested in whether the main character really killed a mastiff close to the rank of a general. The red-haired man smiles and, moving his finger to his cheek, replies that what he said is true. Kufeng explains that he thought that Pu Hao knew about the young man's strength, which is why he placed him in their squad. He lowers his head, puts his fist to his mouth and says that he guessed about it, but he didn't even imagine that Zuo-fan was at such a level. The president thinks that, as his son said, when the protagonist first joined the operation, he did not exceed the stage of an advanced meteorite warrior, but in such a short time, he killed a monster of almost the rank of a general, developed the flash of the shadow blade to master it or even to perfect level. Pu Hao looks thoughtful, frowning and putting his hand to his mouth. The president realizes that it is not like Zuo-fan is hiding his power, but he is growing at a terrifying speed. The president decides that the guy is an incredible genius. A smile appears on his face and, resting his hands on his hips, the president agrees that they got a lot out of this. The man suggests that the privileges and gifts that he gave to the main character are no longer enough. The man with the scar on his face puts his hand out to the side and replies that he is sure that he will soon reach the rank of General Meteorite, and together with Xinjiang, they will have 2 more people with that level. Pu Hao says that the Mercenary Association will be able to defeat any Meteorite family. The president smiles and boldly states that then they will destroy the Lai family. He reports that these scoundrels will answer for both old and new grievances. A week later, Zuo Fan stands with his eyes closed and holds a sword in his hand, while the space around him is filled with purple flashes. Blackhair thinks that breaking through to the rank of general requires unleashing one's potential, and a critical situation in battle serves as an impetus for this. The young man realizes that through ordinary cultivation it is also possible, but cases of using this method are extremely rare. The main character points his sword forward while standing in the training room. He understands that focusing during training and unlocking your potential is essential to breakthrough. The guy's gaze becomes decisive and he understands that he needs to act now. Zuo Fan rushes forward, holding a weapon in his hand. The young man quickly strikes, swinging his sword. Having completed this, he lands and looks intensely to the side. There are gaps on the pairs in which fire and smoke can be seen. The main character notes that this is still not enough, and for a whole week he cannot cross, no matter how hard he tries. The guy looks at the weapon while standing in front of the pairs and assumes that he needs to confront strong monsters and do so during the battle. Zuo Fan adds that with the current abilities, even with a wooden sword due to the flash of the shadow blade, its strength is very high. The sword in the young man's hand breaks, flying into pieces. The main character says that the next sword failed, and he has already lost count. The table says that the young man is an advanced Meteorite warrior, all his indicators are 99, and the number of points free for distribution is 47. The black-haired man looks there, holding a water bottle in his hand, and reflects that he thought that due to the heavy losses at Mount Yu, the Lai family would start a war with the Mercenary Association. But a week passed and nothing happened. Yellow vapor rushes past Zuo Fan's nose, and he exclaims that the smell is that of a mutated rabid snow mastiff. The main character takes off and runs towards the stairs. He opens the door to the landing, where Ryu Jai, standing at the grill, Pupan, who is waving to a friend, Ku Feng and Xinjiang are looking at him. Red invites him to eat meat with them. He says that the boy has already eaten his portion, but still wants it. He exclaims that he didn't mean to steal Zuo Fan's meat, and his barbecue skills are good, so he can cook another batch. The black-haired man smiles and looks at the captain, joyfully calling him. The guy notes that he woke up and was finally able to break through to the level of a general, and this is great news. Xinjiang puts his hand forward, bending it at the elbow, and confirms what was said. The captain adds that Zuo Fan saved their team, and Ku Feng has already told everything. He explains that at first he didn't believe it, but when he now hid his aura, the young man immediately discovered it, so this proves everything. The main character smiles and puts a finger to his cheek, realizing that his presence is too noticeable and it will be difficult not to detect. The black-haired man looks at Xinjiang through the blue light and thinks that the captain's aura is much stronger than before. The guy assumes that this is the initial rank of General Meteorite. What's interesting to Zuo Fan is how big their differences are. The captain takes a skewer with meat threaded on it and offers to eat. The man reports that when they have a bite to eat, they will need to hurry to the shopping center because the head of Pu Hao asks the captain to help him deliver a gift to the young man. He calmly looks at Xinjiang and wonders if the head wants to give him something. A large number of people walk around the large building, and there is also a large beautiful fountain there. There, Ryu Jai and the redhead are sitting on one sofa, and the main character is on the second. Opposite the guy is Xinjiang, who hands him a card and informs him that except for 2 cores of D-rank monsters, everything has been sold. The captain explains that there are 70 million on this map, and the entire reward belongs to the black-haired man. Zuo Fan looks worried as he reveals that he doesn't understand how he can accept all this money and adds that it was all his fault. Xinjiang asks not to refuse because this is the head's decision and this is not the whole reward. The golden card sparkles as the man reveals that Pu Hao is giving him another 30 million, and that's for the mission. The captain asks to accept because every cloud has a silver lining. Xinjiang reveals that he became General Meteorite and the sword hunters survived thanks to Zuo Fan. The captain says that the young man deserves it because besides everything, the Mercenary Association has grown a lot and he deserves it. The main character takes 2 gold cards and, looking at them, reflects that 70 million and 30 million is a good achievement. The guy scratches the back of his head and Pupan smiles and exclaims that Zuo Fan is now rich, because ordinary advanced Meteorite warriors will not collect such a sum in a lifetime. Ryu Jai asks not to forget to treat them. He smiles and says that he will do this in the best hotel in the city. At this time, the black-haired man is wondering what to do with the 2 cores of D-rank monsters. The captain, whose hands are folded on his chest, asks them to forget about the treat and says that these 100 million must be used wisely, because when the time comes, they may not be enough. The main character looks at the man dumbfounded and wonders if 100 million is not enough. Xin Jian winces and asks if Zuo Fan thinks their team will be okay. The man adds that the Li family has lost a lot of people, and they will not sit still. The captain explains that the war between the Mercenary Association and the Li family could start at any moment, and they are just waiting for an opportunity. The young man's expression turns stern as he wonders whether a war between 2 great powers could suddenly break out in Jinning City. The captain states that the Sword Hunter team will be targeted, Zuo Fan being the first to be targeted. The Li family people in suits die as their necks are cut. Advanced meteorite warriors are an indicator of family strength. Many people have died and the losses are enormous. The main character was jumping past tree branches. He deftly struck with his sword. The Mercenary Association and the Li family have been fighting in the shadows for a long time. War between them could break out at any moment. Xin Jian looks seriously at the main character and explains that he has successfully become General Meteorite, and if the black-haired one reaches this level, then the strength of the Mercenary Association will be enough to subjugate any family. The captain adds that when this happens, the Li family will have no chance of winning, but with Li Zhong's cunning, they are already preparing to make a move. Zuo Fan's expression is serious. He looks to the side and clutches the sword in his hand when Xin Jian says that he is in a dangerous position now and just look at the quality of his weapon. The captain wonders if the black-haired man thinks he can survive with such equipment if he meets a strong warrior. Zuo Fan anxiously looks at the sword with a slight smile on his face and says that the bone breaker is made from the core of a mutated E-rank monster, and it is the best at this level. Xin Jian frowns and asks again about the E-rank, saying that in the worst-case scenario, D-rank cores are used for weapons of generals. The embarrassed protagonist smiles and notes that he still has a chance to win. Xin Jian turns around and says to go because the auction is about to start. Everyone looks at the captain and asks again. Xin Jian smiles and wonders if the guys think they are just here to sell materials. The man says that the shopping center is holding an auction today. The captain says that he received information that many valuable items will be displayed on it. Xin Jian tells Zuo Fan that he must purchase new weapons to increase his strength as quickly as possible. The guys get up from their seats and head to the door as the captain asks to go. Suddenly, Xin Jian notices a group of people and is surprised by them. This is Lai Hongwu, followed by several other people. Both companies stop and Ku Feng notes that it is those scoundrels, the Lai family and Lai Hongwu. The young Lai family member grits his teeth and angrily wonders how Zuo Fan was able to survive. Lai Hongwu wonders if this freak is to blame for the fact that they lost so many scouts. Xin Jian rushes forward with a terrifying look and fiery light emanates from him. The captain asks the family how they dared to catch his eye. A huge fiery face of a tiger appears in front of people. People are stunned, and one of them, a man in sunglasses, a hat and a mask that covers him up to his eyes, suggests that this is General Meteorite. Lai Hongwu is interested in what is happening and notes that he cannot move. He insults Xin Jian for actually breaking through to the initial stage general. The frightened members of the Li family look at the captain, who is blazing with fire. Alarmed, Lai Hongwu turns his head towards his men and shouts that they should stop staring and that the man should be stopped. There is a bright flash, and a cry is heard that orders you to stand. A man in armor and an iron mask appears in front of the guys and asks if they have forgotten where they are now. He stands between the two companies and explains that this is the shopping center of Jinning City, and those who dare to cause disturbances here will be killed immediately. The guys look at each other and are silent. Shopping centers limit fighting, and this is agreed upon by all powerful factions. Anyone who breaks the rules will be killed. Li Hongwu passes by the main character, who asks him to just wait, and he and his family will pay for what they did. He frowns and asks again, because he cannot believe that he will pay because Zuo Fan has very little power. Lai Hongwu declares that he will personally punch him very soon. He turns his gaze to the side, at a man in a suit with a hat, who adjusts his mask and exclaims that the Mercenary Association is very strong, and now there is one more General Meteorite in their ranks. The man says that you should be careful and you can't let the plan be ruined. Lai Hongwu grins and, with a stern expression, asks not to worry because everything is going smoothly. The guy says that the Mercenary Association will not be able to change anything. The man with the hat asks about who the guy behind Xin Jian is. Lai Hongwu furrows his eyebrows and, looking a little worried, replies that he is just an ordinary brat. The guy is interested in whether something attracted him to the young man. The man looks forward thoughtfully and says that the main character is simply very capable and unique. He assumes that he is just pushing himself, but it seems to him that Zuo Fan's aura is close to the level of a general. The man decides that he is making things up, and if the young man has such a rank, then all of China will shudder at this news. Lai Hongwu carefully looks to the side, clenches his teeth in irritation and wonders what it is about Zuo Fan that attracted the attention of the special envoy. He decides that he will personally kill the black-haired man when their plan is completed. Xin Jian frowns and asks the main character not to rush because he will still have time to kill them. The captain reveals that when Zuo Fan becomes General Meteoric, they can teach the Lai family a lesson. The guys approach the door, and Xin Jian places the card on the device. They enter a warm room filled with people, some of whom have blue tables in front of them. The captain says the auction looks different this time. There are several racks of boxes on the stage. Zuo Fan sits down on the chair, and Xin Jian points to the device in front of the young man and tells him to press the panel activation button. The captain explains that all the information about the auction is inside, and you can look if you like something. He presses the button, and a blue screen appears in front of the guy. The main character looks at the images that appear on the screen and thinks that, as expected from such a big city, there are many valuable items here, and there are even higher than E rank. The black-haired man realizes that it was difficult to buy even E rank equipment in other cities. Zuo Fan sees the sword on the screen and thinks about it. It is a beautiful weapon with a silver handle and a yellow core in it. The sword is called Wind Blade. The guy smiles and notes that the weapon looks good. The screen says that the sword is made from the core of a D-rank Monster King. The guy exclaims that his Monster King core is D-rank, and if he gets it, his power will increase by a whole level. Zuo Fan looks at the screen dumbfounded and voices the inscription that the starting price is 50 million. The young man exclaims that this weapon is very expensive. The main character decides that enough is enough for him because he has 100 million. Ku Feng smiles, puts his hand on the back of the chair and notes that this sword is good because it is made from the core of a D-rank Monster King, which is rare. Xin Jian says that this is a great sword and Zuo Fan should go to the evaluation area and sell a few items to make sure there is enough money. The surprised young man turns around and asks if he really won't have enough. He reminds that he has about 100 million. The captain smiles and explains that he is still too young, and the cores of D-rank Monster Kings are priceless. Xin Jian says that there are crazy auctions for such weapons, and it will be quite normal if its price goes over 100 million. The man reports that he should prepare. The guy winces and closes his eyes, tears welling up in his eyes. He stands near the device, holding a card in his hand. Zuo Fan realizes that he pledged 2 D-rank cores and a bone breaker as collateral, and now he has another 40 million. Black-haired hopes that he should have enough because he has a little more than 160 million. The worried young man looks at the screen and cannot understand what is happening, because in just a couple of seconds the price has risen to 70 million. Zuo Fan looks at the picture of the weapon, and the price becomes 75 million, then 77.98. The price reaches 100 million, and the table says that the final bid is 110 million. With a desperate expression on his face, the main character regrets his money because in the end the price is 110 million. On the screen there is an image of the sword Wind Blade. This is a sword from the core of a D-rank Monster King, and the bet is accepted. Zuo Fan is surrounded by his friends. Ku Feng notes that he bought this weapon for 110 million, which is not that expensive. Hu Pan exclaims that with this sword the young man's strength will become even greater. Xin Jian reports that he said that the bids for this auction exceeded 100 million. Ryu Jai admires the wealth of the protagonist because he spent 100 million so easily. He closes his eyes, frowns, and placing his hand on his chest, says goodbye to his rich life and says that he has become poor again. The guy decides that he shouldn't go to this auction too often, even though it is exciting. A worker approaches him, holding an object in her hands and says that this is the sword he bet on. She congratulates him on getting a great weapon. He picks up the box. Zuo Fan opens it and sees a sword lying on a soft purple surface. The black-haired man clutches the weapon in his hand and frowns. The table says that the weapon is the Wind Blade, which weighs 15 kilograms. Its property is that the sword increases its speed by 99. An additional attribute is Extreme D-rank acceleration. The table says that thanks to D-rank extreme acceleration, movement and attack speed increases by 30% during battle. Zuo Fan smiles as he looks at the sword and thinks about the fact that it gives a 99 speed increase when used, and thanks to the additional attribute, this figure will increase even more. The young man realizes that the core of the King of Monsters greatly increases the characteristics. The main character realizes that the sword even has extreme D-rank acceleration, and although there are no other attributes, this is enough. The table shows Bone Breaker and Wind Blade. Zuo Fan thinks that even if Bone Breaker has 2 additional properties, Wind Blade has great power. The guy decides that if he uses Extreme D-rank acceleration along with the flash of the Shadow Blade, the enemies will not even understand how they died. The main character looks with interest at the new acquisition and thinks that this sword is excellent, and with it his combat effectiveness will increase by 30%. The black-haired man grins nervously and looks at the card he holds in his hand. He says it's a little expensive, 10 million more than he expected. Kufeng, sitting behind, smiles and advises not to worry about the money spent because with the current strength of Zuofan, it will take him 6 months to collect this amount. Red-haired tells him to hunt D-rank monsters or almost generals if he is lucky because then he will collect faster. Pu Pan explains that what Kufeng means is that if he wants to do anything, he needs to improve his weapons. The main character smiles awkwardly and puts a finger to his face, realizing that he has been saving since an early age, so now he is uncomfortable with the fact that he spent such a large amount. Lai Hongwu turns his head to Zuofan and wonders if he could have taken the wind blade for himself. The guy is trying to figure out whether the black-haired one can unlock the potential of the core of a D-rank monster king. Lai Hongwu grits his teeth, remembers the wounded bodies of the people, and reflects that the bodies of the scouts discovered last night were littered with sword wounds, but Xinjian's sword would not have left them. The guy wonders if it's possible that Zuofan did this. Lai Hongwu immediately interrupts this thought, deciding that this is impossible because this weakling cannot be so strong. He clenches his fist angrily and decides that he needs to increase his strength quickly, and he simply must get this item. Xinjian, standing behind the main character, notes that this is another great item. An image of a yellow fruit appears on the screen. It says it smells like chicken, and the starting price is 15 million. Zuofan takes a close look at this and reasons that it is not more expensive in cost than a D-rank Monster King core, but is much rarer. There is a man standing on the stage near the racks of boxes. They are almost impossible to find in shopping malls, and the rare ones are usually found in the possession of influential people. D-rank artifacts are even rarer, and their appearance at auctions can be counted on one hand. Lai Hongwu smiles while looking at the screen and says that he didn't even think that this item would be displayed today. The guy notes that he couldn't get the artifact during the joint operation, but he'll definitely get it today. The surprised main character looks at the screen and thinks about what the object looks like. The man on stage raises his hand and says that artifacts at auctions are very rare, especially D-rank artifacts. He adds that according to the assessment from the trading center, it increases the strength of the Meteorite warrior, and this is what advanced warriors who want to break through have long been looking for. People look at the stage in fascination. They are thinking about a D-rank artifact and a breakthrough to the general stage. Zuofan's expression is calm as he remembers that by absorbing such an artifact, he increased his strength by 20 points. The guy realizes that for those who are limited in talent, this allows them to move to the level of a general. Silhouettes of people with powerful bodies are located on a blue background. All 4 listeners must reach 99 points before there is a chance for a breakthrough. However, for some people, one of the attributes may never reach this value, so such an artifact is considered incredibly valuable. Xinjian looks ahead thoughtfully and notes that with just a few words, they made the entire room spend all their money and the final price will be simply exorbitant. The captain says that the artifact really attracts attention. The screen contains an image and the starting price. It says that the starting price is now 16 million. Then it reaches 18 million. Now, on the screen it says that it is equal to 20 million. Lai Hongwu presses the screen with an angry expression and asks about who bet 35 million. The guy exclaims that he must get this artifact, because with it he can break through to the general stage in 1 or 2 years. Ryujai covers his mouth with his hand in surprise and says that the price has already reached 55 million and continues to rise. The girl reports that according to market prices, a D-rank artifact costs 45 million, but now it's already 10 million higher. A smiling Pu Pan explains that this is a fixed cost and the artifacts are priceless. Zuofan notices an angry Lai Hongwu, who asks about who bet 55 million. The main character points his finger at him and, turning his head, speaks to the captain, saying that Lai Hongwu continues to bet and it seems that he wants to get this lot. Kufeng notes that low strength has always been his weakness, and with the help of the artifact, he will break through to the general stage, and without it he will have to wait 10 years. A smile appears on the black-haired man's face and he is going to offer something since he wants him so much. An irritated Lai Hongwu exclaims that the price has reached 60 million and the growth has finally stopped. He notes that the price is 15 million higher than the market price. Lai Hongwu adds that it is worth it because an artifact that increases strength is priceless. The guy assumes that he would never find something like this again. The table says that the current price is 61 million. Lai Hongwu asks who the scoundrel made the bid and whether he knows that the price is too high. The guy again repeats the question of who this fool is. Lai Hongwu frowns and fumes with anger when the price becomes 63 million, then 64, and then 66. Now, the price is 90 million. Alarmed people look at each other. Someone exclaims that the current price is 90 million. He asks if it is possible to buy 2D rank artifacts at market value for this money. Someone is interested in who is still betting and whether it could be an advanced warrior who wants to break through. Lai Hongwu's appearance becomes enraged and mad as the guy thinks about who this scoundrel is who dares to fight him for this item. The guy understands that the cost is already 96 million and he only took 100 with him. Lai Hongwu presses the button and the screen says that the current price is 100 million. The guy decides that if this scoundrel continues to raise, he will give up because he doesn't want to become a fool. The presenter smiles, puts his hands out to the sides and asks who bet 100 million and if anyone wants to increase the amount. The man reports that the highest bid for this artifact is millions and begins to count. After counting to 3, the presenter exclaims that the item is sold. He smiles and closes his eyes, congratulating the Lai family, who received today's D-rank artifact for 100 million. Lai Hongwu looks worried when he thinks about how he spent the entire 100 million. The guy wonders why this worm stopped raising and whether he wanted to force him to raise the price. An irritated Lai Hongwu looks away and the joyful guys are standing above. Ku Feng exclaims that the Lai family is very rich. Pu Pan notes that young master Lai Hongwu made history today because he spent 100 million on a D-rank artifact. He frowns and concludes that it is them. The guy mentally insults Zuo Fan and asks him to wait, because with a D-rank artifact he will easily kill him. The guys fix their eyes on Lai Hongwu, and the red-haired boy gives a thumbs down. Xin Jian explains that Lai Hongwu is at the level of an advanced meteorite warrior, and after using the artifact, his combat effectiveness will increase. The captain assumes that he will even break through to the level of general. Xin Jian tells the protagonist that he should be careful with him the next time he meets. The black-haired man looks to the side and, grinning, replies that he will be on his guard when he sees him again. Its appearance is frightening, and above the image of the surprised young man it is written that it is a D-rank artifact and is damaged 40%. Zuo Fan thinks that Lai Hongwu can only dream of becoming a general. The guy understands that a D-rank artifact is rare, and few people can evaluate and analyze the damage rate. The main character looks at the screen and reflects that the effect of such an artifact damaged by 40% is even worse than that of an E rank. The black-haired man realizes that Lai Hongwu will vomit blood in anger when he finds out that he spent 100 million on an item with a defect. Zuo Fan boldly looks forward and thinks that the God of War system has an analysis function, which is very convenient. Another table appears on the screen. There is a certain object drawn there, a floating step of the first version. This is a D-rank movement skill. The starting price for this item is 30 million. The protagonist looks at this in surprise and assumes that bidding for D-rank movement skills usually starts at 10 million, and wonders why floating step starts at 30 million. He notes that this is only the first version. Xin Jian puts his hand to his chin, and Ku Feng explains that the reason is that the black-haired man has not heard of this skill, and it is not quite ordinary, and there is even a long story. The surprised captain exclaims that this is very unexpected and reports that he thought the soaring step was lost, but suddenly appeared here. Pu Pan frowns and declares that he remembered the soaring step. The boy says that 3 years ago, Zushi, the elite god of war, died during a large-scale monster wave, and this is his unique movement skill. Astonished, Zuo Fan turns his head and asks about the unique skill of the elite war god level. A man with a powerful body stands in front of a large monster. 3 years ago, the elite god of war, Zushi, died in battle on Mount Yu, and the news shocked the entire country. They say that he died because he fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Exhausted, Zushi was eaten by a group of monsters. He was able to fight for so long thanks to his unique movement skill. Xin Jian raises one eyebrow and, looking ahead thoughtfully, reveals that soaring step is a war god rank skill, but unfortunately, Zushi did not teach anyone, and after his death, this skill was lost. The captain suggests that the first version of the soaring step was most likely found on Mount Yu as one of the fragments. The screen shows a rectangular object and says that the starting price is 30 million. Xin Jian says that the starting price of the movement skill fragment is 30 million, and there are unlikely to be people who want it because it is too expensive. The main character puts his fingers to his chin, looks at the screen and thoughtfully pronounces the characteristics of this lot. The space around it fills with blue and a table appears saying that it is the first version of C-rank soaring step. It says there is not enough information and the owner needs to touch the product for further analysis. Zuo Fan smiles and realizes that this soaring Dao fragment is actually a C-rank skill. The young man decides that the starting price of 30 million is definitely worth it, and this is also the unique movement skill of the God of War. The main character presses a button and the screen says that the current price is 31 million. Everyone looks at him in surprise, and Ryu Jai covers his mouth with his hand and assumes that he pressed the button by accident. Worried, Pu Pan is also about to say something. He awkwardly looks at the guys and explains that since the soaring step was a skill of the God of War, it would be suitable for collecting. Zuo-fan adds that he would like to learn something new, and we'll see if he succeeds in his rank. Xin-Jian furrows his brows and says that if the guy wants a D-rank movement skill, then there are many of them in their guild, and he doesn't need to spend money on it. The man says that this is a war god level soaring step, the initial stage of which is much more difficult to achieve compared to other D-rank skills. He smiles, pins his eyes and replies that he wants to try. Everyone looks at him worriedly, and Ku Feng desperately covers his face with his hand. The worker approaches the main character and gives him the box. Zuo-fan takes out the item and the table says that C-rank version 1 soaring step can be used, and the counting is underway. The guy looks at it with interest and wonders whether he can use attribute points to activate it. The main character decides that this is great, and now that he has a C-rank movement skill, his combat effectiveness will increase significantly. The table says that 45 stat points are required to activate this skill. There is also a question about whether the young man wants to activate it. Zuo-fan's expression becomes dumbfounded as he is shocked that 45 points are required. He raises his hands and glares at the table, thinking that a D-rank skill only needs 20 points. The guy doesn't understand why there are 45 points for C-rank then. The main character realizes that this is also an incomplete set, and the system is greedy because it only wants to take away his characteristic points. The black-haired man looks at the table in surprise, bringing his head closer to it. The youth looks thoughtful as he reads the information that it has been discovered that Soaring Step is a War God stage skill, and the owner has the rights to activate it. The table also says that since it is a fragment, the owner can activate it and should not be compared to normal C-rank skills. Zuo-fan closes his eyes and holds his head in his palm, reflecting on the fact that he only has 47 unallocated attribute points. The guy is worried that he's using them all. The main character is indignant from possession syndrome, which means he cannot be at peace unless he has more than 30 points. Clouds are floating across the blue sky. There are cars driving along the road, one of which is green. It carries a team of sword hunters and Ryujai. The captain asks if Zuo-fan would like to test the power of the weapon he just acquired. The young man looks at him in surprise and is interested in how one can test strength. He looks at the smiling Xin-Jian, who points his thumb at himself and replies that this can be done by finding an opponent and fighting him. The captain invites Zuo-fan to spar with him and asks what the guy thinks about it. Pu-pan smiles and notes that this will be a fight between the captain and the main character. Tu-feng, sitting and driving, grins. The guys continue to drive, and a voice is heard from the car that agrees. Zuo-fan and the captain are standing on the court a few meters away from each other. The people at the top are watching this. A man with black hair and a suit, Pu-hao, decides that a fight with Xin-Jian is great because he has long wanted to see the strength of this guy. The second man standing nearby reasons that in order to kill the mutated snow mastiff, Zuo-fan must be at the peak of the advanced warrior meteor, but these are just rumors. The captain smiles and, putting his sword forward, shouts to the enemy to attack first. He slightly covers his face with his hand, and fire burns around Xin-Jian. The main character clenches his teeth and, looking tensely forward, thinks that although he felt the pressure of the general, the battle against him is completely different, and the gap is too big. With a bold expression on his face, the guy rushes forward because he wants to understand what the difference is between his strength and the stage of a general. Tu-feng looks at the guys in alarm, and Pu-pan is surprised to note the speed of the black-haired man, explaining that he doesn't even see his shadow. Zuo-fan strikes and his sword collides with the captain's weapon. The young man clutches a sword in his hand and swings it. With an intimidating look, he thrusts his weapon, which emits a purple light, forward. The main character uses the flash of the shadow blade. The guys fight by swinging their swords. Xin-Jian exclaims that he admires the speed of the sword. The man swings his weapon and states that it is useless against a general's level. The black-haired man jumps back, leaning on his hand. The friends watch from above, and Ryujai exclaims that Zuo-fan is very strong and can fight the aspiring General Meteor. Pu-hao smiles and notes that this guy's fighting ability is very high, because he can even fight head-to-head with Xin-Jian. A man standing next to him says that the young man has not yet even revealed the full potential of his weapon. The black-haired man looks carefully at the enemy and realizes that the captain's sword is very heavy, and after switching to the wind blade, his strength weakened, and this battle is very exhausting. He realizes that the true power of this sword is not in force and decides to test it now. The main character squeezes the weapon in his hand and turns it slightly. The guy runs forward with a calm look. He jumps up and swings, emitting purple light, using extreme D-rank acceleration. His friends look at this in surprise and exclaim that he is very fast. Zuo-fan's ball of purple light and the captain's fire collide. Xin-Jian deduces that this is the attribute of the wind blade, and for this reason it is time to be more serious. The man swings his sword, which emits fiery flashes. The captain crouches down and makes a big swing with his sword. The ring of fire from this blow envelops the enemy's purple ball. He covers himself with his hand and does not understand how to fight if he cannot even come closer. The main character assumes that this is the strength of the initial stage of the general. The ground beneath him collapses, and the captain approaches the young man. Zuofan raises his head, looking at the table in surprise, which says that the owner has entered into a difficult battle. It also asks whether he is willing to spend 45 stat points to activate Soaring Step. The expression on his face becomes alarmed and a little sad as he approaches the table and mentally asks the system to lower the price at least a little, because 45 points is too much. The black-haired man looks intensely at the table, scratches his head and decides that he will activate the Soaring Step when he reaches at least 70 points, because he cannot bear the mark of 0 points. The captain smiles and, frowning a little, suggests leaving it at that. The man reports that if he had not achieved the perfection of a D-rank skill, he would no longer be able to push him so hard. Xinjian states that Zuofan's fighting ability is unmatched at the level of an advanced Meteorite warrior. He smiles embarrassedly and replies that he had no chance of winning if the captain had given his all. The man calmly looks at him and notes that he is absolutely right, because a warrior and a general are 2 different levels and the gap between them is large. Xinjian says that the black-haired man's breakthrough to the general is already close and wishes him good luck. He adds that he only recently leveled up and it will take time to get used to this power. The captain states that they should spar more often because it will help both of them. The main character smiles, stretches his hands and happily thanks Xinjian. The young man turns his head towards the smiling guys. Pu Pan wonders if Zuofan really believed his words and if he thinks that the captain is so eager to train him. Ku Feng notes that Xinjian just wants to leave behind and the guy thanks him. Pu Hao smiles, and the man standing next to him tells the head that the main character is truly a genius, and at this speed, he will soon have to break through. The president says that it is incredibly fast and they will be able to defeat the Lai family. Pu Hao points out that defeat will cause them to lose face, and it would be great to kick them out of Jinning City. It's already dark outside, and there are lights on in some of the building windows. 2 people walking, a girl and a guy, notice some movements in a red light. The girl assumes that these are rats, and her friend notes that these rats are very brave because they do not run away even at the sight of a person. The guy hopes they haven't mutated. The guys look dumbfounded and scared. The girl asks what kind of monster this is. The monster takes off, and the blood scatters around, remaining on the wall. A red light comes on in the building, and a pool of blood spreads next to it. The Li family's house has an orange family sign on it. There, in the room, there are some large jars with green liquid. There are 3 people standing in it, and one reports that he heard that the experimental specimen escaped. The second one replies that nothing can be done because there are too many of them, and you can't keep track of everyone. Wai Hongwu and the Patriarch standing next to him listen to the man who asks him not to make mistakes because the plan is nearing completion. He reports that if everything succeeds, the Lai family will become the #1 family in Jinning, and they will become famous throughout China. Lai Zhang raises his head and exclaims that he will become the most powerful. Wai Hongwu wonders if he will then be able to rise to the level of general. Suddenly, the third man, who is wearing a robe, turns his head, noticing something. He waves his hand, from which a purple light emanates, and the silhouette of a girl can be seen behind the wall. A man in a robe asks who is there and shouts to show himself. The girl, whose hair is tied up in a ponytail, takes off and jumps out the window. People from the Lai family run towards her. She jumps out, breaking the window. She covers her face with her hands to avoid getting hurt on the glass. Everyone looks after her in shock, and someone shouts that something terrible has happened, and the data from the test experiment has been stolen. Lai Zhang looks ahead angrily and exclaims that they are useless trash for stealing the data. The man in the robe reports that this thief is poisoned and will not run far, so he should be caught quickly because the plan cannot be revealed. Lai Hongwu and the other men rush forward as the Patriarch waves his arms and orders that this thief be captured and brought in dead or alive. The man states that they need to return the experiment data quickly. Zuofan walks down the street, stretching his arms. He frowns, holds his hand on the shoulder of the other hand and thinks that the captain does not spare him at all, and forces him to fight with him every day. The young man understands that after the sparring they were sent on patrol, and they use it as best they can. The black-haired man calmly looks to the side and realizes that recently corpses of people with severe wounds on their bodies are constantly being found here, and most likely, monsters did this. The main character hopes that they are D-rank, and thinks that he couldn't even collect stat points to fight the Lai family these days. Zuofan goes to the building and sees bloody footprints there. He stops, seeing the monsters coming at the girl with her blue hair tied in a ponytail. The young man clenches his teeth and, frowning, exclaims that they have been found. He is glad that he came on time. The black-haired man raises his eyebrows and opens his mouth in surprise. The girl raises her hand, emitting fiery light. Zuofan watches this and assumes that she destroyed them so easily and is also a meteorite patroller. The main character notes that this is strange, and she reminds him of someone. He says that this girl is not on the patrol team. She stands with her hand lowered, clenched into a fist, and killed monsters lie on the ground. A masked girl with blue hair and an exhausted look concludes that it is him. She falls and Zuo-fan runs towards the girl. An alarmed young man catches her and asks if the blue-haired girl is okay. A blush appears on her face. The girl trembles and asks to quickly take her away from here. The embarrassed main character, who also has a blush on his cheeks, wonders what's wrong with her. He assumes that this is the same chance meeting. Zuo-fan sits on the ground with a girl in his arms and tries to understand what it means that a beauty in a dark alley at night asks to carry her. The surprised and frightened guy exclaims that she is wounded and asks if the poison got into the wounds. She frowns and, barely holding on, says that she learned the secret of the Lai family and they gave chase. The girl says to quickly take her away from here, and if Zuo-fan hesitates, they will be caught. The protagonist's facial expression becomes worried and he asks to tell the story in order. Monsters that look like large rats are running towards the guys. A strange creature looks at them, and the black-haired man wonders what kind of monster this is, with the head of a dog and the body of a rat. The young man realizes that he has never heard of such a thing. Zuo-fan swings his sword, cutting the monsters. With one hand he holds the girl, and in the other he clutches a sword. Black-haired says that they are only E rank, so they are not that strong. The main character wonders how there were only monsters here in the city of Jinning and why no one noticed such a number. The guy looks in surprise at the monsters running in one direction. They create a red circle around the guys. Zuo-fan exclaims that these monsters know the surrounding attack skills and asks about what is happening here. He notes that it looks like the monsters were trained to do this. The young man frowns and says that he will take 2 monsters with him and let the professionals of the Mercenary Association examine them. 2 men appear behind the guys, brandishing weapons. One shouts that this is a thief and he was caught. The second one says that this is Zuo-fan, and if they kill both of them, the Lai family will reward them generously. A girl whose eyes glow yellow shouts to the main character to be careful. Both people from the Lai family throw punches, however, they hit the air. They exclaim that this guy is very fast. He swings his sword and strikes at their necks, killing the men. The guy looks at them sternly, and the blue-haired girl stands against the wall. The black-haired man explains that he was only thinking about how to harm the Lai family and they came on time. Zuo-fan looks to the side, and on the table there are 2 inscriptions that say that the advanced warrior Meteoric has been killed and 1 stat point has been gained. The girl breathes heavily, raises one eyebrow in surprise. She cannot believe that he killed 2 advanced Meteorite warriors with 1 blow. The girl wonders if this is really Zuo-fan and how his combat capability has grown so quickly. The main character looks at her and wonders if it's her and what she's doing here. The young man frowns and recalls the moments when he saw her. He realizes that it is not surprising that the girl seemed familiar. Now the guy understands who it is. Across the wall from the guys there are other people, one of whom shouts to come here, not to let that thief escape, and to kill him at any cost. The black-haired man grabs the girl in his arms and runs, noting that it doesn't matter whether he likes her or not, because since the Lee family is looking for her, then that's a different matter. Zuo-fan declares that the enemy of his enemy is his friend. Surprised workers from the Lai family look at the corpses of their colleagues. The man assumes that these are wounds from Zuo-fan's sword. In the room, on the bed lies a girl with blue hair. Pu Hao, his assistant, Pu Pan, Xin Jian and the main character are standing near the chamber. The red-haired boy holds his hands on the window, looking at the girl. He swears at the Lai family for wanting to kill such a beautiful sister. Zuo-fan reports that he will definitely not let these scoundrels live in peace. The president's assistant looks at the head seriously and, holding a tablet in his hand, says that they have confirmed the identity of 2nd Lieutenant Su Lan. The man explains that the poison in her body is causing problems and she will only be able to wake up after 72 hours. Pu Hao frowns and looks dissatisfied at the box he holds in his hand. He wonders if she will be unconscious for 72 hours. The president speculates that the Lai family sent their men to catch her, and it seems that it's all about the contents of this box. Pu Hao reveals that the military had a hand in creating this item, and there is no password. He says that if you open it by force, the contents will be destroyed. The main character raises his hand and asks about the monsters. He wonders if they have found out their origins. He, with a serious expression on his face, replies that this is very strange, because monsters with the head of a dog and the body of a rat have never been encountered either in Jinning or on Mount Yu. Pu Hao reports that this cannot be a new type of mutants, because too many a lot at one moment and no one knew about them before. Xin Jian, with his arms folded across his chest, asks whether it could be that, as Zuo-fan said, these monsters were raised and even trained by someone. Everyone's facial expressions are thoughtful when Pu Hao says that if this is true, then it is very strange. A man in a suit approaches the surprised president, bows and says that Lai Zhang called them and asks Pu Hao to talk to him on the phone. A smile appears on the president's face as he exclaims that this old man has been holding on for a long time, but can no longer do so, and apparently has lost something very important. Opposite Pu Hao, a blue screen appears with the image of Lai Zhang, who apologizes for calling so late. The man says he will get straight to the point. The patriarch curls his lips and, looking displeasedly at Pu Hao, says that Zuo Fan from the Mercenary Association invaded their estate, stole a huge amount of treasures and even a secret skill book, and caused a lot of trouble. Lai Zhang asks the Mercenary Association to immediately hand over this villain and criminal to them so that they can judge fairly. Pu Hao, holding a cigar in his hand, asks about where the evidence is that the main character snuck into the Lai family estate. The president grins and notes that many years have passed, and Lai Zhang's fighting ability has not increased, which cannot be said about the ability to talk all sorts of nonsense. The old man narrows his eyes and states that this is a negotiation, so it is sincere. He says that if the Mercenary Association gives them Zuo Fan, then they will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, there is no need to blame the Lai family if the Mercenary Association loses their respect. Pu Hao clenches his fist in anger and explains that they don't need their family's respect. The president exclaims that Lai Zhang needs to look at himself in the mirror first before saying such words. Pu Hao reveals that he would like to see how the weaklings from the Lai family can destroy the Mercenary Association. The aide stares intensely at the evil president, who suggests that his family dares to start families with them, and exclaims that he will see what he can do. The assistant furrows his eyebrows and explains that Pu Hao fell into the trap of Lai Zhang, who wanted to anger the president to see a reaction. The man says that this way he can confirm that he is holding the item stolen by Zuo Fan. The patriarch smiles and informs the lord, the man in the robe, that, as he said, the data is not in the hands of Pu Hao. He raises his hand, from which a violet light emanates, and says that the girl has poison in her, and although she is saved, she will be unconscious for 3 more days. The person assumes that with such abilities the girl is clearly from the army, so the data is definitely in a special box with a password, and no one else can open it. Lai Zhang calmly looks ahead and replies that if this is the case, then we need to proceed further according to plan. The patriarch reports that they are using this chance to kill such a nuisance as the main character. A smile appears on the robed man's face as he explains that he didn't even expect Zuo Fan to be Zuo Hui's son. He chuckles and notes that the Li family is clearly unhappy. In the room, Pu Hao is standing near the bed, and next to the doctor is the main character, who asks her if she can do anything to make Sulan wake up faster. The doctor replies that this is a very strange poison, and to come to your senses in 72 hours is already quite fast. The president frowns and asks about what that girl stole and why the Li family is in such a hurry. There is a device hanging on the wall that glows red. All the people in the audience look at the screen, on which Lai Zhang's image appears, and the entire space is filled with red light. Someone wonders what's going on and notes that this is an alert. Someone asks about the general's level and assumes it's a wave of monsters. On the screen there is a photo of Zuo Fan, an image of his weapon, and a photo of 2 corpses that are covered with a cloth. People look at this and one of them asks if this man killed the Lai family's people and stole their things. A voice is heard from the speakers exclaiming that this crime was committed by Zuo Fan, and the Mercenary Association should not even think about protecting this terrible villain. On the screen is a patriarch who curls his lips. All the people look closely at the video in which the old man says that the Lai family will give 10 billion for his head. This video is also posted on the building's screen, in which Lai Zhang states that it doesn't matter who it is, because whoever kills the main character can take this reward from the Lai family. The patriarch exclaims that he is using the Jining City Meteorite family alliance as a guarantor. People who listen to this message are surprised by this 10 billion reward. A guy with short hair, wearing a shirt and a black vest notes that by killing Zuo Fan, they will immediately become rich. Zhu Zhan and Wei Chenchen look at the screen, and the instructor wonders what this old man is going to do since he decided to attack. The guy with the tail seriously looks to the side and asks Wei Chenchen about catching their people since several have escaped. He, with a wary expression on his face, says to block the base and prohibit exit from the territory. The head instructor reports that he is powerless as far as the others are concerned. Wei Chenchen explains that this is not something that should concern them. Zhu Zhan anxiously asks Zuo Fan to be careful. An enraged Pu Hao slams his fist on the table and exclaims that this old man acted quickly. The president notes that passing off lies as truth is very shameless. The assistant approaches Pu Hao, handing him a phone, and explains that this is the president of the Meteorite Family Union of Jining City. He puts the phone to his ear and, frowning, greets Lao Lin. The man on the other end of the line reports that they, the Union of the Meteorite Families, decided that according to the old rules, the generals should not participate in this. He frowns and is about to object. However, Lao Lin states that he has already discussed everything with the Mercenary Association headquarters, and they agree with this. The president of the Meteorite Families hangs up. Pu Hao, with an angry expression on his face, slams his fist on the table again and exclaims that the fact that the headquarters agrees is not important and he is against it. The president says that this is the Jining City Mercenary Association and this is his territory. The door to the office opens and Xin Jian and Pu Pan enter, who reports that Zuo Fan has left the building and this is very bad. He clenches his teeth and is irritably interested in what is happening. The captain of the Sword Hunter team is about to guess something. People who grin evilly walk and look around. Xin Jian says that it seems that the main character was worried that if he stayed here it would lead to internal conflict, and so he left on his own. The captain adds that more than 100 advanced meteorite warriors have already gathered around the building, and if the black-haired one stayed here a little longer, it would lead to a large-scale war, and the Lai family would easily get everything they seek. Pu Hao raises his hand and grins as blue lightning flashes outside the window. The president asks to tell the doctors to keep Second Lieutenant Su Lan safe and quickly find out what's inside the box. Pu Hao also orders to gather the elite of the Mercenary Association and prepare for the battle with the Lai family. The members of the Sword Hunter team, including Ku Feng, stretch their hands and agree. Zuo Fan jumps from one building to another and exclaims that this downpour is good for him because he can easily escape. The main character notes that Lai Zhang is ready to spend money as much as 10 billion, and this is a brilliant plan. The black-haired man involuntarily looks forward and says that now many within the association want to kill him because it is very attractive. The young man decides that to prevent this from happening, he needs to make these people understand something. Zuo Fan looks at the building with several people standing on it and decides that he should let people know that the price they have to pay for the reward is their lives. The main character jumps and flies past people who are looking at him and clutching weapons in their hands. The guy hits people in the necks, killing them. He uses Shadow Blade Flash, which is at the perfect stage. One of the people who catch Zuo Fan, with a surprised expression on his face, exclaims that he killed them in an instant. The man asks why this guy is so strong. The protagonist's gaze is filled with hatred when he advises them to leave here if they do not want to die. He states that he is not as weak as they think. People are standing opposite the young man, and a blue sphere is formed above them. A scream is heard, which informs that the formation is completed, and now he will not be able to escape. Someone suggests that the guys attack together because he won't be able to cope with everyone. The people who are about to attack smile caustically. Someone laughs and exclaims that this kid is worth 10 billion. One of them states that they must risk everything and kill him. Zuo Fan looks at them with displeasure, emitting purple light, and realizes that he is naive, because he thought that if he showed his strength, they would let him go. The main character realizes that if he continues to feel sorry for them, he will die. The young man's gaze becomes terrifying as he mentally asks people not to blame him. He rushes forward, swinging his weapon and using the flash of his shadow blade. A strong impact occurs on the roof of the building, causing the sphere to break. The person's appearance becomes frightened. One man notes that these 10 billion are not easy to come by. Zuo Fan receives notifications that advanced meteorite warriors have been killed, for each of which they received 1 stat point. The black-haired man frowns, raises his hand and exclaims that because of their greed, people are worse than monsters. At this time, the corpses of the people he killed fall to the ground. The main character jumps onto another building. 4 people standing on one of the roofs look to the side. One of them is Lai Hongwu, who turns to the man standing behind him with his phone in front of him. He reports that the target broke through 2 blockades and killed more than 30 advanced meteorite warriors, passed through the 3rd and is heading towards the southern region. He exclaims that Zuo Fan is very strong. Lai Hongwu frowns and shouts at him to shut up, because they only raise the morale of the main character. The guy looks into the distance and notes that he turned out to be unexpectedly strong. Lai Hongwu raises his hand, and 2 men in suits stand next to him. The guy declares that he will already prepare in advance, and today he will definitely die. There are dead people lying on the ground near the building. A voice is heard saying that the target is on the city road of Nalinchi. People run forward, stepping on puddles. A voice says the target has crossed the road. A voice comes from a high-rise building, saying that President Lin says that Zuo Fan has already killed 45 meteorite warriors, 23 of whom are at the advanced level. There are several people standing by the window in the office, one of whom exclaims that this guy is very strong. Another man asks the president if they will really just continue to watch this, and notes that if the main character dies, then their relationship with the Mercenary Association is over. He says it's good for the Li family. An elderly man with gray hair, eyebrows, mustache and beard closes his eyes and explains that the Lai family wants to use them, and Lai Zhang has no respect. The man notes that, however, the families of their capital made this decision, and he had no choice. This is President Lin from the Meteorite Family Union of Jining City. The alarmed guy declares that these are the 3 largest families in the capital. Lao Lin looks out the window and reflects that the Jinning City Alliance is no match for their strength, and even if Zuo Fan is talented, he is only slightly above the advanced Meteorite warrior. The man wonders why the Lai family announced a reward of 10 billion. President Lin decides that they will just continue to watch since it is just an advanced warrior, Meteorite, who will die soon. People run past buildings, and someone sits higher. Someone is in a fighting stance, and the main character appears opposite them. One of them asks to remove this guy, explaining that he fought for 2 hours and he does not have enough strength. The black-haired man rushes forward, striking with his sword. He frowns as stat points gained from kills. The young man thinks that the reward is too attractive, because he has been fighting for 2 hours and there are not fewer people. Zuo Fan carefully looks ahead and realizes that all the powerful houses have gathered here and almost all of the Meteorite City warriors have come. The main character is glad that this D-rank artifact has a passive effect, otherwise he would not have had the strength to hold out until this moment. A green light emanates from the young man. Because a passive skill is activated, the recovery rate plus 10%. Black-haired thinks that, having such a restoration effect, he is not afraid of fighting with these people, which cannot be said about those approaching who are stronger than the advanced warrior Meteorite. 2 pink flashes with what look like funnels at the end approach Zuo Fan. He bends down, dodging the attack. The guy jumps, dodging again. He moves quickly using the Willow's flash. The black-haired man jumps back and lands with blue flashes coming from him. 3 silhouettes can be seen near the building. Someone insults the main character because he has a quick reaction and was able to dodge Lai Kai's attack. Lai Hongwu, behind whom there are satisfied people with weapons, smiles and assumes that Zuo Fan did not expect to see him. The guy declares that he has finally been caught. Li Hongwu adds that very soon he will show the main character something worse than death. The black-haired man looks at him with hatred and replies that he really didn't expect to see such garbage here. He reveals that he thought that Lai Hongwu would again hide somewhere and give orders to his subordinates like a rat. He looks at him irritably, frowning, and angrily notes that Zuo Fan dares to talk to him like that even in the face of death. He states that he will show the protagonist what it means to be ruthless. The subordinates smile and hold their weapons ready, telling Lai Hongwu that this guy's skin is quite thick. They also ask to be allowed to cut it off for him, then mutilate his arms and legs, because then the young master will be able to torture the black-haired man for a long time and painfully. He looks at the enemy from under his brows and asks people to be careful, because he wants to kill Zuo Fan himself, and so his subordinates can do whatever they want with him. Lai Hongwu jumps, attacking the main character and screaming at him to die, and the man standing behind the young master launches his weapon, creating purple flashes. He thrusts his sword forward using the flash of the shadow blade. A spinning weapon flies across the sky. With a tense look, the black-haired one tries to resist. The young man grits his teeth and realizes that it is too difficult to resist 2 warriors almost at the level of a general at the same time. He thinks that their weapons can be used at both close and long ranges, and if this continues, he may get hurt. The Lai family's subordinates frown, and one of them displeasedly suggests that Zuo Fan's combat capability is on par with theirs. The guy exclaims that he is dangerous, and when his power grows, it will be a disaster for the Lai family. Li Hongwu clenches his fist in anger, and a worried subordinate asks how the main character can be so strong. He notes that it is surprising that he was not caught after the chase, and the young man is a professional not only in running. Lai Hongwu turns on them and angrily shouts to be quiet and stop talking. He frowns and wonders why this worm is so strong. The young man assumes that he will never be able to catch up with Zuo Fan. His eyes fill with rage as he exclaims that it won't happen. Lai Hongwu orders the main character to be shot, noting that he is stronger if the black-haired one dies. They fly at Zuo Fan, shooting, and there is also a person rushing towards him, swinging a weapon. He quickly jumps back and dodges, thinking that Lai Hongwu only knows about his rat tricks, because he shoots during a battle in which he himself is not participating. The main character decides to retreat first. Lai Hongwu, with a furious expression on his face, shouts to stop this scoundrel from escaping. People run forward, however, a grenade flies at them. Zuo Fan turns his head slightly back towards the people, where a bright explosion occurs. The guy tells them to try the bomb, because people are not monsters and do not mutate after such an attack. The black-haired man sits on the floor against the wall and thinks that it is difficult for him to deal with them, especially since these tricks of Lai Hongwu have been added. The young man realizes that he would be in danger if he continued. A system notification appears on the table stating that the owner's life is in danger and asking whether he wishes to spend 45 stat points to activate the soaring step. It also says that the number of points available for distribution is 84 points. Zuo Fan realizes that he killed more than 50 people during such a long battle, and would never have thought that his hands would be up to his elbows in blood. The main character closes his eyes and realizes that he has enough points to activate the soaring step. Lai Hongwu and his men emerge from the room where the explosion occurred. The table says that the soaring step is activated and it is in the initial stage. The main character clenches his teeth and looks down at his legs, which are blazing with fire. Zuofan feels like his legs are about to break or like a heavy hammer is about to recreate them. The guy wonders if activating a C-rank movement skill is always so painful. The young man also suggests that it is because it is a war god level fragment. He clenches his fists as fire and black flashes blaze around his feet. The main character feels that his legs are filled with power. A smile appears on Zuofan's face as he realizes that Soaring Step is a great power. The table says that Soaring Step, a C-rank skill, is the first fragment of the War God level and the initial stage is activated. The properties are that the speed increases by 50% and the body is depleted at a rate of 1% per second. The black-haired man looks carefully at the table and decides that the fact that the speed increases by 50% is incredible. He concludes that this means that even an early-stage general will pale in comparison to him. The book, that is, the Soaring Step skill, emits blue light. It's just a C-rank movement skill, but for some reason the growth is colossal. Perhaps this is because the War God level Soaring Step. Zuofan puts his hand to his chin and looks ahead, puzzled. He notes that at this rate the body is depleted by 1% every second, so it can last no more than 2 minutes. A cry is heard, declaring that a small rat has been found. The main character turns around and sees an explosion. The Lai family's subordinates smile at the black-haired man, and one of them tells the main character to live a little longer. He states that look where else the guy can run away. The second subordinate exclaims that if they tear off all the limbs, then Zuofan will no longer be able to do it. Several people holding different weapons in their hands stand in front of the main character. Someone grins and exclaims that the rat is caught in a trap. He grins and asks again, wondering which of them is the rat. The guy holds a sword in his hand and emits blue light. He reveals that it used to be difficult to kill these people, but now his speed exceeds them and the roles have reversed. The space around Zuofan is filled with bright flames as he uses a C-rank movement skill and the Soaring Step is activated. The Lai family subordinate puts his weapon forward, about to strike, and a blue light appears in front of the main character. Another subordinate is about to launch a spinning weapon at him. They swing, rushing forward. The first man opens his mouth in fear and surprise. The second's expression is equally stunned when he asks where Zuofan is and where he went. The men turn their heads to look at their shoulders, where wounds appear. They look at the purple light in surprise and one of the people wonders what's going on and when it got behind them. The bald man gritted his teeth and had a cut visible on his clothing on his shoulder. The main character deduces that he is using armor made from general-level monster materials, which can block his wind blade. Zuofan grins and looks forward boldly, saying that with the next hit it won't save them. The subordinate frowns and, breathing heavily, reports that it's all because of the darkness in this place and they have not yet adapted to it, but the young man took advantage of their weakness. The second agrees and notes that everything must be done to prevent the main character from escaping. The Lai family's subordinate jumps towards Zuofan and angrily shouts an offer to kill the black-haired man, despite the order. The black-haired man happily realizes that the floating step is incredible. The guy looks ahead firmly, the space around him glowing blue as he decides that this still isn't enough. The protagonist's eyes glow blue, and information appears that the Shadow Blade Flash is now at the perfect level, and the number of points available for distribution is now 48. Zuofan mentally notes that his sword skills have also risen to a level that he has not reached before. The main character stands and calmly looks at the people of the Lai family who are rushing towards him, and the blue light they emit creates the shape of a dog's face. Black Hair decides that these are the 2 dogs of the Li family. The young man strikes, causing purple flashes to spread around, and mentally wishes these people to die. The expressions on their faces are furious as Zuofan's sword passes over them. Information appears on the table that 2 meteorite warriors of almost general level were killed, and 2 points were received for each. The remaining stunned subordinates look at the corpses of their colleagues and ask how Lai Kai and Lai Lai lost. A cry is heard, which notes that this is impossible. The main character approaches the Lai family man, grins and says that without these 2, they are just pigs for slaughter. Zuofan swings his sword and kills this family subordinate. They open their mouths in surprise and fear when their colleague falls and the young man is no longer there. He runs past everyone else, quickly killing them. For him, those below the level of a general are no stronger than an ant. Outside, Lai Hongwu and the others are standing, waiting for Lai Kai and looking at the visit they went to. Li Hongwu asks why the guys are taking so long. He notes that a lot of time has passed, but they still haven't captured Zuofan. Lai Hongwu asks what the guys are doing there. He opens his mouth in fear, opens his eyes wide, and beads of sweat roll down his face. Lai Hongwu hears a question about whether he was looking for him. Zuofan head forward, emerging from the cloud of dust towards their enemy. Smiling, he says that this is very good, because he, too, was looking for him to repay him for everything. Lee Hongwoo looks confused and angry as he asks the main character why he is okay. The guy also wonders where Lai Kai and Lai Lai are and what he did with them. The corpses of the Lai family's subordinates lie on the floor, with pools of blood spreading underneath them. The black-haired man replies that Lee Hongwoo will soon know the answer to his question. A smile appears on the protagonist's face when he invites him to take out a weapon and show him the strength of the young master of the Lai family. He waves his hand and his men run forward when Lee Hongwoo shouts to attack together and kill Zuo Fan. The guy orders that this worm's head be brought to him at all costs, and then they will receive a reward better than 10 billion. The main character stands and calmly looks at the people who are approaching him to attack. At this time, the frightened Lee Hongwoo runs away and rushes in the opposite direction. With one swing of his sword, the black-haired man kills the Lai family's subordinates, and they fly back. Zuo Fan finds himself opposite Lee Hongwoo and asks where he is going. He clutches a weapon in his hand and, crouching, shouts to the main character to die. The main character's sword swings. Lee Hongwoo grits his teeth and flies back, not understanding why the black-haired man is so strong. He looks at him with contempt and is interested in what he can do besides ambushes, betrayals, and hidden attacks. Zuo Fan states that Lee Hongwoo is trash and he will end him with one blow. He quickly kneels down and bows, asking for mercy. Lee Hongwoo calls the main character Mr. Fin. He declares that if he pardons him, he will tell him about all the plans in recent years and about the people involved in it. Zuo Fan smiles, grins, and repeats what Lee Hongwoo called him. The little protagonist stood and looked to the side, and behind him 3 men walked forward. The black-haired man informs the young member of the Lai family that these are rather long last words. Zuo Hui was smiling and patting his son's head when a man standing a few meters away deduces that the boy is Zuo Hui's son and notes that they look very similar. Zuo Fan looks ahead with confusion, asking what it is. He says he can't make it out. As Zuo Hui stood in the hall handcuffed, Lai Zhang watched along with Lee Hongwoo. The old man grinned, and the man standing behind also broke into a caustic grin. Now the main character looks ahead seriously and decides that the Lee family definitely knows something. He puts the sword on the shoulder of Lee Hongwoo, who raises his hands and tells him to tell about the secret organizer of that incident, and then he will spare his life. He looks down tensely and frowns. Lai Zhang, with a man in a robe standing behind him, smiles and asks his son how he is doing. The patriarch asks to remove Zuo Fan and bring his head there if he caught the guy. The old man's appearance becomes frightened and alarmed when he hears a voice from the walkie-talkie asking if Lai Zhang wants his head. The patriarch's facial expression becomes angry and he insults the main character. He wonders why the black-haired man has Lee Hongwoo's device and what it did to his son. He brings the radio closer to the guy lying on the ground, who is exhausted from pain, and asks his father for salvation. Lee Hongwoo tells the patriarch to ask Mr. Fan to spare him. Zuo Fan calmly looks forward and says that if Lai Zhang wants to see his son, then he should tell everything about the organizer of that incident. The patriarch's gaze becomes worried and he asks about the organizer. The man in the robe grins and his eyes sparkle red. He also holds an object in his hand that emits red light. This object flies through the window and breaks it. A purple flash flies into Lee Hongwoo's neck. He opens his mouth and screams in pain, and the guy's face turns red. Zuo Fan turns around and wonders what it is. An enraged Lee Hongwoo, who holds a weapon in his hand, approaches the black-haired man and shouts for the main character to die. He puts his sword forward and pierces the body with it. The guy with purple hair winces and his face turns red. His appearance becomes frightened and he furiously shouts to his father to take revenge for him. Zuo Fan looks at this with confusion, and 1 point is added to him, free for distribution. The young man realizes that Lee Hongwoo has died, although he did not intend to kill him. The main character concludes that this thing contains a terrifying poison. The black-haired man jumps up, thinking that it was from there. Lai Zhang looks fearfully and worriedly at the walkie-talkie, asking if Lee Hongwoo is okay. The patriarch asks Zuo Fan to spare his son, because he will tell everything if the young man wants information. In the office, Lai Zhang sits at the table, and a man in a robe stands next to him. A voice comes from the walkie-talkie saying that young Master Lee Hongwoo has died. The patriarch squeezes the walkie-talkie so that it shatters into pieces. Lai Zhang angrily asks how the main character dared to do this. The old man's appearance becomes enraged and even rabid as he shouts that he will kill Zuo Fan. Red flashes emanate from the patriarch, who stands up. Lai Zhang reports that he doesn't care that the Meteorite generals shouldn't interfere. The patriarch declares that his son is dead, and even if he breaks the agreement, he will tear this scoundrel to pieces. A window on the top floor of the building breaks. A man in a robe approaches him and, calmly looking forward, remarks that this is an excellent job. He asks if this guy is following him and says that there is no need to fight because you cannot reveal yourself. The man in the robe advises to come up with something to delay until Lai Zhang arrives, and he himself will kill him. A smirk appears on the man's face as he states that he was worried at first, and after the plan was executed, the higher-ups would value the Lee family even more, which is a threat to him. The person also notes that it is worth thanking Zuo Fan. A human silhouette is visible, followed by someone else. Elite General Meteoric, an armored guard, a man in a robe and a green mask, exclaims that he understands, and the main character runs behind him. Suddenly, the armored guard disappears, leaving a green blur in the air. The black-haired man looks at this in surprise. He frowns and assumes that he has very high speed. The young man says that if it weren't for the duration of the soaring step, this scoundrel would not have been able to escape. A crowd of people runs forward, kicking up dust beneath them, and a bright explosion occurs in the sky. Some suggest that this is a signal fire, and Zuo Fan is in this direction. The main character calmly looks at them and hears a statement that he is very cunning. The black-haired man concludes that they just want to die. The young man swings his sword furiously and kills several people with one blow, shouting at them to die. He wonders if people still don't understand the difference between them. The guy asks him to stop coming here to die. The impact sends the men flying to the sides. Zuo Fan looks at the corpses lying on the ground, and he receives notifications that for each 1 point has been added, free for distribution. The main character turns his head, looking in surprise at one lying man. He reports that even if the chances are low, it is worth 10 billion. He notes that the young man has been fighting for too long, and his strength will soon run out. The person is also interested in who can kill Zuo Fan. The black-haired man frowns and remains silent. His appearance becomes intimidating as the guy walks forward and suggests that the cardinal rule after the night of the meteor is that the fittest survive. There is a blue explosion and people fly away. The young man shouts that he will live, and until he finishes what he started, he will not die. His gaze becomes stern, and the main character shouts to come up, because now they will all die. The sky and everything around turns red. People fight, and numerous corpses lie on the ground in pools of blood. This is the bloody night of Jinning City. A red dog sits near a pillar, head down and trembling. Zuo Fan's gaze falls on the animal, and it takes on a frightened look. He looks down on her and notes that now even dogs are afraid of him, and he killed a lot of people, although he did not want to. The black-haired man looks to the side, and behind him appears a guard in armor, who hangs in the air, and the space around him is filled with blue light. He stands on a pole, and the main character runs at the man, raising his fist, and exclaims that this scoundrel has shown himself. The guy declares that this time he will not run away from him. Zuo Fan tries to catch up with the guard and asks if he thinks that he is the same as he was just recently. Information appears on the table that the number of points available for distribution was 110, but decreased by 45. The main character frowns, and his soaring step skill is now at a decent level. The table also says that after activation, the speed will increase by 100% and the endurance will decrease by 1% per second. The black-haired man jumps through the air, in which blue circles appear. The armored guard watches the young man and assumes that his movement skill has made a breakthrough, because the guy's speed has become even faster. He also realizes that if Zuo Fan wants to catch him at such a speed, he is too naive. He flies forward and is about to strike, however, the guard moves, and a green spot remains from him. The guy stops and, looking around, says that he has lost him again, and cannot catch up even at a decent stage of the soaring step. The main character argues that this is too hesitant, and instead of storing points, he could simply upgrade the skill to perfection, because in that case he would have caught this worm. Black Hair notes that floating step's weakness is its low stamina, so he needs to be careful in a long battle. Zuo Fan looks to the side in surprise, and behind him the space glows golden, and the guy concludes that he is doing it again. A bright golden flash can be seen in the sky, as well as the silhouette of a man jumping from one roof to another. Lai Zhong frowns and, looking into the distance, notes that it is in that direction. He asks Zuo Fan to just wait, because he will avenge his son. Sounds are heard in the high-rise building of the Mercenary Association. Tu Hao sits at the table, and his assistant, members of the Sword Hunter team, and Ryu Jai stand nearby. A voice comes from the phone saying that Lai Hongwu has died, and Lai Zhong has broken the agreement and is going to kill Zuo Fan. Pu Pan's appearance becomes enraged as he insults the patriarch and condemns him for being General Meteorite and wanting to attack the protagonist. The boy asks his father to come up with something quickly. The assistant, Ku Feng and Xin Jian stretch their hands, looking ahead sternly. A man with a scar on his face tells the head that he has urgent matters to attend to and will be back soon. The team captain says that they also need to go somewhere. People at the military base are also discussing what is happening. A man in uniform gives orders to the soldiers, who hold their hands to their heads, to go to the city and if Zuo Fan is still alive, save him. Wei Chengchen looks at the screen and Zhu Zhan asks to let him go with these people. From the building where the president of the Meteorite family union is located, a voice is heard that informs Lao Lin that the situation is out of control and the main character has already killed more than 100 Meteorite warriors. Someone notes that this young man's fighting ability exceeded all their expectations, and he even killed Lai Hongwu. The president stands at the window, and the man next to him reports that Lai Zhang is now pursuing the young man, and if he attacks Zhuo Fan, it will violate all agreements between powerful factions. Another person reports that uniting the army and the mercenary association to attack the alliance will put them in a difficult position. The president calmly looks down and replies that even if they join now, nothing will change, because this young man will not last long. He talks about what concerns Lai Zhang and explains that his actions are completely justified because he lost his son. The president says that they will just continue to watch because this is just an advanced warrior, Meteorite. Zhuo Fan looks to the side in surprise, and Lai Zhang approaches him from behind, leaving a red light behind him. The patriarch's facial expression is furious as he insults the protagonist and screams at him to die. He frowns and turns around, assuming that Lai Zhang doesn't care about the agreement between the factions in Jining City. A strong blow occurs and part of the ground breaks, however, the main character jumps away. People standing on the rooftops look down in surprise and ask if Zhuo Fan killed Lai Zhang. Someone points out that the patriarch is breaking the agreement by coming here and attacking the guy. Lai Zhang stands in the formed hole in the ground and exclaims that the young man has strength and was able to dodge his attack. He clutches a sword in his hand and asks the old man to attack since he has come. He turns to the patriarch, who clenches his fist, from which fiery light emanates. A huge fiery fist approaches the young man. Uses D-rank skill, Magma Cannon Fist. Zhuo Fan runs back, leaving blue rays behind him. The main character leans on the sword and trembles a little, realizing that the old man's skill is very powerful, as is his speed. The table says that the speed is 99 points, and with a floating step at a decent level, the speed increases by 100%. The black-haired man clenches his teeth and thinks that his speed must be higher than some of the aspiring Meteorite generals. He can't understand why he's slower and wonders what stage Lai Zhang is at. Zhuo Fan looks at the fiery towering patriarch and realizes that this old man is truly scary. The black-haired man wipes his wounded face and realizes that he still has a hidden advantage. Lai Zhang looks at his opponent with hatred, remembers his dying son and notes that Zhuo Fan's combat effectiveness is quite high since he is able to take the fist of a magma cannon and not receive serious injuries. The patriarch says that it is not surprising that his son fell at the hands of the protagonist. Lai Zhang, whose eyes glow red, looks at the young man from under his brows, raises his iron hands, and exclaims that Zhuo Fan is dangerous. The old man declares that today the guy will be torn apart for killing his son and will go straight after him. The main character clutches a weapon in his hand and, looking at the patriarch, asks him to stop talking nonsense, and since he wants his life, then he should just come and take it, if he has the strength to do so. He quickly approaches him, clenching his hand into a fist. This fist flies straight at the stunned young man. A huge orange explosion occurs again, from which dust and pieces of earth fly to the sides. Used magma cannon fist, explosion. People standing on the rooftops watch the battle. Someone exclaims that this skill has reached full mastery, and releasing such power is not easy. Some wonder if Lai Zhang is exactly at the level of an aspiring general. A voice is also heard that suggests that Zhuo Fan is already seriously injured, if not already dead, and this power is incredible. A guard in armor stands on the roof and looks down in surprise. He asks why this guy's speed is even higher. The main character moves and approaches Lai Zhang from behind and notes that the soaring step is the only thing he can rely on. The black-haired man decides to use this skill and finish off the old man with one blow. The table says that there was a success and 42 points were received. Zhuo Fan looks forward carefully and swings his sword, clenching his teeth. The young man decides that he will kill him with just one blow. A blue flash passes by Lai Zhang's face. The main character wonders what is wrong with this old man. The black-haired man's gaze becomes frightened. The patriarch grins and, looking at his opponent with contempt, exclaims that he is a fool who is trying to defeat the general with speed. Lai Zhang raises his hands and a fiery light emanates from him. The old man uses the magma cannon fist again, explosion. Zhuo Fan flies back, clenching his teeth, and drops of blood fly from him. The guy realizes that the blows have become much stronger than they were before. He deduces that Lai Zhang was hiding his power. The patriarch moves forward, raising his fist, and exclaims that now they will see how the young man dodges this time. The black-haired man dodges and, upon landing, places his hand on the ground, and a purple light emanates from him. The main character uses the soaring step. Zhuo Fan runs forward, followed by Lai Zhang. The guy thinks that he cannot win, since this old man is much stronger than him. The black-haired man speeds up and quickly runs away, deciding that now is the time to retreat. The young man looks back a little and is glad that the soaring step is at the stage of perfection, because otherwise he would have already died. The expression on his face is tense and concentrated. Wei Zhong gets behind him and raises his fist. Zuo Fan doesn't understand why he's so fast. The young man clenches his teeth and thinks that the patriarch is faster than the soaring step of the perfection stage. Wei Zhong smiles and heads forward with an intimidating look, and behind him everything is filled with fire. The main character suggests that the old man is at the peak of the beginning stage of a general. In the black-haired man's gaze one can read fear and awareness. His opponent breaks into a smile and notes that Zuo Fan has realized that he has reached the peak of a novice general, Meteoric. Li Zhong states that he is very pleased to look at the face of the main character, who falls into despair. The young man continues to run forward, and the old man rushes after him, saying that he will play with him to death like a cat catching a mouse. The patriarch says that he will repay his son's suffering 1,000-fold. Li Zhong strikes at Zuo Fan, who continues to run forward. Information appears on the red table that the owner's condition is below the acceptable value. After another blow, Zuo Fan squints, trying to hold on, but realizes that if this continues, he will not be able to use the soaring step and will die. The main character looks displeased at the red table warning about the owner's condition. The young man rushes forward, and the ground behind him is destroyed in some places. Li Zhong yells at him to run faster, explaining that he wants to see how much longer he can run. People standing in the building look at Zuo Fan with interest. Someone exclaims that he is completely exhausted, and now they can kill the young man and get 10 billion. Another guy states that this is impossible, because the reward has been allocated to Li Zhong, and if they attack now, the patriarch will kill them. He smiles and, looking carefully ahead, says that if they kill Zuo Fan, they will still be given a couple of billion, and that's enough. He exclaims that those who do not take risks do not drink champagne. The guys take off and rush forward, towards the main character, who is being chased by Li Zhong. The patriarch smiles a little and notes that this is excellent. He tells the guys to let this young man suffer more, and then he will kill him himself. The guys rush towards their target, creating a cloud of dust around them. Li Zhong shouts that they are pathetic beggars and money has made them go crazy. One of the guys frowns and looks at Zuo Fan, who notes that this is very timely, otherwise he was already starting to worry. The main character rushes past people, leaving behind a purple light. Suddenly, the people's appearance becomes frightened and they die screaming in pain. Several tables appear with information that advanced meteorite warriors have been killed, and 1 point is received for each. Now the table says that the number of points available for distribution is 45. A message appears stating that 45 attribute points have been spent, and Soaring Step has moved from advanced to perfect level. The black-haired man looks at this in surprise and scrolls through the words from the table in his head. The armored guard watches Zuo Fan in amazement and realizes that he has become faster again. The main character runs forward, looking back a little. Wei Zhong's expression is calm as he suggests that he runs like a rat wherever he can. The patriarch is interested in whether the young man will be able to hide from him. It rushes forward, emitting purple light. Wei Zhong looks at him worriedly and does not understand what is happening and why he has become so much faster. The table says that Soaring Step is in perfect class and the speed is increased by 200%. Zuo Fan decides that even a general at the peak of the first stage cannot compare with them because the perfect Soaring Step class is cheating. The main character runs from his pursuer, clutching a weapon in his hand, and thinks that those guys came in handy for him because he managed to earn 45 points. The black-haired man realizes that otherwise he would be in danger. Li Zhong runs at the enemy, who is moving quickly, and wonders what technique he is mastering. The patriarch is surprised that he also raised her class during the battle. Li Zhong notes that he practiced the Hurricane Dash, a D-class technique that is already at an advanced level. The old man says that he also has the category of general, but apparently this is not enough to keep up with the black-haired one. The expression on Li Zhong's face is one of surprise and concentration as he comes to the conclusion that this is only possible if the protagonist has a C-class technique pumped up to a perfect level. The old man decides that this very gifted guy cannot be left alive, because otherwise his family will be doomed in a couple of years. The patriarch looks at the place where Zuo Fan was just now, but now he is not there. Enraged, Li Zhong emits a red light and runs forward shouting that the protagonist will not be able to escape. He stands in the alley, leaning his hand on the wall and breathing heavily. The guy looks down and notes that he finally broke away and needs to regain his strength. The main character takes a jar of red liquid when the scale next to his photo is only a little full. The power restoration effect occurs, and the scale is filled with yellow to the middle. Zuo Fan, the space around him filling with green, smiles and asks why he didn't know before that this is the effect a passive ability has. The young man remembers that this is because he has never been in such dangerous situations before. The stone wall begins to crack. Suddenly, it collapses and the stones fly away. Zuo Fan jumps away from the large hole formed in the wall. He looks there, breathing heavily and holding an empty jar in his mouth. The greater the risk, the more the recovery needs to be accelerated. The guy wonders what is happening and who suddenly attacked him. The main character analyzes the space around him using the skill of perception. Zuofan clenches his teeth and looks intently to the side, wondering who he is. The armored guard clutches a spear-like weapon in his hand and assumes that the black-haired man actually increased his class during the battle, because he dodged and his speed definitely became higher than before. The man notes the hidden strength and that the potential of the main character is impressive, and, as the gentleman said, this young man is dangerous. The armored guard thrusts his weapon forward and shouts that he is clearing the nuisance. He strikes, creating a bright explosion. However, Zuofan moves to dodge. The guy decides that, judging by his strength, he is a first-rank general. He hides behind the wall, and a guard enters the building through a hole. The main character concludes that the person who attacked Lai Hongwu secretly is so strong. The young man wonders why he is running away then. Zuofan's expression becomes shocked as he suggests that he was doing this to shift the blame for the murder onto him. The black-haired man is trying to understand what purpose the armored guard is pursuing. The main character tensely looks around and decides that he needs to leave here as soon as possible, because he understands that if the two generals catch up with him, then death is guaranteed. A weapon approaches him, a large spike on a chain. It stretches along the ground, rustling. The chain rises and twists, emitting light. A spiral cage is used. A blue spiral is visible, and the guard notes that before that he was on the sidelines, but as soon as he connected, he immediately fell into a trap. A crowd of people seriously looks at the sky, in which a bright orange explosion occurs. Lai Zhong also casts his surprised glance at this place. The patriarch stands on the edge of the roof and, noticing the blue spiral, notes that this is the master's technique. The old man frowns with displeasure, looking ahead. Zuofan clenches his teeth and his gaze is furious as he hears a scream that states that now they will see where he will run. An armored guard stands in front of the main character, and Lai Zhong appears above. The rivals are becoming stronger. The young man looks worried, because he realizes that when two generals are in action, it is certain death. The black-haired man clutches a green glowing object, an artifact, in his hand, and thinks that he can only rely on this thing. In his hand lies a green beautiful fruit, a C-class artifact. The president of the Meteorite Family Alliance, Lao Lin, frowns and watches the scene seriously, exclaiming that this is the end, and the gifted Zuofan has proven to be much stronger than he expected. The man notes that he still won't be able to escape from two first-rank generals, no matter how talented he is. The president decides that this is not bad, because although he is a genius, he does not belong to the Meteorite families. The Sword Hunter team runs forward, and Xin Jian shouts to be quick, because Zuofan should be near the flashpoint. Red asks his friend to hold out a little longer, explaining that they will save him. Zhujian closes his eyes, sitting in the transport near other warriors, and asks the main character to wait, because help is already on the way. A guard in armor puts an object to his mouth and asks if they want to save the young man. The man states that they will see if they can even get close. Monsters with the head of a dog and the body of a rat run forward. People are fighting and running on the roof of the building and on the road. Lai Zhong strikes the young man, from whom drops of blood fly off, and shouts to the scoundrel to run because he wants to see where he can run. The black-haired man falls to the ground, breaking the ground beneath him. The guy rises a little and, gritting his teeth, asks the system what is happening and why. A red inscription appears on the table stating that he has not yet reached the level of a general, and consuming a C-class alien artifact has a 70% chance of causing immediate death, so use is prohibited. There is a green artifact in your hand, but the conditions have not been met. The guy looks at the table and at the green fruit. A C-rank artifact, woody amber fruit is not recommended for forceful use because the conditions are not met. Pu Pan, Zhujian and the main character stand behind each other. To use a C-rank artifact, the owner must have the rank of Novice General Meteorite or higher. An advanced Meteorite warrior can absorb a D-rank artifact. Lai Zhong looks forward with disdain, and in front of him are Wei Chench and Pu Hao. If he tried to absorb a C-rank artifact, his body would not be able to withstand such force and he would die. At work, information appears that forced consumption of a C-rank artifact will put his life in danger, and survival is 30%. It says that it is recommended to limit consumption. Zuofan stands on slightly bent legs and looks down. Lai Zhong jumps forward towards him and wishes the guy to die. He looks at the green artifact in his hand and says that there is no other way out and he will have to take a risk. The main character closes his eyes and begins to eat the artifact. He swallows the artifact, gritting his teeth. Then, the young man opens his frightened eyes and breathes heavily. His appearance becomes amazing and furious. Zuofan opens his mouth and screams in pain as a bright purple light shines from his eyes. He thinks that the pain is terrible, and it seems to him that his body is about to explode. Lai Zhong strikes the main character's torso. He flies back, crashing into the wall and breaking it. The Patriarch states that the young man was not fast enough to escape from him. A large red beam with black spiky balls forms in front of Zuofan. He closes his eyes and turns his head slightly to the side. Blood is dripping from the guy's hand. A voice is heard calling the black-haired man. The sword hunter team and army run forward towards the blue spiral with the chain. Jaijan exclaims that things are bad and they won't make it in time. A guard in armor stands at the top and says that it is too late because this is the end. Enraged, Lai Zhang is about to punch. The main character frowns and his eyes turn white. The table says that Zuofan's all stats are 99, he is an advanced meteorite warrior, and his passive skill is plus 40% recovery. The black-haired man clenches his teeth and looks forward carefully, realizing what he has done. The information on the table changes, and now the guy is General Meteorite, and all his indicators are 119. The main character emits blue light and the Patriarch leans back. Lai Zhang jumps away and lands with his hand on the ground. The old man asks what is happening and whether the young man deflected the magma cannon's fist. Zuofan smiles and looks contentedly at his hands, which are enveloped in blue light. Black-haired assumes that this is the general stage and decides that this is just an incredible feeling. He is also happy that all characteristics have increased by 20. With a bold smile on his face, the guy puts his sword in front of him. Zuofan exclaims that he will destroy the old man now. He puts his hands forward and says that he does not know what happened to the young man's body, but states that now the main character will know the difference in their strength. The Patriarch runs towards the black-haired man, using the fist of the magma cannon, an explosion. The main character swings his sword using the wind blade, the flash of the shadow blade. Lai Zhang looks at him with displeasure and wonders how he was able to repel his attack. The black-haired man's expression is calm as he says that, as expected, even though he became a general, there is still a difference in strength. Zuofan notes that with his skills and the flash of the shadow blade, he can easily repel the Patriarch's attacks. Lai Zhang looks at him in shock and alarm and angrily asks what happened and how the guy's strength increased so quickly. The main character flies towards the old man, swinging his weapon. He insults Lai Zhang and says to try and fend it off. He clenches his teeth and looks upset at the purple flash, realizing that he cannot dodge. The black-haired man strikes the Patriarch on the shoulder. Lai Zhang jumps away and is now a few meters away from his opponent. The Patriarch wonders why his speed has increased so much and assumes that he really broke through. Zuofan looks down, his face is in shadow, and there is dust and fiery light behind him. Breaking through to General Meteorite in 20 years is an outstanding achievement not only for China. The main character smiles and, clutching a sword in his hand, exclaims that it is amazing that such a scoundrel has such pure blood. The Patriarch closes his eyes and flies forward, yelling that this is impossible because he is not even 20. Lai Zhang asks how he could break through to the level of a general. The old man states that Zuofan used some dirty methods to achieve this result. Lai Zhang runs towards the enemy, kicking up dust, and shouts that he is just a rookie general and he is no match for him. The Patriarch's facial expression is furious, and fireballs are concentrated in his hands. The main character also swings using the flash of the shadow blade. Fireballs fly towards him. They fight by moving quickly. The young man uses a willow step, leaving behind a purple trail and dark flashes. Dust, purple and blue light emanates from the battle site. The guys look at the spiral and ask what is the matter and who is fighting Lai Zhang. Someone exclaims that this is a terrible massacre and perhaps this is a battle between two meteorite generals. An explosion occurs on the roof of the building. The armored guard looks ahead thoughtfully and notes that this guy has become stronger. Frightened Pu Pan calls Zuofan. Xin Jian, with the same expression on his face, shouts the name of the main character. Lai Zhang puts his hand to his mouth and calls out to him too. From the huge cloud of orange dust, the silhouette of a young man can be seen who broke through to the General Meteorite stage and became the youngest general in meteorite history. The black-haired man frowns and looks ahead. Someone speculates that the one who fought Lai Zhang is Zuofan. The stunned guys look at him, and the redhead is interested in how this is possible. The surprised captain says that he broke through to the general level, but Lai Zhang's strength will be difficult for a novice general to cope with. The Patriarch stands among the stones from the destroyed earth. He looks at the black-haired man, clenching his fist, and realizes that this guy is dangerous, and he is just like his father. The old man rushes forward, deciding that he must get rid of him at all costs. The opponent cuts with his sword, leaving purple marks in the air. The protagonist grits his teeth and thinks that the aspiring general's peak is undoubtedly strong, and even with his soaring step and shadow blade flash skills, he cannot surpass him. Zuofan runs forward with a determined look and realizes that he still has a chance, and it is time to show this old man his strongest blow. The young man uses the skill of perception and analyzes the space around him. He realizes that the mastery of perception has been enhanced and the current radius is a full 50 meters, which is 5 times larger than usual. The black-haired man steps forward, and the ground beneath him glows blue. Lai Zhang, his fists glowing orange, runs towards Zuo Fan. He wraps himself up, and the main character mentally notes that the Patriarch's movements have also slowed down. The young man's expression is calm as he thrusts his sword forward, wondering if this is a feature of the perception skill. The guy throws a punch and blood oozes from the Patriarch's shoulder. Entry-level perception is used, and the special attribute is insight. Wei Zhang looks in surprise at his shoulder, which was hit, and realizes that he does not see his sword, and this cannot be. Zuo Fan flies to the old man, who exclaims that the situation has changed, and he will repay the Patriarch for all his sins. He jumps and launches fireballs at the enemy. Lai Zhang asks about how dare he. The guys watch the battle, and Pu Pan notes that this is indeed the main character, and he is very strong. Zhu Jian, standing nearby, admires such strength. The people on the rooftops also perk up and wonder who this guy is who is fighting him. They note that he looks young. Someone speculates that Lai Zhang wanted to kill Zuo Fan and asks if this guy could be him, the man whose bounty is 10 billion. People are shocked because it seems that this is actually the main character. They exclaim that he has increased his rank and is General Meteoric at that age. Ryu Jai folds his palms in front of his chest and asks his friend to return alive. She stands next to the assistant at the table where Pu Hao is sitting. The president is on the phone and wonders if Zuo Fan really did it. A voice comes from the military base asking if he has really risen in rank. He states that the guy is great and he believed in him. People in suits standing in the office are discussing Zuo Fan, asking what's wrong with him. One of them notes that not only has he become a general, but he is also fighting on equal terms with Lai Zhang. Some speculate that this is the person for whom the Lai family has placed a bounty. One of these people looks at President Lin and wonders if the main character kills Lai Zhang and survives. Will it mean that they have insulted a genius? He turns his head a little to the side, looking at him sternly. The sight of this person becomes frightened and nervous. Lao Lin looks forward displeasedly and exclaims that he really miscalculated. The man states that Lai Zhang must win even if he has to suffer. The armored guard watches the battle and says that the master is mistaken because this young man is too dangerous and his talent is terrifying. He says that he is afraid to imagine who he will become in the future if he already became a general at the age of 20. The Guardian notes that if he had known that this would happen, he would have killed him when he had the chance. He clutches the weapon in his hand and moves forward with the words that it is not too late to correct this mistake. Wei Zhang frowns and raises his fist. A white flash appears from the iron hand and flies towards the enemy, and the old man screams at him to die. Zuo Fan's eyes glow blue and he looks at the Patriarch intently. The young man states that he knew the old man was using this technique. He asks what else Lai Zhang can use besides these vile methods. The main character leans back, looking at the passing flash. The guy puts his sword forward, emitting purple rays, and declares that the only one who will die is the Patriarch. He grits his teeth as a green light appears behind the young man. From behind, a green light approaches Zuo Fan and takes on the shape of a dragon. The guard decides that he must kill the young man now and correct the situation. A green beam sweeps through the blue silhouette of the main character. The armored guard looks at this in surprise and assumes that it is an afterimage, and the black-haired one was able to dodge his snakebite spear. The Guardian flies forward towards Zuo Fan, who insults him and asks if he was actually thinking of fooling his perception. Wei Zhang approaches the young man from behind and exclaims that he is here. The main character grins and, looking back, notes that the old man miscalculated. He flies past the Patriarch and uses the flash of the Shadow Blade, saying that he doesn't even need to use any techniques to evade because he read Lai Zhang. Violet rays flash around the old man. He is approached by Zuo Fan, who swings his fist, emitting a purple light. The guy states that if he uses his wind fist, he will simply disgrace the Patriarch. The main character delivers a powerful blow to Lai Zhang's face, saying that a fist is enough to hit him until his face looks like a blooming rose. The young man strikes, slamming his opponent into the ground, which breaks and raises dust. He himself jumps back. Dust emanates from the stones, which gradually falls. Lai Zhang sits up and clenches his teeth. The old man looks at the smiling protagonist who stands over him and stretches his hands and sees Zuo Hui in him. The Patriarch addresses him as Commander Zuo. Zuo Fan, with an enraged look, continues to throw punches and shouts that he will beat Lai Zhang to death. The stunned guys open their mouths and look at what is happening. The main character stops and looks ahead. The Patriarch kneels in front of him, begging for mercy, calling the young man Young Master Fan. The old man admits that he was wrong all along, and if he lets him go, he will fix everything. Wei Zhang bows to Zuo Fan, who asks if he really thinks he will believe the Patriarch's next lie. Looking at Lai Zhang with contempt, the young man says that if the old man tells about the people who framed his father many years ago, then he will let the Patriarch live. Wei Zhang's expression is stunned as he is about to say something. A large device lands on the ground. The lights on it begin to glow red. The black-haired man looks to the side in alarm and curses. An orange light is seen in the distance and a large, bright explosion occurs. The armored guard grabs Lai Zhang and they run away. The main character, looking tense, exclaims that he has no strength left, and even if he catches up with him, he will not be able to defeat that guy. Zuo Fan is indignant about letting this old man go. The guard in armor holds the patriarch's clothes and flies forward. Someone suggests that this mysterious man is up to something. The main character stands on the ground and looks at human corpses, and there is dust all around. The memory of this night will forever remain in people's hearts and will be remembered as the Jinning Massacre. Zuo Fan is seriously looking somewhere. This young general will also be remembered by people. The black-haired man puts his hand to his face and notes that by some miracle he survived this mess. The main character looks at the people who are standing on the rooftops and wonders why these guys are still here and whether they still want a reward for him. People become scared when they notice the black-haired man and wonder what will happen if Zuo Fan finds out that they have come to kill him. Someone comments that he needs to get out before he notices them. Someone says that they cannot cope with this young man even with 10 men, because even such an opponent as Lai Zhang was not an opponent for him. The main character frowns and states that they are unlikely to receive their reward because Lai Zhang escaped. The young man says that he is not going to get his hands dirty with blood, so if there are blind people among them who still want to try, then you shouldn't blame him later. People start to run away, and one of them, an alarmed man, stretches his hands and replies that they are ordinary onlookers and have nothing against him. From the cloud of dust, his friends run towards Zuo Fan. He smiles friendly, looking at them, and greets them. Pu Pan quickly jumps on the frightened black-haired man and hangs on him, hugging him. The boy reports that he is very glad that he is okay and explains that they were going to help him earlier and he thought his heart would break when he saw that old man Lai Zhang. Red assumes that the protagonist has become a general and states that this is what was expected of his cool older brother. Zuo Fan looks at his friends with a touched and kind expression. Pu Pan is still hanging on him, and the angry guy shouts to get away from him, calling the redhead a fat hamster. The black-haired man says that he is letting his clothes go. He disagrees and declares that the main character is his older brother, whom he will follow all his life and who will show him many beautiful places. Everyone else smiles while watching this. Xin Jian suggests returning to the association, because the president is waiting for Zuo Fan. Zhaijian goes to the black-haired man and says that Chief Instructor Wei Chenchen told him that if he has time, he should look at the Phantom Rain military base. He boldly looks at his friend and replies that of course he will do it. The young man thinks that this is very timely, because now that he has become a general, he has the right to view secret documents and spills. Zuo Fan realizes that he will have to come up with an excuse when the time comes. Zhaijian looks after the leaving guys and notes that 6 months have passed since the joint operation of Phantom Rain, and the main character has grown up so quickly and become a general. He says that compared to them, he has not even reached the advanced warrior stage, and he will need at least 2 years to reach the general stage. The soldiers standing next to Zhujian look forward anxiously. One of them notes that after this incident, the entire city of Jinning will have the name Zuo Fan on their lips. Zhaijian, with a tense expression on his face, replies that not only Jinning, but it will probably not be long before all of China will be shocked by him. He adds that he cannot imagine how far the protagonist will go in the future. The guy reports that he cannot be compared with him. Zhaijian puts the phone to her ear and displeasedly tells Wei Chenchen that it is impossible to hide the event that happened today, because it is not fair to Zuo Fan. The black-haired man suggests that something so important should be reported. He also asks if the chief instructor could have made some kind of agreement with President Lin. He raises his eyebrows and wonders what the guy is talking about and whether he thinks that he would betray the main character because of some benefits. Wei Chenchen asks him to just do as he said, because Zuo Fan will understand that this is for his own good. The instructor's gaze becomes attentive as he announces that he will deal with President Lin and the Meteorite family once everything calms down. Zhaijian looks at the phone angrily and realizes that Wei Chenchen feels differently about Zuo Fan and wonders what happened between them. The city has high-rise buildings and planted plants. All major forces in Jinning received notice that the reward had been withdrawn. They all seem to have a silent agreement not to talk about today's incident. The sun is shining in the sky and clouds are floating. This night, when one young man carved out his glory, will not be forgotten by anyone in Jinning for decades to come. The 10 billion bounty ended with the bloodshed of countless Jinning warriors and the rise of a man dubbed China's youngest general. The sky turns red, and on a mountain of corpses stands Zuo Fan, a genius who became a general at the age of 20. The sword hunters enter a room with tables and a stage. Several people are already standing there, one of whom reports that he knew that the main character would soon break through, but never thought that he could do something so serious in just one night. The second person notes that this young man's talents are beyond his imagination and he is afraid that the association will not be able to keep him for long. The assistant with the scar on his face looks at Pu Hao and says that this is not so bad, because the more powerful Zuofan becomes, the more profitable they will be. A smile appears on the president's face as he replies that the man is right and it will also benefit his son. The following events take place in a high-rise glass building. At the training ground, two people are fighting while the sword hunters watch. The girl exclaims that Xin Jian and Zuofan are very strong. The captain swings his sword and it is realized that his opponent is not even using his full strength. Xin Jian is impressed and thinks that the young man has indeed recently become a general. He frowns a little and realizes that with his current strength, even if he uses Shadow Blade Flash instead of Soaring Step, he still has a big advantage over someone who has recently become an aspiring general. The young man is happy that the effect of the C-rank alien artifact is really strong. The captain runs forward and asks where the enemy's mind wanders during a fight and whether he looks down on him. Xin Jian asks to show everything he can do. He swings his sword and looks to the side in surprise, noticing that Zuofan has quickly moved. The man thinks that the speed of the black-haired man is ridiculous. The guys fight and their swords collide. Pu Pan wonders why he hasn't seen the technique the main character uses before. The guys watch the battle in surprise and assume that this is the skill that the young man bought at the auction. A voice is heard that reports that this is so, and this is that technique, the soaring step. The redhead stands next to Ryu Jai and says that he thought it was impulsive to buy this technique, but the black-haired one actually excelled at it. The main character clenches his teeth from tension and tries to understand what else he is missing, because he has already improved the soaring step to perfection, but he feels that there is something more in him. Information appears on the table that the C-rank soaring step is at a perfect level and can be developed. Zuofan thinks about the possibility of him being promoted and suggests that he can increase his rank. Xin Jian closes his eyes and frowns, leaning on his sword. Breathing heavily, he announces that he has had enough because he will faint from fatigue if he tries to catch up with the enemy like this. He looks contentedly at the man and understands that they are both aspiring generals of Meteoric, but unlike the captain, he does not feel particularly tired. The black-haired man thinks that it seems that the passive recovery rate plus 30% is more effective than he thought. The young man realizes that this is very suitable for protracted battles. He looks at his smiling friends and Kufeng says that the protagonist let the captain go too easily and he should have chased Xin Jian around until he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Pu Pan states that then they would have photographed the lowest moment of his life. The captain clutches a sword in his hand and, looking boldly at the guys, grins and notes that the guys are looking forward to getting a little beating. Xin Jian reports that he cannot defeat Zuofan, but the three of them are a completely different story. The black-haired man's expression is calm as he says that now is the time to go to the base of the Phantom Rain Mountain. The guy stands next to the doctor, who explains that the patient's condition is currently stable, and they estimate that Su Lan will wake up within 12 hours. The doctor says they will let you know as soon as she wakes up. People are walking along the corridor, including Zuofan. He goes outside, where he is greeted by two men standing calmly and one who nervously points at a car and asks him to get in. A yellow car drives along the road, kicking up dust. A yellow raspberry approaches a military base and the sky turns pink. The main character wonders if something urgent has happened since security is many times stronger than last time. The black-haired man gets out of the car and is greeted by Wei Chenchen, Zhu Zhan, and several people standing behind him. The head instructor praises Zuofan because the amount of time it took him to become a general was much less than he expected. Zhai Zhan asks not to blame him for not personally saving him last night. The young general boldly looks at Wei Chenchen and says that he is very grateful that he helped him save Zhai Zhan and the Special Forces squad. The head instructor approaches the protagonist and places his hand on his shoulder, telling him that becoming a general before turning 20 is an impressive feat. Zhai Zhan, looking worried, raises one eyebrow and wonders if Zuofan could be Wei Chenchen's long-lost relative. The blonde man smiles and, looking at the guy in a friendly way, remembers someone and decides that this child is very similar to that person. He smiles and, awkwardly closing his eyes, puts his finger to his cheek and wonders why the chief instructor wanted him to come here. The young man realizes that he must come up with a reason to get to the archives in the forbidden areas. Wei Chenchen turns to the stairs and walks forward, raising his hand. Zhu Zhan walks next to the main character, looking at him. The head instructor says to follow him, because then Zuofan will see when they arrive. The guys walk along a darkened corridor past doors blocked by yellow lines. The young general decides that this is excellent, since he was still worried about what excuse he would have to come up with to come here. He frowns and, looking to the side, thinks that there are a lot of checkpoints here, deep in the restricted area. The guy is happy that he can follow the main instructor, and realizes that he still thought about getting here. The alarmed protagonist looks to the side, and a glowing blue circle forms in front of his eye. Zuo-fan realizes that with his current strength, even if he was able to fool the base's guards, he still wouldn't be able to get past the instructor. The young man looks at Wei Chenshin and sees blue circles on him, as well as a table in front of him. He realizes that this man is an intermediate commander. The guy thinks about the serious instructor whose eyes are glowing. Zuo-fan realizes that he could not detect this before, and only after becoming a general was he able to truly feel how strong the chief instructor is. He looks ahead from under his brows, thinking that such a dominant aura like this cannot be compared to that of that old man, Lai Zhang. Wei Chenshin walks over to a square blue object hanging on the wall with a red exclamation mark painted on it. Zuo-fan stands behind and realizes that this is where the safe his father was talking about is located. The young man decides that he needs to find an opportunity soon. The head instructor puts his hand on the recognition device and turns his head towards the guys, looking at them calmly. Wei Chenshin says to come in and explains that what's inside is the reason why he couldn't save Zuo-fan personally. The main character looks ahead in surprise, raising his eyebrows, and is about to say something. There is a device in the room from which a certain plant can be seen, and a blue sphere is formed around it. The young man asks what this place is. A beautiful blue light fills the room, and Zuo-fan realizes that this safe is the one his father was talking about. The black-haired man looks at the room, keeping a calm expression on his face. The guys look up in surprise, and Jai Zhan admires the view. He smiles and points his finger to the side, saying that he will go to study in that direction. Zuo-fan remains looking at the device and notes that it is wonderful and can only be seen on the night of a starfall. The expression on his face is thoughtful as the young man realizes that he felt the same thing on that tree. Information appears on the table that 1 point has been added to strength, and the main character looks at his hand in surprise. He smiles and raises his hands, reflecting that being near the tree last time improved his physical performance. Black-haired understands that being in the garden with alien artifacts has increased his performance, and this is great because higher strength ones will directly strengthen his power. The table says that 1 point has been added to the speed. Zuo-fan looks at the inscription in amazement and realizes that the speed has improved this time. Then, 1 point is added to health. The main character frowns and tries to understand what is happening and whether the attributes are alternating. He looks at the device and understands why this is happening. A bright light comes from the plant. The source of these alien artifacts comes from different types of plants, and naturally the attributes they enhance will differ. The black-haired man grins and decides that it's great that he can increase all 4 types of attributes just by being in this garden. The guy thinks that, however, the indicators are growing too slowly, and this is 4 times longer than when he was on that tree. He realizes that his development is extremely limited, because he can only be here 3 hours a day. Suddenly, he looks awkward, because he realizes that this is not something he can think about, and that it is too greedy of him. Zuo-fan thinks that he had to kill monsters of his level to level up, which was difficult, and he should be grateful that he can level up directly without doing anything. The black-haired man lowers his head, and the floor around him glows blue. The young man wonders if he will become a mid-level general if he stays here 3 hours a day for 3 months. The guy decides that this is pretty good. He calmly looks forward and decides that he needs to stop thinking about it. Information appears on the table in front of him that the soaring step improvement is available. Zuo-fan frowns and thinks that the system is warning that soaring step can be improved, but he can't figure out how. The table contains information about the soaring step and a plus icon. The main character notices this. It is written that soaring step can be promoted from C to B rank and requires 100 points. The dissatisfied protagonist winces and puts his hand to his head. The black-haired man understands that 100 points is required, and that is a lot. The young man thinks that this is the first time the system is giving a hint, but it seems to him that this is a deception. Pu Hao sits in his office and asks his assistant if he has located Lai Zhang yet. He, with a calm expression on his face, replies that they are still looking for him, but have not found anything yet. The man asks the president what worries him. He frowns and says that for some time now, what is happening in Jinning does not give him peace. Pu Hao explains that judging by the dog-headed rats and the general that Lai Zhang saved, it feels like someone is plotting against the entire city of Jinning. The assistant folds his hands behind his back and says that they have a lot of experts in the city, so they can easily cope with everything except the uprising of monsters. He says not to worry about it too much. A voice comes from the phone on the table saying that they discovered something shocking during their search. Pu Hao turns his head and asks if they have found Lai Zhang's whereabouts. A man takes a photo of a round device with a blue ball glowing inside. The man tells the president that he has already sent him the photo and he will understand when he sees it. Pu Hao gets up from his chair and, looking at the screen, assumes that it is a trap for monsters. The president is interested in how such an item appeared in Jinning. The round device that glows blue from the inside is a special device with a built-in monster core used to lure monsters. During a monster uprising, it is used to drive them into one place. In the 3 largest monster uprisings in China, she played an important role in driving tens of thousands of monsters, which allowed people to concentrate all their forces at one point to destroy the monsters. The assistant looks at the screen, his mouth open in surprise. Then Pu Hao frowns and notes that the situation will become problematic if people find out that a trap has appeared in the city. The assistant replies that it has already been used, and they need to search further to see if there is more. The voice comes from the phone again, saying that he found a trap here and there is another one south of the city. Pu Hao looks furious as he explains that things were worse than he expected and they urgently need to come up with a response. A voice is heard calling the president. Ryu Jai runs to his office and reports that Junior Lieutenant Su Lan has woken up. Now, Pu Hao and his assistant and Ryu Jai and Pu Pan are standing in the room near the bed in which Su Lan is sitting. The screen shows photographs of a man in a robe. Ryu Jai points her finger at the screen and says that she saw him in their meeting area. Red notes that the guy in the armor is the same one who saved Lai Zhang, which means he is the guard of the guy in the hood. Pu Hao frowns and angrily asks what the Lai family is trying to achieve, because they are the ones behind the dog-headed rats, and they have been planning this for a long time. An assistant standing nearby suggests that the Lai family set those traps and they want to start a monster uprising. Pu Pan silently looks ahead. The president puts his hand to the side and the assistant stretches his hands. Pu Hao says to notify the mercenary association so that they take precautions and prepare for battle. Su Lan, with a serious expression on his face, asks where Zuo Fan is. Ku Feng looks in surprise at the captain, who fearfully wonders whether the Phantom Rain military base will be the first target of the monsters attracted by the trap. Bright lightning flashes in the sky. The military are standing on the street, and one of them swears at the weather and asks why it's suddenly pouring like buckets. He notes that the weather here changes very quickly. The second one angrily asks to stop whining, because they will drink something hot as soon as they finish their shift in order to relax. He says to be on guard, because monsters may already be on the way. He turns his head and asks not to slander, because what if this really happens? The guy grins, and behind him everything turns red, and rats with dog faces approach the guys. The military man asks to relax, because he is joking. The monster strikes, and drops of blood fly to the sides. They attack and kill people as everything around them fills with blood. A cry is heard, which informs that a wave of monsters has arrived and you need to take your posts. The lights in the military base begin to glow red. The military runs out of the room and assumes that this is a large wave of monsters. The man running ahead asks if they are coming from the Phantom Rain Mountain and what is happening. Everything around is filled with a bright, alarming red light. Lai Zhang sits on a monster and says to see how Lai Zhang, will lead an army of monsters and defeat the Phantom Rain military base. The old man smiles, his fangs are sharp and his eyes glow red. The patriarch orders the monster to go forward. Scary monsters running in the rain are heading forward. A horde of monsters appeared in the area. All these monsters came from the direction of Ghost Rain Mountain. Opposite the helicopter are members of the Sword Hunter team. A voice is heard that orders the entire city to be warned that this is the work of a device to lure monsters, and they have been lured into the city. Someone notes that they will not be able to turn to the other team for help. Pu Hao, with a displeased expression on his face, raises his hand and says to gather everyone and prepare to fight the monsters. The sword hunters and the president's assistant flex their hands and agree. Xin Jian frowns, looking ahead seriously, and apologizes to Zuo Fan for not being able to help him from now on. Pu Pan, standing nearby, reports that the black-haired man is very strong, so he should be fine. Su Lan's coat and hair fly through the air as she walks on the roof and asks the main character if they are at a military base. He sits in the room in the lotus position with his eyes closed, and everything around him glows blue. A smile appears on the young man's face when he gains 1 speed point. The chart says that he is an aspiring General Meteoric. His intelligence is 122, his health is 129, his strength is 123, and his agility is 125. Zuo Fan opens his eyes and thinks that not even a day has passed, and his statistics have increased by so many points. The young man realizes that this affects all characteristics, and the Garden of Alien Artifacts is a good place. He decides that if he can stay here, he will break through very quickly. Suddenly, the protagonist's expression becomes tense. The area fills with a red light and he looks around, wondering what happened to the base. A frightened Jai Zhan runs up to Zuo Fan and shouts to come back quickly, because this alarm means that they are under attack. The guys run out into the corridor, along which other military men are running. A voice is heard asking what is happening. The military man frowns and, looking at Jai Zhan, reports that the base is surrounded by a huge horde of monsters, and suggests that it was the missing Lai Zhang who lured them here. The expression on his face becomes alarmed, and the young man asks again. The main character runs somewhere and asks to be allowed to look. He looks forward carefully and realizes that he must take this chance to take the things from the safe and then save the people outside. Zuofan approaches the wall with safes and discusses what the password is. The light above the safe turns green and it opens. The main character rejoices at this and wonders whether this can serve as proof of his father's innocence. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, the black-haired man reaches his hand forward towards the empty safe. The guy argues that perhaps his father was lying to him because it's empty here. Zuofan decides that this is not the case because Zuo Hui always kept his word and would not lie. The young man wonders, then, who took the things. He turns around sharply when he notices Su Lan. Looking worried, Zuofan asks if the girl is awake and why she is here. She, with a calm look, replies that there is no time for this. Su Lan wonders if the guy knows where the Garden of Alien Artifacts is. The black-haired man frowns and clenches his teeth, trying to understand how she knew about this in a secret place in the base. The blue-haired girl's expression turns furious as she asks to be taken to the garden, since this place is the reason why a horde of monsters is attacking them. Su Lan says that this is the Lai family's goal, so the alien artifact garden is in danger. The main character puts his hands on his hips and, closing his eyes, does not agree. The guy explains that she and her stupid boss took his father away from him. Zuofan states that they are not friends and he does not trust Su Lan. The girl frowns and says that if they hadn't locked him up, he would have been in danger. Blue Hair notes that a child like him cannot know such things. The guy's look becomes frightened when he asks what this means. Suddenly, the guys turn around and a snake climbs out of the ceiling. The black-haired man exclaims that there is something upstairs. Yellow D-rank gecko monsters with long tongues crawl forward. Su Lan raises one eyebrow and tells the main character to run because she will delay them. The monsters attack the girl, but she jumps away in defense. Zuofan approaches her from behind and touches the girl on the shoulder. She looks embarrassedly at the young man, who asks to give it to him. The black-haired man runs towards the monsters and swings his sword, cutting them down. Su Lan observes what is happening and wonders how this child became so strong. The girl notes that the last time she saw him, he was a simple high-ranking meteorite warrior. Zuofan turns to the blue-haired girl, who wonders if he believes her now. He, with a calm expression on his face, suggests going to the Garden of Alien Artifacts. The guys run down the corridor, and Su Lan reports that the Lai family kept these monsters secret from everyone, and their goal is to capture the Garden of Alien Artifacts in order to get a squad of general-level monsters. The main character notes that these scoundrels are crazy. The blue-haired girl looks forward carefully and replies that there are people who do everything for personal gain, and this is not the first time this has happened. She looks in surprise at Zuofan, who puts his hand on the recognition device, causing the door to open. There is an alien artifact in the room, which is approached by a huge number of monsters that the guys met earlier. The guy exclaims that there are hundreds of gecko monsters. These monsters end up in the room coming out of the ceiling. Jaijan frowns and says that they cannot allow monsters to enter the alien artifact garden. People fight large gecko monsters that stick out their long tongues. A guy with black hair and a ponytail waves his weapon. He states that there are too many monsters and they don't have enough people, so they won't be able to hold back the monsters for long. Jaijan states that their goal is a garden of alien artifacts, and if they get there, they will evolve. The young man adds that after this, not only the military base, but the entire city of Jinning will be in danger. He shouts that they can't let the monsters through. Jaijan frowns and says that now is the time to fulfill their duty. The guy orders to defend this place and not retreat, even if it costs his life. The stunned soldiers look at Jaijan as he says this. The monsters approach the warriors, and the young man says that these are C-class gecko monsters. His expression turns worried as he exclaims that they screwed up. A bright blue flash is visible in the air. The main character approaches the gecko monsters and swings his weapon, striking. The monster, whose muzzle is raised, falls to the ground, raising dust beneath it, and the guys standing nearby step back in alarm. Jaijan smiles and, looking at the serious Zuofan, notes that he has returned. He turns first to him, then to Su Lan, who looks dissatisfied. The young man tells the army to protect the entrance to the Garden of Alien Artifacts, and he asks the blue-haired girl to help protect that side. The main character runs towards the approaching monsters. Evil Su Lan watches him and is surprised to realize that this child just ordered her. She wonders why he is so self-confident. The girl understands that even if he is brilliant enough to become an aspiring general meteorite, it is still very difficult to fight a horde of monsters of this size, especially considering their number here. Zuofan calmly fights monsters using the highest level of Soaring Step and the highest level of Shadow Blade. He deftly cuts the monsters with his sword, which leaves a blue light. Shocked, Su Lan doesn't move as she looks at this and decides that this is too much. The expressions on the faces of the military men are also stunned. Their mouths are open, their eyes are wide open, and their eyebrows are raised. One of them notes that his speed can be compared to cutting vegetables. The second one wonders if this is really the strength of the young general meteorite of Jinning City. A slight smile appears on Jaijan's worried face as he suggests that everything will be fine now, thanks to Zuofan. Surprised, Su-lan looks at the guy and asks how the main character managed to become so strong in such a short period of time. The girl is interested in whether he has met anyone strange in recent days. Blue Hair tries to figure out if he was hiding his powers when he saved her that night. Su-lan, with a dazed expression on her face, looks at Jai-jan, who replies that she will have to wait until it is safe here to hear the whole story. He asks her to just take note that Zuo-fan almost killed the aspiring meteorite general Lai Zhang. Shock and anxiety can be seen in her eyes when she assumes that this is the same old man. Su-lan watches the protagonist cut up monsters and realizes that his son is just like his father. Zuo-fan swings his sword and quickly cuts off the head of one of the monsters. He smiles and thinks that it is too easy for him, because with his current strength, killing D-rank monsters is not a problem at all. The young man also realizes that he is still full of strength after killing hundreds of gecko monsters. The scale next to his photo is about 70% full. The main character thinks that the only thing that bothers him in any way is the constant use of the soaring step. Zuo-fan stands in front of the monster corpses and wonders where that C-rank gecko was. The young man realizes that this could end badly, because the number of monsters has not decreased, and perhaps there are even more of them. More monsters are approaching him, and the guy assumes that he ran into this ambush again. The black-haired man wonders why do it again if it didn't work the first time. Zuo-fan swears at the monsters, calling them stupid. Suddenly, his expression becomes surprised. The bloodthirsty monster, which sticks out its long tongue, moves forward, and an iron device sparkles on its body. A large, bright explosion occurs. People look in surprise at the sight of the explosion, where a cloud of dust remains. The military men have fearful expressions and one of them asks what happened. The second responds that these monsters have bombs attached to them. Lying on the ground is the corpse of a gecko monster, half of its body missing due to the explosion. A voice is heard asking about the bomb. Jai-jan clenches his teeth and angrily notes that everything is the same as that night. The guy says he can't believe these monsters are taught such things. A large number of geckos glare at Zuo-fan. Suddenly, the young man disappears from this place. He quickly approaches one of the monsters and strikes it, but it raises its head and looks back. The remaining geckos approach the main character, next to whom lies the corpse of their relative. The black-haired man's expression is calm as he asks the monsters if they think they are hiding. He states that he has, in fact, always been following their movements. Zuo-fan frowns and remembers the moments when he was close to Jai-jan and Su-lan. The guy thinks that there are 3 C-rank monsters here, and if he can't kill them now, then they too will be able to escape. The main character decides that in this case Jai-jan and the blue-haired girl will be in danger, so he needs an opportunity. Suddenly, the young man notices the fleeing monsters. He exclaims that the main monster generals simply ran away. Zuo-fan grits his teeth and nervously asks them to wait and not try to escape. A green light appears in the air, which comes from an axe with 2 blades. The main character holds his sword out in front of him, resisting the weapon, and wonders if this is the rank of general. The ground in front of him collapses, forming a road with people standing at the other end. The 3 are dressed in blue suits with hoods and also have masks on their faces. The man in the purple mask standing in front remarks that this guy is not bad, because he was able to block his attack. All the military men look dumbfounded at the people who have appeared. Some suggest that all 3 are of the rank of general, and someone is wondering where the Lee family gets so many strong fighters from. Zuo-fan jumps back and stops, thinking that it seems to have been an attack from the guy with the axe on the left. Black Hair realizes that the power of this attack is at the highest stage of General Meteorite, and the strength is at the level of Lai Zhang. The guy frowns and decides that he should be more careful, because this trinity is not so simple. The man in the orange mask, whose eyes sparkle, declares that there is no need to talk to these weaklings. He suggests simply commanding a bunch of monsters and killing them all. The man in the orange mask reports that looting the Garden of Alien Artifacts is their main goal. The military watches the approaching monsters, and Jujan says that they are finished because the horde of monsters are fighting in a very organized formation. The main character casts his worried glance to the side and realizes that he must save them. Zuo-fan, who is raising his fist, is approached by a man with an axe. He asks the guy if he is trying to help them. The man swings an axe and shouts to help himself first. He turns around and runs back, thinking that he cannot fight with him now because lives are more important. The young man's expression becomes calmer as he realizes that, thanks to the ability of his floating step, he was able to break away from him. Another person from the trio, wearing a red mask, approaches Zuo-fan. He asks if the black-haired man is trying to leave without permission. He realizes that this man's voice is familiar. There is a blow, from which drops of blood fly off. The main character jumps back and thinks that the warrior is very strong. The guy looks down and spits out blood. Zuo-fan places his hand on the ground and, looking forward, notes that he barely withstood the man's single blow. The guy wonders if he is a mid-level meteorite general. The man takes off his red mask. The man with the mustache asks the young man if he is Zuo Fan, the one who killed Muji. An elderly man with a scar on his eyebrow looks at the black-haired man. This is Mu Hanlong from the Mu family. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, assumes that it is really him. A man in an orange mask stands in front of a huge number of monsters, and a green circle forms in front of him. The other two look at Zuo Fan, who wonders if this man is Mu Hanhu. The black-haired man frowns and remembers the moments with the Mu family when Mu Hanhu and Mu stood there smiling. The young man notes that this man is a scoundrel. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, exclaims that he is not Mu Hanhu and asks if he is the brother of that scoundrel. The young man understands that he was not so strong. Mu Hanlong smirks and says that Zuo Fan is a quick thinker. The man raises his head and explains that Mu Hanhu is his younger brother. This mid-level general from the Mu family reveals his name. The black-haired man grins and concludes that Mu Hanlong is the older brother of that man. The young man states that they are very similar. He looks furious and the man yells at Zuo Fan to shut up. Mu Hanlong once again asks if he and Mu Yingyu killed Mu Ji. The main character grins and, with a calm expression on his face, says that he did not need anyone's help to cope with that insignificance, and one blow with a sword was enough. The black-haired man is interested in what happened to Mu Hanlong's face and whether Mu Ji was really his son. The older man's appearance becomes even more frenzied, the vein on his temple swells and his teeth are clenched in anger. The man shouts that he will not leave a wet spot behind the guy because he dared to kill a member of his family. Jiajian fights the monsters and, looking to the side, asks if Zuo Fan knows these people and if they really are not from the Lai family. Su Lan looks forward carefully and assumes that this is a master from the Mu family. The girl thinks that the matter is bad because not only the Lai family is involved in the plan, but also the powerful forces behind it, including the Mu family. The man with the axe looks at the irritated Mu Hanlong and asks why talk in vain with the boy, who is clearly talking to the man to stall for time. The main character locks eyes with Jiajian and mentally asks him to hurry up because they have been discovered. Mu Hanlong flies at Zuo Fan, brandishing his weapon, shouting that he will kill the guy first. The man says to surprise him. A man in an orange mask brings a flute to his lips and begins to blow into it. Jiajian turns to his black-haired friend who is fighting and calls out to him. He also looks away, and the guys decide to start. In the hand of the main character there is some kind of spherical object. The young man throws it, and everything around is filled with dense green smoke. Zuo Fan quickly puts on a gas mask and runs away, and Jiajian holds it in his hand and shouts to quickly retreat and go to the Garden of Alien Artifacts. Mu Hanlong covers his face with his hand and asks to be careful because the smoke is toxic. The man insults his opponent and exclaims that cheap tricks are all he can do. Su Lan frowns and covers her face with her hand, indignant that she does not have a gas mask. The main character approaches her, holds out the necessary item and asks her to put it on. She does this and looks away in embarrassment. The soldiers run forward, approaching the tree. They go inside and a voice is heard asking them to come in and telling them that they are safe for a while. The guys take off their gas masks and look tensely in front of them, breathing heavily. Zuo Fan notes that they were carried away. Jiajian agrees and notes that if the instructor had not organized protective measures in this way, they would have died. Monsters approach the sphere, however, they die from this. The alien artifact garden's defense is strongest in the restricted area of the base. The image of Wei Chenchen is visible on the screen, who says that in an emergency, the last level of defense can be activated. A voice is heard that replies that he understands. Su Lan looks at Zuo Fan in surprise as a blush appears on her face. The blue-haired girl thinks that he has reached such a level in less than 6 months and is a worthy son of his father. A trio approaches the glowing sphere. Mu Hanlong frowns and wonders if they think this will save them. The man strikes, leaving a blue mark, and shouts that he will destroy the defense. Mu Hanlong clenches his teeth and looks intensely at his hand, which is wrapped in blue flashes. The man exclaims that it hurts a lot and this electrical protection is very strong. He assumes that the defenses here can withstand the power of a mid-grade general. Jiajian looks forward in surprise, and a smile appears on the protagonist's face. The chief instructor reveals that this defense can only be broken if the strongest people in Jining join forces. Wei Chenchen says that even a fighter like him, with all his strength, will soon give up. Zuo Fan turns his head and notes that as long as the three don't go, they will be safe. Jiajian agrees and offers to wait until the instructor deals with the enemies outside and then kills everyone here. Mu Hanlong looks at the guides and assumes that the main character is hiding like a turtle in a shell and is waiting for Wei Chenchen to come to the rescue. The man says that we should forget about it because the instructor himself is now very much risking his life. A smile appears on Jiajian's face as he speaks and doesn't hope to make them hesitate. The guy reports that the base's defenses will be able to hold back the influx of monsters for several days. He also points out that it is not only Wei Chenchen who has the level of a mid-level general. He frowns and, with confusion on his face, wonders if there are others. Machine guns fixed on the building aim somewhere and fire. The building is behind the sphere, and a bright explosion occurs on the ground. There are flashes of fire and a cloud of smoke. During its existence, the base was subject to several influxes of monsters and survived. Today it can be considered completely impregnable. Wei Chengchen knew that something was wrong, so he took additional measures just in case. The chief instructor fights with a man from the trio and assumes that they hid their faces and do not want to demonstrate their fighting skills. A man, with wounds visible on his face, holds blades in his hands and swings them, fighting monsters. This is the commander of the Special Forces unit of the Jining Military Ministry, Fu Zhang. He grits his teeth and turns around, noting that Wei Chengchen is a deceiver, because when he invited him here, he did not tell him that he would have to risk his life. The instructor replies that plans have changed dramatically and asks for help in dealing with the monsters. Wei Chengchen promises that he will treat him with food and drink for a whole year. The masked man jumps back, dodging the blows, and notes that, as expected, the instructor sensed danger long ago and called another mid-level general, Commander Fu, for help. He says that it is not surprising that under his command the Phantom Rain military base stood untouched for so many years. Wei Chengchen stands with his back to Fu Zhang and reports that the Ministry of War is the most powerful institution in the city, so they notice all the minor changes in the situation. The chief instructor states that they are outsiders doing dirty deeds in Jining. The man asks if they really hope to remain unnoticed. The enemy, whose eyes glow red, replies that they were unable to carry out their plan quietly, but there was one last step left to carry it out. The man admits that Wei Chengchen has a brilliant mind, however, he was not lucky enough to interfere in their affairs. He says that both of them, the head instructor and Fu Zhang, will die today. Wei Chengchen smirks and suggests that they try to kill them and says that they will see if they can escape from the base themselves. Commander Fu asks if today is the day of his funeral and if he is organizing it. He exclaims that his jokes are strange. Wei Zhang sits on a large scary monster that rushes forward. The old man shouts to the rats to try harder and kill everyone here. Wei Chengchen turns around and anxiously asks who is there. He begins to guess, sensing a cruel aura. The masked man holds his hand behind his back and says that they could not cope, but with the help of reinforcements, and even 2 reinforcements, they can do it. Wei Zhang, his black eyes sparkling red and long white hair sprouting from his face, smiles and exclaims that he has not seen the head instructor for a long time. The patriarch declares that he will kill Wei Chengchen. A man with blonde hair looks at the old man and wonders how he turned into this. Lai Zhang pulls on the monster's reins, guiding it towards the head instructor. The patriarch shouts that he and Wei Chengchen have not seen each other for a long time. The old man also angrily asks to be allowed to send the chief instructor on his final journey. The bloodthirsty monster opens its mouth, and the chief instructor flies at him, brandishing his weapon. Wei Chengchen strikes Lai Zhang with a calm expression. The patriarch puts forward his hand with long and sharp claws, defending himself. Fu Zhang, who is below, swings his blades and cuts off the monster's front legs, leaving a red light. The monster opens its mouth and growls in pain. The monster falls to the ground with a crash, hitting its face on the hard ground and rocks. Wei Chengchen jumps back and asks the old man who he is and whether he is the head of the Lai family. The chief instructor is interested in how he turned into such a devil, and then the man assumes that there is no increase in strength. The silhouette of the patriarch is visible in a cloud of dust. Lai Zhang, whose eyes now sparkle green, licks his wound with a long, sharp tongue, which also becomes covered in green light. He asks again, and green glowing steam emanates from the wound, and it heals. Frightened, Wei Chengchen asks in confusion what is going on, and Fu Zhang clenches his teeth in irritation and notes that the old man's wounds are healing very quickly. This conversation is being observed by a masked man. The head instructor says that Lai Zhang has an amazing healing ability. The man of the Trinity explains that after the transformation, the hidden powers of the head turned out to be much more extraordinary than he could have imagined. The result exceeded all expectations. He notes that it seems their plan is destined to succeed. The patriarch grins, revealing his sharp fangs, and suggests that they stop chatting and quickly deal with these two because they are in the way. Lai Zhang reveals that he has been planning to kill Wei Chengchen for a long time, and today his wish will finally come true. Opposite the 2 military men stands an old man, next to whom, in a cloud of dust, the corpse of an animal can be seen, and the people from the Trinity are standing on the side. The blonde frowns a little and, looking up, realizes that things are bad, because he and Fu Zhang could have dealt with the masked men from the armored guard. But with the appearance of Lai Zhang and the general-level monsters, their situation has worsened. Teammate Wei Chengchen looks at the instructor, who apologizes for getting him into trouble. Wei Chengchen reports that if he can survive, then he will be owed. He holds his weapon at the ready and asks not to talk nonsense, explaining that he is also a military man and protecting the base is his duty. Fu Zhang advises you to stop talking and dealing with these scoundrels. The blonde rushes forward and agrees. He goes to the patriarch, raising his hand, and wishes him to die. Lai Zhang opens his mouth and glowing green circles form in front of him. Green steam and flashes of the same color spread throughout the space. An explosion occurs in front of the monsters with rat bodies. The patriarch smiles and, raising his hand, exclaims that the restricted area is open. The old man tells the monsters to run there to hunt and destroy all the people they meet there. Lai Zhang laughs evilly and states that the Garden of Alien Artifacts is the place where they will become stronger. Wei Chengchen turns his head and notes that their goal is the garden, so they cannot be allowed to carry out their plans. All the people in the garden restlessly look around and up. Zhaijian asks what is the matter. Someone says something is happening outside and it looks like an earthquake. Mu Hanlong grins and exclaims that everything is going as planned. The man declares that he will now say something that will plunge Zhuo Fan into despair. With a smug expression on his face, the man points out the number 4 with his fingers and says that their operation involves 4 mid-level generals and 3 are fighting Wei Chengchen. All the military men, hearing this, become dumbfounded. Someone repeats the words that there are 3 mid-level generals outside. The man with the hood over his head adds that now the situation in Jinning is no better than here, if not worse. The guys frown at them and ask about Jinning. On the street, soldiers are fighting monsters, one of whom shouts for help because there are too many monsters. Someone orders to reduce the front line and not let them surround you. Women and children run away from the monsters, and a man holding a walkie-talkie shouts to the shooters to cover the civilians. The archers who are on the roof of the building are aiming down. One of them wishes the monsters to die. He wonders where so many of them come from and notes that they cannot be allowed to break into the city. A piece of a building falls on a soldier who is protecting a man. This man yells to cover the civilians as they retreat. The monsters are approaching people who are putting up shields in front of them. A voice is heard saying that it is their responsibility to protect the people. In the alien artifact garden, Mu Hanlong looks at the guys and states that once the base is captured and the energy system is shut down, they will become a herd of lambs for the slaughter. The man says that if they agree to cooperate and remove the barrier, he will think about saving their lives. The Mu family member frowns and, with hatred in his eyes, declares that the main character cannot be saved in any case. Everyone looks around in surprise and asks if he is telling the truth. Zhaijian frowns and, looking at his friend, wonders what they will do. Su Lan exclaims that the situation outside is worse than anyone can imagine. The girl, a drop of sweat running down her face, explains that in addition to the Lai family, the forces of the capital and the Mu family from Jinhai are also involved in the riots. The blue-haired girl reports that the grown monsters will become the common enemy of all humanity, so they will not leave witnesses alive. Zhaijian looks at her and suggests that the meteorite families are one of the protectors of China. The guy is interested in why they are participating in nefarious plans. She, with a tense look, asks what is strange here. Su Lan says that one can go to great lengths for personal goals. She looks away and says that this is not the first time something like this has happened. Zhuo Fan looks up and states that he has an idea. Zhaijian and the blue-haired girl stand opposite him and exclaim that this is nonsense and his plan is too much. He grins and replies that it doesn't matter how crazy the plan is, because at least it will prevent these scoundrels from achieving what they want. The guys, who look worried, eventually agree. The main character looks at the tree and asks Mu Hanlong if this garden is his goal. The man looks at the black-haired man, who is holding something in his hand, and angrily wonders what he came up with. Zhuo Fan smiles and, looking at the large yellow stone in his hand, notes that Mu Hanlong can see it himself. The guy clenches his fist tightly, and the stone breaks and crumbles into pieces. The young man smiles and looks at the golden glowing ball above his hand. An enraged Mu Hanlong asks what the main character is doing. He puts his hand forward and exclaims that this is a D-rank artifact, and he will not stand on ceremony. The main character puts a yellow ball in his mouth and closes his eyes. He chews the artifact and looks at the Mu family member burning with hatred. The black-haired man wonders why he would leave such valuable things to scoundrels like them. Su Hanlong frowns and shouts that he will kill the young man if he does this. Everyone watches intently as the main character swallows the artifact. The black-haired girl opens her eyes and, looking to the side, thinks that last time she ate a D-rank artifact and didn't feel anything, and this one has a slight fruity taste. Information appears on the table that the transformation of the D-class alien artifact to 100% benefit has been completed, and the owner has received plus 10 points to speed. Zhuo Fan reads these words and assumes that if you take an artifact of the same level a second time, the effect will be halved. The young man understands that it's not even doubled, because then he received the passive ability of 10% restoration of strength. The guy bites the artifact again and decides to try another one. He thinks that it is the same type as what they gave for the joint operation. The table says that the transformation of the D-Class alien artifact to 100% benefit is completed and the owner has received 5 points in strength. The main character chosen, looking at the table, decides to try again because this did not give anything extra. The black-haired man frowns, seeing that this time he received plus 2 points in strength. Zuo-fan realizes that he has again not received any additional effects and has half as many points. The young man mentally notes that efficiency is falling very quickly. Everyone, including Zhaijian, watches the actions of the main character in shock. People are surprised that he ate the D-rank artifact like it was a sugar candy. Zhaijian says he ate another one. The trio also looks shocked, and Mu Hanlong notes that he ate the first, second, and third artifact. The veins in his temples bulge and the man screams to stop. He asks how much the guy ate and whether he wants to die. Zuo-fan waves his raised hand containing the artifact in front of his opponent. The black-haired man declares that since they intended to take the artifacts, he will eat at least everything. The young man says to watch because they really need them. The main character looks down thoughtfully while swallowing artifacts and gains 1 point to his speed. The guy exclaims that it is very tasty. Zuo-fan turns to the rest of the guys and asks why they froze. He suggests that instead of letting these scoundrels take the artifacts, it is better to eat them themselves. Lively military men grab the artifacts, saying that they would rather eat them. Someone says that if you can raise the level, it will be absolutely wonderful. And someone notes that the artifacts are very valuable, so today they are in style. Zhaijian calmly takes a bite of the artifact and agrees that it is very tasty. He also asks people to take into account that if their level is below the above category, then they should not take D rank as the body may not withstand it. Everyone smiles and asks not to worry because they know. One of the military men reports that the artifacts are delicious and in order to get out of here alive, you can eat to the fullest. Zuo-fan throws the artifacts to the surprised blue-haired girl, who asks why she needs it. Su-lan says that he does not serve the military base and this is a violation of discipline. The main character, whose cheeks are stuffed with artifacts, frowns and asks again about the violation. He wonders if anyone would care if she died. Black-haired notes that perhaps she will be able to level up because her level is close to the general. The guy reports that if this is so, then their chances of survival will greatly increase. Su-lan looks at the artifact and thinks that the young man is saying the right things, and if she manages to raise the level, then their combat power will immediately increase. Zuo-fan holds the artifact in his hand and, looking forward, realizes that he is no longer particularly affected by D-rank artifacts. He realizes that Mu Hanlong would be scared if he could upgrade to the middle stage. The mustachioed man raises his weapon and they angrily ask how they can squander artifacts like that. He declares that as soon as he breaks through, he will instantly chop everyone into pieces. A smile appears on the protagonist's face when he exclaims that the old man is only from there and says something. The young man notes that if he could break through the defense, he would have done it long ago. The military men writhe in pain and, gritting their teeth, say that their stomachs hurt. Sweat runs down their faces from exertion, and one of the military asks what is the matter and whether this is a side effect of the artifacts. The military men rush behind the tree, saying that they would just like to go to the restroom. There is an unpleasant smell coming from there, and people run out with happy faces, saying that this is a relief. The military man begins to emit light and, joyfully looking at his hands, says that his level has risen. Zuo-fan keeps a calm expression and says that this is great. The guy assumes that after taking the artifacts, detoxification begins, and wonders why this didn't happen to him. The black-haired man frowns and concludes that it's all because of the God of War's system, which transforms artifacts into 100% benefit. The main character approaches the embarrassed Su-lan and, covering himself with his hand, wonders whether to cover her if he also needs to move away. She frowns and angrily asks not to hope, explaining that diarrhea occurs in everyone whose digestibility of artifacts is below 50%. Zuo-fan smiles and exclaims that he understands. Su-lan raises one hand, and a purple light emanates from her body. The blue-haired girl reports that she feels she needs to take another artifact to raise her level. The girl wonders if she can do this. The young man, with a joyful expression on his face, hands her 2 artifacts with the words that there are not many of them here, but there are plenty of artifacts, so you can take as many as you need. The joyful soldiers look at themselves, and someone exclaims that his level has increased, now he is a fighter of the highest category. Someone says that they were in the average category for 5 years, and now they have leveled up in one sitting. And some military men, who look sad, lower their heads and say that they are giving up because there is no effect. One of them suggests that they will not be able to raise their levels in this life. Zuo-fan approaches them and, holding out the artifacts, says that this is nothing and it's worth trying again. The young man asks them to eat more because there is a chance that they will be able to pump up. The military man, whose eyebrows are sadly raised, replies that this is not necessary. It all depends on digestibility. The man assumes that their level is low since there is no effect from the artifacts, and if they continue, they may die. The black-haired man calmly looks at the military man, who notes that he is very talented for being able to eat so much. The man suggests that if the main character continues, he will level up. He looks thoughtfully at the artifact he holds in his hand. Information appears on the table that you have added 2 points to strength and 1 to speed. People watch Zuofan greedily eat the artifacts. The young man thinks that the speed increases 1 point at a time, but if he doesn't eat, then the artifacts will go to Mu Hanlong, which will only harm them. The furious Mu family member frowns as he remembers his son. Mu Hanlong told him as a child that they never got to know each other better, but he would do everything to ensure that he succeeded in their family. The mustachioed elderly man exclaims that the main character is ruining the whole plan. Mu Hanlong declares that the black-haired man will wait. As soon as he gets into the artifact garden, he will kill Zuofan. He smiles and, showing the man his middle finger, says that they will talk as soon as he gets there. A voice is heard that notes that he, like Lai Zhang, is just as vile and capable only of insidious intrigues. One of the military men looks to the side in surprise and offers to look for the artifacts after him in the toilet since they really need them. Everyone starts smiling, laughing, and screaming for them to eat it. The main character, in whose eyes one can read surprise, wonders whether he has reached the limit since the attributes do not increase at all. The table says that all his indicators are 300 points. The young man understands that there is nothing left until the middle stage. He regrets, because if he could raise his level, he would be able to fight Mu Hanlong. Su Lan smiles and, looking at her body, from which blue steam emanates, says that she is overwhelmed with strength. The girl, with a joyful expression on her face, reports that she has become a general. The military looks at her in surprise, and someone exclaims that this is great, and now they are stronger. Someone says that if Zhaijian improves, it will be perfect. Su Hanlong clenches his teeth in irritation and exclaims that these weaklings wasted all the artifacts, and it is necessary to eliminate them because this cannot be forgiven. Zuofan smiles and, looking at Su Lan, says that since she is now a general, they will be able to survive if the garden's defenses fall. The guys notice a purple dark light. They look to the side in fear and surprise. Lai Zhang smiles and orders the monsters to quickly run to the garden. Mu Hanlong raises his head and asks the patriarch to turn off the power here so that they can pass through. The guys in the garden frown and note that things are bad. Lai Zhang sits on a large monster with his shoulders back. The wall behind him is destroyed by the explosion, and the space around him is filled. Flame. The old man exclaims that he has finally reached the garden. The patriarch notes that the main character is also here, and he will kill him for his son. Zhaijian watches this in surprise and assumes that it is Lai Zhang. Someone assumes that the old man did not die, and wonders how he managed to turn into this creature. Su Lan frowns and, looking carefully at the patriarch, reasons that it seems that Lai Zhang injected himself with a drug that turns him into a monster. The girl exclaims that this is bad, because his strength is now an order of magnitude higher than before, and he is hardly inferior to a mid-level general. Zuofan clenches his teeth and asks again, noting that it will be difficult. He says that when Lieutenant Colonel Lan leveled up, they had the opportunity to escape, but against Lai Zhang there is no chance. Mu Hanlong turns his head towards the approaching patriarch and, raising his hand, shouts to hurry up, explaining that he needs to break through to them, because otherwise they will eat all the artifacts. The old man raises his head, smiles, and blood flows from his mouth. Lai Zhang replies that it doesn't matter, because even if they eat them, their bodies will still be full of essence. The patriarch, whose cunning eyes glow green, declares that his rats will gnaw them alive so that they will not lose anything. An explosion occurs, a bright explosion from which dust rises, stones fly away, and blue flashes are also visible. Monsters flock to the garden. Zhaijian and the main character look ahead in surprise and worry, and their bodies are tense because of this situation. Zuofan exclaims that the defense will not hold, and his friend notes that Lai Zhang can control a pack of monsters. If they break through, then the people will go to feed. The main character, whose gaze is focused, decides that he needs to come up with something, because he cannot humbly wait for death. The tree begins to emit red light, and a red triangular icon with an exclamation mark appears on the screen, indicating danger. A voice is heard saying that the power plant has been damaged and the self-destruction program of the artifact garden has been activated. There is a request to urgently use the emergency exit. Everyone looks at each other in surprise, and Zhaijian asks again about the self-liquidation of the garden. His friend wonders where the emergency exit is. One of the military men, with an animated look, waves his hand and says that you need to go to him because the exit is here. Everyone runs to the round iron doors, on which there is a glowing blue barrier and the same chains. One of the military tries to open the hatch, shouting that it won't open. At this time, the others run there. Zhaijian approaches and, with a trembling body, tries to do something, noting that they have problems, because only Instructor Wei Chenchen can open this exit. A voice is heard declaring that they will be buried alive here. All the military men look forward in surprise and ask again. Someone notes that if you think about it this way, it is better than dying from monsters, and this ending is much more pleasant. Su Lan, with a worried expression on her face, looks at Zuo Fan, who seriously says that she has become stronger and together they can try to break down the hatch. She agrees, and they approach the door, looking at it intensely. Blue circles appear around the black-haired man. Steam begins to come out of the hatch. The door opens for the guys. The guys look questioningly at the open exit, and Zuo Fan looks in surprise at his raised hands. Zhaijian suggests that the hatch sensor reacted to the main character. Su Lan wonders if Wei Chenchen set him up this way. The black-haired man turns around and replies that the instructor did not ask him about this, and he was only in the garden once. The young man explains that if he had known that there was an emergency exit, he would have left through it long ago. A monster rushes towards the garden, with Lai Zhang sitting on it. All the military look at each other in fear when they notice enemies. Suddenly, a voice is heard saying that the self-destruct program has been activated and the countdown has begun. The monster's paw breaks the sphere and it cracks, flying into pieces. And the patriarch shouts that he will kill Zuo Fan. Zhaijian points his finger towards the exit and everyone runs there. People fall and fly screaming down some kind of pipe. One of them is displeasedly interested in what kind of exit this is. The guy, whose black hair is pulled back into a ponytail, looks dumbfounded and scared. He reports that he is going to throw up. A ferocious monster breaks into the garden with the patriarch, who advises the main character to say goodbye to life. Then, Lai Zhang looks around in confusion, raising one eyebrow. He hears a voice that calls the number 0 and states that self-destruction is being launched. The earth begins to collapse, raising dust, and people in masks are pulled somewhere so that they lose their balance and can barely stay on their feet. Holes form in the ground into which stones fall. From a hole in the mountain, entwined with branches, a military man jumps to the ground. Others fall after him when he joyfully exclaims that they are in a mountain forest not far from the base, and this is great. The man says that the danger was avoided. A voice comes from the forest asking you to light up. Zuo Fan looks ahead contentedly and notes that they are saved. The blue-haired girl standing nearby replies that they are safe for now, and behind the guys you can see a mountain of military personnel, which is reinforced from those who fall out of the hole in the wall. The main character turns around and asks Zhaijian about where they are and how far it is to the base. The young man notices a friend who lies at the top of a formed human slide and vomits on a military man who lies below and screams in surprise. Zhaijian apologizes, explaining that he was seasick and couldn't help himself. He is also happy that at least the artifacts have been assimilated. The soldier lying underneath him shouts to stop. One of the military men grins and, slyly looking to the side, declares that after such a brilliant image of Zhaijian, the best fighter of the highest category, crumbled in their eyes. The guy, who looks exhausted, is drooling from his mouth and bruises are forming under his squinted eyes. Zhaijian replies that he has had a movement disorder since birth, so movement techniques are his weak point. Zuo Fan's expression becomes more serious as he asks again about where they are and how far it is to the base. Zhaijian stands up and, staggering, waves his hand, sticking out his thumb, index and middle fingers. He tells his friend that they are close and he needs to go and help. Then he asks what that sound is. Everyone's facial expressions rarely change as they look forward in fear and question what is happening and whether it is an influx of monsters. Monsters resembling wolves rush forward. They open their mouths with sharp teeth when someone shouts that there are a lot of monsters. A large number of animals indicates an influx of monsters. People's gazes are directed at the monsters. One of the military exclaims that a lot of monsters have headed to Jinning. Someone else is interested in why animals from the mountains rushed there. One of the people raises his hand, which contains a walkie-talkie. A voice comes from there saying that the Jinning suburb is under a large-scale attack by monsters, and the military base needs to pay attention that the road adjacent to them has been taken over by monsters, so they will not be able to send reinforcements to them for a while. On the radio there is a screen on which the location of the animals is shown with red dots. The guy explains that monsters accumulate there. Zhaijian grabs the walkie-talkie and, grimacing, angrily declares that this is outrageous. The guy asks what the scoundrels from the Lai family are doing. Su Lan assumes that they want to destroy the entire city. The girl cannot believe that the same thing will happen as in Donghe. Zuo Fan frowns, remembering the situation in Donghe when all the streets and dilapidated buildings were swarming with monsters and everything was on fire. He firmly decides that this will not happen because he will not allow such a tragedy to happen. A variety of monsters rush forward. Some of them resemble snow mastiffs, some of them resemble dragons, and some look like purple lions with an orange mane. This is a pack of general-level monsters. Zhaijian opens his eyes wide in surprise, just like the other military men, and assumes that this is the general level. The guy reports that Jinning will not be able to contain such power. All the military look forward when they hear that if so many monsters break into the city, a disaster will happen, like in a nightmare. A bright explosion is visible in the distance. The situation at the military base is extremely dangerous. If things continue like this will be the end. Zhaijian frowns and exclaims that the disaster promises to be the worst in the city's history. The guys look at each other, and the guy whose hair is in a ponytail explains that in the face of such danger, people are weak, and the strength of the generals is not enough to cope with so many monsters. Zhaijian reports that only the appearance of a person with the level of a god of war will help them, and wonders what they will do now. Zuo-fan looks somewhere tensely and wonders what his father would do in such a situation. Zuo Hui clenched his fist and stood in front of the monsters. The commander of the Ministry of War and the Tong Admiralty, Zuo Hui, at that time had another title, the God of Monster Slaying. Repeatedly during the influx of monsters, his brilliant tactics led to magnificent results. The man squatted in front of his little son and, placing his hand on his head, asked him to remember that monsters are stupid and can be simply controlled. Zuo Hui was explaining to him what to do if he encountered an influx in the future. The protagonist's gaze becomes serious when he suggests that this plan can be used. Friends look at the young man in surprise and declare that this tactic is nonsense. He frowns and replies that this plan will work. He wonders if they have better ideas since people's lives are in danger. Zhaijian's expression softens as he exclaims that it is decided. The three stand in front of the military line, and Zhaijian reports that the situation is dangerous, but they have a plan. The guy expresses the hope that they will all help. Lightning flashes in the sky and it begins to rain. Everyone tensely clenches their teeth, hearing the cry that asks them to just do it, for the sake of the military base and Jinning. The black-haired people look at the formation, in the windows of which the light is burning. The guys walk past the car and someone asks if this is the base's secret warehouse. Someone points out that a lot of these things are stored here. Zhaijian frowns and says that in all of China it is in the Phantom Rain Mountains that there are the most mutants, and all this was stocked up to withstand a large influx. The guy notes that he didn't think he would use these things for such a crazy plan. With a serious look, he brings his hand to his forehead, saluting, and informs him that Zuo-fan will be in more danger there than they are, so he should be careful. Zhaijian says that they will see each other at the base and asks him to return alive. The main character looks after the leaving cars and replies that everyone wants to return alive. He agrees that they will meet at the base. The surprised black-haired man turns around and, noticing Su Lan, wonders why she is here. The girl frowns and asks if he really just noticed her now. Su Lan explains that thanks to Zuo-fan, he can defeat a master at the peak of the first stage of a general. The embarrassed main character lowers his eyes a little when the blue-haired girl reports that Zhaijian will not have as difficult a time there as he does. Su Lan states that he wants to help because now he is also a general. He turns and, smiling, offers to go and hurry up. The guys get into the car, and the main character says that he hopes that everything will work out. A huge number of monsters fill the city streets. A cluster of monsters has already formed. The blue-haired girl, who is sitting behind the wheel, wonders if he is finished yet. The girl notes that it is very slow and asks if he will succeed at all. Zuo-fan climbs out of the big body and exclaims that it's ready. The young man returns to his place. With an exhausted expression on his face, the black-haired man exclaims that it was his first time assembling it and it turned out quite quickly. The main character says that Su Lan said about the standard of the army, but he is not a military man, but a mercenary, and this speed is set for the mercenary union. She calmly looks at him and asks him to stop praising himself. Green glowing circles form in the air. They come from a monster luring device. The ground underneath the device turns purple. A large number of animals rush to this place. On one side, monsters that resemble wolves are running toward the device, and on the other, those that resemble dragons. This is Zuo-fan's tactics. He wants to set one old monster against another. They both smile decisively, and the blue-haired one exclaims that it turned out great. The young man notes that the first stage of the plan has been successfully completed. His facial expression becomes more serious when the guy says that it is too early to rejoice because complete success is far away. Black-haired says that packs of monsters alone are not enough. Su Lan calmly looks forward and agrees, explaining that in the past this only led to turmoil, but did not change anything fundamentally. The main character grins evilly again and declares that a B-tier monster king must enter the battle to turn the tide of the battle. The blue-haired girl, with a slightly surprised expression on her face, says that the B level of monsters is equivalent to the average level of a general, and if this monster is a king, then even a general cannot defeat him. Su Lan wonders where the young man will find him. On the ground there is a tree whose leaves are colored purple. To the girl's question, Zuo-fan replies that he can easily do it. He explains that earlier, due to the fact that he was weak, he thought that his opponent had a C level, but now that he remembers this, he feels powerless in front of this monster even though he is almost a mid-level general. The main character casts a stern glance to the side, exclaiming that this was definitely a B-level monster, and that he survived that time by pure chance. Devices for luring monsters are installed on the ground, and the car drives away from this place. Most of Zuo Fan's plan has been successfully completed. Su Lan smiles and notes that there is not much left. Many different monsters rush towards the baiting device. The main character observes this and declares that it is time to bring that creature. Su Lan wonders if the young man is confident. The girl says that the strength of a first-level general is certainly great, but even a middle-level general is unlikely to defeat that mutant. He decisively looks forward and asks you to believe in him, as he does. The blue-haired girl is silent, looking at the guy. The guys hide behind a stone, and Su Lan asks where they are and whether they are near the mutated tree. She notes that it is huge. There are eagle-eyed foxes around the tree. Zuo Fan frowns and says that he will go to investigate the situation, and Su Lan should stay here. The girl, whose look is alarmed, asks to be careful and not take risks. The black-haired man jumps onto a thick branch, thinking that it seems that this tree has dried up due to the fact that he took a C-rank alien artifact from here. The young man frowns, remembering the sleeping king of the eagle-eyed foxes, and understands that if this leader discovers him, he will furiously rush in pursuit. Then, he decides that this is not so, because then the beast was hibernating and could not know that it was he who took the artifact. The table says that all of Zuo Fan's stats are 300. The main character notes that after so many artifacts, all his attributes rose to 300 points. The guy takes off and, jumping forward, says that now he could somehow cope with a mid-level general. The black-haired man thinks that he will be able to survive if the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes chases him. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. He notices a monster in the darkness whose eyes glow blue. This is the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, whose body is powerful. The monster realizes that this man smells like an alien artifact. The leader mentally insults people because he concludes that it was Zuo Fan who stole the artifact. He quickly leaves and, looking back, wonders how the monster noticed him. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes also takes off. He approaches it and reaches out with his paw towards the young man, who exclaims that the beast is quite fast. The monster strikes and the main character flies back. The black-haired man exclaims that the B-tier monster king has terrifying strength, and rejoices that he has suddenly become stronger, although the monster's blow instantly knocked him down. The leader rushes after the fleeing Zuo Fan, who decides that he shouldn't count on victory and needs to leave. The king monster, looking frightening and enraged, flies towards the guy, thinking that he is a thief who stole the rebirth item. Other eagle-eyed foxes are chasing the main character. The young man is indignant that the pursuer is getting closer. He jumps from one branch to another, noting that it has become easier to move. Zuo Fan says that the changes that occurred after receiving 300 speed points are much more significant. He looks back at the monster and concludes that Lai Zhong, Mu Hanlong and their men can handle so many eagle-eyed foxes. The monster opens its mouth and a bright blue light oozes out of it. The main character dodges this attack and is glad that the speed of the floating step is quite high, so now he does not have to choose between death and injury. The young man, whose body radiates a purple color, hides because he realizes that the monsters should not detect him. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes cuts a thick tree branch. Zuo Fan, who is hiding there, rushes forward and wonders how the monster noticed this. The guy exclaims that if this continues, he will be surrounded and killed. The main character turns his gaze to the side when he has an idea about why the leader smells him. The black-haired man brings the walkie-talkie closer to him and shouts to Su Lan to quickly activate the monster luring device. She looks in front of her in surprise and wonders if the young man is okay and if he needs help. Several devices that are located near the entrance to the cave begin to emit green light. These waves are approaching the eagle-eyed foxes. Zuo Fan smiles, mentally noting that the device worked, which is great. The green liquid flies off the hand of the guy, who decides that he needs to escape, and the striped skunk reagent will help him with this. The eagle-eyed foxes, who sense the waves, look around questioningly. They rush towards the baits, and the main character, watching this, concludes that he guessed right, because due to the fact that he accepted a C-rank artifact, the leader could track him. Zuo Fan's expression turns sad as he discusses how a monster king brings a much greater sense of oppression than a mid-level general. The guy also reports that their plan was successfully completed. He looks at the radio and says he will be there soon. Suddenly, among the branches, the main character notices something and approaches this place. He steps towards the light and says that he will go and have a look. There is a soft blue light in the tree. The black-haired man jumps from the branch and notes that this thing gives him a strange feeling. Zuo Fan brings his hand closer to the light and assumes that there is another eagle-eyed fox. His expression becomes worried and surprised as the guy is about to say what it is. Among the branches there is a yellow-blue egg, and blue petals sparkle near it. The main character looks at this in amazement. He thoughtfully puts his fingers to his chin and suggests that it is an egg. Zuo-fan looks at the object, puzzled, and then asks if it gave him that feeling. A voice comes from the walkie-talkie that is in the guy's pocket, asking if everything is okay and if the danger has passed. He, with a serious look, replies that everything is fine, and he returns. The black-haired man reaches out to the egg, saying that he will take it with him. Having placed the item in the bag, the main character rushes to the exit. There he sees the involuntary Su Lan, who asks why it's taking so long. The girl explains that she thought that something had happened because the connection had been lost. She covers her nose and mouth with one hand and gestures with the other for Zuo-fan not to come near her. Su Lan exclaims that this is a skunk's reaction. A test tube with a green liquid emits green vapor that causes people to fall. For people, the reagent is even more lethal. If a person uses it on himself, then he should not approach others, and for women it is completely like poison. The blue-haired girl runs away, and the young man, confused, begins to explain that she herself knows how scary B-level monsters are, so he had to do this to get rid of the chase. Su Lan quickly replies that he understands everything, and the guy is great. The girl asks him to just stay away from her. She gets behind the wheel and points her finger at the body with the words that the main character will go there. Zuo-fan obeys and sits in the back, putting his sword and bag next to him. The guy looks down thoughtfully and wonders whose egg it is, because it doesn't look like it belongs to eagle-eyed foxes. The main character decides to think about it later, because first he needs to return to the base and see how things are. The car drives through the forest, making sounds. The soldiers fight the gecko monsters by swinging their swords. Wei Chenchen jumps, slicing through the monsters as fire flashes emit from his weapon. The instructor uses a C-rank blade technique, Blazing Restoration. Fu Jiang also deftly destroys the monsters, and a bright blue light emanates from his sword. Both men fight, leaving monster corpses on the ground. Wei Chenchen jumps up and curses because there are more and more monsters and it is dangerous. His partner notes that they could die like this, so they need to break through the encirclement. Mu Hanlong watches the battle with his arms crossed and says that their blade technique is good. The man reveals that the two are masters of the Jinning War Ministry and wonders if they can resist them. Another masked man explains that if they surrender without resistance, he will consider saving their lives. A man in an orange mask blows into a flute and thus directs monsters towards his opponents. Wei Zhang, part of his face covered in scales, says to kill them all. A huge number of geckos are approaching the two generals from all sides. They frown, and the chief instructor exclaims that these people have committed many crimes and will be severely punished for this. Mu Hanlong grins, and the person standing in front of him also breaks into a satisfied smile, wondering who will punish them and whether it will be them. A member of the Mu family notes that in the current situation, it is their families who are in an advantageous position. He spreads his arms to the sides, and bright flashes sparkle in the sky. Mu Hanlong states that after the fall of meteorites, the law of the jungle began to apply in the world. He explains that the strong will survive, the weak will die, and they are all worthless weaklings and therefore deserve to die. The man frowns in annoyance when the masked man suggests killing everyone if they don't give up. Mu Hanlong agrees that there is no point in leaving witnesses, and decides that they will cover their tracks if the monsters tear the men to shreds. The military, including Jai Zhan, look at the huge number of monsters that are rushing into the city. The guy carefully looks ahead and shouts to retreat to the restricted area of the base and tighten the front line. Monsters of different types meet and fight each other. Wei Zhang, whose face shows confusion, asks why the monsters of the Phantom Rain Mountains are here. The masked man suggests that they must have been lured to Jinning. The patriarch begins to swing his hand, killing monsters. Others are doing this too. Mu Hanlong grits his teeth in displeasure and wonders why a pack of monsters from the mountains ended up here and whether they are sticking to the plan. The masked man replies that there can be no mistakes in executing the plan. A bead of sweat runs down his face as the man is about to assume something. He grits his teeth and says that perhaps someone also used the device to lure monsters, redirecting the mutants. Suddenly, Jai Zhan appears there, runs towards the stairs and shouts to Wei Chenchen to evacuate through this passage. The head instructor looks behind him and shouts to retreat. The military rushes forward when they hear a shout that orders them to retreat to the restricted area. The fighters head to one of the entrances. There they look around in surprise and breathe heavily. Wei Chenchen notes that they have retained most of their strength, which is great. The man asks to report the situation. From this room voices are heard that tell him everything. A smile appears on the instructor's face when he says that it was not in vain that he placed his hopes on Jai Zhan more than others. He, with a calm expression on his face, explains that this is not his idea, but Zuofan's. Wei Chenchen approaches Jai Zhan and, putting his hand on his shoulder, says that such a brilliant success cannot be the merit of one person. And they all did a great job. The blonde frowns a little and remembers Suo Hui, mentally telling his old comrade that his son has become better than him. Fu Zhang smirks and states that he would like to meet the main character. The man is interested in where he is now and whether he is with them. He, together with Su Lan, stands on the mountain. He smiles boldly and exclaims that the plan is completed, and all that remains is to deal with Mu Hanlong and his men. The mustachioed member of the Mu family fights the monsters and, looking tensely to the side, shouts that he needs to get out. The masked man says that together they will break through. The blue-haired girl, standing next to the main character, looks through binoculars. He notes displeasedly that they did not suspect that they would turn from hunters into prey. Su Lan takes aim with the weapon and offers to fight back, because firearms should not be used on monsters, and against people they are, as always, strong and deadly. The girl exclaims that it is time to hunt. The black-haired man looks carefully at his friend and understands that she is tough because she drives a car well and knows how to shoot. Zuofan looks somewhere tensely and asks the girl to wait. She casts her displeased glance at him and asks why. The main character begins to grin evilly and replies that they are already here, so there is no point in fighting. Eagle-eyed foxes fly forward, following their leader. The B-tier king monster attacks by emitting a bright blue light. Meanwhile, Mu Hanlong and his men escape, and the masked man exclaims that the monsters have gone mad. The Mu family member rejoices that they have finally broken out. The man in the robe, who looks scared, says that as soon as they get out of the base, they will look for a place to hide. He decides to wait until the monsters capture the base and then make a Parthian shot. Mu Hanlong clenches his teeth in irritation and agrees, explaining that Wei Chenchen cannot be left alive, otherwise they will have problems. Wei Zhang looks ahead in confusion and surprise and wonders where Zuofan is and where he hid. The old man squints a little and notices something. The Mu family member raises his head and asks what it is, frowning. A large number of eagle-eyed foxes appear in front of people. Someone asks if they live deep in the Phantom Rain Mountains and what brought them here. Someone shouts that there are a lot of them, and the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes wants people to die. There is a powerful impact, from which dust rises and a bright blue light emanates. Mu Hanlong and the others jump back. The man, next to whom there is a man in a green mask, shouts that the leader is very strong and seems to be a B-rank monster king. The man in the robe, who looks dumbfounded, is interested in what he is saying. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, whose appearance is terrifying, hangs in the air and emits blue light. It pushes people back. The man in the robe looks down and notes that this monster has killing power, and Mu Hanlong is right about its level. He notes that the monster can also fly, which is a big problem. Eagle-eyed foxes flap their wings. Flying monsters have an expanded field of view, and when they dive, their striking power is doubled. The Mu family member puts his shield forward, shouting to defend himself, and a large blue flash can be seen in front of him. She bumps into a man who tells her that if they just watch, they will be killed one by one. A man in a robe, next to whom is a man in a hard green mask, shouts together to attack the leader. He notes that there are many masters among them, so they will be able to fight back. People rush forward, towards the leader. Zuofan smiles and argues that Mu Hanlong is in for a tough fight, and wishes him to feel the fear that appears when surrounded by a flock of monsters. The main character says that he will truly feel what it is like to be hunted. The black-haired man grins and takes off, rushing forward. Su Lan notices this and wonders what the young man is doing. The girl notes that it is dangerous at the base. He asks her to stay here and shoot, explaining that he will go forward. Zuofan frowns and suggests that the Monster King alone will not stop them, because Mu Hanlong has many masters with him. The guy says that he is also very interested in the Mu family member. A man in an orange mask plays the flute, and eagle-eyed foxes around him stop and look around in surprise. The leader of these monsters also stops and thinks. A blow passes through his wing and the feathers fly off. Mu Hanlong looks at the green masked man holding a spear and shouts that this is their chance. He replies that he wounded the monster. The man in the orange mask holds a flute in front of him and explains that he will now take control again with the sound of this instrument. The Mu family member smiles contentedly and praises Xiao Cheng because he is a true taming genius. It begins to play and emit sound waves. He explains that the sound of the flute will disturb the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, and he should kill this monster with a single blow. The leader, whose appearance becomes frantic, raises his head and decides that he will destroy all these people. Xiao Cheng continues to play the instrument and thinks that if he can kill the monster, his position in the family will improve. Suddenly, the tool falls from his hands and breaks as someone strikes. Then, the same blue flash passes through Xiao Cheng's head and blood scatters to the sides. He wonders how he can die like this. Mu Hanlong approaches the falling tamer and calls out to him. A man in a robe standing nearby exclaims that someone suddenly shot him. He guesses that the man was Wei Chenchen. Light smoke emanates from Su Lan's weapon. The girl watches what is happening and hears the voice of the main character, who praises her. The blue-haired girl replies that it's nothing. Zuofan calmly looks to the side and explains that the sound of the flute influenced the monsters, and now that this person is dead, the monsters will completely lose their temper. Mu Hanlong, with a look of worry on his face, looks down and reasons that Xiao Cheng is dead, which means the geckos will behave differently. The monsters stick out their long tongues and look up. Hunters and prey switched roles. Mu Hanlong and his men stand back to back, holding weapons in their hands, and they are surrounded by various monsters. The course of the battle completely changed. The man in the robe exclaims in alarm that the person controlling the monster had to be protected with his life, and Mu Hanlong allowed him to be killed, so now because of him, the geckos are their enemies. He frowns and, with an angry expression on his face, asks to shut up, and notes that now is not the time to swear because they will die like that. A member of the Mu family shouts that they need to join forces and break out of the encirclement. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, whose eyes and body glow blue, approaches the people. This monster thinks that he will kill all these vile people. Mu Hanlong looks first at the leader, then back, and, gritting his teeth, exclaims that something is wrong. The man puts his shield forward and notes that the shooter is still there. The eagle-eyed fox strikes the man and he flies back with blood oozing from his body. Su Lan frowns and, looking forward with displeasure, swears at what he was able to reflect. Zuofan looks at her seriously and replies that there is nothing wrong with this because he is a mid-level general and his feelings are sharper than those of an ordinary person. The main character reports that the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes did not slightly wound the man. The man in the robe turns around and notices the black-haired man. He says it was Zuofan. Lai Zhang, with Mu Hanlong standing behind him holding his chest, insults the main character. He, with an indifferent expression on his face, raises his hand and puts out his index and middle fingers. The young man greets and notes that they have met again. He also wonders if they are doing well. People turn around and notice the approaching leader. Everyone clenches their teeth angrily and their eyes glow red. Mu Hanlong, looking frantic, exclaims angrily that this guy foiled their plan. An enraged Lai Zhang flies forward and shouts for Zuofan to get out. The old man declares that he will tear him to shreds and the young man will pay. The patriarch jumps and flies over the rats. Lai Zhang chases after the smiling protagonist, leaving a green light behind him. The black-haired woman asks if the old man wants to take revenge for his worthless son. The guy tells him to try to catch up. He frowns and shouts to stop running. The rest of his men fight the monsters, and the man in the robe looks after the patriarch and asks him to stop. He explains that the protagonist is luring him out in order to disperse their forces. Mu Hanlong clenches his teeth from tension and notes that this madman has completely lost his mind. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes is approaching them, followed by other such monsters. Zuofan quickly jumps away from the place where the powerful blow is struck, raising dust, and calls out to Lai Zhang. The old man, who sits on the monster, pulls on the reins and exclaims that the young man will not be able to escape. The patriarch declares that the black-haired man will go to hell. He stands still and, with a calm expression on his face, reports that Lai Zhang's current appearance is very similar to his human appearance. The monster on which the old man is sitting rushes straight towards the main character, and Lai Zhang screams at him to die. Zuofan takes off and moves. He flies towards the huge monster and swings his hand, emitting a green light. The beast also raises its paw and growls. Because of the blow, the guy flies back and exclaims that it hurts. The patriarch straightens up and, with a smug look, asks whether the young man has so little strength. He assumes that he did not expect that in a couple of days he would surpass him so much. The main character wipes the dirt off his face and replies that Lai Zhang's so-called strength is the result of turning into a monster. He also wonders if the old man would have managed without it. The patriarch raises his clawed hand and, putting his head forward a little, asks what the young man understands. The old man also asks how he plans to deal with it. Lai Zhang begins to smile evilly and frown, saying that the guy's father, Zuo Hui, was unable to adapt to the circumstances, which is why he ended up in this situation. With this statement, the old man calls the protagonist's father a fool. The patriarch is going to talk about what could have been. Zuofan, whose look is serious, asks about this. He smiles arrogantly and a bright luminous ball forms above his raised hand, from which green flashes emanate. Lai Zhang declares that he will not tell the black-haired man about what happened, and he will die in ignorance. The monster, on which the old man sits, approaches the main character, waving its paws, and the patriarch shouts that he will tear him to shreds. With a calm look, the guy puts his sword forward and says that he hoped that he could convince the old man to tell what happened then. With a bold smile, Zuofan rushes forward as his sword flashes. The black-haired man exclaims that it is time to end Lai Zhang. The guy quickly moves from one place to another, leaving green traces behind him, from which the silhouette of a green dragon is formed, whose eyes glow with fire. The youth uses perfect level soaring step as well as perfect level shadow blade flash. Activation occurs. Green light fills everything around, and a bright, powerful beam rushes into the monster and cuts its neck. And the wounded Lai Zhang flies back, raising his arms. There are wounds on his shoulders, arms, and legs from which blood is oozing. The old man flies back and, throwing his head back, wonders how this is possible. He insults his opponent and notes that he was hiding his strength. He turns around and calmly says that the power that the Patriarch acquired in a vile way is not his. Zuofan stands next to Lai Zhang lying on the ground and clutches a sword in his hand. He says that he only brings trouble, and he should not have been spared last time. The main character, whose gaze is attentive, calmly argues that his father did not treat Lai Zhang badly. He asks the old man to tell him what happened then, since he will die anyway. The Patriarch, whose face looks grayer and older, and whose eyes turn black, begins to say something. Lai Zhang reports that the black-haired man will not want to know and will not understand what a terrible enemy he is facing. The old man tells him to keep getting stronger, and chuckles that if they find him, he won't survive. Zuofan puts his hands in his pockets, turns around and, leaving, notes that there are more and more questions, because the Patriarch said about someone. The main character looks to the side, and an angry monster approaches him from behind. A voice is heard telling the guy to be careful. He quickly turns around and, frowning, quickly strikes the monster, leaving a purple trail. Su Lan approaches his friend and asks if he is okay. Near the guys lie the corpses of Lai Zhang and his monster, and the head of the beast lies a couple of meters from his body. Zuofan turns his head and calmly replies that he is fine. The blue-haired girl approaches him and, with a worried look, says that the young man recently became a first-rank general, and it is strange that he defeated Lai Zhang so easily. He explains that the Patriarch is a general of the average category, but his capabilities are limited, so the old man is inferior to him in speed and speed of reaction. The main character adds that with his current performance, a blow was enough to defeat him. Mu Hanlong and the others wave their weapons as they fight the monsters with tense expressions on their faces. Zuofan reports that now it is time to settle scores with Mu Hanlong and his people. Lai Zhang lies dead on the ground, and next to him is a beast, whose head lies a few meters away. Lai Zhang from the Lai family of Jining City died. The monsters raise their faces up and howl. Mu Hanlong tensely clenches his teeth and, when asked what is happening, replies that the rat dogs are targeting them. The man looks forward in fear, his eyes wide open, and wonders if Zuofan was able to kill the Patriarch. The man in the robe turns around and, gritting his teeth, says that even after strengthening himself with the drug, he was no comparison with a general of the average category. He exclaims that this old man is a complete idiot. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes flies upward, launching a powerful blue beam at the member of the trio. Mu Hanlong shouts that there is no need to get involved in a fight with monsters, and that one should try to break through their encirclement. Fu Zhang presses himself against the wall and, turning his head, asks why rat dogs attack geckos. The man notes that the situation outside has changed. Wei Chenchen, with Zhaijian standing behind him, frowns and assumes that the monsters are attacking each other. The head instructor wonders what happened. He watches the battle in surprise as the monsters run at each other, and Mu Hanlong and his men rush in the opposite direction. Wei Chenchen points out that this is a good chance for them, so they need to attack together and not let them escape calmly. A smirk appears on Fu Zhang's face as he agrees that they won't let the people leave. The brunette says that, at a minimum, they will arrest a couple of people who will be witnesses. There is a shout that orders them to go to the armory. The chief instructor, his partner and Zhaijian get into combat vehicles, which are equipped with a large number of equipment necessary for battle. The guys are ready for battle. Wei Chenchen looks clearly ahead and orders to go forward and recapture the base. The military holds a bow in their hands and aims from it, carrying out a counter-offensive. The Mu family member looks away tensely as blue arrows fly behind him. The man angrily calls the name of the chief instructor. Mu Hanlong puts up a shield near himself, protecting himself from arrows. An arrow with a sharp tip flies at one of the fighters as he looks on in fear. The arrow hits the man and he raises his head, screaming in pain. Fu Zhang smiles and holds a weapon in his hand that Wei Chenchen is no match for him in crossbow shooting. He grins easily and replies that one of his shots is not cheap, and this is a very valuable weapon. The instructor notes that then you need to find the arrow. He looks forward in fear and asks for help in finding her, declaring that he is owed. People in robes, one of whom has a green mask on his face, run forward. One of them notes that their plan failed. He sticks his arm back, throwing 3 grenades. A large bright explosion occurs. People look at this, noticing silhouettes in this fire. Someone exclaims that he is a scoundrel because he blew up his own people to save himself. Some say that only such a person could come up with such a cruel plan. Wei Chenchen, with the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes flying over him, shouts that they are running away and orders them to follow the leader. The military in cars drives in the direction in which the monster is flying. Zuo Fan, with a serious expression on his face, looks ahead and asks if it is there. The young man takes off and rushes to the side. Mu Hanlong, whose face is bruised, runs away and curses, but is glad that he reacted quickly because otherwise he would have blown himself up too. His expression turns furious as the man exclaims that young man ruined everything. Mu Hanlong declares that when he returns, he will definitely kill him. A calm protagonist appears in front of the amazed man, holding a sword in his hand. The Mu family member clenches his teeth and, trembling with anger, calls him. He grins and apologizes to Mu Hanlong because he cannot escape from here and there is no further way. The man looks angrily at the enemy and says that he was just looking for him, and he appeared on his own and ran into trouble. Zuo Fan puts their weapon forward and, with a calm expression on his face, notes that he should be the one telling Mu Hanlong that he is in trouble. The guy asks the man how much strength he still has left, because he just fought and was seriously wounded. The black-haired man rushes towards him and, with an angry look, exclaims that he will take his life. Mu Hanlong, a smile appearing on his face, chuckles. He throws grenades at the enemy, asking if he really needs Mu Hanlong's life. A man looks at the bright explosion and shouts that the main character is too young and recklessly brave. He asks him to think with his head and asks if Zuo Fan really thought that he would fight him in this state. Mu Hanlong looks dumbfounded and scared as he asks the question. A man looks at the site of an explosion, from which steam is emanating, and the ground there is destroyed. A member of the Mu family wonders where the young man went. Suddenly, a blue flash passes through the man's leg. He quickly turns his head, noticing something. Mu Hanlong jumps back, his expression furious. He sees the main character asking whether the man really believed that he could not defend himself. With a calm expression on his face, the guy notes that he has no idea how dishonest Mu Hanlong's accomplices are. He sits on one knee, resting his hand on the ground. The man, whose face is desperate, suggests that the main character made a false attack. The black-haired man stands a few meters away from him and, smiling, replies that Mu Hanlong is making much ado about nothing. Zuo Fan assumes that this is a family thing, because his brother, Mu Hanhu, also caused a stir over trifles. The young man remembers how he flew forward, seeing grenades in front of him, and concludes that he guessed right. The grenade, from which fire begins to be seen, falls to the ground, and the ground nearby breaks. He also remembers Mu Hanlong, who looked at the big explosion. The guy smiles, presenting a diagram in which the underground entrance is located exactly at the site of the explosion. He can crawl through this entrance and exit somewhere else. Black-haired reports that he knows the territory of the military base better than a member of the Mu family. The main character notes that the principle that everything is permitted in war is known to both of them. Mu Hanlong frowns and clenches his teeth in irritation, thinking that Zuo Fan is cunning and ruined even their plan. The man decides that this is not good and that the young man cannot be left alive because it is too dangerous. The protagonist's appearance becomes more serious and he, putting his sword forward, declares that it is time to end this. Mu Hanlong, kneeling in front of him, puts his hand forward and asks him to wait, saying that he wants to say something. The man, whose expression is worried, says that the smart guy is superior to others in strength. He invites him to join his family, because then the hostility between them will stop. Mu Hanlong also suggests that Zuo Fan is friends with Mu Yingyu. He frowns and, remembering the pink-haired one, asks again. The man smiles slyly, showing his teeth, and confirms this, offering to team up with them. Mu Hanlong declares that the young man is quite gifted, and Mu Yingyu will definitely want to date him, but otherwise she will be forbidden to date a guy from a good past. The black-haired man lowers his head and, grinning, wonders whether Mu Hanlong mistakes him for a child. The main character raises his head and, boldly looking at the enemy, argues that the Mu family, Mu Yingyu and Mu Hanlong are on different sides and their paths do not intersect. The young man asks if he thinks it's so easy to deceive him. He smiles and, slightly tilting his body, asks not to even count on gaining time. The Mu family member's expression becomes more serious as he exclaims that Zuo Fan is insightful. Mu Hanlong declares that by the time the guy finishes speaking, he will have time to kill him. He takes off and, rushing forward, says that even though he is wounded, this does not mean that the main character will defeat him. The man notes that killing Zuo Fan is easy. Mu Hanlong swings his sword, however, the enemy easily dodges. The young man looks at him and explains that he only needs to rely on speed, because the enemy is very slow. A cry is heard that wishes Mu Hanlong to die. The main character approaches him, swinging his weapon, creating a purple flash around him. The man clutches the shield in his hand and jumps away, saying that the young man is faster, but he should not hope to break through his shield. Mu Hanlong stands up and puts his shield forward, creating a blue protective sphere around himself. Zuo Fan frowns and, looking sternly forward, realizes that the enemy is wounded, but still strong. The guy is glad that there is no need to blindly rush into battle with him, because he is much superior to Lai Zhong. The names of all characteristics appear near the person, and their indicators amount to more than 400. By becoming a mid-level general, your stats and strength increase significantly, and Mu Hanlong is considered the strongest among his equals. After Lai Zhong's body mutated, his strength reached the maximum of the first stage, but the rest of his attributes remained the same. The Patriarch looks in surprise at the table on which it is written that all his characteristics are 399 and his strength is 400. Techniques and weapons were also inferior in strength. Zuo Fan's gaze is attentive as he realizes that this worm was very badly injured, so if he continues like this, he will weaken. A purple ray breaks through Mu Hanlong's shield. It's the main character who stabs him with his sword, and the man exclaims that he's caught. There is surprise in the young man's eyes. Everything around is illuminated with green light and arrows shoot forward. Mu Hanlong smiles and, holding a beam in his hand, wonders if Zuo Fan plans to drag out the fight and kill him. The man advises him not to even dream about it. Suddenly, Mu Hanlong turns around, noticing the rope wrapped around his leg. The man's expression turns fearful as he is about to say what it is. Zuo Fan runs forward, holding a sword in one hand and pulling the rope with the other. The young man exclaims that not a single Mu Hanlong has hidden advantages. He quickly approaches the enemy and strikes. Blood is oozing from the man's body. The Mu family member fell to the ground with a crash. The main character, with a surprised face, looks forward and is asked if he won. The guy notes that Mu Hanlong is very strong, but after using all the techniques, he was able to defeat him. The man, who looks exhausted, trembles and asks for help, telling him where the antidote is. He looks at the dying enemy and asks if he really thinks that he will help him. Mu Hanlong throws his head back a little and declares that his family will not spare Zuo Fan. He adds that the black-haired man does not understand what a dangerous enemy he has run into. Then he calmly looks forward and answers that someone had already told him this before his death. The main character asks if in their last moments they can say something useful or repent. Mu Hanlong dies and his head falls to the side. Suddenly, Zuo Fan turns his wary gaze to the side. He notices two people fighting an eagle-eyed fox and wonders who these two are. The guy exclaims that they are fighting together against a B-tier king monster. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes forms a luminous ball in front of him, the beam from which is directed at people. The monster mentally wishes to die the strongest of people. Protective spheres are formed in front of them, on which the beam hits. The main character watches this in surprise and notes that they are resisting the attacks of the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes. The guy also notes that judging by the fact that these people are floating in the air, they are at the level of the highest level of general. A man with a powerful body emits blue light. His eyes glow white. When the attributes reach 700 points, the fighter exceeds the limit of his body's capabilities and becomes a general of the highest level. A man floats in the air, and blue flashes come from his feet. At this level, he has abilities beyond imagination, one of which is levitation. Two people hang in the air in front of an eagle-eyed fox. Often such fighters are considered superhumans. The main character smiles easily and, looking at what is happening with interest, wonders whether a top-ranking general has come to their aid. He decides that the leader is no longer a threat. The angry B-level monster king rushes towards the people. They jump, spreading their arms slightly to the sides. One stands on a tree shouting that the eagle-eyed fox is tenacious, and the second one jumps on the stone and replies that it is still a monster king. Zuo Fan looks at people and argues that if they cannot constantly stay in the air, it means they have not yet reached the highest level, although they are very close to it. A man standing on a tree holds a weapon with a round blade in his hand, and the one on the stone holds a spear in his hand and offers to kill the monster and not hold back. Both warriors launch their weapons at the fox. Thus, they pierce the two wings of the leader, who begins to be in pain. The monster flies back, its feathers flying through the air. Wei Chengchen frowns and exclaims that the fox got hurt. A frightened man in a robe standing nearby notes that this is excellent, and the monster is very creepy. The head instructor turns to the two robed men and yells at them to surrender. One of them maintains a calm look and asks to remain silent, explaining that Wei Chengchen has two masters in front of him, so he has no right to treat them like that. The warrior, who is standing on a tree, clutches a round weapon in his hand and says that the instructor is right and people should surrender because otherwise he will force them. The person is interested in how they can do this. He raises his hand with a weapon from which a bright blue light emanates. One man in a robe exclaims that he has terrifying energy, and the second asks if this is the one who was nicknamed the strongest man in Jinning. The man standing on the rock asks Commander Ding why he is so aggressive. He suggests that he pretend he didn't see them there and just leave together. He maintains a stern expression on his face and assumes that they have committed a crime and are planning to escape. Commander Dean exclaims that they make it very simple and they should go to hell. He launches his weapon at the man who is on the rock. He puts a spear in front of him, repelling the attack. He looks seriously at the enemy and notes that the commander of the war ministry is very close to the highest level. The man with the spear puts his hand forward and asks to stop, explaining that if the commander starts to fight with him, he himself will be wounded. He states that then it will be more difficult to normalize the situation in the city. The commander looks at the walkie-talkie, which is clutched in his hand, and reports that there is a state of emergency. Wei Chengchen clenches his fists and, looking at the people in the robe, shouts that it is all their fault. He asks the commander not to let these people leave. The man with the spear raises his hand and explains that they did not come up with this plan, but only carried it out, and if they are released, they will immediately leave the city. The man notes that the commander himself understands that Jinning is full of enemies, and if they are not released, it will be difficult to deal with them all. Commander Dean, whose gaze is stern and furious, shouts to get out. He declares that if he sees them in the city, he will use all his strength to catch each one. People in robes run away after a man with a spear. The main character and Su Lan stand motionless and watch this. The commander turns his head and notices Suo Fan and the girl standing in front of him. The man directs his attentive gaze to the young man. He frowns and notes that just looking at this man makes him scared. The black-haired man is surprised at the strength of the one who has almost reached the highest level. The guy regrets that after everything they can safely escape. Su Lan looks ahead in alarm and replies that nothing can be done because Commander Ding alone is not enough to defeat everyone, and he too may be wounded. The girl notes that if this happens, the situation in the city cannot be corrected. Su Lan turns to him and says that they have mutual hostility, but they should be careful because they are strong. He looks forward seriously and replies that he understands. The commander maintains an indifferent look and asks the guy to come over. The guys look at him and say hello. The commander of the Ministry of War, Ding Ling, whose hair, eyebrows and eyes are red, looks down. Meanwhile, cars with military men behind them rush forward. In one of them there is Zuo Fan looking into the walkie-talkie. Black-haired notes that the situation in the city is tense and is interested in how things are going in the Union. The guy looks at the walkie-talkie, on which a green image is visible and sounds are also heard. The main character asks if Pupan is okay. A voice comes from the radio saying that contact with the 6th Squad has been lost, and it is worth asking a member of the Union to go find out the situation. A military vehicle with a large body is approaching a city filled with smoke. The green image on the radio says that the members of the 6th Squad are Xin Jian, Ku Feng, Pupan, and Ryu Jai. Zuo Fan stares intensely at the device and asks Su Lan, who is driving, to drive faster. She sadly raises her eyebrows and replies that she cannot do this because the city is in complete chaos, and if they drive faster, they may get into an accident. The girl asks her friend not to worry, explaining that Xin Jian is a strong general and is unlikely to have been wounded. The blue-haired woman assumes that the walkie-talkie is broken, and for this reason he does not get in touch. The main character frowns and says that he hopes that is so. However, the guy wonders why Ryu Jai also went with them. The car stops in a city where the missions have been destroyed and there are monsters nearby. Zuo Fan looks somewhere intently and notes that the city's defenses are too weak to withstand the influx of monsters. The guys look at each other with alarm and begin to talk about the current situation. Many different monsters rush into the building. People stand and look at the wall with which something is happening. The expression on their faces is frightened and alarmed. Some brunette exclaims that their high-rise buildings have no spare means of communication. A man in a cap standing by the window turns around and asks how it is not. He explains that they were simply taken away for repairs since no one could have predicted that there would be an influx of monsters. A dissatisfied Ryu Jai, who is performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on a man, asks him to stop shouting because there is no point in arguing. The girl says to wait a little because the rescue squad will come soon. Ryu Jai grimaces and wonders how anyone can swear at such a time. She states that if you have the strength to do this, then it is better to use it to protect others because the situation can change at any time. Pupan raises his eyebrows and exclaims that Ryu Jai is very energetic. The boy reports that this is the first time he has seen her swear. She turns her head a little and replies that during a disaster, this is the only way to make people obey. A little girl, her gray hair pulled back into a ponytail, puts her hand to her chest and asks if they will get help. Ryu Jai smiles softly and says that they will be fine and you should trust her. The girl smiles widely and, closing her eyes, agrees. Suddenly, the wall collapses and a large number of different ferocious monsters rush into the building. Ku Feng and Xin Jian look at this in surprise, and the red-haired man suggests that there are more and more monsters. The captain says that things are bad, and there were probably problems in the defense of other places, so the monsters quickly made their way here. He turns his head to the guy and orders him to cover the people and retreat through the emergency exit. Xin Jian reports that he will detain the monsters. He wonders what the point is in this because the captain cannot cope alone and will die. Ku Feng offers to work together if Xin Jian wants to stop them. Monsters enter the building and look at people. A voice is heard noting that they are surrounded. The members of the Sword Hunter team put up their shields in front of them and prepare to fight. And the people behind them are rushing around and looking at each other. Someone says that this is a problem, and we need to try to break through the encirclement, but it is unlikely that civilians will be saved. People turn around in fear and look back at the battle. Ryujai hugs and thus protects the girl with gray hair, and Pupan, fighting the monster, shouts to the girl to be careful. The monster's neck is pierced by 3 arrows, which leave a blue trail behind them. Ryujai turns around and, looking somewhere in surprise, asks if help has arrived. Pupan looks dumbfounded as he is about to say what it is. There is a monster pressed against the wall, its mouth open, and arrows stuck into its neck and head. Red notes that the monster was pinned to the wall by arrows. Ryujai looks at the monster with alarm and wonders what kind of crossbow is so powerful. Pupan, looking amazed, exclaims that the War Ministry has specially made heavy crossbows. The boy reports that not every first-level general can handle the controls. Xinjian grins and, raising one eyebrow, asks if they came to their aid and who it is. The main character holds a crossbow and takes aim, glad that there is such a weapon in the headquarters, because otherwise Ryujai would be in danger. He stands next to Sulan, who explains that the Monster Slayer is an effective weapon against them, however, it is difficult to master. The girl says that an ordinary first-level general is unlikely to cope, much less be able to shoot continuously or shoot directly in the head. Sulan exclaims that Zuofan is getting stronger very quickly. He smiles and offers to help the others, because the advance of the monsters has been stopped. The guys jump off and rush down. The black-haired man runs towards the monsters, waving his sword. He frowns and tells the commander and Kufeng that he has arrived. They raise their eyebrows in surprise and wonder if he just shot. Pupan and Ryujai's expressions are equally surprised. The Sword Hunter team fights and kills monsters. The main character looks serious when he notes that the influx of monsters has just begun, and the city has already been destroyed. The young man asks if the situation is like this throughout Jinning. Zuofan clenches his fist in anger and offers to kill these monsters and take the people to a safe zone. Ryujai frowns and points the running people in the direction. Military helicopters fly across the sky, and military vehicles walk along the ground. Perhaps the influx of monsters is beginning to subside. People run towards the light and shout to get out quickly. The military man puts the radio in front of him and asks if there is a signal. He smiles as a voice comes from the device saying that the message requesting assistance has been delivered and a rescue team is on its way. Planes are flying across the sky, and someone assumes that these are rescue helicopters. People jump out of them and fly on paragliders. Someone asks if they are from the War Ministry and exclaims that they are saved. The fighters fight the monsters, and one of them screams to protect the civilians. People approach the landing helicopter. The girl with gray hair smiles and raises her hand to tell Ryujai that they have been saved. She also smiles softly and raises her hand with the words that they were really saved. The girl turns around and looks at the joyful Pupan, who notes that help has arrived. The boy says that he has already begun to think that he, so beautiful, will be eaten by a monster. Kufeng, standing nearby, asks about beauty. He compares the redhead to a cute pig. Xinjian folds his arms across his chest and wonders why they came from the War Ministry. He assumes that help should have come from the Mercenary Union. Zuofan looks back to where the military man is standing, smiling and saluting. The fighter reports that they received his request for help and arrived immediately. The black-haired man smiles and thanks them. He awkwardly closes his eyes when the military man replies that rescue is their duty and the contribution of the protagonist is just worthy of admiration. Pupan, who looks worried, suggests that the colonel is addressing Zuofan as his boss. Kufeng notes that something must have happened while the protagonist was at the military base. The colonel raises his hand and explains that Commander Ding ordered him to say that he wants to talk to Zuofan when the monsters retreat. The stunned members of the Sword Hunter team hear this, and the captain puts his hand to his chin and exclaims that Commander Ding is the strongest fighter in the city. The main character turns to his friends and asks in surprise what is wrong and why they are looking at him strangely. Pupan quickly approaches him and, grabbing his friend by the leg, asks him to take him with him. The frightened black-haired one is interested in what the red-haired one is doing and shouts to let him go. There are destroyed buildings in the city with smoke emanating from them. The influx of monsters was repelled. Zuofan smiles at this and says that the monsters in the city have been defeated, but other cities are still in danger. The young man wonders when this will end. Xinjian, standing nearby, looks ahead thoughtfully and replies that this is the new reality after the meteorite fell. The man explains that people can only resist and create safe places for themselves to live. Suddenly, the main character begins to fall and exclaims that this is very strange because he suddenly felt dizzy. The guy falls to the ground and his friends rush to him, asking what's wrong with the black-haired man. Sulan and Ryujai sit nearby, placing the protagonist's head on her lap. Zuofan replies that nothing happened and he was just a little tired. The young man's eyes begin to close, and he sees a blurry picture of alarmed girls and Pupan in front of him. His eyes finally close, but the main character hears screams calling him. The guy's new luxurious house is in the city. Zuofan lies on the big bed and begins to wake up. His eyes open a little, and the young man notes that he lost consciousness and only remembers how he fell and nothing else. The main character quickly sits down, resting his bandaged hands on the bed, and warily asks about who is there. Sulan stands near the entrance to the room, his hands folded on his chest. The black-haired man is interested in why she is at his house. The girl, with a slight blush on her cheeks, asks the guy to clean up before asking questions. He lifts the blanket and looks down, frighteningly asking what is happening. The young man raises one eyebrow and assumes that Sulan did it. The girl quickly leaves the place and slams the door, asking him to get dressed. She explains that they will talk after this. Zuofan sits down at the table and starts eating. He looks at the TV, which is showing the news. They report that according to the Jinning television station, whose reporter was on the front lines, the monsters within the city limits have been largely driven away. The main character greedily eats the food and notes that Sulan cooks very tasty. The guy is surprised that he spent 3 days unconscious. The blue-haired girl seriously looks to the side and replies that they were all scared. The girl says that nothing serious happened to Zuofan and he probably overate alien artifacts, and also fought a lot, and for this reason his body could not stand it. The black-haired man looks at the table in front of him and assumes that it is a defense mechanism of the God of War system. He suggests that the attributes increase greatly in 3 days because his body assimilated the remaining alien artifacts. Sulan frowns and, blushing, says that he will go now that the guy has woken up. He looks at the TV in surprise, from which he hears information that all members of the Lee family are on the list of victims, and they offer their condolences. The main character frowns and, looking sternly at the screen, wonders if everyone died. The young man displeasedly concludes that they are one of the culprits of the influx of monsters, but they were included in the list of victims. Sulan leaves and, turning around a little, explains that not only the Lai family is to blame for what happened, because the monsters on the Ghost Mountains were forced to rebel, and the decree came from the capital. The girl asks if Zuofan now understands how powerful his enemies are. He represents the silhouettes of people whose eyes and spaces glow with fire. The guy asks whether it was because of them that his father was unfairly accused. The news features photos of Lai Zhang and Lai Hongwu, and the anchor says that the search for the missing persons continues. The main character angrily hits the table with his fists and expresses his dissatisfaction with the laws because the patriarch is guilty of a grave crime. He was included in the list of victims. The young man also wonders why Commander Ding and Pu Hao won't speak out. Sulan, whose face shows dissatisfaction, explains that if they defend their point of view, there will be no problems. She notes that the guy himself understands that this will be similar to his father's case. The black-haired man grits his teeth and agrees with this, noting that Zuo Hui has been given all the blame. The blue-haired girl closes her eyes and says that since the forces behind everything that are happening are too influential, the commander could only secretly protect his father. Sulan reports that in fact, for his safety, they brought the air prison. Zuofan smiles shyly and thanks Sulan. The expression on her face becomes firm when she states that she told this so that he would not worry about his father, but on the other hand, so that he would understand how powerful her enemies are. The young man frowns and says that he understands, so he will behave more carefully and try to become as strong as possible as soon as possible. The main character says that he will be so strong that they will fear him and no longer dare to do whatever they want. The blue-haired girl bows her head a little and thinks about how she believes he can do it. The girl turns sharply and leaves, saying that she has to go. Sulan asks the black-haired man to take care of himself and not die. She adds that she did not give his item to anyone, and it is in the next room. He looks after her in surprise and asks about the thing. The guy remembers and exclaims that this is that egg. Zuofan opens the door and enters a bright room, in the middle of which lies an egg on a piece of cloth. The guy is glad that it is still there, and notes that he was worried that a monster would hatch out of it and do something. The black-haired man with a serious expression on his face knocks on the egg and assumes that the egg belonged to the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, since it was in their nest. The young man immediately decides that this is not so, because eagle-eyed foxes, although feathered, do not hatch from eggs. He wonders whose egg it is. The object begins to crack, and the main character fearfully assumes that the monster is hatching. Zuofan watches as the egg gradually breaks down and asks why this is happening so suddenly and what he should do if a small monster appears. The guy suggests that he should give it to Pupan so that he will happily eat it, because he will like the meat of the baby monster. The black-haired man looks at the creature that looks out of the egg and wonders who it is. On a piece of cloth lies an animal with a long tail, gray fur and large ears. The main character looks at him in confusion and exclaims that the monster looks like a puppy and should be taken to Pupan. And the beast opens its eyes and raises its muzzle, looking displeased at the young man. Their confused glances collide. From a tall building comes the voice of Zuofan, who asks to examine the monster since he is very weak and is probably sick with something. The guy is in front of the table of a girl in a white robe who is holding the beast. The girl, whose green hair is tied into a ponytail, asks what kind of monster it is. She says that this is a puppy and is interested in how the main character looked after him, that he was so weak. The girl also asks why get a puppy at all if the black-haired one doesn't know how to treat animals. Zuo-fan, looking worried and surprised, asks if she is sure. She approaches the young man and hands him a sheet, explaining that the puppy does not get enough care, and if the main character had come later, the animal would have been impossible to save. She asks to look at the indicators. The black-haired man takes the leaf and looking at it, assumes that it is really a puppy. This beast sits on the table, leaning on its dais. The guy thinks that this so-called puppy hatched from an egg, and it was also very valuable for the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes. The black-haired man awkwardly scratches the back of his head and, lowering his eyes, explains that he is not the owner of this beast and simply picked it up by the side of the road. A slight blush appears on the girl's cheeks as she notes that Zuo-fan has a kind heart and assumes that the puppy's owner died during the influx of monsters. The main character thoughtfully looks to the side and is surprised that he has found a simple puppy. He decides that for now he will look after him and watch him because it is unlikely to be dangerous. From the walkie-talkie that the young man has in his pocket, a voice is heard asking whether he has woken up and where he is now because there is something to do. He lifts the device and begins to respond. Ryujai happily looks at the puppy and exclaims in admiration that he is very cute. The girl is interested in why he is so weak. She, the main character, and Poo-pan are standing near the table on which the monster lies. Zuo-fan explains that he found it on the way to the Union. Ryujai raises his eyebrows and, behind a pitiful expression, announces that he will take care of him. The girl asks if the puppy has a name. He smiles and states that he had a tag on his neck with the name Haiden, which means gray egg. The guys look at their friend with displeasure, and Ryujai asks what kind of name this is. And the red-haired boy notes that the previous owner has disgusting taste. The main character scratches his cheek with his finger and, mentally disagreeing with the fact that he has bad taste, replies that it was written so on the tag. The puppy looks at the guys with its cute green eyes. Ryujai exclaims that he is very cute, and the young man met him not by chance because the beast is very weak. They decide that the puppy can be named Haiden. Zuo-fan frowns a little and realizes that he has the feeling that this beast is not so simple. The guy has a carrier backpack on his back, and he says that since the puppy's condition is stable, he will take it for himself. Everyone looks at him with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. The black-haired man thinks that he needs to be watched, so he cannot be left to ordinary people. The sword hunter team approaches the yellow car. They sit down, and the main character is interested in what happened because they were in a hurry to find him. The captain replies that Commander Ding called the president and invited Zuo-fan. He frowns and asks why the commander officially invited him. The guys arrive at the military headquarters of the city of Jinning and enter the building, leaving the car nearby. They are greeted by Wei Chenchen, who smiles and notes that the main character has finally arrived. The guys look at the instructor with alarm, and the black-haired one is interested in how he is doing. Poo-pan asks if the man was seriously injured. Wei Chenchen, who is approached from behind by Fu Jiang, waves his hand and replies that it is nothing serious, and it is just a scratch. His friend hits the instructor on the shoulders and the blonde starts screaming. Fu Jiang wonders why Wei Chenchen is yelling when he said nothing serious happened. The team smiles as they watch this. The instructor exclaims that although the wound is small, if pressure was applied it would hurt anyone. Kufeng says that they are arguing very animatedly, and Zuo-fan suggests that the wound is really not serious. A military man approaches the surprised young man, who reports that the commander said that he would like to talk with him alone. The angry Poo-pan looks at his friend leaving and states that he expected to see Commander Ding Ling. Xin Jian turns to the boy and asks him to speak more quietly, because this is the military headquarters. Red Hair says that a person like Ding Ling is difficult to meet. The captain frowns, looking seriously somewhere. A year ago, Ding Ling became a mid-level general, and he only had one last push to reach the top level. Even with his current level, the commander is significantly stronger than President Pu Hao and the president of the Lan Family Alliance. Ding Ling's face can be seen near the military headquarters building. It is precisely because this man has taken personal command of the Jinning military ministry that it can control other forces since their city is superior to the rest in power. The captain, with a thoughtful expression on his face, exclaims that it is a bit unusual for the commander to invite Zuo-fan. However, Xin Jian replies that the guy made a great contribution during the influx of monsters. Wei Chenchen smiles softly and says that the commander has his reasons. The main character enters a dark office where Ding Ling is sitting at the table and calls him. His hands are folded and the commander raises his head. Casting his stern glance at the young man, Ding Ling assumes that he has come after all. The man says that he has been waiting for him for a long time. The black-haired man, whose expression is stern, is interested in what business the commander officially invited him to do. He glares at him and replies that there is no case, and the reason is that someone from above put pressure on him to eliminate Zuofan. The main character recoils and asks again about elimination. The guy grits his teeth and his eyes sparkle turquoise as he assumes that Ding Ling is in league with them. The commander jumps up and, raising his round weapon, says that it is too late to ask, and the time has come for the black-haired man to die. He jumps back and exclaims in fear that the commander is very strong and cannot be stopped. Zuofan rushes forward, thinking that he cannot win because Ding Ling is almost a top-level general. He decides he needs to run. A commander appears in front of the guy and points a weapon in front of his face. Ding Ling states that he guessed that the main character would want to escape. The commander launches their weapons at him, and the black-haired man flies back, hitting the wall and thrusting his sword forward. Zuofan stands up, looking at the floor, and Ding Ling, standing a few meters away from him, apologizes, explaining that the guy is talented, but there is no choice. He gets up and, casting his displeased glance at the man, says that he did not expect that the revered commander would be at one with the villains. Ding Ling, the space behind him glowing red, clutches a weapon in his hand and says that the main character is too young and has not yet understood how the world works. The commander says that it is those in whose hands the power decides what is evil and what is good. He also explains that the one who survives laughs, and therefore what he does is considered correct. Ding Ling sharply launches a weapon at him and shouts that enough talking, and it's time for the guy to die. Zuofan moves quickly from one place to another while dodging. The guy's gaze is intense as he realizes that Ding Ling's power is terrifying, and he won't last long against the flywheel blade. The main character mentally replies that the commander has not even begun to fight at full strength. A round weapon flies in front of the black-haired man's face, but he ducks back. The young man reflects that using the soaring step at full power takes a lot of energy, and if this continues, he will use up all his strength and die. Ding Ling looks at his opponent firmly and sternly, realizing that in such a hopeless situation, he has not lost hope and is looking for a way out. The commanders realize that this is how they are similar to their father. I grin a little. The man raises his hand, sticks out his index finger, and decides to see how far Zuofan can go. A round weapon appears in front of the guy looking at the table. This table says that the owner is in a risky situation, and also asks whether he is willing to spend 50 attribute points to level up Soaring Step. There is information there that the number of points available for distribution is 60. Zuofan, with abrasions appearing on his face, says that of course he wants to do this because otherwise he will die. The table says that Floating Step is C-class after activation. The speed increases by 50% and the energy consumption per second will be 1%. The main character looks anxiously at the table and, raising one eyebrow, suggests that the only thing that has changed is that the minus in the class has disappeared. Information appears that the Soaring Image ability has been added, after activation of which, based on the Soaring Step, the speed increases by another 50% at 2% energy consumption per second. It says the duration is 10 seconds. A smile appears on the guy's face when he realizes that an additional 50% increase in speed is strong. He is glad that he still has the habit of accumulating attribute points. The main character jumps back and, upon landing, exclaims that he needs to get out of here. The young man jumps, emitting a purple light, towards the ventilation. The commander's weapon flies after him, but Zuofan activates a floating image. Ding Ling looks in surprise as the ventilation cracks and the guy disappears. The commander wonders how much he has improved his speed. The man exclaims that fellow did not reveal all his abilities at once. The main character finds himself inside the ventilation and, looking to the side, notes that he got out. His expression is surprised as he looks forward. The guy looks at the light grid in front of him and decides that this is the end. He frowns and, breathing heavily, says that energy is quickly spent and again there is no way out. Zuofan wonders if the truth might die this time. Ding Ling calmly looks up and argues that during his attacks, the black-haired man was able to guess the moment and escape, and in this he and his father are similar. The commander exclaims that the young man lived up to his expectations, and this is glorious. The main character sits still and, looking at the bars, asks himself to calm down, because the more alarming the situation, the more calm you need to be in order to come up with a way out. He decides that he just needs to get out of here, then together with Instructor Y Chenchin they will expose Ding Ling. The guy, looking worried, turns his head back a little. A voice is heard from the hole maid, telling you that there is no need to run away. The commander says to go down, because the check is over. He frowns and asks in amazement about the check. The surface beneath Zuofan disappears and the frightened youth falls down, cursing. The main character lands with a crash on the floor of Ding Ling's office. He rests his hands on the surface and exclaims that he didn't think there would be a trap in the hood. The commander, who is sitting at the table, explains that his office is the safest place in the city, so there is nothing to be surprised about. Ding Ling is interested in why the black-haired man is lying down and tells him to treat the wound while having lunch, that they will talk after that. The guy turns his head and notices various medicines standing on the table. He looks at Ding Ling again and frowns. He notes that the young man is still wary, but states that he can calm him down. The commander throws him an envelope and a frame, asking him to take a look. Zuo Fan looks at this in surprise. There is a photo in the frame with 4 people like Ding Ling, Zuo Hui, Wei Chenchen, and the purple-haired girl. The main character notes that this is his father, Wei Chenchen, and mother. When the guy realizes that this is his mother, tears well up in his eyes. The young man unfolds a piece of paper and, smiling, says that this is a letter from his father, which was written when the misfortune happened to him. It contains a request from Zuo Hui addressed to Ding Ling, in which the man asks him to test the powers of Zuo Fan if he ever finds the commander. It says that you should not allow the main character to get involved in this matter if he does not live up to his expectations. After reading this, the black-haired man raises his head to Ding Ling and is about to say something about his father. He waves his hand and, smiling, asks to treat the wound first, saying that after that they will slowly discuss everything. The commander assumes that the guy wants to lose a lot of blood and die right here. Zuo Fan quickly approaches the medicine table and wraps his arm, shouting that he is in a lot of pain. He tightens the bandages with his teeth, and Ding Ling asks why he is screaming, noting that the young man was very brave just now, but now he is writhing in pain. The main character looks at the commander with alarm and replies that this is normal, because everyone hurts when they are wounded. The guy claims that Ding Ling treated him cruelly. The commander puts his index finger up and says that this is not cruel yet, and he just fulfilled the agreement with Zuo Hui. The man suggests that now it's worth telling what his relationship is with Zuo Fan's father. The guy looks at the frame and agrees, noting that he didn't know they were friends. Ding Ling looks at the young man and says that all the senior officers of the Southern Military District were university comrades, so there is nothing surprising in this. He adds that the security system for his office and the Phantom Rain Mountain military base was created with the participation of the protagonist's mother. The black-haired man looks to the side and remembers the moment when the hatch recognized him and opened. The guy deduces that the emergency passage in the artifact garden has opened because he recognizes it. Ding Ling frowns a little and explains that his mother was a genius in this regard, and if not for his father, she would have taken the top position in the country's research institute. The commander reports that after the wedding, Zuo Hui quickly went upstairs. Zuo Fan looks at the photo frame with a smile and hears the words that his mother was an excellent person. The main character suggests that she would not have died if she had not had to go to Donghe. He turns to Ding Ling, who says that the guy looks a lot like his mother. The commander says that he will fulfill the promise that Zuo Hui made since he passed the test. The man folds his hands in front of his face and declares that before this guy has to learn the terrible truth. The young man looks carefully at Ding Ling, who says that his enemies will be not only middle-level generals like Mu Hanlong, but also those who have almost reached the highest level. Zuo Fan's expression turns stern when he hears that the enemies will also be the gods of war. A man whose face is hidden raises his hands, and everything around him burns with fire. The gods of war are fighters who have reached the peak of power. Opposite this man stands the main character, who realizes that these are his enemies. The commander, whose gaze is attentive and serious, asks whether Zuo Fan is ready to face them, and asks him to realize that he may die. The guy clenches his fists and asks again, declaring that he was never afraid that he might die. He also assumes that after what happened in Jinning, he cannot retreat. Ding Ling smiles and, extending his hand, replies that this is a worthy answer and the young man has finally passed the test. The protagonist's expression becomes worried when he asks again, and suggests that he might fail by answering incorrectly. The commander gets up from his chair and, pulling out the shelf, asks not to take the check too strictly. The man explains that Zuo Fan's father, in principle, did not want to involve him in this matter and it was enough for him to just prove himself. Ding Ling puts a light box on the table and says to take it, because what he came to Jinning for is here. He approaches the object and, bending slightly, is about to say what it is. The commander, whose face shows firmness, replies that this is indeed the thing that Zuo Hui hid in the safe of the Phantom Rain Mountain military base. The black-haired man smiles and happily concludes that it was Ding Ling who took her. The young man reports that he thought he would not find it. The commander folds his arms and explains that the guy's father thought he had hidden the box safely, but did not suspect that he was being followed. Ding Ling says that if he had not arrived in time, this thing would have fallen into the wrong hands and would have been destroyed. Zuo Fan opens the box, looking at it timidly, and the commander says that he is now passing it on to the guy, but says that you shouldn't have too high hopes because this is just a clue. Ding Ling explains that real evidence is not so easy to obtain. In the box, on a red pillow, there is a scroll and a beautiful blue sparkling mirror. The black-haired man picks up the scroll and, unfolding it, says that it is written about Donghe. Terrible monsters that look like dragons are flying over this city, and other monsters of various types are crawling around the buildings. The former city of Tong has now become the largest monster lair in China, Tong Lair. There are holes in Donghe that emit purple light, and one of them is very large. From this hole, around which the buildings are located, the sounds that monsters make can be heard. Tong's lair is the largest lair in the province and throughout China. The main character, whose face shows alarm, completely unfolds the scroll and reads the information that after the influx of Donghe monsters into the largest lair in the country. And for high-ranking officials, the fact that the impregnable foundation of the city has turned into ruins is a huge shame. At the trial, Zuo Hui stood with his hands handcuffed, and people shouted and pointed fingers in condemnation. Among them was a little crying Zuo fan. The scroll says that what happened had a great impact on people, and the evidence was irrefutable, and for this reason the punishment was so severe. Ding Ling, his fingers intertwined, frowns and confirms this, explaining that given Zuo Hui's biogeography and merits, he should not have been judged harshly, but the consequences of the influx were too great, and therefore such a sentence was passed. The commander places one hand on the table as the black-haired man notes that the lair in Donghe is a dangerous place even for a general, but his father managed to leave evidence there that proves his innocence. Ding Ling chuckles, noting that the most dangerous place is the most reliable. The man adds that Zuo Hui said that the place where the evidence is kept was built by the protagonist's mother, and after it was locked, only Zuo Fan could open it. Ding Ling says it's safe there. He rolls up the scroll and replies that he understands. The commander calmly looks at the young man and assumes that he now understands why it was necessary to test him. Ding Ling explains that it would take a lot of force to break into Tong's lair. The guy clenches his fist and says that he understands and is willing to take risks to clear his father's name. The commander raises one hand and declares that since he has made up his mind, he will support him with all his might. Ding Ling asks him to hit the road as soon as he is prepared, and if you need anything, then contact him. The commander explains that it is worth acting secretly, and he will help keep Zuo Fan's location a secret. The main character bows and thanks Ding Ling. He smiles and is interested in what excessive politeness means. The commander says that the young man knows that they are friends with his father. The man is interested in whether the young man himself will guess what to call him. The black-haired man smiles and, closing his eyes, thanks Ding Ling once again, this time calling him uncle. The guy leaves, and Ding Ling exclaims that Zuo Hui's son has grown up very much and is wonderful. The chief instructor appears behind Ding Ling, who notes that the commander got a little carried away while conducting tests and put too much pressure on him. The red-haired man, whose expression is tense, frowns and wonders how else he could verify that Zuo Fan is capable enough to go to Donghe. Ding Ling adds that he would not want the young man to go there. If someone else could open all the doors, then he would not tempt fate and risk the life of their friend's son. Wei Chenchen frowns and says that the son has the right to prove his father's innocence. He notes that they, Zuo Hui's university comrades and bosom friends, have nothing left because a lot has changed after graduation. The photo of these four guys begins to burn when Ding Ling agrees and says that this happened a long time ago and that he will not return to university time. The two men smile and look into the distance. Wei Chenchen exclaims that this guy is superior to his peers and he believes in Zuo Fan. The commander notes that if the main character's mother were alive, you would probably be happy to see how her son grew up. A week later, in Zuo Fan's new home, the following events occur. The young man sits in the lotus position with his eyes closed, and his body emits a light purple light. The table says that his condition is satisfactory. His intelligence and speed are 330 points, his strength is 320, and his health is 325. The black-haired man raises his hand and, looking at it, notes that his attributes have increased slightly over the week. The young man assumes that these are the artifacts that have finally been assimilated. The main character seriously looks at the table and reasons that even with his current strength, he needs to be careful when he ends up in Donghe. Zuo Fan notes that there shouldn't be much of a problem. The guy starts to get up and, slapping his backpack with his hand, concludes that a month is enough to get there and return. He decides to leave at night so as not to be seen by anyone. The young man remembers telling members of the Sword Hunter team that he wanted to be alone for a month to learn the skills he had learned. The smiling Ryu Jai guessed that he was going to level up again. And Ku Feng said that if he becomes stronger, then he and the captain will need to switch places. Zuo Fan stands on the terrace and says that he is sorry that he has to deceive the guys, but everything concerning his father must be kept secret. The black-haired man turns around and is about to leave, but hears some sounds. A puppy appears near his feet. The main character takes him in his arms and, looking at the animal in surprise, asks how he was able to escape if he sheltered the puppy on a military base. The pet closes its eyes and sticks out its tongue when the young man notes that he is strange. Zuo Fan remembers sitting on the toilet with Haydn sitting opposite him. The guy also remembers how he was lying in the bathtub and a puppy was basking next to him. In the bed, next to him, the pet was also lying. The main character concludes that the animal is definitely from the dog family because he always walks with him wherever he goes. The black-haired man has an interested look when he says that the puppy is not strange, but quirky and very clingy. Zuo-fan scratches a satisfied Haydn and tells the pet that he cannot go with him because he is going to a dangerous place. The main character looks at the animal with alarm and declares that he seems to understand it. A smile appears on the guy's face when he offers to go together because if he leaves him in Jinning, he will worry. Haydn jumps under the boy's sweater and licks him. Zuo-fan takes off and jumps off with the words that they need to leave the city before dawn so that no one sees them. The guy lands on then on another and then jumps away. He looks down at the road where the motorcycle is parked and announces that they have arrived. The black-haired man hides his mouth under his collar and says that the War Ministry has carefully prepared everything. The young man gets on the motorcycle and moves forward, saying that it's time to leave. He rushes along the road, past the mountains, and at this time the sky is dark and strewn with stars. Zuo-fan bids farewell to Jinning for a while. The main character approaches Donghee's lair, driving across a bridge under which flows a red-colored river. There are 4 more of these next to the large evil face icon. The Donghee lair is divided into 5 zones: East, West, North, South, and Central. The district zones are inhabited by B-level monsters, and the central zone is inhabited by S-level monsters, whose strength is comparable to the god of war. The map shows the location of Zuo-fan. This is a dangerous place, full of maddening miasma, and a fighter of the highest category would hardly cope here. The buildings in the city are destroyed and no one is there. The guy looks through binoculars, and Haydn is lying on his head. The main character reports that monsters are destroying the city, and it is changing quickly, so relying on the map is useless because he hasn't found the entrance using it in 3 days. Zuo-fan opens the scroll and looks at it, and the pet also directs its gaze there. A diagram is drawn on paper, and there are also red circles there. The young man explains that each red mark means an 11-level monster that can fight a top-level general. He suggests that it is dangerous to enter even the western zone. Everything around the guy is empty, but sounds can be heard. Zuo-fan argues that, without having an exact route, entering the territory where a level monster's life is akin to suicide. A voice comes from a device attached to his side, which reports that the concentration of toxic fumes is increasing, the level of danger is increasing, so it is recommended to leave. The main character notes with displeasure that this is happening again. He explodes from his seat and jumps to the side, saying that it is only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the fumes are already rising. The guy then asks how he can find the place indicated on the map in such conditions. The empty city is filled with purple haze. Only after staying in the lair for 3 days did Zuo-fan realize that there were other things to be wary of here, not just monsters. Along with the appearance of a lair in the city, miasma, dangerous for people, appeared, that is, animal poison. Skulls and skeletons of people lie near buildings and stones. Over the past years, the poison has not stopped spreading throughout the territory, which attracted more monsters to the city. Some people say that in a couple of years, the Tong Lair will become the most dangerous place in both China and the entire continent. The main character runs forward, looking around warily, and decides that he cannot hesitate. He reflects on the fact that he heard that there is a mysterious organization that hunts monsters, called some kind of star. The guy understands that if he finds people from it, he will be able to penetrate deep into the lair. A puppy rubs and barks against Zuo-fan's head. Looking happy, the black-haired one looks at the pet and asks what happened and if he is hungry. The animal raises its paw and points it forward. The surprised young man asks if there is something there. He takes off and quickly runs forward, offering to go have a look. The main character, whose expression is alarmed, runs forward and realizes that some sounds are coming from the other side. The guy also mentally notes that in 3 days Haydn's feelings have worsened. Zuo-fan remembers how he was riding a motorcycle, and he and his pet looked to the side after noticing something. It turned out that there, behind the stone, was hiding a monster, which the young man drove away with one blow of his sword. The main character frowned and noted that this was an ordinary animal. Then the guy looked at Haydn in surprise and asked him if he really smelled this animal. The black-haired man also remembers sitting by a tree in the lotus position. Then there was a beast not far from them, and Zuo-fan killed it. He stood next to the killed animal and concluded that Haydn could sense the presence of the animal, and his senses were becoming more acute. The main character exclaims that the puppy is not so simple. The guy presses himself against the wall, and Haydn turns his muzzle to the side, which makes the young man assume that there is something there. He notices a little girl with blue hair with men standing in front of her. One of them declares that they have finally found her and orders her to tell where she hid their things. The man exclaims that otherwise she will die. She clenches her fists and, looking warily at the men, says that these things will be used as payment for her services. She wonders why she would give it to them. Another man clenches his teeth in irritation and, raising his hand, notes that the girl is very stubborn. He suggests that she needs to be taught a lesson so that she will respond. Zuo-fan appears in front of the blue-haired girl and delivers a powerful blow. One of the men turns to his comrades flying back and calls out to them. The girl looks in surprise at the main character, who frowns and asks if they are ashamed to rush at the child with the whole crowd. Enraged men run towards the emerging defender, brandishing their weapons. Someone shouts that he is finished, and someone exclaims that they will attack together. They are hit, causing the guys to fly back, and blood pours out of them. Someone suggests that the main character is a general. Zuo-fan touches his wrist and asks the girl if she is okay. The young man calls her baby. He turns around in surprise, hearing the girl displeasedly asking who the little girl is. The blue-haired girl purses her lips and frowns. The guy's expression is surprised and alarmed when he suggests that she can be called a girl. She looks at him angrily. She clenches her fist and angrily exclaims that she is an adult. The wounded men stand up and one of them, pointing his finger at the black-haired man, is interested in who he is and why he is saving the thief. He points his finger at the men and, turning his head to the blue-haired one, asks about the thief. He asks if she stole something from them. The girl, who looks angry, raises her hand with the mark and shouts that this is not so, because these are her things for which she will receive money. Blue-haired states that she is a guide from the Dark Star. She displeasedly asks why she should steal. Zuo-fan frowns at her and assumes that she is from the Dark Star organization. The girl recoils to the side, raising her hand clenched into a fist, and exclaims in alarm that the guy saved her because he needs something from them. The young man, who looks calm, confirms that he needs something. He, along with his pet, is looking somewhere, and their gazes are wary. The black-haired man wonders where this chilling feeling came from. The guy raises his head and notices shining flashes in the purple sky. These are flaming devices that rush towards people. They fall to the ground and there is a bright explosion. The robed archers who are on the roof inform the lady that the task is completed and the target is destroyed. A woman with dark, short-cropped hair and violet eyes, wearing a white blouse with a brown jacket, holds a phone in her hand and replies that she understands. She sits at the table and, smiling and raising her hand, apologizes to the girl who is sitting opposite her and explains that it is an urgent call. The woman asks Mu Yingyu what they were talking about. The pink-haired girl, her hair flowing beautifully, turns around. She is wearing a beige and brown suit. Mu Yingyu raises his hand and asks if everything worked out for the people the woman sent. She suggests that they captured the villains who caused the influx of monsters in Jinning. She, with a sad expression on her face, closes her eyes and replies that this is not so, because when they arrived at the place, Mu Hanlong and the others were already dead. The woman explains that this family group acts extremely carefully, leaving no evidence behind. The pink-haired girl lowers her sad gaze and wonders if this is true. She assumes that this time they will go unpunished. The woman rests her elbows on the table and folds her hands, agreeing that the strength of that part of the family is comparable to theirs. She says that they will only get evidence if the elders take up the matter. Mu Yingyu looks at the screen of his phone in surprise, from which the sound is emanating. She waves at the woman and tells her that something has happened and she needs to deal with it first. The girl asks her to search for information about Mu Hanlong and those scoundrels. The woman asks you to rely on her in this. The dark-haired woman grins and, slyly looking after the departing Mu Yingyu, realizes that she cannot see any information. The woman imagines the pink-haired girl and decides that she cannot even defend herself. Mu Yingyu asks where they found him. A man stands in front of a girl holding a sheet of paper. The pink-haired girl assumes that Zuo-fan is tired of living since he came to Donghee's lair. She notes that he has already been monitored. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, Mu Yingyu sorts through the sheets and wonders if the main character does not understand how much they are risking. The girl looks ahead seriously, remembering how they got out of the trap. The pink-haired girl argues that this place itself is dangerous, and the guy probably came here to find evidence of his father's innocence. She decides that he really is not afraid of death. Mu Yingyu notes that since the influx of monsters in Jinning is over, he should have gone to her first, as promised. The pink-haired girl remembers the moment with him and covers her reddened cheeks with a piece of paper. She states that in the past he risked his life to save her, so now she cannot leave this young man to die. The girl straightens her cloak and hair. She leaves the house and gets into a sports yellow car. A woman with a short haircut stands at the window and, looking at the car, says that she is sure that Mu Yingyu sent for that guy to Tong. She assumes that the pink-haired girl does not know that he is already dead and that she will soon join him. The archers are standing near the ruins, and one of them points forward and orders them to continue the search because they need to find the body of Zuo-fan. Suddenly, they notice something and turn their head to the side. A dark light is emanating and monster sounds are also heard. The archers, whose faces are alarmed, clench their teeth and, judging by the energy, conclude that the monsters are about to appear. Some of them say that we need to finish it because it's not safe here, and we should forget about the young man and leave quickly. The man takes off and rushes in the opposite direction. One of them reports that special combustion shells, created to fight generals against fighters, were detonated here, and their power is enough to kill him even 10 times in a row. In a dark room with water, the wind blows. The main character smiles, looking at the blue-haired one, and notes that they were lucky that the girl knew about the secret passage, because otherwise they would have died too. She frowns and again exclaims that she is an adult, and adds that her name is Fu-Ren. The black-haired man raises his eyebrows in surprise and says that this name is strange, because it sounds like a rich man. The girl clenches her fists and, burning with anger, exclaims that this is not so. She explains that Fu, as in the word talisman, and Ren, as in you to overcome. Suddenly, they begin to look around warily. Zuo-fan wonders what is happening and notes that there is a depressing energy. Fu-Ren curses and assumes that it has appeared in Tong, and says that they need to leave quickly. The guy takes the blue-haired girl in his arms and rushes forward, because the girl points her finger there. She says that she needs to go there first, because her things are there. Fu-Ren approaches the pile of things and takes the backpack. The main character notes that there are backpacks here and asks if she wants to steal other people's things. Fu-Ren frowns and replies that she would never stoop to stealing, even if she was starving. She explains that she is a first-class guide for the Dark Star, and here is fair payment for her services. Tension appears on the guys' faces, and the black-haired one exclaims that the miasma is penetrating through the cracks and now monsters will pour here. He asks the blue-haired one to stop fussing around, because he needs to get out of here. Zuo-fan grabs Fu-Ren, who reports that those scoundrels hired her to go to the Monster Gorge, even though it is a dangerous place that cannot be reached without a good guide. The girl explains that she did not know that they would refuse to pay. She says she deserves compensation. The main character grits his teeth in displeasure and declares that she talks too much, and no matter how she makes excuses, she wanted to steal things that need to be returned. Fu-Ren replies that there won't even be half the amount, and high-quality guides are expensive. She asks not to look at her like that, because it's true, and when they come to the Dark Star, he himself will know that she's not lying. Zuo-fan casts distrustful glances at her and agrees to go, explaining that he would not like to deal with a thief. The young man is happy about this, because that's exactly where he needs to go. He realizes that Fu-Ren is just a child, so she can be easily deceived. A modern building with panoramic windows stands in the forest, and green steam flies around. This is a secret organization in Donghee's lair. There is a purple icon painted on the building and it says that it is the Dark Star. The black-haired man, who is holding the girl in his arms, approaches the building and concluded that the organization is here. He suggests that the building was made of special materials that do not allow miasma to pass through. The main character frowns and concludes that their organization is not simple. The guy enters a room in which there is a chair, a table, and a sofa on which a blonde girl is sitting. Fu-Ren rushes into her arms and exclaims that she has returned. She adds that Yin has no idea how much danger she is in and states that it was terrible for her to be called a thief. The blue-haired girl explains that just a little more, and they would not have met her again. A beautiful girl in a blue suit with long blue hair smiles softly and asks Fu-Ren not to cry, admitting that she has been through a lot. Yin says that he will help restore justice. Zuo-fan watches closely and assumes that this woman is the head of the Dark Star. Yin holds the girl's hand and thanks the black-haired man for helping her. Fu-Ren explains that the young man is an adventurer from the southern city. The black-haired man frowns and wonders how she knew he was from Jining. He asks if they know each other. Yin grins and, folding his arms over his chest, asks not to be surprised, because their organization is the largest in Donghee territory. The woman argues that Zuo-fan is a strong fighter for being able to stay here for 3 days, and also notes that she would be a bad leader if she did not notice him. She adds that she knows a little about the reason for his coming, and Dark Star can help with it. The main character frowns and warily asks how much it will cost. Yin, whose expression is calm, explains that if he had contacted them earlier, it would have been expensive, because taking into account the security, the additional fees would have been about 10 million. The woman says that the situation has changed, so now there is no need to pay anything. The guy's gaze becomes intense as he asks again. Yin goes to the window and puts her hand on it. She wonders if the guy knows where the miasma comes from. When the woman turns around a little, the black-haired man replies that he doesn't know. Purple and pink light emanates from the hole and fills the space. The head of the organization says that the source of the miasma is in the center of the western part of the city, and there is a crater there from which they come out. Yin exclaims that they call this place Monster Gorge. Parts of the monster's body appear from the hole, emitting steam. Something dark appears from the hole, something that resembles tentacles. It emits violet light. In Donghee's lair, miasma periodically erupts from the gorges for an unknown reason. Yin holds one hand under her chest and raises the other, gesturing. The woman reports that their density has increased significantly, as has the strength of the monsters that live in them. She asks to imagine how scary a level monsters are, who are quite powerful even without enhancement. Zuo-fan, whose look is frightened, asks again. Among the huge tentacles and chains, an eagle-eyed fox hangs in the air. B-level monsters are capable of destroying a city, and for people they are a living nightmare, but compared to a level, even the flying leader of eagle-eyed foxes is just a chick. Various monsters are crawling around the city, and the scary eyes of a monster can be seen in the sky. Only a top-level general can fight the A-level monsters that cause Dong-hee to fall so quickly. The main character frowns tensely and concludes that if A-tier monsters continue to get stronger, they will become a threat to the God of War category. Ian looks at him calmly and confirms this. She notes that in the couple of days that he stayed here, the guy should have felt it. The woman reports that the miasma will erupt again today. The black-haired man looks at Yi Ying from under his brows and wonders why she is telling him this. She smiles and replies that Zuo Fan is smart and each eruption of miasma lasts more than a month. The woman explains that if they just let the monsters go mad, they will destroy everything. Yi Ying's look becomes a little sly when she talks about how they won't pay attention to other zones for now, but at least they should hold on to Western. She reports that the Dark Star base is located here, so destruction cannot be allowed. The woman says that their organization has been operating in Dong-hee for a long time, and they have already found a way to control the miasma. The protagonist's gaze becomes surprised as he admires this and mentally wonders if this is possible. The woman puts in front of her a sheet of paper on which a diagram and red flags are drawn. Ian reports that they have invented a device for dispersing miasma, and if installed correctly, everything will work out. She explains that the red marks indicate where the devices should be placed. The woman rolls up the paper and says that because there are so many to activate at once, they don't have enough helpers. Yi Ying notes that you need to be very strong to enter the lair. A slight smile appears on her face when the woman concludes that their paths coincide, because the young man's goal is to penetrate deep into the western region. Zuo Fan raises his eyebrows a little and is about to say what the head wants to tell him. She confirms that the Dark Star can provide him with the best conductor, but he will have to pay for it by protecting one of the devices so that it can be activated. Yi Ying folds her arms across her chest and asks the guy's opinion, noting that the deal is fair. The woman adds that they can guarantee that they will keep the black-haired man's location a secret. He thinks that this lady is harsh and wants to use him as cannon fodder, but getting a guide from her is the best option. The main character, looking worried, shakes the woman's hand and agrees. She wants their cooperation to be fruitful and also asks to address her as Lady Yin. Zuo Fan and the blue-haired girl leave, and the head of the organization remains sitting on the sofa. She drinks a drink from a mug and asks someone how they like the adventurer from South City. A green image of a man appears near her, who replies that the guy is interesting and is going to add something. Yi Yin turns to him and asks about this. He says that everything is in order and he is a good candidate. Jumping down from the roof is Zuo Fan, a girl wearing blue pants, a red top and red gloves, with her purple hair in a ponytail. Fu Ren also jumps with them. The main character looks intensely at the girl in the red top and wonders whether only the three of them were sent on such an important mission and whether these girls can really be relied upon. He thinks about whether the girl who is the specialist responsible for activating the dispersal device is reliable. The guy also glances at the smiling Fu Ren and wonders whether this girl is really the best guide of the Dark Star. They all land and rush forward when Zuo Fan decides that he just needs to get to a certain place and then his task will be completed. The guys approach the destroyed bridge and look at the Red River. The young man thinks that if he can somehow help dispel the miasma, then he should try, because after all, this is where his family is. The black-haired man looks carefully at the raging river and realizes that all those 3 days this river was bothering him. A creature that resembles a long fish swims in a pond. This is a sea-level monster, a poisonous glitter-skin eel. Zuo Fan thinks about jumping over the river and a large number of such monsters rush up towards him. The guy thinks that monsters of this level are easy to deal with, but the river water is poisonous and there are a lot of monsters. He realizes that to transfer he must wait until he becomes a mid-level general. The main character looks at Fu Ren standing nearby and asks how they can get through here. The girl's eyes begin to glow and she is about to say something about the poisonous coal glitterskin. Zuo Fan assumes that she wants to eat him and wonders if it is even possible to eat poisonous monsters. The young man mentally notes that she has a bizarre taste. A girl in a red top approaches her and hits her on the head with the words that she needs to stop because it is impossible to catch and kill him. She exclaims that even a mid-level general would not undertake this. Fu Ren looks pitifully at the girl and, touching his head, notes that the skin of the shiny skin is valuable, and on the black market they will give a couple of 100,000 for it. She replies that in order to spend this money, you need to stay alive. She also asks not to be greedy and to quickly show where to go. The black-haired man watches this and realizes that Fu Ren is very small, but she is already chasing money because she wants to catch poisonous coal for profit. The girl's eyes begin to glow blue, and she says that the poisonous river flows continuously and the old passages have long been unusable. Fu Ren adds that, however, she interferes not only with people but also with monsters. The girl takes off and starts running, telling him that he needs to follow her. She points her finger at the hole from which blue light emanates and says that they will cross here, and the main character realizes that her energy has changed a little. The hatch quickly opens and the lid flies up. The guys get out of there and Zuofan stands near some building, noting that he really managed to get out. He concludes that the girl knows her stuff. The girl in the red top turns to the guy and says not to relax, because the further they go, the higher the risk. She explains that her task is to activate the device and protect this girl, and Zuofan needs to take care of himself and not cause trouble. The puppy's ear rises, and the black-haired one looks to the side, noting that something is moving there. The girl in the top gives him a serious look and assumes that he misheard. The guys see a big explosion happening, and the girl in the top, with a dumbfounded expression on her face, is surprised by the keen hearing of the main character. She realizes that Lady Yin did not say that he is also a general. Zuofan frowns and states that this is strange. The guys look into the distance, and the girl asks what exactly is strange. She says that Donghe is full of monster hunter squads, and even if the miasma covers everything here, it will not stop those who are chasing wealth at the risk of their lives. The guy's gaze is wary when he replies that it doesn't look like a fight between a monster and a meteorite fighter. A man in a robe watches as various monsters fight, rushing at each other and spilling blood. The main character reports that two monsters are fighting. The man in the robe shouts to kill each other and use more rage. The animal with yellow fur opens its mouth and growls. The monster has mutated and the level has increased. A huge bear was lying on the ground. A wolf with red bright eyes and fiery fur on his head and tail fell on top of him. A burning building was visible behind them. Other monsters were also fighting. Judging by the situation, there was a battle between the monsters. A brutal battle for a monster is the catalyst for their leveling up. The wolf with fiery fur tore out a piece of flesh, clenching his teeth and holding it between them, sitting on top of another monster. While in the miasma, they level up even faster, and sometimes an unpredictable mutation can occur. Several fiery veins appeared on the fire wolf's back. It opened its mouth as an extra pair of arms grew from its back, with wings on its wrists, the mutation making them even more terrifying, turning them into a new kind of monster. The wolf clenched his paw into a fist and threw back his head. Stones flew away from him. Other monsters were visible behind him, a B-level mutated monster, Clawwing. A hooded man with bright purple eyes looked at this with a smile. Fangs were visible in his mouth, and he said that leveling occurs along with mutation. Monsters that have increased their level under the influence of miasma will most likely mutate into a new species. A bald guy in a black jacket stood on the roof of the building. Looking at this, there were a couple more people standing next to him, and on the other side of the building a second group was visible. The guy said that a new B-tier monster has appeared. If there is a beast core inside it, then they will sell it at an exorbitant price. The guy turned to the hooded man, saying that his plan really works, and if he manages to get the core, then, as they agreed, 40% of the proceeds will go to him. The man with a scar on his face closed his eyes with a smile and raised his hand, saying that he was flattering him. They all came to the lair to get rich, so they will all make money. He thought that thanks to them, his plan worked. When everything was successful ends, it will be possible to blame them for the crime. The monster with fiery fur clenched its teeth, looking forward with its bright eyes. Steam was emanating from its muzzle. Other monsters were visible behind. One of them opened its mouth wide. One of the people said that now we need to wait for the prey to come. A guy with black hair looked down. Next to him a girl with black hair that was tied in a ponytail said that it seems they are monster hunters. Zuofan frowned, wearing a respirator on his face, and asked if they were hunting while the miasma was spreading, they would die. A girl in red clothes and red eyes, who also had a respirator on her face, looked at him and replied that many die in pursuit of money. Nothing strange. Every time the miasma dissipates, squads of hunters penetrate deep into the western zone to kill the monster, but most meet a sad end. Fu Ren looked to the side with shining eyes, saying that if she were strong, she would also go deep into the western zone to hunt in order to get very rich. The girl with black hair frowned and lightly hit her on the head, saying that she was possessed. If she dared to stick her head in there, she would break her legs. Fu Ren covered her head with her palm and said that she wouldn't, so don't hit her. The girl said not to snuggle so close. Zuofan turned his gaze to the side, noticing something. Flying next to the fence was a fiery monster that looked like a wolf, which opened its mouth and raised its paw to strike, its eyes glowing brightly. There was a strong explosion near the fence, from which stones flew to the side. Zuofan and the black-haired girl frowned, dust flying in the air around them. A monster with 4 arms and wings stood on the ground with its mouth wide open. Zuofan asked what kind of monster it was, and the girl replied that she didn't know. She had never seen such a thing. The three stood next to each other, a beam of light coming from the monster as it ran forward. The black-haired girl slashed her sword at the monster's paw, holding the weapon in both hands. She frowned, looking away at him, and thought he was strong. Behind her stood Zuo-fan and Fu-Ren. The girl with red eyes, without turning to look at them, said that this B-level monster, let him take the girl and leave, but she will stay. The main character frowned at her, saying that his task was to protect them. It was better to let her and Fu-Ren move away. The girl with black hair jumped back, looking at the guy, asking if he could handle him alone. The guy looked forward decisively and replied that if he didn't try, he wouldn't know. Zuo-fan's body glowed with a purple light as a monster flew above him, landing on the guy. There was a strong explosion. The silhouette of a monster and the main character was visible, who was holding a sword in his hands. Two girls watched this and one of them said that he was strong. A strong wind blew between the houses where they were. Dust rose from the ground. The monster's body glowed orange, and Zuo-fan's body glowed purple. The guy frowned, leaning over. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek and he thought that help was coming to him. It would be much more difficult for him. He had to act quickly. The guy clutched his sword in his hand. Purple lightning sparkled brightly around him. He swung his sword, releasing purple energy towards the monster, who extended its paw and opened its mouth wide. A beam of purple energy cut the monster's body into two. Lightning surrounded it, sparkling, and Zuo-fan turned his back to it. Fu-Ren frowned at this and said that he was strong, killed a B-tier monster. The girl with black hair also frowned, mentally asking if he was definitely a first-level general. Middle generals are not that strong, and it's no wonder that the head Yin sent him on a mission. The black-haired girl shouted to be careful, grabbing Fu-Ren and running to the side with her as the monster swung its paw in their direction. Two more monsters, one of them looked at the girls running away, one of whom asked Fu-Ren to show the way. The second turned his back to them, his eyes glowed brightly. The monsters flew after the girls, while the one with black hair held the second one, looking to the side and saying that they were fast and it seemed like they were catching up with them now. Zuo-fan approached her, and the girl frowned at him. The guy put his hand on the girl's waist, telling her to hold on and shouting forward. He held the two girls as he quickly ran forward. One of his eyes glowed brightly with a purple light, and the girl with black hair said that he was faster than them. One of the monsters was looking at a beam of purple light in the distance. The other had its back turned away as a bright red light emanated from its eye. Zuo-fan turned to look at them and frowned, saying that they were mutants. He looked forward, asking if it was so much easier for them to mutate in the miasma. The girl with red eyes looked back at him. She frowned and replied that yes, the chance increases significantly, but this is the first time she has seen people like them. Zuo-fan looked at her nervously, sweat dripping down his face, and asked if this could affect the Dark Star base. A beam of purple light flew over the rooftops, landing on one of the roofs of the building. The girl replied that they shouldn't think about it yet, they first need to activate the dispersion mechanisms. The area was surrounded by a fence. A large building could be seen inside the area, paths and bushes growing next to the building. There was erased red writing on a column near the entrance. Zuo-fan looked ahead, remembering how as a child he walked hand in hand with a woman in the park, saying that he didn't see this on the map. And only when he came here, he realized that there was a park in the western suburbs. His mother often brought him as a child here. They stood under the roof of one of the buildings, next to the columns, and the guy looked back, looking forward. The sun illuminated everything with an orange light, and he asked if there was really a scattering device. The girl with black hair waved her hand, looking for something, and Zuo-fan looked at her with a frown. She handed the guy a small blue mirror. Holding it in her palm, Zuo-fan mentally asked what it was. The guy looked at the mirror that was flying between the hands of a girl with black hair, asking what it was. He thought that it was very similar to the mirror that Commander Dean gave him. The girl smiled, looked up at the guy and asked if he knew how to use it, and now he would understand. A girl with black hair approached the fountain. A bright blue beam of light stretched from her to the fountain. A large passage opened in the floor of the park. A staircase led down, and the girl said that there was a secret room here. Zuo-fan frowned, looking down, his turquoise eyes glowing as he remembered standing in the park in front of his mother, who invited him to play hide and seek, saying that if he found her, they would go and eat something delicious, and if he didn't find, then they will still buy a delicious lunch. The boy with black hair looked up at his mother and agreed, thinking that she was very good. Even if he didn't find her, he would still get something tasty, but Dad wouldn't allow that. The girl bowed her head and closed her eyes, tilting her head. Zuo-fan thought that he had never found her. He stood in front of the stairs that led down and clenched his hands into fists. The girl with black hair looked at him with a smile and asked if he was surprised, and when she saw it for the first time, she was also shocked. In the middle of the ruckin there was a place in which there was a miasma dissipator. The two girls and the main character walked through the laboratory with light corridors. Zuo-fan asked why the Dark Star installed it here. If this place is discovered, won't there be problems? The girl with black hair looked sideways at the guy and smiled, saying that it was secret, but since he was participating in the test, there was no point in hiding anything from him. The diffuser was not invented by the Dark Star, it was accidentally discovered here during the examination. There were purple vines growing in the hallway, rocks on the floor, and cobwebs on the walls. A huge device with a ball in the center, many thick wires coming from it. It is assumed that this place was built before the influx of monsters. The girl with black hair shined a light on one of the doors in the corridor, while Zuo Fan and Fu Ren stood behind her. The girl said that Dark Star specialists think that there was a research institute here that specialized in monsters, but there is little left here. The only one is the largest find a diffuser of miasma. The three walked into the room where there was a huge device, and the guy asked if it was really him. A huge device, in the center of which there was a ball flying, in which there was a glare of light. Several rings were flying around it. Zuo Fan looked up at him, looking at him and wondering if this device could really disperse the miasma, and if when he and his mother were playing hide and seek and he couldn't find her, she came here. The girl with black hair looked down at the mirror between her hands, from which a bright blue light emanated, and said that she would activate it. Fu Ren looked at the girl who was shining a beam of blue light on the device and smiled and said this is how it is done, and it is an amazing thing. The black-haired girl smiled as she looked at the device, saying that this equipment not only looked amazing, but also did amazing things. Zuo Fan frowned, tilting his head and looking at them, mentally asking if his mother could have done this. If so, then there might be useful clues here. A blue light began to come out of the device, the core in its center glowed white, and there was a purple glow inside. The girl said that it had started. A dark fog was visible in the city. Purple vines sprouted from the ground, breaking the stones on the ground. Purple petals flew through the air. The dark fog began to clear as purple petals flew across the sky. The real function of this device is not to dispel miasma. In the park, there were purple roots on the ground, petals flying across the sky. Its function was to cleanse them. All the lights on the device were on, from orange to red, and there was an inscription on top indicating the degree of contamination. The girl with black hair looked at the indicator, saying that everything worked out and now you can rest a little. She sat down on one knee, bandaging her wrist, and looking down, said that she would just treat the wound. Zuo Fan looked at the girl, lowered his gaze and asked if she was injured. She looked at the guy, looked at him and replied that she was a first-level general. She couldn't escape from a battle with B-level monsters without being injured. If she had his strength, she would have completed the task alone. The girl turned her back to Zuo Fan, lifted her red t-shirt and looked at the guy over her shoulder, asking him to turn away. He immediately turned his head to the side while the girl was taking off her t-shirt and, blushing, said what she should have said earlier. The girl with red eyes looked to the side, smiling and said that he was interesting. Destroyed into a city that had a cloud of dark purple energy on the street, with a red bright look inside, someone said that the miasma was being cleared. Violet tentacles stretched across the destroyed city, with a red light shining around them. They lay on the ground. Dark snakes came out of their tentacles, which glowed with a red light, which crawled forward along the ground. Someone said that they needed to find a source of purification. A huge dark pit was visible, from which a weak purple light shone. Many snakes were crawling along the ground, and a voice said that the source must be destroyed. The green indicator on the panel indicates the degree of contamination. A girl with black hair looked at him, standing next to him, and said that it would take about 3 days, after which it would be possible to turn off the device. Fu Ren smiled and knitted her eyebrows, saying that this is an amazing thing. Whoever invented it is incredibly cool. The girl with red eyes looked down at her, agreeing and saying that this man is a genius. It's a pity that, according to the assumptions of their experts, he most likely died during the influx of monsters. Zuo Fan stood behind the girl, looking back at the girl. The guy looked forward, frowning, and thought that his mother had died not in this disaster, but earlier. Suddenly, an alarm sound was heard, and Zuo Fan and the black-haired girl raised their gazes in concern when the alarm sounded. There were many snakes crawling around the park, eating purple roots that were on the ground. Zuo Fan and the girl with black hair looked at the monitor screen. Watching this, the guy asked how the monsters invaded them and the girl also asked how they found this place. She clenched her teeth, looking nervously to the side and saying that if this continues, their attempts to dispel the miasma will be in vain. They must be stopped. The guy looked at the girl, saying that she had a serious wound and could die. Zuo Fan frowned, his turquoise eyes glowing faintly as he resolutely turned away from the girl, telling her to leave it to him. A fire burned in the park. A strong wind blew as dark snakes sprayed venom onto the rubble, the miasma re-spreading. Zuo Fan ran down the corridor of the laboratory, clenching his hands into fists and saying that if this continues, these monsters will break down the door. You can't let them get inside. The guy looked to the side when a girl's voice was heard from the earpiece in his ear, telling him to be careful. They were unusual. She had never seen anything like them, and they could also release a highly toxic poison, which was extremely dangerous. Zuo Fan frowned, looking forward with glowing eyes and said, "Don't worry, he has a sense of proportion. Let her open the secret exit." The guy jumped to the side, entering the open door. He ran forward. A beam of blue energy stretched from him to the wall. In his pocket the mirror glowed brightly with a blue light. and the guy thought what it was. He turned to the side, frowning, and thought that the light from the mirror was reflected on the wall. Zuofan turned around, clenched his hands into fists, and thought that the situation was critical. First he would deal with the snake, and then come back and check what was here. There were many snakes that were in the park. Sparks of fire were flying through the air, as well as small fragments of stones. Zuofan swung his sword, cutting the snakes with beams of purple energy, shouting for them to die. Skill name, Sparkling Shadow Sword. There were several dark cuts that cut the snakes, their parts of flesh flew into the air. Zuofan lowered his sword, looking to the side with a frown, and asked if it was really that simple. They turned out to be very weak. One of the headless snakes lay on the ground, dark red energy emanating from it. Zuofan looked down at her, asking if these snakes didn't have eyes. Fu Ren and the girl with black hair stood in front of the monitor. The latter turned around, asking if there were similar monsters in the area. Fu Ren replied that she had never met one that appeared from the depths of the gorge due to the spread of miasma. The face of the main character appeared on the screen, who frowned, saying that they seemed to be unusual, but weak. Now there is no big threat. The girl with red eyes looked away and frowned, telling him to be careful anyway. She thought what was wrong. She had a bad feeling. A huge glowing red eye was visible in the dark sky. The girl thought that someone was watching. Zuofan swung his sword, releasing a beam of purple energy that cut the snake next to him. The guy said that it was almost done. It was easier than he thought, and he was just worrying in vain. The girl with black hair sighed, looking at the monitor, and said that apparently everything is so. The monsters are unusual, but weak, hardly suitable for sea level. Fu Ren clenched her hand into a fist and frowned, shouting something wrong. From the cut pieces of snakes, red dark energy stretched into the center, and the girl shouted that they were not dead. A huge snake appeared behind the main character, which opened its mouth towards the guy. Fu Ren shouted to be careful. A powerful explosion passed across the ground, which scattered stones to the sides. A bright beam of purple light was visible from the side. Zuofan landed on the ground, sitting on one knee and looking forward. Dust rose from the floor, and the guy wondered if they were all part of the same monster, and he thought now he could try one technique based on the sparkling shadow blade for a massive attack. A bright thick beam of purple light passed through the air, and the guy said that the spiral form of the technique creates a storm of energy that attacks all targets at the same time. This time he definitely won't survive. Zuofan held a sword in his hand, with dark drops of blood flowing down it, and the guy asked in surprise if the monster really didn't have a body. Other small snakes entered the tail of the huge snake, disappearing into its body. A huge snake rose above Zuofan, who was holding a sword. The snake grew in size, glowing red and sticking out its tongue. The two girls looked at it in surprise, opening their eyes wide and asking what it was. Zuofan frowned at the snake and said that he clearly beheaded him, as he was resurrected. The girl with black hair frowned and clenched her teeth, telling him to better back off. This monster is too strange. The huge snake opened its mouth wide, from which a dark red beam of energy emerged. Zuofan was surrounded by a red dome, next to which black lightning sparkled, and one of the communication girls said that things were bad and he was trapped. The guy frowned as many beams of red energy appeared around him, saying that it was preventing him from escaping. Zuofan's eyes glowed with a faint purple light, and he resolutely said that he would have to fight. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, his eyes glowed brightly, and a beam of purple energy flashed to the side, which broke the red dome. The dome disappeared and a huge serpent descended on the guy, opening its mouth wide. Zuofan fought off the attack of the snake, who hit him with its tail and said that he was stronger than ordinary B-tier monsters. The guy waved his sword, a green light appeared around it and said that he had a core. The guy jumped into the air, striking the kite from three sides, beams of purple energy shining around the kite. Fu Ren looked up at this, frowning and saying that guy is cool, that monster must be B-level. The girl with black hair also frowned while looking at the monitor and said that he is not as simple as B-level, and more powerful than the one with wings, but it's not this that surprises her, but Zuofan's endurance. The girl with red eyes frowned, remembering how the guy fought with the winged monster, saying that he was breathing slowly, which meant he was not tired yet. Fu Ren looked at the girl next to her, turned to her and asked if he could really defeat the monster. The eyes of the girl with black hair glowed red and she replied that it was difficult to say. She had not forgotten how he appeared. Zuofan on the monitor screen cut off the tail of a huge snake and the girl with black hair sighed, and Fu Ren exclaimed in surprise. The huge snake raised its tail, which recovered, and the guy said that it recovered again. Zuofan frowned, looking at him from under his brows, his body glowing with a purple light. The girls looked at the screen in shock, frowning, and the girl with red eyes asked what kind of monster this was. Vibrations emanated from the horn on the snake's head and a voice was heard asking if it was the source of the miasma purifier. Zuofan looked at the monster with turquoise glowing eyes in surprise and said, "Can he really talk?" The girl frowned, nervously looking at the monitor, saying that they can communicate with him. Such high intelligence is only possible for an A-level monster. There was a strong vortex of brown energy in the city, poisonous miasma forming vortices in the air. The main character stood opposite the snake, who looked at him and said that this is a monster that can talk to people. A snake without eyes with a horn on its head. Zuofan asked if this was a level. Monsters of FD levels correspond to the categories of meteorite fighters. Their abilities are designed only for killing. Monsters above level C have the rudiments of intelligence. A huge monster with many eyes and long claws that glowed with a purple light. B-tier monsters are equal in strength to a mid-stage general, can think, rely on logic, and use some human phrases, such as the leader of Lisorlov. Low-level monsters are as strong as a top-level general. Their intelligence is almost on par with humans, and they can use human speech. Zuofan nervously looked at the snake, clutching his sword in his hand, and thought that this was bad. He couldn't compete with him. Even if he increased his level now, he could try to defeat a B-level monster, but a level was completely out of his league forces. He will die immediately. A shadow fell on the protagonist's face. His eyes glowed brightly and he thought that, however, although this monster is strong, it is a real level. A huge snake stood against the backdrop of a huge red eye that spoke of a miasma dissipator. The snake rushed forward at the guy, who hit him with his sword, and the voice said that the miasma dissipator must be destroyed. Zuofan jumped back, looking down, saying that his strength had suddenly increased so much. The girl with black hair clenched her teeth and frowned, turning her back to the screen, saying that he would die like this and we needed to help him. Fu Ren clenched her hand into a fist and resolutely said that she would go with her. The eldest turned to her and told Fu Ren to stay here. She is weak, for her this is certain death, and she will only get in the way. Fu Ren looked at the girl resolutely, raising her fist and said that she couldn't talk like that. In her current state, she herself would die. She once saved her from a pack of monsters, so she wouldn't allow herself to risk it alone. The girl with black hair stroked her head and told her to listen to her and stay here, waiting for them. She promises that she and him will return together. Tears streamed down Fu Ren's face and she clenched her teeth, raising her head and saying that adults always lie, and her father told her the same. Suddenly, the girls noticed that many snakes were falling from the ceiling, and one of them shouted that they had entered here. The girl with black hair swung her sword, cutting the snakes and releasing a purple beam of energy, asking how it happened. The black-haired girl held her sword out in front of her, but the serpent opened his sword, spraying purple venom at the girl, causing her to scream. Fu Ren looked over her shoulder at the girl with concern, calling her name Hong. Zuofan turned to the earpiece in his ear and, frowning, asked what was the matter and what was going on there. Hong sat on one knee with her hand on the ground and stabbed her sword into the ground, frowning and saying that monsters have infiltrated the research institute and let him return soon. They intend to destroy the miasma dissipator. The huge snake opened its mouth in front of the main character. The voice told him not to even dream of saving them. Zuofan jumped into the air over the tail of the snake and said that he saw right through his plans. He should not linger here. A guy's sword with a bright yellow crystal on the hilt. Zuofan landed on one knee on the ground, holding his sword behind his back and clenching his teeth, saying that he would have to do his best. The guy leaned his feet on the ground, and purple lightning sparkled around it. Skill, fleeting step, purple mist was flying in the air. The main character's eyes glowed brightly with purple light. Skill, sparkling shadow sword. Many purple lightning surrounded the huge snake and it turned on its tail while Zuofan flew nearby, swinging his sword. Pieces of flesh were flying next to the main character. One of his eyes glowed brightly with a purple light and he put his hand with the sword behind his back. Zuofan smiled, looked to the side and asked, "It worked out, and it may seem that he has a level strength, but if it were so, he would not be able to defeat him." There were dark clumps on the ground, from which a red light emanated, and the guy who landed on the ground said that things were bad. Zuofan approached the clumps that were reaching towards each other and crawling along the floor and said that these monsters want to penetrate the institute. The guy jumped into the air again with his knees bent and said that they were tricky. Even the fake level was scary. The guy looked back at the gray dog, who was sitting on his shoulder, sniffing and closing his eyes. Zuofan lowered his head, looking up at him while the dog was sitting on his head, and asked what was wrong. Was he hungry? But for now he couldn't feed him. Let him wait until he figured it out. The dog's eyes glowed green and he whined. A huge snake stood in front of the device. Many more snakes crawled towards it, disappearing into its body, and Hong asked how he got here. The snake waved its tail towards the girl with black hair. You put your sword in front of you, blocking the blow, and said that it was very strong. The serpent turned his head towards the device, saying that the miasma purifier was there. He opened his mouth, rushing towards the device, saying that he would destroy it. The stones scattered to the sides under the snake's body. Suddenly, the main character kicked the serpent on the head, leaving behind a purple light of energy, shouting no and telling him to get out of here. Hong smiled, looking at the guy, saying that he had come. Fu Ren finally said behind him with a wide smile. Zuofan landed next to the girls, raising one of his hands and looking at Hong and told them to move back, saying that he was difficult to handle. The snake stood in front of the guy. Many more small snakes were gathering in his tail, and the guy thought that he didn't seem weaker than before. Besides, he never died, and how to defeat him. Zuo Fan frowned. Sweat flowed down his face and he thought that one hit didn't work. He had to hit 2, 3 or at least 100 times. He had to protect them. The guy jumped over the head of the snake, which opened its mouth, lowering his sword to strike, and thought that this is also the place that his mother built. Zuo Fan hit the snake, purple energy and lightning sparked from his sword, and the snake's body was cut into 2 pieces. The beast on the guy's head tilted its head, a green glow emanated from it and a pulse through the air. The pulse traveled through the air next to the severed body of the snake, where a purple core was visible in the middle. The core inside the snake's body began to split apart, glowing with a bright light. The huge snake fell to the floor, glowing with a purple light, opening its mouth wide. Zuo Fan looked at him, sweat dripping down his face, and said that this is a creepy monster. He has finally died. A system window appeared, on which it was written that Zuo Fan killed the double of an 11-level monster. 3 attribute points were received. The guy lowered his gaze to the system window, opened his mouth and thought that such a complex opponent turned out to be just a double. The body of a huge snake burned in purple flames. 2 girls ran towards the main character. Hong said that the monster had died, and Fu Ren shouted that he was cool. Zuo Fan lowered his gaze, frowning, and thought that if the double of an A-tier monster is so strong, then what will the real one be like? And the feeling of killing is strange, as if he died before the guy killed him. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and the dog on his shoulder looked at the guy, whining. He thought that perhaps by that time he had simply reached his limit. In the center of the city, red energy was visible, in which 2 red eyes were visible. A voice asked if the double had really died and the one who did it must be destroyed. A red puddle was visible on the floor, from which red energy emanated. Zuo Fan, Hong and Fu Ren frowned in shock. Feeling something? The guy asked what kind of depressing feeling, and Hong said that something huge was coming. A huge red eye appeared behind the main character. The guy frowned, his eyes glowed, and the eye asked if it was their doing or someone else's. Zuo Fan thought that this was the true essence of that monster, but it seems he was locked inside. A device glowing with a purple light, in which a bright ball was visible. An alarm sounded that a danger had been detected. Zuo Fan looked down at the mirror in his pocket, which was glowing brightly, emitting vibrations from itself. The cleaning device glowed bright blue, illuminating the huge tentacle. Zuo Fan looked away, frowning and opening his mouth, thinking that this mirror was the key to running the laboratory. Hong frowned, sweat running down her face, and her eyes widened in shock as she asked what happened. She thought they were going to die for sure, but the trouble was over. The girl looked at the indicator, at the top of which yellow lamps were burning, and said that the concentration of miasma was decreasing. Zuo Fan sat on one knee in front of a large device that glowed with a bright blue light and said that it was safe now. Everything seemed to work, and in addition, he received a lot of good things. The guy looked back at the black-haired girl who was holding her shoulder and at Fu Ren, asking her if their injuries were serious. The girl with blue hair hugged the guy tightly, burying her head in his stomach and lowering her head, screaming how amazing he was, and she thought she was going to die. Zuo Fan looked at the girl in surprise, while Hong stood next to him with a smile. Fu Ren thought that he was very strong, and where only the head of Yin found such an esper. The guy asked not to rub against him. Poison remained on his clothes and she stained his armor with snot. Fu Ren replied that it doesn't matter, as long as she hugs him, she is more at ease. The girl with blue hair raised her head with a smile, tears streaming down her face, and she said that she thought something would happen to both of them. Fu Ren hugged herself by the shoulders and lowered her head, trembling. Zuo Fan worriedly asked what was wrong with her. Was she injured or had she touched the monster's poison? Zuo Fan hugged Hong, trembling, and the girl with black hair looked at the guy, telling him to calm down. She was not injured or poisoned. This is a chronic disease. Zuo Fan asked about chronic. A girl with blue hair was lying on a pillow under a blanket. The main character and Hong were visible in the distance. The girl with black hair smiled slightly and said that judging by the speed, in 2 or 3 days the spread of miasma will return to normal. The guy looked at her and said that it would not be long. He frowned, turned his head and said that since they have a dissipator, why doesn't the Dark Star want to completely remove all the miasma in the area? Hong sat down on one knee, touching the ground with her hand, and said that she had also asked the same question before, but after what happened, she found the answer. The girl looked at the ground where dirt was visible and said that in the Western Gorge there is an 11-level monster. In order to completely get rid of the miasma here, you will have to fight him. Zuo Fan replied that he is much stronger than a top-level general, and the environment here makes him even more powerful. The guy looked worriedly at the girl, who trembled, touching her shoulder with his hand, asking her if she was injured. Hong asked him not to scream, otherwise he would wake up Fu Ren. The wound was small. Hong turned her back to the guy, taking off her red t-shirt and looked over her shoulder at him, asking him to help him apply the ointment. The guy blushed deeply. Zuo Fan extended his hand, nervously asking if she was suggesting he do the dressing. The girl raised her hands, taking off her outer clothing. There were bandages on her chest and back, and she asked what was wrong, or did he see someone else here? Hong looked to the side at the guy, asking what was the matter, was he really shy, and you couldn't immediately say that he was timid. Zuofan turned away and looked away, saying that he was not timid. He had already bandaged a lot of such wounds. The guy thought that this was the first time he had bandaged a girl in such a place. Hong kept her hand on her chest, placed her other hand on her hip and looked at the guy over her shoulder, telling him to hurry up. If Fu Ren woke up and found her like this, she would be shocked and she might have a seizure again, but they didn't want that need to. Zuofan walked up to the girl's back, looked away and asked what kind of disease it was. Hong smiled slightly, looking away at the guy, and replied that she saved her from the cave in Tong. It was after the end of the influx of monsters. The man sat on one knee next to the people, saying that she was still breathing. Hong looked at him. There were destroyed debris around. A bright fire was burning. Fu Ren was sitting on the bed with her head down and her arms wrapped around her knees. Two people were standing outside the door, and one of them said that she had post-traumatic disorder. If this continues, she will not live long. The girl with long white hair looked at Fu Ren, who was in front of her, with a smile and said that her father and mother were missing, but they might be alive. She should hold on to earn money and go find them. Fu Ren lay on the bed with her eyes closed, the sun from the window shining on her, and the girl muttered about her father, mother and money. Hong said that her symptoms were not uncommon. Survivors of the influx of monsters in Tong often suffer from PTSD of varying severity. A strong explosion was seen on the ground, many stones were flying to the sides, flying monsters were seen in the sky. Hong said that these people are suffering more than the dead, because they will have to continue to live with their memories of what happened. Zuofan frowned, looking forward, and said that the Tong incident was the biggest disaster in China. He thought that he had to find out the whole truth and clear his father's name, then the deaths of those people would not be so meaningless. Nap. Roads were visible. In one of the buildings the main character was marked. Not far from him there was a large red spot. The guy thought that his current strength was not enough to get to the place marked on the map. He should become stronger and increase his level to highest level. Hong frowned and looked at the guy, saying that he was not so honest. She shouldn't have believed in his innocence. The girl threw her head back, looking forward, and Zuofan blushed, withdrawing his hands and saying that he was an accident. The girl with black hair smiled and looked at him, saying that he was interesting. You rarely see such people. A large city in which blue lights shone brightly. Someone asked, the spread of miasma has stopped, and it seems that the most difficult thing has been passed, and now is the most convenient moment for hunting. A man with blue eyes and a cloak looked worriedly to the side, asking what happened and why the miasma stopped spreading. It turns out that its spread lasts about half a month. The man frowned, looking in the other direction, and said that they needed to adjust their plan to this and let them hurry. The man was clutching a flute in his hand, on which there was a glare of green light. He picked her up, standing in front of many red eyes, and said that the monsters had already come. Several people were driving a dark car. Someone said that they would soon reach Tong's lair. City buildings, blue sky and bright blue light in the distance. The dispersal of the miasma is nearing its end. Zuofan and Hong walked down the street. The guy held Fu Ren in his arms, saying that finally they were almost gone. The girl replied that in a maximum of 2 days everything would be back to normal. Zuofan looked forward, holding the blue-haired girl, and frowned, thinking that when they were all scattered, he would secretly return back to the laboratory. He wanted to look for clues there. The guy looked away, his eyes lit up, and he asked what this feeling was. Hong looked at him and asked what was the matter. Zuofan looked at the girl in his arms and replied that nothing had happened. His nerves had become very frayed in recent days. Hong smiled widely, turning to him and saying that it was natural. As soon as they returned, they would give him strong alcohol. Zuofan said that this is not necessary. A huge snake with horns on its head was crawling over its head. Its body was dark, but in some places a red light was sparkling. The guy thought that the pest was moving towards the lair. Even if it left from there, it was necessary to catch up and destroy it. After the huge snake, dark poison remained on the ground. Purple sparks were visible. City road, growing trees were visible in some areas. A black car was driving along the road, illuminating the road with its headlights on. Several grenades were flying in the air. There was a strong bright explosion, from which fragments flew to the sides. A girl with long blonde hair stood with a sword in her hand. Next to her were a blonde man in a gray t-shirt. The inscription, First Level General. A girl in a blue suit. With short brown hair, inscription, First Level General. A man with gray hair, brown jacket and dark pants, inscription, General of the First Degree. A girl with pink hair and blue eyes walked forward, her cloak fluttering in the wind. The brown-haired man clenched his hands into fists as he looked at her. There were several people behind him. Muyuan, a mid-level general, he said that she made them wait. Muyuan calmly looked at him with her blue eyes, saying that she did not expect to see him here. The brown-haired girl pointed her finger at Muyuan, asking if he was crazy. How dare he attack someone who was higher in rank than him? The man waved his fists, with fire appearing around them, and shouted to shut up and prepare to die. He struck his fist forward, fire flew around him and dark fragments scattered. Skill, fire fist. The man struck with his fist, but 3 people also extended their fists towards him and a bright light flashed between them. The 3 first-class soldiers covered their faces with their hands, asking what was going on, when they were blown back by a strong wind. Mu Yinyu's eyes glowed as she held the sword behind her back, her hair fluttering in the wind, and she said that she didn't know he had become so strong. Even these 3 together would not be able to resist him. It would be difficult for the Mu family to cultivate talents if he came to his senses. She will forgive him this time. Mu Yun raised his hand. There was a fire burning around the second. The guy frowned and said how naive she is. She still thinks that she can act like the eldest daughter of the family. The guy looked at the girl. Fiery sparks flew next to him when he said that he even liked it. When they grabbed her, he would definitely enjoy the taste of the Mu family's jewel. The girl in the blue jacket frowned and put her hand on her waist, asking how he dared address his mistress so disrespectfully. Mu Yun jumped into the air, placing his hands behind his back and tilting his body, answering that he can do more than just talk. The guy and the subordinates behind him ran towards the girl with brown hair, who put her fists in front of her. Mu Yinyu's eyes glowed brightly as the wind flew around her. On a branch on a tree stood the figure of a man from whom red energy emanated. The man walked forward, purple energy emanated from him, and he said that Xiao Lai was right. He was too brave and was being rude to the lady. Mu Yun looked up at the cross-shaped beam of violet energy that was flying towards him. His eyes widened, sweat running down his face as he shouted no. He needed to dodge. The guy was pierced by a beam of energy. An explosion went off to the side of him. Mu Yun flew into the air and his subordinates asked in shock who it was. Mu Yun fell to the floor, hitting his head on the ground. Several pieces of debris scattered to the sides. The guy leaned his hand on the ground. He stood up from her, looking ahead at the other group, asking about the highest-ranking general. Mu Yun waved her sword while standing behind the 3 people, her cloak and pink hair fluttering in the wind, and she said, "Did he really think she only took 3 entry-level generals with her? They are just a cover to lure out a big fish like him." Mu Yun closed his eyes, sitting on his knees in front of the girl, and asked if she did this on purpose. The girl replied that if he was left alive, they would be putting themselves in danger. The guy with dark hair stood up and squeezed a grenade in his hand, thinking that then he needed to explode. Another beam of purple energy flew at him from behind. He hit the guy, cutting off his hand, and he closed his eyes, screaming loudly and talking about his hand. A man in the shadows, surrounded by foliage. His face was not visible, and he asked if he really thought such tricks could be hidden from him. The subordinates were dragging other people along the ground. Mu Yinyu walked forward and said, "It's good that Hong Bo is with them, otherwise she would be in danger." A man, hidden by a shadow, stood on a tree branch, saying that this was not his merit. It was she who came up with the plan. Her abilities are now stronger than the master's when he was her age. Mu Yinyu frowned and tilted her head, remembering how the protagonist stood next to her, saying that every failure makes one stronger. She thought that after what happened in the past, she had learned her lesson and prepared well. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, looking to the side, her clothes and hair blowing in the wind, and she said that it was a pity that on the way here she had not heard any news about Zuo Fan in 2 days, and she hoped that everything was fine with him. Mu Yinyu stood on the edge of the building. The city was visible in the distance. A strong wind was blowing, and she asked Hong Bo if he was sure that this man was their leader. The silhouette of a man who tilted his head, asking if she thought it was not him. Mu Yinyu looked in his direction and frowned, saying that before coming here, she found out how things were in Tong. Their leader should have been someone cunning and smart, even though Mu Yun is smart, but he is clearly not up to the required level. A silhouette of a man who asked in surprise what she wanted to say. There was a strong explosion next to the man, and looking at it, he said what a strange energy. Fire sparks flew near Hong Bo's face, and he said that it looked like there was an 11 monster there. Mu Yinyu turned to one of her subordinates, a guy with short hair and a turtleneck, who turned to the girl who asked what was the matter. Hong Bo disappeared, leaving behind only a blue beam of light, saying that they should not linger here, and let them escort the lady back. The city road, destroyed buildings were visible on the sides of the road. In one of the buildings stood a man in a hood, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The man with a scar on his face smiled, clenching his teeth, saying that with Mu Yinyu there is a top-level general. Lucky, it's good that he sent bait to them for reconnaissance. The man looked forward with his glowing blue eyes, frowning, and said that this old man is unlikely to leave. Such an opportunity rarely comes. All 2 days he had to hide like a rat. Now it's time to strike back. Beams of green energy that flew through the air, green notes flying next to them. In the darkness of the building, red rays of light were visible. The man shouted that even if he died, he would take Mu Yinyu with him. Mu Yinyu and her subordinates were driving in a black car. A girl with blonde hair was driving. A red light was on the car window, and a girl with blonde hair said that something had happened. Someone replied that it was a pack of monsters. There was an explosion on the road next to the car. Mu Yinyu and her subordinates stood on the road. Many monsters were flying above them, glowing red. Someone said that they could handle it, and Mu Yinyu needed to be protected. The pink-haired girl frowned, clenching her hand into a fist, and said that only Hong Bo, the way they were attacked, was not an accident, but someone's plan. She looked forward, her hair fluttering in the wind, and she said that indeed, in Tong's lair, the leader of the traitors is someone else. A girl with blonde hair and a blue jacket hit her fist towards the monster, who also extended his paw towards the girl and received a strong blow. The girl's eyes glowed brightly blue. The girl jumped to the side, where she was caught by a guy in a brown jacket. Bending down, the girl said, "What amazing strength." A group of 4 people looked up at the monsters that were flying in the sky. Someone asked if they were B-tier monsters. A whole flock. A dark silhouette whose eye glowed with a red light. He held a flute to his mouth as green energy swirled around him. The group looked towards the building where the green pulses were coming from, and Muyin said that it was the whistle of the flute controlling the monsters. The man with a scar on his face and bright green eyes smiled, saying that now he and Muyin will switch roles and he will hunt them. Muyin stood in front of the 3 subordinates, holding her sword in her hand, her pink hair fluttering. When she asked if this person was the leader, the girl with brown hair extended her hand, saying that since he is capable of controlling B-tier monsters, then it's logical that they made him the main one. The guy in the turtleneck clenched his hands into fists, saying that he had never met him in their family. Probably the traitors hid many masters. A huge monster with 4 arms and wings on 2 arms landed on the ground. He threw back his wolf head, his red eyes glowed, stones flew away from him, and someone shouted to tear them to shreds. The girl with blonde hair frowned and clenched her hands into fists, saying to take Muyin away, and she would cover. "You need to hold out a little, soon Hongbo will be back." The guy with white hair stood behind the girl, also clenching his hands into fists, and the guy in the turtleneck took Muyin by the hand, leading her away. The guy with white hair waved his hand, throwing a blue device with a red indicator in the middle. The guy shouted that this is a new model of a drug that causes confusion among monsters. It will temporarily delay them, and they should leave. The round capsule opened and fog flew out of it, which surrounded the monsters. The girl in the blue jacket and the guy with white hair looked at the other 2 who were running away, and the guy with white hair said that they should go there. Muyin turned to the car, which was surrounded by monsters. She held the remote control in her hand, pressed the red button, and the car exploded. Fragments scattered to the sides. The girl said that this would delay them for a while. The monsters opened their wolf's mouths, their red eyes glowed, saliva flowed from their mouths. A man with a flute that emanated green impulses. He said that if he had not controlled clawing, they could have escaped, but now they will not be able to do so. Muyin frowned as she looked forward. Fog was flying around her and 2 other subordinates, and the girl said that she had not calculated the possibility that the traitors here had learned to use the flute to control B-tier monsters. Fortunately, in case of an unforeseen circumstance, she had prepared insurance. The girl looked at her wrist, on which there was a bracelet with a red button, and pressed this button, frowning and saying that she would not like to use it. She had no idea how that woman would react to this. A large dark building with large windows, the assembly site of the Dark Star. The girl was sitting on the sofa, with a glass, looking out the window and saying that the fog was disappearing. They should return soon. Everything went well. The miasma was once again dissipated. A translucent hologram of a man with glowing green eyes silently opened his mouth. He stood next to the girl, who crossed one leg over the other, folded her hands in her lap and looked down, saying that it looked like he wanted to say something. The man looked out the window and replied that he was afraid that everything would not end so easily. The girl with white hair looked at him, smiled and asked what he meant. The phone on the table lit up and there was an incoming call on the screen. The girl took the phone in her hand, looking at the screen with a smile, saying that it was her. The girl looked away, saying that this was such a rarity. The princess of the Mu family asked her for help. Yin pressed the button on her phone that said accept. She held the phone to her ear, looking to the side, and asked if they were coming back. They would celebrate their success, but they had to complete one more rescue mission on the way here. Hong held the phone and looked at him with a frown, asking what, and they had just finished a dangerous task and had not yet had time to heal their wounds, and she was sending them to a new one. The girl clenched her teeth, looking at the phone irritably, and Zuofan looked at her questioningly with an awkward smile. The guy held Fu Ren in his arms, frowned and asked what was the matter. Fu Ren also asked what it was and Hong looked at them in surprise. Yin smiled, saying that this is a top-class task, the pay will be very generous, and is she really sure that she wants to refuse? Hong clenched her teeth, looking to the side and frowning. She extended her hand, holding the phone to her ear with her other hand, asking about the upper class and who has so much money for it. Yin replied that she would send her the information and she would take a look. The girl with black hair looked at the main character, asking with a smile if he was with her. Zuofan looked at her and asked if she was injured and wanted to go help someone. She is not a weak-willed slave. Hong held the phone in both hands, on the screen of which there was a green envelope and a notification sounded. The girl said that it's not about slavery. Dark Star will give more than 10 million for a top-class task. The reward is serious. A monster with red glowing eyes and a wide open mouth was visible on the phone screen. Zuofan asked about 10 million, and who has that much money to ask for help? The girl said that these are those animals. The guy frowned and clenched his teeth. The girl looked to the side, also frowning as they remembered the flying monsters, saying in unison that they got here. Hong clenched her teeth, looking to the side, and said that it was good, she wanted to find them herself. Zuofan looked at her and replied that they could go and deal with them. A destroyed building, fog flying across the ground. The monster's foot with sharp claws fell to the ground. Many monsters were flying in the air, watching two people who ran into the building. One of them said that they should come here. Mu Yinyu raised her gaze, looking upward with blue glowing eyes. She and her three subordinates stood in front of a hole where the silhouette of a man in a cloak was visible. He smiled, holding a flute in his hands. Monsters stood next to him, and the man said that they run great, but now there is no way out, they will die here. The scarred man's eyes glowed brightly green and he shouted at them to die. Many arrows flew forward, the reflection of the face of a man with a scar was visible in them and he shouted who it was. The arrow flew next to one of the monsters, who clenched his teeth. The hooded man jumped to the side, asking who dared to interfere. One of the monsters opened its mouth as arrows flew in front of it. Mu Yinyu calmly looked ahead, saying that it looks like this is Dark Star's help and they are on time. Hong stood on the roof, near the crossbow. The main character was looking at her, and the girl said that it was his turn. Zuofan looked after the girl, saying that he would quickly figure it out. The guy with the face mask jumped into the air. Hong asked him to stop showing off, and better be careful of the monsters obeying the flute. The main character put his hand on his mask and said that it was time to settle scores with the man who had previously attacked him. The man with the scar on his face opened his eyes wide, playing the flute, green energy flying around him, and he asked if help had come to Mu Yinyu. It must be gotten rid of immediately, otherwise there will be no such opportunity again. He shouted to remove her and tear her to shreds. A pair of monsters with bright red eyes opened their mouths wide, between which saliva flowed. A beam of purple energy flew towards the man with the flute, skill, sparkling shadow sword. Zuofan landed on the ground, swinging his sword, and the hooded man jumped into the air, saying that he knew whose technique it was. The man waved his palm and a dagger appeared on it. He waved his dagger hand towards the guy. Thin white rays of energy and sparks appeared around him. The man shouted, "Mid-sea grade combat equipment, Frost Blossom." The three subordinates and Mu Yinyu looked at this. The brown-haired guy said that Frost Blossom is one of those techniques secretly passed down to the Mu family. Since he has mastered the middle class and in addition can control monsters, then he is at least at the level of a mid-level general. A girl with brown hair asked how that young man managed to cope with him. Mu Yinyu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her long hair was blown by the wind and she thought that it was Zuofan. He was safe. The hooded man looked up, holding a sword in front of him. The main character was flying at him from the air, who raised his hand with the sword to strike. The girl thought that now Zuofan is much stronger than he was then. The man with the flute pointed his dagger towards Zuofan, thin beams of white energy flying between them. Mu Yinyu looked at them, remembering how she spent time with the main character in the dungeon, thinking that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had already improved so much. A real genius. The girl frowned and lowered her gaze, wondering what she was thinking about. Now it was important to deal with the problem. The hooded man jumped to the side, swinging his sword, leaving a trail of blue energy in the air, shouting so Zuofan did not die from the bomb. The main character ran to the side, waving his hand. A beam of purple energy emanated from him. The man with the scar on his face clenched his teeth, frowning, sweat dripping down his face, and he said, now so suddenly, he has come to spoil his plans again. This time he will kill him and Mu Yinyu. Zuofan frowned at him, trembling and thinking that he has a good technique. He is one of the strongest among the mid-stage generals. With his current strength, it is very difficult to defeat such a master in a short time. The system window on which it was written, intelligence 330, health 332, strength 340, agility 345, points free for distribution 45. Zuofan thought that in order to get the middle stage, he needed to raise the indicators above 400. His advantage is speed. If he invests the remaining points in agility, he will have a chance to win. The boy with black hair frowned, his eyes reflecting the hooded man. Many winged monsters flew towards the guy, stretching out their paws towards him. Zuofan clutched his sword in his hand as he looked at them, his body glowing with purple light, and he thought that there were still B-tier monsters with him. The guy swung his sword, striking at the flying monsters, cutting them with a beam of purple energy. The guy's eyes glowed, and he brought his sword behind his back. The man in the cloak jumped to the ground, pointing a dagger towards the guy and shouted to him that he understands that during a fight he can control monsters, so let him accept his death. The man spread his legs to the side, laughing loudly. Beams of light, subtle energy, and flying monsters appeared in the sky. Zuofan jumped into the air, purple energy swirling around him. The guy swung his sword, leaving beams of purple energy while the monsters opened their mouths wide. Someone in the guy's earpiece said that they misjudged his power and let him get out of there. She will cover him. Zuo-fan bent down when many system windows appeared that showed the same thing. That 3 attribute points were gained for killing Clawwing. The guy thought that Mu Yinyu would not be able to retreat. The hooded man smiled, clenching his teeth, and said that he was so stubborn. The man shouted that they would see how he would cope if he doubled their number. More winged monsters appeared in the air in front of the protagonist, who raised his sword above his head, rays of purple energy emanating from him. Mu Yinyu was blocked by 2 men while the girl said that Zuo-fan was in trouble. One of them said that it was very dangerous there, and the girl with brown hair looked at Mu Yinyu, telling her not to come closer. The hooded man swung his knife while flying in the air, his eyes shining brightly with a blue light, and he said that he would use the frost blossom to the maximum and let him die. The main character raised his sword behind his back and put out his second hand in front of him, around which blue lightning sparkled. The system window showed points free for distribution, 71. The guy thought that now he would put them all in. The main character, in front of whom there was a blue system window on which there was an inscription, agility, from 345 to 416, the guy thought that he was finally into agility. Zuo-fan frowned, looking forward with slightly glowing eyes, and said that his agility stat had reached the level of a mid-level general. The guy jumped forward, bending his knee. Behind him were many of his purple silhouettes and rays of energy, skill, sparkling shadow sword, maximum class, activation. The hooded man, whose eyes glowed green, looked at the guy in front of him in shock, shouting that things were bad. He had been hiding his strength, skill from the very beginning, fleeting step, maximum class, activation. Zuo-fan's sword hit the hooded man's sword, causing sparks to fly in the air. The hooded man was struck by a purple beam of energy. He ran to the side. Above him was Zuo-fan, who waved his sword and lowered his head. Next to him was a huge purple monster who opened his mouth wide with sharp teeth. The hooded man shouted that he was not an average stage, but from where then the speed is so high, he can't stop him. Zuo-fan clenched his sword in both hands as a bright purple light shone around him. The guy bowed his head, raising his sword to strike. The green eyes of a hooded man were reflected in the blade of the sword, tears coming from his eyes. A beam of translucent blue energy pierced right through the man, and he froze with a frightened expression on his face. Zuo-fan landed on the ground, with a hooded man falling down behind him. The system window showed that 3 attribute points were gained for killing a mid-level general. Zuo-fan said he was finally defeated. The guy stood on the ground, clutching a sword in his hand, as 3 monsters flew above him, one of which opened its mouth. The guy spread his arms to the sides. A huge powerful beam of violet energy passed from him, which pierced all the monsters in its path, and the guy shouted that they were going after him. Zuo-fan stood among the dead monsters, raising his free hand and saying that this was it. The girl with brown hair looked up at the guy and said how strong he was, but at the same time young. The guy in the turtleneck and the guy with white hair replied that he was definitely a genius. Hong and Fu Ren ran to the main character. A girl with blue hair called him. The guy turned around, talking about Hong's wounds, and Fu Ren hugged him, burying his stomach and saying that he was doing well. Hong looked at them with a smile, saying that it was nothing, it was the old ones that opened. Mu Yinyu also looked at them, calling the main character, who was being hugged by a girl with blue hair. Mu Yinyu turned away and knitted her eyebrows in irritation, closing her eyes, thinking that she was so worried about him, and he was completely calm. Zuo-fan frowned, looking to the side and clenching his teeth, placing his hands on Fu Ren's shoulders. The guy thought that there was something terrible in that direction. Dark red tentacles were wrapped around one of the buildings. The head of a snake was visible and a man had fallen to the ground. Zuo-fan thought that there was some kind of evil there. The city, the lights were on in some of the windows. A dark fog was flying around the city. The dissipated miasma thickened again. The various monsters standing on the street raised their heads, opening their mouths. They ran forward, jumping over stones, and someone shouted that the monsters were running away. Hong, Fu Ren, Zuo-fan and 3 subordinates looked at this. The girl with blue hair asked if they were scared by the strength of the main character, and the guy replied that he was not that scary. Zuo-fan stroked the gray beast with bright green eyes, looking at him and thinking, how is he? He has never seen him so anxious. Something is wrong. He has never encountered such a strong feeling of oppression, although it seems a little familiar. Zuo-fan's eyes widened and he placed his hand on his stomach, wondering if this was the true form of that Atir monster. He frowned, looking forward with wide eyes, and wondered if this was impossible. Had he really come? The entire group began to look around as the ground shook. Hong shouted, asking what kind of monster it was. A huge snake with many heads appeared. A powerful explosion went through the ground. The central head of the snake opened its mouth wide. An A-level monster, a huge black snake. Hong and Fu Ren frowned at him and both said that he was actually a level. Many snake heads flew towards the group, golden eyes shining brightly on the central head. The snakes approached the group, opening their mouths wide, and a voice said, destroy, erase, kill. There was a strong explosion on the ground near the three people. Zuo Fan held Fu Ren, Mu Yanyu and Hong, jumping to the side and frowning, asking them why they froze, let them disperse and run. Many snake heads slammed into the ground, throwing broken stones to the side. Three of Mu Yanyu's subordinates jumped over the snake's body, escaping. Dust rose on the ground, fragments of stones were visible, a huge snake with many heads stood in the distance, and Zuo Fan thought, what a destructive force. The central head of the snake opened its mouth wide, stones were flying around and Zuo Fan stood in front of him, clutching a sword in his hand and wondering if this monster was hunting him. And why? Was it because he killed his double? One of the snake's heads lowered in front of the main character and the girls behind him, and the guy said that it really seemed like that. Zuo Fan jumped away from the rest of the group, turning to the girls and clenching his hands into fists, saying that he needed to be taken away from the others and shouted to take care of Fu Ren. Hong looked up at him, putting her hand to her chest. Mu Yanyu also looked up at him, clasping her hands together, and together they shouted for him to take care of himself. The two girls silently turned to each other. Zuo Fan flew through the air, striking at the heads of the snake. A purple cross-shaped beam of energy was visible, and the guy thought that what a terrible force, now he would hardly be able to compete with him, a terrible monster. The city around which the fire broke out, smoke could be seen flying in the air. Zuo Fan thought that they say that an A-tier monster is capable of destroying a city in a few hours. Now he believes that this is the case. The guy stood on the ground with his hands clenched into fists, and above him was the head of the snake, who opened his mouth wide over the guy, saying to kill the pest. Zuo Fan raised his gaze to him. His arm and legs were enveloped by the snake's tentacles, and he thought that he could not take a single step, and the voice belonged to a monster. After all, he has a mind. Why does he call him a pest? The beast lying in the protagonist's hood suddenly noticed something. He raised his head, looking down with bright green eyes, pulses of green energy emanating from him. Zuo Fan jumped to the side, stretching his hand forward and shouted that he could move. One of the snake's heads tried to bite the guy and he jumped away from it. Mu Yanyu frowned, calling out to the main character in fear, and Hong glanced at her. Zuo Fan's voice was heard in Hong's earphone, saying that he was fine. The girl's eyes widened and she frowned. Mu Yanyu looked back at her. Zuo Fan looked at the flying man who was surrounded by blue energy. A man with gray hair, a mustache and a goatee extended his iron-gloved fist forward, shouting so that the monster would not dare to become impudent. A long bright beam of blue energy stretched from Hong Bo and the man slammed his fist into the center of the serpent gathering, causing a strong explosion to occur there. Zuo Fan frowned, sparks of fire flying around him as he looked at the man. Hong Bo stood on the ground with one hand raised and clenched into a fist. A blue light shone around him and he said that Mu Yanyu had gone far. It was very dangerous to get into a fight with an A-tier monster. Hong held Fu Ren in her arms, frowning. The blue-hair girl looked at her and asked if she had heard. This top-level general called her madam. The black-hair girl replied that he works as a bodyguard, but they were called for help. This girl is clearly high position. Fu Ren said that she did not know that there was such a famous fighter. A huge thick tail of a black snake, many branches that hit the ground, fire was burning around. Zuo Fan thought that this was a terrible fight. If you got involved, you could die. There were many destroyed buildings, dark smoke was visible, fire was burning all around. Zuo Fan thought how terrifying their fight was. Hong Bo stood in front of the huge mouth of the snake, which was wide open. The man glowed with a blue light, raising his hand to strike. A strong wind was blowing around the snake and the main character thought that this was a fight at the level of the god of war. The guy with black hair was hiding behind one of the stones, looking to the side and thinking that they were fighting at the same level. Of course, only those who have become a top-level general can compete with an A-level monster. Zuo Fan looked forward, frowning, and thought that things are not so good now. Even such a fighter alone will not last long. Hong Bo clenched his teeth, frowned, beads of sweat ran down his face, and Zuo Fan thought that this monster was still more powerful than the general. Yi Yin walked to the window, from which only trees were visible, and put her hand to it, asking what was happening there. She put the phone to her ear, looking to the side, and the phone said, "The huge black snake has left the monster gorge. The general from the Mu family will not last long." The man looked at the sparks of fire in the city. There was an earpiece in his ear, from which Yi Yin said that she was entrusting it to him. The man replied that killing monsters is the duty of the Meteorite fighters. Huge red tentacles were visible in the air, reaching forward. Hong Bo sat on his knees, clenched his hands into fists, and swore loudly, breathing heavily. His eyes widened and he opened his mouth, looking to the side. There were several cuts that cut off the monster's tentacles. The snake's heads turned to the side, looking at something, and a voice said, "Another strong man." The man, who was glowing orange, jumped down. Fu Ren and Hong looked at this, frowning, and the girl with blue hair asked who it was. Hong replied that it was a high-ranking general. A man in gray pants and a turtleneck. On his head was a golden hat covering his eyes. The man smiled, holding two swords in his hands. He put his hand on his hat and said that he was a member of the Dark Star Rescue Team. Hong Bo glanced at him. The man's eyes widened and sweat ran down his face as he wondered if there really was such a strong fighter in the mysterious Tong organization. Zuo Fan frowned, his eyes slightly glowing as he looked at the man, thinking that there really are such people in the Dark Star, but why is his movement technique so similar to a fleeting step, or has he misspoke? The man in the hat stood with two swords in his hands, raising one. Hongbo bent down, lowering his head low. The huge head of the snake in front of them opened its mouth wide. There were 3 more snakes nearby. One of them also opened its mouth, the second simply stuck out its tongue. Someone said that 2 top-level generals have teamed up, now the damned monster will definitely not survive. Many snakes flew towards the 2 men. The monster said that the strongest of people must die. The man in the golden hat shouted that he would be difficult and they should join forces. Hongbo clenched his hands and looked forward, answering in agreement. Many snake heads flew towards the 2 men. The one with the hat waved his swords, striking them, and Hongbo extended his hands, releasing a beam of blue energy. A guy with brown hair and a turtleneck covered his face with his hand. A girl with light brown hair frowned, saying what a terrible force. A man with white hair stood behind them. Zuo Fan stood behind the stone, looking back and frowning, thinking that it was better not to interfere in the battle of such fighters. But would they cope? A faint purple glow appeared around the main character, a huge bright red eye was visible behind his back, and Zuo Fan thought that the monster had not yet shown its true strength. Blue lightning sparkled around the huge snake. The man in the hat jumped into the air, swinging his sword, while Hongbo stood to the side, releasing a bright green ball forward. The huge snake opened its mouth wide, sticking out its tongue, and under it the stones broke and flew to the sides. Fu Ren clenched her hand into a fist while standing next to the black-haired girl and frowned, shouting that he was injured and let them kill him. Hongbo leaned down, lowering his hand, and said that they must do their best to defeat him. The man in the hat replied that it was strange. He did not have a slight wound, but he was not weakened at all. Zuo Fan looked up, his eyes glowed and he frowned, thinking that this was simply his secret power. The guy jumped into the air, spreading his arms out to the sides, and shouted to be careful, saying that there was something wrong with the tentacles. Hongbo looked at the man with the hat who jumped up holding 2 swords. The man with gray hair asked what he was talking about. Many tentacles wriggled on the ground, some cut tentacles flew up. The huge snake hissed loudly as pieces of flesh flew into its tail, gathering, lightning flashing around them. One of the tentacles hit the 2 men, who jumped back to avoid the blow. The man in the hat held Hongbo by the wrist, and he thanked him, saying that he almost got caught. The one in the hat replied that his tentacles were like living beings. Many snakes entered the body of a huge snake that stood in front of the protagonist and the 2 men. Zuo Fan thought that he had been reborn. Hong frowned at this and asked how they regenerated so quickly. Mu Yinyu nearby said that it was as if he had not been injured. Hongbo had a lot of beads of sweat running down his face and looked nervously towards the man in the hat, saying that he was deliberately pretending to use the tentacle. He replied that it was no wonder that he did not feel that he was weakened. It was an illusion from the very beginning. 3 heads of the snake stuck out their tongues, and one of the men said that it was a cunning monster. The red eyes of the snake glowed. The silhouette of a man was reflected in them. When he thought that again they ruined his plan, these people are pests. Zuo Fan frowned, looking up at the snake, and pointed at the 2 men, saying that his enemies were there, but he should not pay attention to him. Beams of red energy that brightly illuminated everything around. Several black clots flew in the air. A pair of snakes emerged from the black clumps and stuck out their tongues, hissing. They approached the main character, who stood in front of them, holding a sword in his hands, and thought that he was again divided in 2. Was it really because of him? Zuo Fan ran away from the many small heads of snakes and one large one that were trailing behind him and thought that they wanted to kill him. The guy jumped. 2 snakes were visible on the ground, which were wrapped around Hongbo and a man in a hat, and the guy shouted that he did not have the strength to resist him, and he needed to be taken to the generals. Zuo Fan frowned, looking forward. Behind him, one of the snake's heads opened its mouth wide, following the guy, and he thought that fortunately, he had the agility of a mid-level general, which, when combined with a fleeting step, would not allow him to catch up with him. He will be safe once he reaches the generals. Orange mucus flew out of the snake's mouth towards the main character, who was running along the ground, cursing loudly. A green barrier appeared behind Zuo Fan and the guy looked back at it. The slime crashed against the barrier, drops scattered through the air, and the guy jumped forward, saying that he almost died. 3 small heads of a snake and one large one, which stuck out their tongues, looking at the guy. Fog was flying around, fiery sparks were flying, when the snake again called the guy a pest. The serpent lowered his head and said that he must be destroyed. Zuo Fan stood in front of the 2 men, clenching his hands into fists, and someone said that he was so young, but he had time to escape from the pursuit of an A-level monster. The man in the hat looked at Zuo Fan's sneaker-clad feet with purple sparks shining around him and thought about his movement technique. Hongbo jumped in front of the huge snake, which opened its mouth and raised his fist to strike. The man in the hat put one sword in front of him, raising the second to strike, and thought that he would think about it later. First he needs to deal with the monster. There were many cuts across the snake that glowed with blue energy. The huge snake stuck out its tongue, dust from the ground flew under it, and it shouted that it was useless. The man in the hat looked at him, clutching his two swords in his hands, asking if this monster could be reborn endlessly and how to defeat it. They would just be tired to death. The man looked at Hongbo, who clenched his hands into fists, and thought that his physical strength was at its limit. The fact that he had held out for so long was already a rarity. Nothing could be done. There was only one thing left. Zuo Fan frowned, his blue eyes glowing, and fiery sparks flying nearby as he said that if this continues, they will simply get tired of fighting. Is there really no limit to his revivals? The gray beast in the guy's hood whined, and Zuo Fan looked at him, asking if he could handle his regeneration ability. The guy frowned. The wind was blowing and fiery sparks were flying next to him when he asked if he even understood what he was telling him. The guy looked at how the two generals fought with a huge snake, and Zuo Fan said that in the current situation he could only guess the moment. He tightened his grip on his sword, raising it, and said that he needed a moment during their attacks. Zuo Fan jumped above the snake's head, swinging his sword to strike it, green pulses appearing around him and flying through the air. Hongbo frowned at this, beads of sweat running down his face as he loudly asked the guy if he was tired of living. The purple crystal shattered due to the green pulses. Zuo Fan struck at the snake's neck, rays of blue energy sparkled from his sword, and the huge snake repeated the word pest. The two men on the ground looked at the main character in surprise. A strong wind was blowing, and the man in the hat said that he really hurt him. They jumped into the air together. Hongbo extended his fist forward. Turquoise energy gathered around him, and he said that there is something wrong with the monster. This is their chance. The man in the hat clutched his two swords in his hands, shouting that they need to attack together. They hit the huge red tentacles, and blue lightning appeared around them, sparkling all around. A green beam of energy was visible, and behind it a huge explosion. Someone asked if it had happened and if the monster had really died. A huge snake with tentacles fell into a hole that appeared on the ground, opening its mouth wide. Someone asked if this terrible monster had finally died. Hongbo stood at the edge of the gorge from which the red light was coming and said that the monster's aura had almost disappeared, which means he should die very soon. A man with a hat nearby said that you need to be careful. The life force of a Ranka monster is very powerful. You need to beware of it counterattacks before death. Zuo Fan stood in front of the blue system window, looking at it, and thought it was strange. He had not gained a single attribute point. Maybe this monster had not died yet. A small snake was visible on the ground, wriggling, saying that it would not leave people so easily, especially with this threat. The gray beast Zuo Fan looked at her. Its green eyes glowed, and green pulses began to emanate from its forehead. The snake trembled and, opening its mouth, hissed, saying that it could not move its body. This force was a threat. The snake exploded on the ground, leaving behind only a blood stain and a purple core. A red tentacle could be seen among the rubble, and there was fire around it. Someone said that the monster's aura had disappeared. It had died. An inscription appeared on the system window. Kill a monster of rank a black snake, +3 attribute points are received. A monster of a stronger level is killed, reward +6. The first time you kill a rank monster, an additional reward is attribute points +10. The core of a rank monster is ready for collection. Zuo Fan asked if the name of this monster is Black Snake. It was the first time he killed a rank monster and gained a lot of attribute points. But what does it mean that the core of a rank monster is ready to be collected? The gray beast held a purple core in its mouth and jumped onto the main character's shoulder. Zuo Fan looked at him, stretching out his hand towards him, and thought that although this monster had been chasing them all the way here, his real motive might not be him. Most likely it was this little guy. Hongbo stood in front of the guy, smoothing his beard with his finger, and said, "What a pity, such a strong rank monster, and did not leave behind a monster core." The man in the hat looked at him and replied that it all depends on luck. Besides, they killed this monster without losses, which is not bad. The man with gray hair replied that he was right. Muyin stepped forward, looked to the side, and called the main character. Zuo Fan looked at the girl, frowned, and also called the girl's name. They stood opposite each other, and Hongbo stood at a distance, looking in their direction and thinking about the lady and this young man. A small building with light shining from the passage, dark starbase, storage facility. Many people stood in front of the jar where the snake monster's tentacle was. Other jars were visible behind. People said that all these parts are so huge. How big was the main body of this monster? Such a creepy rank monster. It can only be killed by an advanced star general or above. Someone said that they heard who killed this rank monster. Zuo Fan stood with a smile among the crowd of people who said that this young man seemed to have used a lot of strength in that battle. The warehouse registration area. Zuo Fan, Fu Ren, and Hong stood near the counter. The elders were holding papers in their hands. Behind the counter stood a smiling girl with pink hair and a man in a black suit. Hong held a piece of paper in both hands, which was divided into 2 columns, and in the first column it was written, Delegated Rewards, Rank C Skill. Rank C Monster Core, Rank B Monster Core, C Rank Monster Core. The girl said that the reward for the rescue operations are simply fabulous. The girl turned to the main character with a smile, saying that the mission rank of the rescue mission, depending on the person's personality, distributes rewards. This time they were very lucky. They completed the highest level mission and participated in killing a rank a monster, and to receive such a reward, this is fine. Zuofan looked at the girl with a nervous smile, thinking that even though the situation was like this, but by saving Mu Yinyu, he still obtained the core of a rank monster. Now he is also taking all these rewards from the Dark Star. Fu Ren handed the paper to the girl with black hair, telling her to help her exchange the reward for money. She needs 2 more years when she will save enough money to save enough to find her parents. Hong picked up a piece of paper and looked at it with a smile, agreeing and saying that when the time comes, she will go with her to search for them. Zuofan looked at them, thinking that if the girl knew her parents. He looked at the smiling Fu Ren, who closed her eyes and thought that all this happened because of the Donghai monster horde. He must definitely investigate the truth of that year, for the sake of those people who died and to prove his father's innocence. The main character remembered the huge snake with tentacles and many heads, thinking that the clues on the map are most likely located in the depths of the Donghai dungeon. And with his current strength and fighting abilities, this is far from enough. If he encounters monsters like the black snake, he doesn't even have the strength to scratch it. Zuofan frowned, his eyes glowed slightly, and he thought that he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Hong looked at the guy with concern as she stood in front of him and asked if he hadn't yet decided which reward to choose. He could also choose to qualify for the Rank B skill auction, but the auction might not start very soon. Zuofan smiled. There were many silhouettes of girls behind him, and the guy thought about the auction qualification of an advanced rank skill, and after he returned from the ruins of the western suburbs, he obtained a rank core. 2 girls approached Zuofan. The one with white hair hugged his hand, and the girl with long black hair and a red t-shirt smiled and said that she heard that he acted very boldly today. The guy blushed, trying to say something. A girl in a purple dress was holding a blue mug. Yi Yin was sitting on the sofa, and Mu Yinyu was sitting in front of her at the other end of the table. The girl with pink hair nervously lowered her gaze and thought that she did not want to see this woman in such a state. Yi Yin smiled at the girl and asked if she was satisfied with the rescue service their Dark Star provided. Mu Yinyu put her hand on the sofa and closed her eyes with a smile, saying that she was very grateful to the Dark Star for saving her. She thought that judging by this woman's behavior, she knew about her and Zuofan's affairs. Yi Yin held the folded paper in her hands with a smile, saying that this is the after-sales service of the Dark Star, and she hopes the girl is happy. Hongbo was holding a paper with something written on it, saying that this was the time when the traders arrived in Donghai Dungeon, and it was not long after he received the news about Zuofan, and that this was an accurate calculation. Even if you delve into his personality, it seems that their family has a spy who is on his side. Mu Yinyu lowered her gaze, remembering the girl with short hair, wondering what it was. Yi Yin closed her eyes and crossed one leg over the other, saying that as a mistress, she hopes that she can stay in the Dark Star for a few days. But as a friend, she advises her to quickly return to the Mu family, since her personality is too vulnerable and it's not safe to stay here. Behind the pink hair girl stood Hongbo, who put his finger on his beard, saying that Yi Yin is right, since this matter is over. If she continues to stay here, it will not be safe. They better go back. Mu Yinyu resolutely looked forward, saying that with him she doesn't worry at all. The man looked away, sweat dripping down his face as he thought that he was the one who was worried about her. If they met in a rank monster again, then what should they do? Mu Yinyu looked over her shoulder to the side. She saw 2 girls standing next to the main character, hugging him. Mu Yinyu shouted irritably, "Why are these girls surrounding Zuofan? And he is definitely popular with the girls." Zuofan looked at her questioningly. Hongbo looked at the guy who was surrounded by girls and thought that this young master is Zuofan. His fighting abilities are much stronger than what is indicated in the information. Another girl appeared in front of Zuofan while he blushed, looking away to the side. Mu Yinyu walked forward, her cloak and pink hair flying behind her, and she said that she had not seen Zuofan for a long time. The 3 girls frowned at Mu Yinyu, who was passing nearby. Hong smiled and looked to the side, saying, "What does it mean? This guy knows that rich woman. No wonder he worked so hard during the mission." Fu Ren put her palms to her face and said that this is the elder brother and the beautiful rich sister. Hong hit the blue-haired girl on the head while she was saying that if only she could meet a handsome and rich brother, that would be great. Hong said stop dreaming about that. Zuofan smiled as he looked forward, and Mu Yinyu thought that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. This fool has become much more handsome. No wonder so many girls have started liking him. Mu Yinyu put her hands on her flushed face, thinking that she didn't even ask him why he has so many girls. No, How can she care? Even if he is popular with girls, they are just good friends. Zuo-fan looked away, thinking that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Mu Yanyu's hair had become longer, and she had become much more beautiful than before. But what was it? He seemed to have swallowed his tongue. Mu Yanyu and Zuo-fan stood in front of each other. The girl put her hand on her shoulder and closed her eyes with a smile as they said together that they had not seen each other for a long time, asking how things were going. Hongbo and the three generals looked at this in shock, frowning and thinking that the lady is in love with this guy. They disagree. Zuo-fan rubbed the back of his head and said that they had not seen each other for so long and she had changed so much that he almost didn't recognize her. Mu Yanyu looked at him, asking what he meant. The girl blushed and looked away, saying with an embarrassed smile whether he really wanted to say that she had become worse. Zuo-fan waved his hands, nervously saying that it's not like that at all, she's much more beautiful now. The girl with pink hair looked to the side, frowning and muttered that I guess so. She thought that at least he had good eyesight. Mu Yanyu put her hands on her cheeks, remembering how the main character carried her on his back and held the cloth to her chest, thinking that he was very stupid before. Mu Yanyu smiled as she looked up and thought that for some reason she remembered all this when they first met. The girl put her hand to her mouth and cleared her throat, asking how long he planned to stay in the Dark Star organization and where he was going next. Zuo-fan frowned, looking at the girl from under his brows and replied that he wanted to go deeper into the Donghai dungeon. Mu Yanyu put her hand to her chest, looking at the guy with concern, and said that as she expected, he came to the Donghai dungeon for some reason. But he knows that it is dangerous there are rank monsters there, like that snake. Even if he is no weaker than an average star general, it will be difficult. Purple icon, depicting a red demon with clenched teeth. Inside the western pit of the abyss there are monsters stronger than the big black snake. A huge monster with horns near its mouth, sharp teeth and many tentacles. Purple lightning flashed around it. Not to mention that in the deepest part of the Donghai dungeon, there are monsters that are above a rank. The city, the destroyed debris could be seen. Purple lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the city, stronger than the god of war, an S-rank monster. Zuo-fan tilted his head, looking forward with a frown and said, then he understands how dangerous it is to go deep into the Donghai dungeon. With his current abilities, this is far from enough, but he discovered evidence related to his father's case and it is located in the depths of this dungeon. The main character looked forward decisively, with blue glowing eyes, and said that he must go. Mu Yanyu looked at the guy in surprise while her pink hair fluttered and asked, isn't his father's business the business of Commander Zuo Hui? Then she understands, she asked to accompany Zuo-fan. The main character frowned at her. Hongbo came up behind him, and they said together, no way. Mu Yanyu folded her hands behind her back and sadly turned towards them, asking why. Zuo-fan extended his hand towards the girl, saying that it was too dangerous. A man with gray hair ran towards them, and agreed, saying that in the depths of the Donghai dungeon it is very dangerous. Mu Yanyu raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. Standing in front of the protagonist and Hongbo, she asked if they really mean to say that she is too weak, or an advanced star general who does not even have the fighting ability of a god of war cannot be qualified for diving into the depths of the Donghai dungeon. The man with gray hair and the guy looked at the girl in shock, nervously waved their hands and together answered that they did not mean it. Zuo-fan thought that it was exactly like that. Mu Yanyu smiled as she looked at them and asked, then why doesn't Hongbo protect her and they go together? Hongbo looked at the girl nervously, beads of sweat running down his face, and he asked in confusion if he really needed to accompany Mu Yanyu and infiltrate the Donghai dungeon. The man looked at the girl who took his hand in confusion and thought that wouldn't he just be this guy's bodyguard. Mu Yanyu said to the man, everything is fine, and why don't he accompany her? Just don't let him say that he wants her to go alone. Hongbo blushed and smiled nervously, agreeing, and wondering why he agreed again out of habit. Zuo-fan looked at Hongbo in confusion and at Mu Yanyu, who was holding up 2 fingers while smiling. The girl thought that with Hongbo as a bodyguard, Zuo-fan's safety would be guaranteed. The pink-haired girl looked at the older man with raised eyebrows and said that she knows that he treats her the best, then they should prepare and let him treat this as training. Hongbo also glanced at the girl, trying to something to say. The man clenched his hands into fists, dissatisfied, thinking that it was all because of the main character. He forced Mu Yanyu to go to this dungeon. She went all the way to the dungeon, insisting that he go with her, but her true motive is to protect this guy. A large building, on one of the black walls there was a purple logo in the inscription Dark Star. Zuo-fan was sitting on the bed. There was a large window behind him, a pink package was lying next to him, and the guy was holding a white package in his hands, looking down at him and saying that even though he has such an advanced star general like Hongbo, he also need to prepare everything. The guy looked up, remembering how he walked through the dungeon with Mu Yanyu, saying that he did not expect to explore the Donghai dungeon with her. Zuo-fan covered his face with his hand, frowned and said what he was thinking about. Hongbo stood in front of the guy, crossing his arms over his chest and clearing his throat. Zuo-fan stood up from the bed, looking at the man who was standing at the door and said that it was already so late. Hongbo put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, leaning over and saying that he needed to talk to him. The man walked to the window and the main character looked at him, asking why he came here. The guy thought that the man's aura was so strong, and if we talk about combat abilities, he should be the best among the advanced star generals. Hongbo looked at the guy with wide eyes and frowned, saying that he should first introduce the Mu family, and thank him for saving his lady twice. He should warn him, he and Mu Yanyu are not suitable for each other. Zuo Fan raised his hand, looking away and awkwardly saying that he misunderstood the relationship between him and Mu Yanyu. It was not at all like what the man thought. Hongbo looked at the guy with red glowing eyes, folded his hands behind his back, blue energy appeared around him, and he asked if he had misunderstood. He saw how the mistress grew up, and she never showed such a strong interest in the opposite sex, and now she literally begs him to be her friend's bodyguard and wants to go to the Donghai dungeon together. Zuo Fan frowned at the man, trying to say something. But Hongbo interrupted him, standing with his back to the guy and turning his gaze to him. The man said that the relationship between Zuo Fan and Mu Yanyu is not exalted, and after the incident in Kingning City, he will understand the inner essence from the Mu family. Mu Yanyu's position in the family is very dangerous, and now the identity of the protagonist itself is a big problem. Hongbo closed his eyes, a shadow fell on his face as he said that he is the son of Zuo Hui, a person much more sensitive. That Donghai monster horde incident is related to so many things, it is very unprofitable for each other if they want to be together. Zuo Fan frowned at the man, a shadow fell on his eyes, and his pupils glowed with white light. He said, "Does the man really know about the information received from the Donghai horde of monsters?" Hongbo turned to face the guy, saying that he was not sure, but his father's accusation really created a huge problem, that's for sure. Zuo Fan thought that as expected, the father is innocent and imprisoned. The truth is that he must definitely look into it. Hongbo put his hand to his beard, looking away, and said that if he really thinks about Mu Yanyu, then this time after the Donghai dungeon, let him keep his distance. For both him and her, it will be good. Now this time he will follow him, and will consider this as payment for saving Mu Yanyu. He will not say anything more. The man folded his hands behind his back, leaving the room, and told Zuo Fan to think carefully. The guy followed the man with his eyes. Hongbo closed his eyes and thought that his fighting ability is amazing. He is a true genius, and if you are not Zuo Hui's son, he would be a good match for Mu Yanyu. What a pity. Zuo Fan frowned and silently followed the man with his gaze. He raised his hand and looked at her, saying that no matter what, he needed to investigate his father's unfortunate case. The burden on his shoulders was very heavy. A beast with green eyes crawled out of the guy's hood and looked to the side, whining. The guy looked out the window and asked the animal what happened. Suddenly, Zuo Fan's eyes widened and he frowned as he noticed something. The silhouette of a man in a hat with white eyes was visible in the window, and the guy asked if it was a ghost. Zuo Fan looked at the silhouette in the window in fear, tilted his head, a shadow fell on his eyes, and he said, "Are there really ghosts in this world?" A man in a golden hat with talismans on it, looking at the guy, said that it was just him. Zuo Fan replied, "That means it was him." The guy scratched his head, looking at the man outside the window in confusion, and said that he appeared suddenly at night. "I wonder what he has to do with him." The man frowned, lowered his gaze, and said that it was inconvenient for them to talk in this place. Let him go with him. The man kicked off the ground. He jumped into the air, flying away, and Zuo Fan held onto the window, watching him. The guy jumped out the window, clenching his hands into fists. His body glowed with purple light, and he thought that maybe the Dark Star was again running some kind of secret operation. The man in the hat flew through the air. Behind him was Zuo Fan. The guy thought that he was as fast as a Dark Star veteran should be. The main character bowed his head, remembering Hong, who stood in front of him, and said that she does not know the real origin of this strong veteran. But he is like a shadow, but she knows one thing. This gentleman is one of the strongest star generals in their organization. The guy remembered how the man in the hat was holding two swords in his hands. In front of him was a ball of blue energy. The guy thought that his fighting ability could be even stronger than Hongbo. However, he is still willing to be the shadow of a dark star, but the person's movement technique. The man in the hat swung his leg, jumping over the broken wall, clenching his hands into fists, and Zuo Fan thought that his steps seemed to be like a fleeting step. Zuo Fan landed on the ground. The man in the hat did the same in front of him, saying that he thought it would be nice here. The man looked over his shoulder with a smile, a white light emanating from his eye, and he said that he heard Zuo Fan still had not chosen the reward for the rescue mission. The main character frowned at him, saying that yes, he had not yet decided which one to choose. The man turned to the guy, looking at him, and said that on the day when he fought the Rank monster, he saw Zuo Fan use the flash step. This move was long lost, and how he learned it. Zuo Fan smiled, answering that he got it from the Kingning Mall auction, bought a book with fragments, and memorized it. The man in the hat crossed his arms and said that he learned this fleeting step from a book in fragments. Should he say that he is too talented, or his body is suitable for this foot technique? Zuofan looked at the man in front of him. The rubble and crooked buildings were visible behind him. The guy thought that he came at night and invited him to a meeting, just to ask where his fleeting step came from, and this man is related to the god of war Zushi. The man looked at the guy from under his hat. A shadow fell on his eyes, and he said that his name is Molin. Zushi, who died, was his teacher, and since he learned a fleeting step from a fragment of a book, now he is also his successor. Thus, he would pass on the rest of the fleeting step tips to Zuofan. Zuofan tilted his head, looking at Molin, asking about the rest of the advice, and is it really part of the recreation of the war god rank step technique? The guy smiled, raised his eyebrows, and asked if he was serious. If so, then he would be very grateful for it. Molin waved his hand and told him not to rush to rejoice. He would only guide him for one night, and if during that night he could reach the true threshold of fleeting steps, he would pass on the sword technique that came with the leg technique to him. The man lowered his hands, clenching them into fists, and said that no matter whether he could learn it or not, it would be considered that he had received his reward. The man asked if he agreed. Zuofan looked at the man with a smile, clenched his hand into a fist in front of him and asked about just the night, agreeing and saying that they had agreed. Molin looked down at the guy with his glowing eyes and said that he can see that he is really confident in himself. Indeed, a genius should be like that, but he hopes that he can maintain such confidence later. The man said, "Look carefully." Blue and white light began to glow around his legs. Molin disappeared, leaving only a blue glow and rays of energy in front of him. The main character frowned at this in surprise and said that this was a real passing step. Zuofan raised his gaze, looking at the many blue beams of energy in the air, saying that if he successfully mastered such a technique, he would be able to easily dodge the black snake's attacks. Molin walked through the air. There was blue energy under his feet, and the blue silhouettes of a man could be seen behind him. Zuofan thought, is this really a real war god technique? If he can master it, then with the fighting ability of a novice star general, he can fight within a rank monster. A man with blue energy shining around him landed in front of the protagonist. Molin pointed to the blue steps that remained in the air and told him to use his footprints and start training, and let him remember, he only has the night. After dawn he will no longer instruct him. Zuofan tilted his head and looked at the man decisively and answered okay. He also asked what kind of sword technique complete with true fleeting step is this also a god rank technique? Molin calmly looked at the guy, asking if he was too confident in his talent, and first let him try to reach the threshold of this technique, and then they would talk about it. The protagonist lowered his gaze, frowning, and thought that it was not because he was overconfident, it was just that he had the war god system. He just needed to use enough attribute points, and he would be able to deduct the rest of the fleeting step. Zuofan looked up in surprise at the system window in front of him, eyes wide and mouth open, wondering what was going on. On the system window it was written, fleeting step, the possibility of holding. The guy thought why the fleeting step had changed in the system. Zuofan raised his hands and opened his mouth wide, wondering why the system was doing this at such a crucial moment. He smiled nervously and, closing his eyes, scratched his cheek, saying that there was no other choice, he could only rely on himself. Zuofan jumped into the air. Purple and blue energy trailed behind him. When he jumped, putting his hand behind his back and putting the second one in front of him, the guy jumped further, bending his leg at the knee and looking forward. He thought that he shouldn't think so much, even if he does not have the war god system. He has a passing step. This is the basis. With such guidance and training from the teacher, he should try to comprehend the technique overnight. With the night sky showing stars, Zuofan thought he would start practicing. Molin sat on one of the debris, looking at the blue beams of energy in the air. The gray animal also looked at the rays of air, destroyed, rickety buildings, the sun rising over the horizon. Zuofan crawled on the ground, breathing heavily from the many debris on the ground. The guy frowned and lowered his gaze, beads of sweat running down his face, and he said that he trained for almost the whole night, but he still didn't understand anything. Maybe cultivating this technique for the gods of war is too difficult, or his talent is not enough. Molin sat looking at the sunrise and thought this guy has a talent much higher than normal to learn a fleeting step from a fragment of a book. He thinks he shouldn't have placed too much hope on him, and the truth is, no one can master such a powerful technique overnight. The man in the hat walked away from the main character, clenching his hands into fists. The bright sun illuminated him and he said that it was almost dawn, but he no longer had time. This is all he can do. The man thought that since he has no talent, which means he doesn't have the qualifications to become the successor of this war god technique. Zuofan stood up. His eyes were hidden by a shadow as he asked the man to wait. Molin turned his gaze to the guy. His blue eyes lit up. The main character frowned at him, beads of sweat running down his face, and he asked if there was still time left until dawn. Zuofan looked at the man with the hat leaving and said that there was still a little time left until dawn. Molin looked over his shoulder and said that he hated to say it, but he was still far from achieving the fleeting step, and did he really think that in such a short period of time he could do it? The man frowned and looked up, trying to say something in surprise. Zuo Fan was moving through the air. There was a purple beam of energy under his feet. Purple lightning was visible around the guy's legs, and several silhouettes of him were visible behind his back. Zuo Fan stepped on the air. There was blue energy under his feet, and Mo Lin said that he had already reached the level of true fleeting step. How is this possible? The system window showed a fleeting step. A fleeting step can be improved. Another system window showed that Zuo Fan had the Esper's guide whether he wanted to use 45 attribute points to improve the fleeting step. Zuo Fan frowned. There was a blue field under his feet and he clenched his hands into fists as he walked forward as he thought, could he really improve them just because of the guidance of an expert? And with only 45 points because of having a mentor, this is a good chance for him. The system window showed whether Zuo Fan wanted to use 45 attribute points to improve the fleeting step. The guy thought that yes, he did. A bright purple light shone behind Zuo Fan, and he wondered how much his strength would increase with this attribute if he could also parry with a fleeting step. The system window showed that the fleeting step was improving. White and purple light shone around the guy's feet. Zuo Fan said that everything was successful, and what will happen now? Will this attribute become a God of War rank? The main character walked through the air. His body was glowing with pink energy, and there were blue platforms under his feet. Skill. Flash of light. The guy thought that this skill of the God of War uses more power than before. He must be careful when using it. The guy jumped to the ground in front of Mo Lin, asking how he did and if he managed. The man in the hat looked at the guy in shock, thinking that in just one night he experienced a flash of light. It's amazing what kind of talent he has. Mo Lin smiled, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said that Zuo Fan had succeeded, and that was in just one night. The main character sank to the ground, sitting among the rubble, and lowered his gaze, saying that he did it, thinking that everything was thanks to the system of the God of War. He could not have done it on his own in a month. Mo Lin lowered his gaze to him, holding the sword in his hand. His body glowed with a blue light, and he said, since he was able to do this, now he will fulfill his promise. He will teach him the sword technique that matches the flash of light. The main character looked up, his face covered by the blade of the sword, and he asked about the sword technique that would go with the flash of light. Mo Lin lowered his sword, waved it, and said to watch carefully. Zuo Fan looked at the man with his mouth open and his head raised. Morning, blue sky, ruins of buildings were visible. The main character frowned. There was a blue light in his eyes as he said about this sword technique. Dong Hai Dungeon, Western Abyss. A pair of skulls lay on the ground. The entrance to the dungeon was illuminated by a purple light. There were crystals on the walls from which a red light emanated. A silhouette of a scorpion with wings and 6 red glowing eyes. There was a blue light around it. The scorpion flew over the ground, landing on it. He spread his claws to the sides. His eyes glowed brightly as he landed on the ground. He said that this disgusting fool died. But how? The red-eyed scorpion thought of the huge snake that stood in front of Zuo Fan. White energy pulses were emanating from it, and he said that he would see if he was surrounded and killed. Scorpio looked at the main character, on whose shoulder a gray beast was sitting. The serpent said that this was a threat. The wind flew around the scorpion with a bright red eye when he asked what he said, and it was true. He waved his claws, raising dust, and said that this is a threat. It is not surprising that the serpent left the nest. The threat must be killed at any cost to avenge his master. Many small snakes were reaching towards the exit of the dungeon, where a bright purple light was burning and from which the wind was blowing. The scorpion said that if any of the people dare to enter the Dong Hai dungeon, let them kill everyone. No one should be left alive. A building that had a purple symbol and the inscription Dark Star on it. There was a black car on the road. Mu Yanyu, Hongbo, and 3 subordinates were standing next to it, and Zuo Fan, Fu Ren, and Hong were standing on the other side of the car. Ian stood with her back and called Mo Lin. The white-haired girl looked at the man behind her with a smile, asking if Zuo Fan met his requirements. Mo Lin crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the girl, and replied that this guy is as expected from Zuo Hui's son. Ian raised her eyebrows at the man and asked if he really thought so highly of him. That year Huey was also recognized as a war god hunter. If not for the Dong Hai monster horde, he might have become an important person in China. Sitting in the car were Zuo Fan, Hongbo, who crossed his arms over his chest, and Mu Yanyu, who was sitting in the back seat of the car. The man in the golden hat looked back and said that one can only say that he will definitely not be like him. The main character looked back at the elderly man, who also looked at him, and the guy thought that there was such an oppressive atmosphere here. Hongbo stared at the guy, and he awkwardly thought that if a look could kill a person, then he would have been dead countless times by his gaze. The pressure of an advanced star general is certainly frightening. Mu Yanyu leaned closer to Zuo Fan, handing him something, and said that he had been driving for so long, and they could have a snack, and maybe he wanted something. The main character looked back to the side where Hongbo's gaze was visible and replied that he was not hungry, and if he overeat, he would fall asleep, and this could lead to an accident. Hongbo looked to the side with glowing eyes at the guy and thought that at least he understands everything, and he cannot let this child be with Mu Yanyu. A black car was driving down the road and the man thought it didn't matter, they would get this over with as soon as possible. A group of 3 people stood in the corridor of the laboratory, a secret passage to a park in the western suburbs. Mu Yanyu put her hand on her waist, asking how it was that a secret passage appeared in this place. Zuo Fan was shining a blue light from the mirror onto the wall, a backpack was lying next to him, and the guy asked what was behind the wall, and maybe there was some clue there. The main character held a mirror in his palm. The wall in front of him began to move apart, and a blue light emanated from there. Zuo Fan looked down at the mirror with a smile, saying that he could open it. The guy stood next to the wall, shining light from the mirror onto it, with Mu Yanyu behind him. They and Hongbo walked into the room. Behind them there was a system panel on the wall and a voice said that identity verification was being carried out, and the identity verification was passed. The main character frowned and looked forward. They stood in a room where there was a bed, a table with a laptop and a pot of a plant standing there. Mu Yanyu asked who the person who used to live here was. Zuo Fan picked up the photo frame. He lowered his head, holding the frame in front of the open cabinet and muttered that it was Mom. A girl with pink hair approached the guy, sadly looking down at him, and asked if it was really him, and that beautiful woman was his mother. The photograph showed a man with dark hair and wearing a suit. Next to him was a woman holding a child in her arms. The guy replied that yes, that's exactly it. The main character remembered how his parents stood together. The woman held him in her arms while a man took pictures of them. Zuo Fan said that it was his mother. The guy raised his gaze and opened his mouth, remembering himself as a child who, with tears in his eyes, screamed, "Has his mother really died? He cannot believe it." Hongbo sighed, looking forward, and said that he remembers. In those days, Commander Zuo Hui was called the Tiger of City C. In the new region, his wife was also an outstanding scientist. They were an enviable couple in the new China. People thought that both of them would become leading representatives of the nation for a decade. A man with black hair stood next to a portrait of a woman who was smiling, closing her eyes. Hongbo said, who would have thought that his mother would leave them so quickly? The fire was burning around the man, his cloak fluttered behind him, and Hongbo said, and his father will be found guilty of the outbreak of monsters in the city of C. The old man thought that, to be honest, this guy is also from a respected family, perhaps he will suit the lady. Hongbo looked at the main character, who lowered his head while holding a photograph. The man said not to sit here and remember the past. Has he forgotten why he came here? The man thought that the Zuo Hui incident was too complicated. The musician family can't take risks and intervene. Zuo Fan raised his head, frowning and looking to the side, thinking that everything is right. He should not dwell on the past. He should find clues that will help clear his father's name. The guy stood at the open closet, saying that it's strange, there are no useful clues here. Mu Yanyu stood behind the guy. The main character frowned and sighed, saying that this room was really an ordinary living room. The girl with pink hair looked at him and clenched her hand into a fist, saying that this cannot be. If she were her, she would definitely hide the secrets in such a secluded place. Besides, the information they found now is too common. Zuo Fan also clenched his hand into a fist and replied that she was right. He didn't notice. Hongbo smoothed his beard and said that the girl was as perceptive as always. Mu Yanyu calmly looked at them with raised eyebrows and said that the secrets his mother hid here are only for him, so Zuo Fan is the only one who can reveal them. The mirror, with blue glass from which violet light emanated, Zuo Fan asked, the mirror is the key again. The main character walked around the room, holding a mirror in his hands. Suddenly, the mirror in his hands began to emit a bright ray of light, and the guy smiled, saying that it was glowing. A blue beam of light on the wall shone into the center of the diagram. A voice said that an identity check was in progress. The identity was confirmed. A secret vault was opening. The doors opened and a bright light was visible. A huge room, with a hologram of the globe, in front of which there was a system window, with a red lock. Zuo Fan said that this was the second room. The 3 walked around the room. Their silhouettes were visible through the translucent system windows. Mu Yanyu said that this place is amazing. It seems more advanced than the best research institute in the country. Hongbo said that if he remembers correctly, she was a genius, behind which was fought by the best research institutes. Zuo Fan shined a mirror towards the system window that had a red lock on it and asked if this mirror could unlock the screen. The system window showed storage unlocking, identity verification, identity confirmed. Many images with different places appeared on the system window. On one of them 2 people were visible, on the other a monster with red eyes. All 3 were looking at it. An image with flasks. On the second screen there were monsters. Zuo Fan read, a research proposal for creating a hypnotizing gadget for monsters, a drug for taming monsters. The guy asked why there were such confidential documents. The main character opened his mouth in surprise, saying that the flute that hypnotizes monsters and the drug for taming monsters were obtained from this center. It is amazing. Mu Yanyu parted her mouth, looking at the screen in surprise, and thought that if these technologies were developed here, how could they leak out and fall into the hands of those madmen? These items must have originally been designed to fight monsters and their outbreaks. A man with black hair who was handcuffed, and two guys with evil smiles and red glowing eyes. Next to him sat a girl who lowered her head. Mu Yin thought that in other words, these people stole her research results and framed Commander Zuo Hui to get them for herself, and she is sure that his mother did not give away the results of her research. Mu Yin looked over her shoulder, looking to the side in surprise and wondering if this had really happened. She thought of how the man with an evil smile waved his hand, causing a red cut on the woman's back, and Mu Yin thought that she had been killed. Zuo Fan hit the blue panel with both fists. He frowned, gloomily looking at the screens, and asked how the research results could have been leaked. Knowing her character, she would never give them to these people. The guy closed his eyes and lowered his head, asking how she really died. Hongbo looked at the guy in surprise, thinking that if this became known, all of China would plunge into chaos. The man said that yes, his mother was a great scientist, she would never give away the results of her research. Let him not be upset, at least, his trip here was not in vain. Zuo Fan hit the panel with his fists again. Lowering his head low, he remembered the man in the cap, how he cried as a child, covering his face with his hand, and the photo of his mother calling for her. Tears flowed from the eyes of the main character and he clenched his teeth. The gray animal on his shoulder looked at the guy. The gray animal looked at one of the images on the screen, where monsters were depicted. Blue system window with many numbers. Zuo Fan stood in front of the system window, and Hongbo invited the girl to leave. The man smoothed his beard while looking at Mu Yin behind him and said that this is the time for him to overcome his inner contradictions on his own. Only in this way can he become stronger. There were too many people involved in the incident with his parents. If he wants to find the real killer and clear his father's name, he must be tough to endure what comes next. Zuo Fan stood in front of the panel over which the hologram of the Earth was flying, saying that yes, he must first get ready. First he will make copies of the documents. There was a large box in front of the guy and he asked what it was. Inside was a blue bracelet with a black panel. The system window showed the same bracelet, and Zuo Fan mentally asked if this was a wrist guard. He put it on his hand, asking if this was what his mother left for him. Zuo Fan came out to Hongbo and Mu Yin, and the girl asked if he had finished already. The guy frowned at her and apologized to the girl, saying that he made her worry. Zuo Fan bowed to the white-haired man who clasped his hands behind his back. The guy said that he was very grateful to him for going with him into the depths of the city's monster lair. Hongbo closed her eyes and replied that since it was his duty to protect Mu Yin, he should do his best. The man thought that he couldn't believe that the guy could overcome intense sadness so quickly. He was just something, or he should say that he is the same as his father, but no, this guy is stronger than Zuo Hui. Zuo Fan looked forward resolutely and said that he was ready to leave. Mu Yin looked back at him, agreeing. Outside the western wasteland, the enclosing fence, the street was dark. A black car was parked on the road, and a voice spoke of a pest. The three walked down the street. They were watched by many small monsters with red eyes. A voice said that the goal of their leader, the pest, had appeared. Kill, destroy the pest. Zuo Fan held the paper in his hands, raised his gaze and said that something strange was happening. Hongbo also raised his gaze and said that there were monsters. A blue scorpion with large claws appeared on the ground. Behind it were several smaller scorpions, and snakes with red eyes crawled under its feet, a shocking number of groups of monsters. Zuo Fan frowned at this, holding his sword in his hands, saying that there are too many monsters, they need to kill them all quickly. Hongbo also looked back at the monsters, saying that they will fight them, moving forward as they get closer to them transport. The man and the main character jumped towards the monsters. The guy swung his sword and the man punched them. Zuo Fan said that this place is not even the deepest part of the dungeon. Why are there so many monsters gathered here? Hongbo said that fortunately all these monsters of rank C, otherwise they would have been swatted away already. Zuo Fan, Hongbo and Mu Yin ran towards the black car while winged scorpions flew after them. The main character looked back at the gray beast, which raised its head, sniffing. Zuo Fan looked ahead and shouted for everyone to be careful and stay away from the car. The car exploded, and in its place appeared a huge monster with 3 pairs of eyes and a huge mouth with sharp teeth. The huge scorpion swung its tail and its stinger flew forward through the air. It was approaching Hongbo, who clenched his hand into a fist. Blue lightning flew around him and the man said that this monster was unusual. The man asked the main character to protect Mu Yin, not to let her get a single scratch. The man hit the sting with his fist, causing a strong blue explosion to occur and the ground under the man's feet to crack. Hongbo looked at the monster in shock. His eyes lit up and he said that this isn't a rank power. Green liquid sprayed from the monster's sting, and the man screamed that the sting was spitting out poisonous liquid. He did not have time to dodge. Mu Yin frowned at this and called Hongbo. The main character next to her also frowned, saying to be careful. Blue energy swirled around Hongbo's hand. The man hit the green liquid, forming a blue dome around himself, causing the liquid to hit the dome. Hongbo jumped back with smoke flying around him when he thought it was close. The man stood in front of Zuo Fan and Mu Yin, waving his hand and telling them not to come any closer, and these are rank monsters, so don't let them come any closer. Mu Yinyu nervously raised her hand and asked about rank monsters. The guy next to her frowned, saying that he felt the pressure of an rank monster. A dark scorpion flew across the sky while 3 snakes crawled forward along the ground. A huge scorpion with many eyes landed on the ground. Its skin was blue, there were spikes on its belly, the sharp blade on the sting sparkled brightly, and under its paws there were several small scorpions, a winged blue-skinned scorpion. Hongbo looked at him in surprise as dust rose around him and asked why they met him here. The protagonist frowned, a bead of sweat running down his face, and said that according to the Dark Star's information, he should be in the eastern region, asking why he came here. A city where a huge monster was walking. Fire could be seen around the buildings. The monster opened its mouth wide, its eyes glowed brightly. Zuofan thought that there were 5 rank monsters in the Donghai dungeon. This one attacked the people's living area the most. The eyes of the blue scorpion reflected the main character, and the guy thought that the winged blue-skinned scorpion not only knows how to fly, but also has high speed. Its scales resemble steel armor, very durable, and it is capable of spitting out a poisonous liquid that kills people. But what's even worse, this monster is very cunning, like a hunter tracking down his prey. Even if the person is an advanced star general, one mistake and he will be killed. Scorpion waved one of his claws, saying that he must kill the threat of their monster. Hongbo and Mu Yinyu, looking at the monster, both asked if this is etiquette for monsters, and it looks like this scorpion is smarter than that black snake. The main character next to them said about the threat, saying what does it mean? He, a person or something else? The huge scorpion opened its mouth wide, a strong stream of air came from it. Shouting to kill, Hongbo covered his face with his hand and told the others to quickly move away, saying that they needed to protect Mu Yinyu. A huge blue scorpion with small sparks of fire flying next to it. He said that people are stupid, they bought into this, and do they really think they don't have a plan? They didn't just lure them into a trap. The ground under the group's feet split, a green glow was visible from under it. Zuofan said that he had set dangerous traps in advance, and if the general could not dodge them in time, he would certainly die. Hongbo landed on the ground, looked ahead and asked if Mu Yinyu was okay. A huge scorpion stood in front of the man, raising one of its claws, and thought that trap was very powerful. Apparently this grandfather is strong enough, but what a pity, he will have to protect not only himself, but also those 2 carcasses. A man with gray hair frowned at the scorpion and said that today one of them will die. Zuofan and Mu Yinyu landed on the ground, near the edge of a cliff, and the girl said that they were fine. She told him not to lose concentration, and that trap did not harm them. Zuofan thought that if it weren't for his new technique, then they would definitely get hurt. Hongbo looked back at them, asking if the lady was okay, and how he managed to move so quickly. The scorpion also turned his head in their direction, thinking that this could not be. The gray-haired man waved his hand and glanced at the scorpion, telling Zuofan to quickly leave. In the current situation, they should cancel the operation. They will meet at the Dark Star organization. The main character jumped forward. Mu Yinyu was sitting on his back, and the guy agreed, telling the man to be careful. The huge scorpion hit the ground with its sting, causing the stones to break, flying to the sides. But Hongbo jumped, dodging the blow. The scorpion thought that this old man seemed to want to detain him so that the 2 could safely leave. The scorpion opened its mouth wide, hitting the ground with its claws as Hongbo ran away from him. The scorpion thought that he should know it is not the old man who is holding him back, but he is doing it. Mu Yinyu looked at the main character with her eyes downcast and asked what he thought. Uncle was in great danger. The guy frowned, looking forward, and answered not to worry. He would be fine. The winged blue-skinned scorpion was a strong rank monster, extremely treacherous. If someone wants to defeat him, it will not be easy. Zuofan clenched his hand into a fist near the girl's hip and said that however, with Hongbo's fighting abilities, he couldn't escape so easily. He had a flare in his pocket and would later fire it to let Hongbo know that they were safe. Mu Yinyu said about the guy's hand, and they both blushed deeply, while Zuofan ran forward, saying that they shouldn't stop. The guy thought that it was something soft. What was it, and did he have such a thing in his pocket? The main character looked forward, blushing, and thought that it was Mu Yinyu. The guy looked at the girl and said that he didn't notice. She was holding his shoulders, answering that everything was fine. She closed her eyes and Zuofan frowned, saying that something was wrong. The guy lowered his gaze and said in surprise that there were enemies here. Many winged scorpions descended to the ground, and Zuofan said in the air, were they really here in the first place? How many ambushes did this monster set up? The scorpions looked towards the guy and girl, extended their claws and said that this was a threat that needed to be eliminated. Zuofan stood on the ground, clutching his sword in his hand, which was glowing brightly. Next to him was Mu Yinyu, and the guy said that apparently they would not let them go without a fight, and let him use his new skill with her. Zuofan put his sword in front of him with a frown. Mu Yinyu stood behind him, raising her hand with a worried expression. Many scorpions that stood in front of the 2 of them and from which purple light emanated. The guy said that there are so many winged blue-skinned scorpions. Are they really surrounded? Mu Yanyu pressed her hand to her chest and looked away sadly, saying that she had a bomba to scare away advanced rank monsters, and once the bomb went off, they would immediately run away. Zuofan spread his legs apart, clutching his sword in his hands. Purple energy began to emanate from him, and the guy said that this was not necessary, he would deal with them himself. Mu Yanyu looked at the guy with concern, saying that he is alone, these are B-rank monsters, and they have poison. Zuofan turned to her with a smile, saying that he knows, but just let her trust him, he is confident that he can handle them. The girl raised her hand and said that she believed in him and now everything was in his hands. Mu Yanyu watched from the slope the main character who was surrounded by scorpions. The girl thought that she had already seen his fighting ability. He is at the peak stage of an aspiring star general. He can easily defeat B-rank monsters, but these scorpions are completely different. They belong to the winged blue-skinned scorpion race, extremely powerful B-rank monsters if 7 or 8 of them attack together. Zuofan put his hand with the sword behind his side, his blue eye glowed brightly, rays of blue energy flew around and the girl thought that given his caution, he would understand everything. Maybe he has other trump cards, despite the fact that she believes in him. The guy frowned, looking over his shoulder, asking why they were standing and did not dare to attack. He was ready. The scorpions hissed, spreading their wings. Suddenly, the picture with scorpions broke, and a cross-shaped cut ran across it. Zuofan looked forward in surprise, his mouth parted. The scorpions jumped over the main character, and he put his sword in front of him, saying that this is great, he will test the strength of this skill. The scorpions hissed, hitting their tails where the main character was, but he had already disappeared from there, leaving only a blue silhouette. Zuofan jumped under one of the scorpions, raising his sword to strike, skill, fleeting step, flash of light. The guy hit the scorpion sharply, cutting it into 2 parts. The other scorpions hissed as they ran forward. Mu Yanyu put her hand to her mouth, looking at it in surprise and said that he had already killed the monster. She could not track his movements. The main character walked through the air up from the scorpions, looking back at them and thought that he did not expect that a flash of light would help him cope with the attack of such creatures. How nice. Zuofan remembered the bald man who stood in front of a huge monster, his hands clenched into fists. The guy thought that it was not without reason that the god of war Bishi, faced with a horde of monsters, could enter the zone until he was exhausted. Zuofan ran towards one of the monsters, waving his sword in his direction and thought that with his current combat abilities, and even with a flash of light, monsters weaker than Ranka were not his opponents. Mu Yanyu clenched her hand into a fist, looking at the guy and said that he has improved his fighting ability so quickly. The fighting ability of the intermediate star general is already considered very strong. Zuofan is a real genius, perhaps he can become the same as grandfather as a war god rank hunter. Mu Yanyu remembered how the main character jumped over 2 small monsters who opened their mouths, and the girl said that all the time she knew that Zuofan was hiding his true strength, or maybe he wasn't hiding it, he just improved too quickly and continues to improve every second. The pink-haired girl looked over her shoulder with a frown as Zuofan shouted at her to be careful. A scorpion sting appeared above Mu Yanyu, and the girl looked up at it and said that she was thinking a little. The main character appeared behind the scorpion, raising his sword to strike, his eyes glowing red, and he asked if he thought his attack would work. The guy cut the scorpion in 2, clenched his teeth and told it to die. The system window showed that a rank B monster was killed, plus 3 attribute points. Another scorpion appeared in front of Mu Yanyu, releasing a blue liquid at her, causing her to scream. Zuofan hugged the girl by the waist, pulling her to the side, causing the slurry to fly past them and told her to be careful. Blue liquid flew towards several rocks on the ground. Mu Yanyu put her hands on the guy's shoulders, looking at his face. They stood at the edge of the cliff and the girl said that she thought that just because of her bloodline, she was a genius among her peers, but now she thinks that she is a burden to him. The guy told her not to worry, everything was fine, he wasn't too exhausted fighting them. The stones that were touched by the slime dissolved, burning with a red light, and Zuofan said that the blue scorpion's poisonous liquid could be fatal. 4 scorpions stood in a circle, clicking their claws, and the girl asked what they were doing. One of the scorpions tore a piece of flesh from another, and Mu Yanyu asked if they were devouring their own kind. Purple energy appeared around the scorpion's claws. The same energy appeared around his belly and tail, and the girl said if they really ate their own to become stronger. Zuofan frowned at this in surprise, lowered his gaze, and Mu Yanyu said that the mutation was not over yet. 3 scorpions if 1 dead, flapping their wings, and Zuofan thought that now they were killing each other. There were dead scorpions lying around, and one of the remaining ones was increasing in size, snapping its claws. There was purple energy around it, the evolved rank of a blue scorpion. Mu Yanyu looked down in surprise, asking what it was. The main character next to him also looked down in surprise. The scorpion hissed loudly and flew into the air, spreading its claws. He shot blue clots that exploded on the ground, raising dust into the air, and the main character shouted to be careful, saying that there were too many of them. Scorpio looked forward with his red eyes, growling loudly. In the distance, at the other entrance to the station, His roar could be heard through the air, a small building on the ground from which a couple of stones flew out. Mu Yinyu and Zuofan were sitting under the building, bending over, and the girl said that fortunately, the passage to the station was still open. They looked at the scorpion that was flying in the sky, and the girl said that the fighting ability of the mutated blue scorpion is far superior to that of the same species. Perhaps it has reached the rank of king among the B ranks. Zuofan replied that not only that, its attack is poisonous liquid, has too much coverage. Considering that they fall straight from the sky, the royal one will be very difficult to deal with. The scorpion opened its mouth wide, a second row of teeth was visible in its mouth, and Mu Yinyu asked if he had discovered them, and it seemed that his vision had also mutated. The main character took the girl in his arms, jumping back from the blue clots that the scorpion released in their direction. Zuofan said that he had discovered them. They should not fight this monster in a wide area. There was a strong bright explosion behind the guy, which threw stones to the sides. A group of 7 people were standing on the ground. There were stones around, 2 of them were holding backpacks. A girl with red hair, a bow hanging behind her back, she was wearing orange clothes, and she looked forward from under her brows. A man in a black turtleneck who held a shield in his hand, clenching his other hand into a fist. The girl held the bow by the edge, the string was around her body. A girl with red hair stood in front. Gu Faju, a mid-level star-ranked general. Behind her stood a bald guy, holding some object in his hands, looking at him. And a girl with short black hair, wearing a black vest and shorts. Behind them there was a man with a shield and a man in a hood, and behind them were 2 people with large backpacks. The girl with black hair put her fist on her face and said that this is the deep part of the dungeon, close to the demonic pit. Nothing has been found, and are they in the wrong place? Gu Faju put her hand on her waist, frowning forward, and replied that no, it should be nearby. The bald guy pointed upward with a smile, the device in his hands beeped, and he said that the detector reacted in that direction, the Enli detector. The group crossed over one of the stones, and Enli walked ahead, saying that the location had been found, ahead. They came out to the city. A Ferris wheel was visible behind the houses, and someone said that it was here. The group stood near the stones on which purple crystals emitting light grew, and someone said that they had indeed found the rumored treasure. Gu Faju looked at the crystals in surprise with her eyes wide open and said that her efforts have finally paid off. If she can take possession of these treasures, her combat power will be even stronger. When she becomes an advanced star-ranked general, she will be the youngest general in China. Enli held one of the purple crystals in his hand, putting the finger of his other hand to his face, and looked down at it in surprise, asking if it was really such a rare magical thing. Gu Faju frowned at him and shouted at the guy not to touch it with his bare hands and let him quickly throw it away. The guy with tears in his eyes looked at his hands, from which the purple guy was emanating, and said that gasification was happening immediately. And is it really safe? Has he been poisoned? The man in the hood said that this is the Dong Hai dungeon. Is he really so stupid to touch everything with his bare hands? The man in the helmet and turtleneck lowered his gaze, saying that at this rate he will kill himself sooner or later. Gu Faju waved her hand while holding the bow with the other and said that this crystal is not poisonous, but as soon as it is touched, it turns into a gas that attracts monsters, but it is just a small crystal. She does not think that they will have problems. Scorpio flew across the sky, among tall buildings. He extended his claws forward, thinking he could smell it. Scorpio looked forward with his red eyes, thinking that this scent was a treasure that could allow him to evolve. Scorpio flew across the sky towards the tall houses, and thought that if he stole it, he could become a stronger lord, the king of his race. Zuofan and Mu Yinyu watched him, peeking out from behind a rock, and the guy clenched his hands into fists, saying that he flew away. The girl said that he had been chasing them for so long, and perhaps he was tired. The guy frowned and looked to the side, asking why all of a sudden, since they ran away from him, now they can meet with Hongbo. The puppy on Zuofan's shoulder sniffed the air and closed his eyes, smiling. He waved his paw forward and Mu Yinyu looked at him, talking about this puppy, and she thought that it was just her imagination, but he was real. The girl took the puppy in her hands, looking at him. The girl said that he was so cute, and why would Zuofan endanger such a baby? The main character scratched the back of his head, trying to say something. The puppy whined, looking at the guy, and he closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly, asking him what it was. Some noise was heard. The puppy jumped onto the guy's shoulder again, and Zuofan and Mu Yinyu raised their gazes, asking what was happening. Many monsters were running against the backdrop of the city, jumping over stones, and Mu Yinyu said about the direction in which the monsters were moving. Apparently something happened there. Zuofan clenched his teeth, frowned forward, and asked what. He looked at the puppy, who opened his mouth, and asked him if he really wanted him to go there. The puppy, closing its eyes, waved its paw forward, and Mu Yinyu looked at them in surprise, asking if this puppy could really communicate with people. He understands their language. Zuofan took the girl in his arms and jumped forward, saying that they will go forward first, and he will tell everything along the way. And this puppy is special? It hatched from an egg? Mu Yinyu asked in surprise about the egg. The tall buildings of the city and the dark sky were visible. A rusty Ferris wheel that creaked in the wind. A group near stones with crystals stood opposite many monsters, pointing weapons at them. Someone shouted that there were more and more monsters and let Gu Faju come up with something. The red-haired girl pulled the string of her bow, holding 3 arrows between her fingers, red energy behind her. Arrows surrounded by red light flew forward next to the monster, which opened its mouth wide. Gu Faju looked at this in surprise, opening her eyes wide, and said that there are too many of them. Just the smell of a small mutated beast crystal can summon a horde of monsters. And Lee scratched the back of his head as tears streamed down his cheeks and apologized, saying that it was all his fault. The girl with red hair looked at the guy, telling him not to blame himself. They all make mistakes. Moreover, even if he did not touch this small crystal, their mining would also bring monsters. The hooded man turned back, holding the sword in front of him, and asked what they should do now. The man holding the shield also turned back, asking if they should run. Gu Faju frowned, looking forward at them, and said that if they leave now and leave the treasures to them, it will be worse, and for them, treasures are a matter of evolution. If they let them go to a rank, they will become outcasts or criminals. The man in the helmet turned to the man in the hood, asking what kind of crystals these were. The stones on which the purple crystals grew. Gu Faju said that even if you run away, you will have to take them away. They go to the background. You need to blow up this fake mountain. Bomb. A powerful, strong explosion occurred in the center of the city, which illuminated the entire city. Gu Faju stood in front of the fire, noticing something. She stood with a bow in her hands on the edge of a cliff. There was fog behind her, and someone shouted for nothing. Many monsters roared, opening their mouths, sparks of fire flying next to them. Scorpio flew towards the city, looking at the flaring fire, and mentally shouted, "Not the evolutionary treasure, he must take possession of it." Zuo-fan with Mu Yinyu on his back stood in front of a bright explosion, and the guy said that he knew this place. The direction to the Donghai amusement park. It was a short way. But why was it blown up? The girl asked in confusion what happened there. The main character frowned and jumped forward. An explosion followed him, and a purple light shone around Mu Yinyu on his back. The girl said that they need to speed up and check what happened. The guy replied that he felt that something important had happened there. An amusement park, an abandoned tunnel, a mine in which the carriage stood. A hole and cracks were visible on it. Puddles of water and destroyed stones were visible on the floor of the tunnel. Zuo-fan ran along the tracks with a girl on his back, saying that this is a recent tunnel leading to an amusement park. The explosion site must not be too far ahead. The guy stopped on the tracks, asking what was going on. In front of him were stones on which purple crystals grew. Above the stones the earth was destroyed. The starry sky was visible. Mu Yinyu looked at them in surprise, asking what it was, and the main character frowned, saying that it was crystals on a fake mountain. A system window appeared in front of him, which showed a crystal and an inscription, analysis of an unknown treasure. The guy thought that this was the first time the War God system had encountered such a situation. The puppy looked at the crystals that were reflected in his eyes with a smile. 2 arrows flew from above the mountain. Mu Yinyu and Zuo-fan ran to the sides, dodging them, and the girl covered her face with her hand. When the arrows hit the ground, the girl shouted who it was and let them answer. A group of 7 people stood on a rock with crystals. On the top stood Gu Faju with a bow, and Enli pointed his finger forward, asking who they were, and let them speak quickly. Suddenly, the red-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Mu Yinyu, thinking about her. Zuo-fan stood in front of the girl with pink hair, frowned, and replied that they just decided to check. When they heard the sound of an explosion, he asked what happened here. Zuo-fan looked at the group. A man in a turtleneck stood with a shield in his hand. A hooded man held a sword, and a girl with red hair stood above them. The guy thought that these people here are all rookie star generals and strong, and their equipment, everything high quality and well trained, especially the female leader. Gu Faju, who was looking forward, holding a bow in her hand. The protagonist thought that this aura was an intermediate star general, such a young general. Enli smiled broadly, looking down at him, and said, "Who do they think they are to ask what happened here? This is the deep part of the dungeon. Let them not wander here. Quickly return, otherwise they will die here." Zuo-fan frowned, looking at him with displeasure, and replied that they do not want to participate in this matter, but he must warn them in advance. Among the group of monsters that is coming here, there is a B-rank monster king. The group looked at the guy in surprise, and Lee raised his eyebrows, opening his mouth, and someone asked about the B-rank monster king. And Lee crossed his arms and smiled broadly again, saying what a joke. If there really is a B-rank monster king, how would they know this, and are they really? He was seen and survived. Gu Faju looked at Mu Yinyu while talking about her, and Lee turned around and extended his hand, asking if Gu Faju thought this joke was too crazy. The red-haired girl raised her hand, asking if they were sure that there was a king rank B monster. The rest of the group all turned to look at the girl, and Lee tried to say something. Mu Yinyu raised her hand, saying that this is not just a B-rank monster king, but a B-rank flying monster king. Gu Faju frowned as she raised her bow in her hand and said for everyone to listen and prepare to risk their lives. Let them prepare to fight Rank B Monster King and protect this place. They can't let the monster take over this treasure. The man in the turtleneck raised his shield in his hand and turned towards the others, telling them to listen to the leader's order and prepare to fight. The hooded man, the black-haired girl, and Emily ran towards him. A bright star was visible in the starry sky. The star became brighter as it approached the cave. A blue-skinned scorpion appeared and flew down, red pulses of energy emanating from it. The Royal B rank blue scorpion monster arrived. The scorpion flew over the hole into the tunnel, spreading its claws to the sides and emitting red pulses of energy from itself. And Lee and the girl with black hair covered their ears with their hands, and the guy closed his eyes and asked what that sound was, and his ears were about to explode. The girl asked if this shadow was a flying monster. An all-out attack by a group of monsters. The monsters walked forward, some flying above the ground as the pulses passed over them. The hooded guy held onto his sword, shouting that he could command a group of monsters. A man with a shield stood behind him and said that this was indeed a Royal B rank monster. The huge scorpion opened its mouth wide and raised its stinger. There were many other monsters under it. They were illuminated by the purple moon. A Royal B rank monster can not only subdue monsters of the same type, sometimes it can even command other monsters from different races. Gu Faju pulled the bowstring, holding 3 arrows between her fingers and frowning, said not to stand still, but to attack. Many monsters were descending into the tunnel, some were standing at the edge, and Gu Faju asked if they really wanted the monsters to rush in and kill them. Mu Yanyu looked at this, saying that although this team is quite toxic, it is amazing. A first-class team. The main character frowned at the girl, saying that it is true, no one on their team is weak, especially the leader. The arrow pierced several monsters, surrounded by blue energy, and Zuofan said that this girl is not only an intermediate star general, but also has excellent shooting skills. Gu Faju frowned and pulled a string with 3 arrows. Blue energy emanated from her bow, and she said that if this continues, more and more monsters will gather here. And all because of the mutated crystal of the star core. These monsters are already on their own quite problematic, but what is most dangerous is that monster. The scorpion flew through the sky, blue missiles came from it, and he thought that they would all die and the treasure belonged to him. He flew over a huge bright explosion that went across the ground, the flames turning blue at the ends. A guy in a brown jacket, holding a knife, looked down in shock at his hand, which turned blue. His skin around it turned green, and blisters formed on the wound. He screamed loudly and said to be careful. The man sat down on his knees, holding his hand and looking to the side, said that this poison is very strong, and let them not touch it. The others looked at the blue shells, and the girl with black hair said that there were too many of them. The guy in the hood shouted that they were doomed, while the man with the shield put his shield in front of him. A current of air was visible on the ground as someone jumped up. Zuofan jumped above the group, holding a sword. Others looked at how he flew up, and the guy in the hood asked if he had gone crazy and should he quickly return here. Zuofan frowned and grinned, looking ahead and saying that on the way here, he thought for a long time about how to deal with this monster and its poison. The guy screamed and swung his sword, picking up a blue crystal in the air on the blade. The sword bent slightly under the blue clot. He pushed off the sword and flew in the other direction. Zuofan swung his sword, leaving beams of purple energy in the air as he fought off the blue blobs, shouting that he was succeeding. His plan was working. The man in the helmet, the guy in the hood, and Lee looked up at the guy with their mouths open, asking what was happening. Zuofan stood in the air. Behind him were his purple silhouettes, and he waved his sword, pushing away the blue clots that flew in the other direction from him. The guy shouted, "Blue poison." A powerful bright explosion went through the monsters. The white wolf opened its mouth, a group attack of the monsters. And Lee and the other 2 group members looked on in shock as they stood on the ground, and the bald guy said in shock that he was handling everyone at the same time. There was an explosion behind one of the brown monsters, and it opened its mouth wide, and Lee said that these blue bombs with poison would explode on contact as he fought them off. Gu Faju frowned and looked up at this, saying that it is possible, and when the sword touches them, if you use softness, you can return the bombs back. Logically, it is possible. There were several blue blobs flying near Zuofan's face, and the girl said that this requires excellent control. Why such a sword technique was learned by such a young man? He is not even 20 years old, such a young and strong general, and his fighting ability is exceptionally strong. Mu Yanyu put her hand to her face, looking forward in surprise, and Gu Faju asked what kind of connection he had with her. Zuofan was flying in the air next to the red-haired girl and waved his hand to the side, saying that he fought off one wave of attack from a B-rank king monster. Why are they still here? It is a flying type monster, extremely agile, has a large attack radius, and can also shoot blue poison. If they stay here, it will only get worse for them. Gu Faju turned a surprised look at him. The protagonist looked at the purple glowing crystals and said that even though this treasure is precious, they must stay alive to enjoy it. They must leave. The guy in the turtleneck, the man in the hood, and Lee looked up at the girl in surprise, calling out to her. Du Faju looked at Zuofan, raised her hand and replied that they couldn't leave. She didn't say, but did he know what kind of crystals they were? A bright purple crystal that had a glow coming from it. The girl said that it was a mutated beast core crystal. This type of crystal is formed in the Donghai dungeon under such special conditions. It is formed from a large number of beast cores into a rare treasure. Gu Faju, who spread her arms to the sides while rays of purple energy came out of her eyes and the girl's hair flew in the air, she said that the mutated beast core crystal, with a special method of absorbing it, the Star Warrior would gain enormous advantages and could easily overcome level barrier, and it is extremely effective for a Star General because his physical condition allows him to absorb it more effectively. Mu Yinyu and Zuofan looked at the girl and the guy frowned when she said that the mutated beast core crystal was more effective for a Star General. Gu Faju knitted her eyebrows, looking at them with wide eyes and said that for the Star General, this is a dream treasure to allow them to break through. This type of treasure is also precious for the monster, it is also effective, it is an excellent nutrient for the evolution of the monster. Mu Yinyu and Zuofan looked at the group awkwardly when someone shouted what, and doesn't that mean that if the blue scorpion obtained the mutated beast core crystal, it would be able to evolve again? Scorpion, whose eyes were glowing brightly with a purple light, someone said that another B-class monster might appear. Zuofan frowned as he looked forward, a bead of sweat running down his face as he said that 2 blue scorpions would be too dangerous. Gu Faju looked to the side and said that just now they thought they had blown up this fake mountain, but the treasure is not even damaged, so they can't leave. Their team created this problem, so they will be responsible for it. The man in the iron helmet looked to the side, a shadow fell on his eyes and he said that they would stay and leave with the leader. The main character looked at the group that was communicating with each other and thought that this team is so united. It is better to say that it is not the team that is strong, but their leader, the leadership of this woman is strong. Mu Yinyu looked at the guy with raised eyebrows and said that they couldn't leave either. Zuofan raised his sword in front of him, frowning, and replied that this is the case, and they can't leave, especially him, he is in charge of preventing such things. Zuofan clenched his hands into fists, his body glowing with a purple light as he remembered his father who was smiling. Zuofan thought it was because he was Zuo Hui's son. The scorpion flew forward, stretching its claws forward and thought that people were stupid. How dare they go against him? They would all die. The scorpion waved its tail towards the pit, many blue clumps flew down. The man with the shield put it in front of him, saying that this time there are more blue poison bombs, and Lee clenched his hands into fists, looked up and said to be careful, and this monster can also attack with its tail. Zuofan looked back at the red-haired girl and told her that this is difficult to deal with. But he has a plan, their fighting ability is the highest here, he can handle the bombs. Gu Faju looked forward, many stars could be seen behind her and she said that she would use long-range attacks to hold back the king of B-rank monsters. The main character looked up with a frown and said to get ready. Gu Faju next to him did the same. Zuofan jumped forward towards the blue bombs, holding his sword in his hand. His body glowed with purple energy. Behind the blue bomba there was also a flash of purple light, and the guy said how did they get it? Gu Faju raised her head, looking at the main character in the air, and said that this is better, now she can observe and see what skills he used. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, looking at him and screamed something. Beams of purple light and a current of air appeared under Zuofan's feet. There were many currents of air next to the guy. He was enveloped in blue energy, along which blue bombs were flying. Zuofan waved his sword, leaving purple rays of light. His eyes glowed red and he told the bombs to go back to where they came from. The man with the shield looked at this in surprise, opened his mouth wide and shouted that this youth was somehow fighting better than before or he was holding back. Gu Faju jumped into the air while holding her bow and thought that his movement technique was even more terrifying than his sword skill. The main character looked back at the girl and shouted to her what she was waiting for, let her attack. Gu Faju pulled the string of her bow with 3 arrows. Bright blue energy shone around them and she shouted, triple whirlpool arrow technique. A bright beam of blue energy passed through which the arrows passed, heading towards the scorpion. The girl shouted to him to devour it. 3 strong, bright fiery explosions took place in the place of the scorpion and on both sides of it. The rest of the group smiled. The girl with black hair clenched her hands into fists, and Lee raised his hand clenched into a fist with a wide smile. They shouted that this time the king of the monsters must be injured and the leader is so strong and beautiful. Mu Yinyu looked at this with her hands clenched into fists, and said that this woman is really strong, and why is she not an advanced star warrior yet? If she were a general, she could fight alongside Zuofan. A brown explosion with fiery sparks passed in front of Gu Faju and she said that this time, even if the monster is not dead, it must be injured. The girl looked forward with wide eyes, and the glowing eyes of a scorpion appeared behind her. A scorpion's sting flew into the girl's back while she stood with her back to him. Zuofan picked her up, dodging the stinger that flew over his head, and shouted to her to be careful. A scorpion with red eyes came out of the tunnel next to the carriage, thinking that people were just damned bags of bones. He raised his stinger behind Gu Faju's back, who turned towards him, shouting, "No, she can't dodge." The main character took the girl in his arms, jumping away from the sting, shouting to her to be careful. Gu Faju blushed while looking at the guy and put her hand to her chest. The sting slammed into the stones on the wall, causing them to fly apart. The guy with the girl in his arms landed on the ground, and the rest of the group looked at them, asking if the squad leader was okay. Zuofan looked at Gu Faju, asking if she was okay. She held her bow while the guy held her and replied that she was fine and that he should let her go. Zuofan let go of the girl, answering correctly, and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Mu Yinyu looked at them irritably, with fire burning around her. Scorpion clicked his claws, half of his body was hidden in shadow, as he said that everything was fine here and they would all die. The group stood in front of the scorpion. Blue-violet energy was flying around, forming a mouth with sharp teeth. Someone shouted that this aura was so terrifying, and this monster was much more difficult than the previous B-rank monster kings they had encountered. The huge scorpion flapped its wings. He fired blue projectiles, causing dust on the ground to rise and someone shouting to be careful. The group stood behind a man with a shield, who held it out in front of him, blocking the blue projectiles, screaming. He turned around, clenched his other hand into a fist and frowned and shouted that he could no longer hold them back. Blue projectiles hit the stone on which purple crystals grew. Blue lines streaked across the purple crystal as one of the projectiles was stuck next to it. Zuofan swung his sword, deflecting the projectiles. While Mu Yinyu stood behind him, the guy shouted that there were too many of them. Who would have thought that a monster had such a trick up his sleeve? Gu Faju jumped into the air, extending her bow forward, releasing 3 arrows. Blue energy glowed around her. There was a blue cross-shaped symbol next to her hand, and she shouted, "Triple breakwater shot." Scorpion raised his claw, into which arrows stuck. Blue energy glowed around the scorpion's wing. His wings were restored again, and purple energy glowed around the scorpion as he stood on the tracks. And Li clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, asking what was happening and how the scales on the monster's wings were regenerating. Gu Faju stood behind the main character, running towards him, and waved her hand, saying that they would die like this. The guy lowered his sword, saying that they needed to come up with something to kill him instantly. He looked ahead and smiled, thinking that this was the only thing he could try. Zuofan looked over his shoulder at the red-haired girl and asked if her bow skill could delay him for a few seconds. Gu Faju looked at him in surprise, frowned and replied that she could, but what was he up to? Zuofan stood against the backdrop of stones with purple crystals and lowered his sword, frowning at the girl, saying that she just had to make sure that he didn't move, and let him leave the rest. Gu Faju tilted her head, frowning at the guy and opening her mouth, thinking that since it had come to this, she should try, no matter what the plan was. The main character jumped over the group, shouting now. Gu Faju also jumped into the air, pulling the bowstring. Rays of blue energy flew around her and the girl screamed, "Shockwave." Many arrows that left behind long beams of blue energy rained down on the scorpion, and the girl screamed, "A 6-shot breakwater." The arrows stuck around the scorpion, forming a blue dome around it. Gu Faju frowned and shouted that she had done everything she could. The rest was up to Zuofan. The guy swung his sword in front of the scorpion, leaving a blue beam of energy, and shouted, "Shadow-cutting blade, full power." The sword hit the scorpion's stings, leaving sparks, and the scorpion wondered if he really thought he could kill him with this. The girl with red hair looked at this with wide eyes, shouting to the guy to retreat. She thought that she shouldn't have trusted this guy. He is outstanding, but still, he is just a rookie warrior. How can he kill the king of B-rank monsters? The girl looked forward in surprise, a blue ray of light reflected in her eyes. Zuofan raised his hand with the sword back. Blue and purple energy was spinning around him. A piece of earth was flying under his feet, and the sword was shining brightly. The guy thought that now was his chance. Zuofan jumped up, forming a purple hurricane, in the center of which was a scorpion. The guy shouted, "Lightning-fast shadow flash, reflection." The guy flew over the scorpion, next to which 2 purple rays of light were visible, and said, "Double sword dance." 2 cuts were made along the scorpion's paws, and green blood flowed from the wounds. Zuofan landed on the rails with his hand on the ground and looked forward, saying that fortunately he was dead. He had no energy left for a second strike. The guy remembered how Molin looked at him, saying that Zuofan has extraordinary abilities. He is sure that it will not take him long to master the dual sword dance, the first sword skill of the set that accompanies the lightning shadow flash. However, he must remember this. He is just a rookie warrior. He can only use this skill once before he runs out of energy. Molin looked over his shoulder. His eyes lit up and said that while he was at the beginning stage, he should avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. The main character looked at a huge scorpion, under which green drops of blood could be seen. The guy frowned and looked away, sighing and saying that it seemed to work. The man with the shield looked forward in surprise, holding the shield in front of him, and said that they did it, and Lee said in surprise that he dealt the killing blow to the king of B-rank monsters. Gu Faju looked at the back of the main character, asking what that last blow was. A huge scorpion, whose eyes went out and which lay on the rails in pools of green blood. The scorpion's eyes began to glow faintly with a purple light. Zuofan stood on the rails in front of the scorpion, holding a sword in his hand, saying that he succeeded and finally killed the blue scorpion. The guy fell to one knee and panted heavily, resting his hand on the ground, saying that as expected, a sword technique of the rank of the god of war, it's just a pity that with his current strength, he gets tired after one use. Mu Yinyu jumped off the cliff, walking up to the guy and asking if he was okay. The girl hugged his arm, looking worried as Zuofan's nose bled, and he blushed and said that he was fine, just a little tired, and don't let her do that, his nose was bleeding. The man with the shield clenched his hand into a fist. On both sides of him stood Gu Faju and Li. In the distance there was a girl with black hair. They were discussing who Zuofan was to kill the B-rank monster. His cultivation level was still far from average star general, and he is such a genius. He must have been famous in China. Why haven't they heard of him before? And he killed a B-rank monster with one blow. Gu Faju frowned. Her hair was blown by the wind, and she thought that if she was not mistaken, he used the War God rank sword technique. Such a young genius, mastered the War God rank sword technique and has a good relationship with the princess of that family. Who is he? The girl tilted her head, remembering the dead scorpion that was lying on the ground, and thought that it was a mutated crystal of the beast's core. She looked back at the purple glowing crystal, asking if it had broken. Blue rays were visible on the purple crystals, and a purple glow emanated from them. The wind blew, sparkling with purple light, and Gu Faju mentally asked what was happening. Beams of purple energy flew through the air, and the crystals disappeared from the stones, the mutated crystal of the beast's core. The scorpion opened its mouth, into which rays of violet energy flew, and the girl asked why he suddenly. She shouted that they had been deceived. The scorpion rose to its feet, looking forward with its red glowing eyes. While purple rays of energy were reaching towards it, it mentally cursed at the people. Scorpio raised his head, violet pulses of energy emanated from him, and he mentally screamed that they would all die. Zuofan clenched his teeth, frowning at this, and said that he pretended to be dead. His real target was the mutated beast core crystal. A shadow fell on the protagonist's face. Behind him was a scorpion with red eyes and red mist, as he said that this monster has absorbed the mutated beast core crystal and is mutating. He can't let it mutate. Another rank monster will appear. The outcome will be unpredictable. The scorpion flew through the air towards Zuofan and Mu Yinyu, who were standing on the rails, and mentally said that this is a threat. He will kill him first. Zuofan looked at the scorpion's claws that were above him and said that he did not have the strength to dodge. Mu Yinyu stood in front of the guy, raising her hand and clenching it into a fist. He asked what she was doing, and the girl apologized to him, saying that he had saved her so many times. Zuofan nervously looked at the girl, frowned, and shouted at her to quickly dodge. Gu Faju fired many arrows onto the ground that glowed with blue energy. She shouted a water whirlpool shot, and the arrows fell around the scorpion. The girl with red hair frowned, looked to the side, and said to bring that guy here and leave the rest to their team. She held her bow in front of her, her red hair flowing behind her, and she said that this happened because of them, so they should end it all, now with full force. The helmeted man, the black hair girl, and Lee resolutely raised their gazes to the girls and shouted yes, their team's goal is to become the strongest team in China since they can run away. The entire group jumped off the cliff with a purple light glowing around them. They stood in front of the scorpion. The man with the shield stood in front, holding his shield in front of him, and the scorpion with bright red eyes thought that annoying people would not interfere. He released many purple shards that glowed with blue energy and thought that he was going to mutate. The man blocked the scorpion's projectiles with his shield, turning back and shouting that this could not continue like this. Behind him, a guy in a hood was fighting off the projectiles with a sword, and a girl with black hair shouted that this monster would soon successfully mutate. Zuofan frowned at all this, asking why his stamina was recovering so slowly, and if only he had the power to use the sword dance again. If only he could become stronger. The system window in front of the guy showed that gasification had been detected, the mutated crystal of the beast's core, and whether he wanted to absorb it, as well as the options yes and no. Zuofan stood in front of the system window in surprise, his mouth open, and he wondered if he could directly absorb the beast's core crystal and why the system didn't tell him about it earlier. The guy was reflected in the system window. He frowned, a drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and he wondered if it was because the War God system was still analyzing the crystal before, or when this type of beast core crystal is gasified, it appears in the system notification. Zuofan gritted his teeth and thought, no matter what, since he can absorb, then he will absorb everything. He wants to become strong right now. The answer yes appeared on the system window. Violet energy appeared around the guy. With a purple line of his silhouette, the guy shouted if he was really starting to absorb and would there be any effect. The system window showed spiritual energy 330, body 340, strength 350, agility 416, unallocated attribute points 32. Zuofan raised his gaze to the system window, where the inscription appeared many times plus 1 attribute point absorbed by the mutated beast core crystal. The system window showed unallocated attribute points 33, 33, 35, 40, 45, unallocated attribute points 99. Zuofan smiled widely and raised his hands, looking down at them as the purple energy continued to shine around him. And he thought, that attribute points grow very quickly, too quickly. The effect of the mutated crystal is much stronger than the artifact. The system window showed unallocated attribute points 110, and the guy thought that no matter what, you need to use these points first. The system window showed all attributes spiritual energy 330, body 340, strength 350, agility 416. Zuofan thought that he would first increase the constitution to 400. After reaching the average level, it would increase energy recovery, then increase strength to 400, left with spiritual energy if he could break through to the middle level of a star general. Scorpio opened his mouth, in which a ball of purple energy was gathering, and thought about what was happening, and why the available absorbed energy had decreased. There had just been so much of it. He looked forward with his glowing eyes, purple energy flying around as he thought that someone was stealing it from him. Unforgivable, whoever it was would kill him. There was a powerful blow of violet energy which cut off one of the scorpion's claws. The helmeted man, Gu Faju and Li looked at this in shock, opening their mouths and first asked what was going on. Zuofan stood in front of the scorpion, his eyes and body glowing brightly with purple light, and he held a sword in his hand as he finally spoke. A scorpion was flying in the sky, emitting blue light and red beams of energy. The group stood below it, asking why this monster suddenly went out of control. Gu Faju turned to the side, clenched her hand into a fist and shouted that he was the target of the monster, and something needed to be done. Behind her stood a man with a shield. Beams of purple energy passed near the mountain, a scorpion flew in front of it and someone shouted, "Shadow Blade, Lightning Cut, Expert Level." One of the scorpion's claws was cut off from his body and he wondered what it was. The main character stepped forward, rays of energy were flying next to him and he lowered his sword, saying that they would start the second round. And Li looked at the guy standing in front of the monsters and screamed that it was him. The girl with black hair next to him asked if he wasn't exhausted. Zuofan extended his hand, the purple energy around him became stronger and he told the scorpion to let him cut him again. They would see if he could get up after that. Scorpion flew forward, holding out his one claw, thinking that it was a threat. He stole the mutating treasure from him. He is a threat. The scorpion flew at the guy, mentally screaming at him to die. Zuofan smiled, holding his sword in front of him and told him to let him test how much stronger he had become. The protagonist swung his sword towards the scorpion, releasing a purple beam of energy towards it. His sword hit the scorpion's claw, sparks flew in the air, and Zuofan thought that by becoming an average star general, his combat strength had increased significantly. Now he could fight the royal monster face to face. The guy in the hood, whose eyes were hidden by a shadow, said in surprise that he could barely stand on his feet. The man in the helmet raised his surprised gaze and said that he was fighting on equal terms with a royal monster of rank B. Why did he suddenly become so strong, and is it really all this? For a time he hid his real strength. Gu Faju looked at the man and replied that he was not hiding it. He was really on the verge of exhaustion. Using the War God Sword technique requires a huge amount of energy. It is something that a rookie star general cannot bear. The main character jumped on the scorpion, swinging his sword towards it, and the girl said that his combat power has increased dramatically because he broke through to a mid-star general. This is the only way he can fight the B-rank royal monster face to face. Gu Faju clenched her teeth, looking at the guy nervously, and thought that he seemed to be about 20 years old. Zuofan was flying in the air with his leg bent at the knee, rays of purple energy were flying around him, his eyes were glowing and he raised his sword to strike. Gu Faju thought that the 20-year-old average star general also owns the technique of the god of war. Who is he? The guy landed on the ground in front of the scorpion, next to which beams of energy were flying. Green healing energy appeared around the scorpion, and Zuofan in front of him said that it won't do this. He has absorbed the mutated beast core crystal, and his absorption speed is faster, but if he breaks through and becomes a rank monster, there will be trouble. The system window, where there was a guy's icon, a red bar and a warning underneath it. Zuofan said that with his current combat ability, if he wanted to, it would be difficult to kill this scorpion alone. The sword hit the monster's claw, causing sparks to fly. The guy gritted his teeth, leaned over, Gu Faju stood away from him, and the guy shouted why she was just standing there. The girl with red hair pulled 3 arrows onto the string, blue energy flew around them and she shouted, "Water whirlwind, 6 shot." She lowered her bow as she watched the protagonist cut off the scorpion's claw with a swing of the sword that left a trail of energy. Scorpio flew into the air, spreading his wings, and mentally swore at the people. He released a lot of blue fragments and bombs, talking about the double shot of the attack line. A huge powerful explosion took place in the tunnel, throwing away stones. Mu Yanyu was hiding behind one of the big rocks, looking at the explosion, and said that she is too weak. She is an advanced star warrior. In such a battle she cannot even help. If she could break through and become a star general, she would be able to use that technique, at least help Zuofan. A gray puppy appeared next to the girl, and Mu Yanyu called him. She picked up the puppy, looking at him, and told him not to run around, let him stay by her side. She couldn't help Zuofan, but she should at least protect him. The puppy opened its mouth and purple mist came out. He touched the girl's hand with his paw, around which purple energy glowed, and Mu Yanyu asked what was happening. She felt a powerful stream of energy emanating from the puppy's claw and penetrating into her, and her energy quickly merged with it without rejecting it at all. The girl looked at the puppy with a smile, saying that perhaps she could use this power to break through. Mu Yanyu sat on the ground with her legs crossed. A puppy sat between them. Blue energy shone around the girl. Purple mist circulated inside, a rookie star general. Mu Yanyu looked down at her hands in surprise, raising them and saying that she broke through. Originally, if she cultivated by herself, it would have taken her at least a year. This is incredible. The girl put her hand on the puppy, who was looking wearily to the side, and said that it was a pity that the body had reached its limit and she could no longer absorb energy. Mu Yanyu looked down at the puppy while the purple mist was disappearing and said that this energy is just falling into the empty. She said that the ability of the animal is incredible. Mu Yanyu hugged the puppy, who was smiling with his eyes closed, and thanked him, calling him Huidan, and saying that he was great. The girl thought that Zuofan was right. This animal is too mysterious. Taking him along was the right decision. Mu Yanyu clutched her blue sword with a bright crystal in her hand. She stood up, golden energy shone around her, golden rays of light flew nearby, her cloak and hair fluttered behind her, and the girl said that since she had broken through, she should join the fight. Rails, next to which the fog was flying. The clawless scorpion stood in front of the group, green energy glowing around it as it hissed, a protracted standoff. Gu Faju and Zuofan looked up nervously at the scorpion, and the girl thought that everything was getting worse and worse. Scorpion flew into the air, his eyes glowing brightly, and she thought that this monster was too agile. If this continued, the monster would calm down, but it would attack the other team members. Their people would definitely suffer losses. Scorpio looked at the 5 group members who were standing on the ground and thought that he would kill all the weak people. Zuofan frowned at this next to the red-haired girl and said that what he was afraid of happened. Red pulses were emanating from the scorpion, and Enli shouted that the monster chose them as its target. The girl with black hair said that he knows that the weak must be killed first, and the man with the shield said that now is not the time to discuss this. A bright golden light shone next to the scorpion, and he mentally asked what was happening. Scorpio flew over a group of 4 people who were standing on the tracks and mentally said that they were weaklings and he would teach them. He opened his mouth, a bright golden light shone from the side, and the girl with black hair and Enli turned around, asking what it was. Gu Faju jumped forward holding her bow and looked to the side, saying that isn't this the Mu family's sword technique, but it can only be used after becoming a star general. Mu Yanyu jumped off the cliff, her cloak flying up, the girl's body glowing red, and the tip of her sword emitting golden light. The girl with black hair and Enli looked at this in surprise, and the guy asked what it was just now. Mu Yanyu stood on the rails, a bright energy shone around her, and someone said that she released this light and had the aura of a star general. Zuofan smiled, clenched his hand into a fist, and asked if it was Mu Yanyu who did this. Mu Yanyu jumped closer to the main character, saying that she had just become a star general and she would help them. Gu Faju shouted the water net. A net of blue energy appeared around the scorpion, preventing it from flying up. The net disappeared and the scorpion flew forward, flapping its wings and mentally telling her not to think that she could lock him up. Mu Yanyu jumped into the air in front of him while there were golden rays of light behind her and shouted to the scorpion not to expect to escape. She pointed the sword forward, the light became brighter, forming a ring and rays of energy, and shouted that she would show them the Mu family sword technique, the solar sword. Scorpion opened his mouth, looking at her, his black eyes glowing red. A light shone brightly next to the scorpion, his eyes became completely black, and he thought that the light was blinding him. The scorpion landed on the ground, caught in a blue net, and raised its wings, hissing. Gu Faju looked at him, raised her hand and frowned, saying that he was caught and what are they waiting for. Zuofan jumped over the scorpion with his sword in front of him and shouted that this technique takes time, and again now that he is a mid-level star general. Blue rings appeared around the guy's legs, his legs glowed with purple light. He flipped in the air, the rings flew forward, turning light purple, and he shouted, sword dancing in a reverse grip. The blue nets around the scorpion were torn. He raised his tail and flapped his wings. There were green drops of blood on his back and he mentally screamed no. He was so close, a little more and he would have mutated. One of the scorpion's eyes glowed red, green drops of blood flew out of its mouth, and it screamed that even if it died, it must take them with it. The scorpion opened its mouth, releasing pulses of orange energy. The entire group stood in front of the scorpion. Zuofan jumped away from it with his back turned and said that this time the sword dance in reverse grip was supposed to kill him. There was a bright explosion in the place of the scorpion. The group stood in front of it. A man with a shield stood in front, holding out his shield. His face was illuminated by a bright light. Drops of sweat flowed down him, and he said in fear that the monster was going to self-destruct. Zuofan frowned, looking towards the light, and asked about self-destruction. There was a powerful explosion that lit up everything around. Zuofan picked up Muyinyu in his arms, shouting that they needed to go. Gu Faju was looking at them, shouting that everything would collapse. A man with a shield, a girl with black hair, and Li ran away in fear, everyone shouting that they need to run away. Muyinyu turned her gaze to the side, noticing something. She looked at Gu Faju, who was shaking, leaning on her bow and muttering that she couldn't move. She shouldn't have worked so hard. 9 shots in a row. This is a technique only for advanced star generals. Muyinyu put her hand to her face and whispered in the main character's ear to look at the girl. The guy looked at Gu Faju, who lowered her gaze and said that she had used a top-rank technique and had run out of strength. The guy picked up the 2 girls in his arms and jumped onto the train car while a strong explosion was heard behind them. Zuofan smiled, holding them by the waist, and shouted that they were coming. The girls looked at the guy embarrassedly, bending their knees. A series of strong, bright explosions were heard inside the tunnel. A broken door, illuminated by the light from the explosion. Someone shouted that there was a door there and they could hide there. The guy with the shield, the girl with black hair, and Li stood outside the door, looking at the explosion through the large gap. The bald guy said that this wall is metal. This is probably the safe room of the amusement park. It should be safe here. Zuofan nervously looked forward and Gu Faju looked at him embarrassedly, asking him to put her down. Muyinyu crossed her arms over her chest, a shadow falling over her eyes as she looked ahead gloomily, sighing. The red-haired girl lowered her gaze, thanking them and saying that they saved her again. She didn't even ask their names. She introduces herself first. She is Gu Faju, the leader of the Foxfire team. Zuofan tilted his head and looked at the girl from under his brows, saying his name with a smile. Muyinyu also introduced herself, thinking that she was from the Gu family. Gu Faju thought, did the princess from the Mu family not recognize her? Well, she was still little when they met. The red-haired girl raised her eyebrows, saying that she came to the Dong Hai dungeon for the mutation crystal of the beast core, and who would have thought that everything would turn out like this, and she never received the star core. Zuofan and Muyinyu looked at her nervously, and the girl thought that she had found something valuable. Zuofan looked away and asked with a frown, is it really only in the Dong Hai dungeon that there are such beast core crystals? Gu Faju shook her head, answering no, and looked to the side when someone called her. And Li stood at the door, raising his hand and said, quickly come here, he has a huge discovery.